coordinate with. We also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring doorburs, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 21st at 6 p.m. until Monday the 31st of January at 6 p.m, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your New Year's projects by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of a week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second payment a month later. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 21st of January at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the craft store. So we've got our Flextravaganza event and a happy hour. Now, you put those two together, special things are going to happen. Let me just explain really quickly. So our Flextravaganza event means, and it's running up until the end of January, so you've still got a few more days of that. Anything in your basket, £1 or more, you're able to split the price. I mean, where have you seen? Say something for $9.99 here at the craft store. We would never put that on a Flexi, but you are able to do that within the realms of Flextravaganza. So that's a perk. Also, the happy hours on the show as well. All the prices on the show are amazing, but they're only around for this hour, and there is an added caveat to that too. We say around for the hour, or while stocks last. I think we are going to be busy. Good morning, everyone. I hope, well, I appreciate you getting up bright and early. I hope you're having a good start to your day, and we're going to try and make it a great start. So let's begin with, look at this absolute feast for your eyes. You are getting all 6 sets. All 6 for, wait, $22.94. That works out at what, just a, how much? £3.82 per set. Oh, do you know? Well, in total, there's 92 stamps, 93 stamps. You know, you consider it works out at 25p per stamp. But for me, the salient point, and I think every crafter can relate to this. Let me pick up this one, because I was chatting to Mel. And, you know, Mel, it's so nice having her here. And Mel's a proper crafter. So you're going to be seeing Mel in the one-day special, Mel Heaton. Let me just show you here. Let me pick this up. Now, Mel was like, this is a lovely stamp. Look at that, and you're paying £3.80. So it's 83, is it? Yeah, £3.82 per stamp set. So that is £3.82. Think about the backgrounds that you're going to be able to achieve there. Actually, do you know what? Let's just spend a moment, because I think we're going to be busy here. Yeah, we are busy here. Let's just go through what we're getting. Should we start up here? And what I want you to do as an exercise, just think about this as a crafter. I want you to think, are you going to be using these stamps, and how are you going to be using these stamps? So instantly in my mind, pattern building, you've got the little Moroccan tiles at the bottom. I love the, so it could be the coffee pot or teapot, the lantern hanging down. Now that lantern, you can put that in any situation, put it on a street. So lots and lots there. Yes, absolutely would be using that set. Then as we go through, sentiments. Now sentiments, we can never have enough sentiments in our lives. Your face makes me smile. That's, all right, just for that one alone, your face makes me smile. Lewis, your face makes me smile. There you go. All right, that's not the face I was expecting to get back. That was a very heartfelt compliment I was giving you away. But look, loads, genuinely, loads of lovely compliments. Compliments in there. There are compliments, but loads of lovely sentiments are what I'm looking for. Today is the day. Today is the day to take advantage of the happy hour. Be happy. You know, there are no words. These are, actually, joking aside, these are really good sentiments. And then we go on to music, and this, do you know what I'd be doing here? If you wanted to create backgrounds, think of these beautiful backgrounds or corners, just adding a bit of class, a bit of vintage. What I would do, I'd age the paper, so get your inks out, make it look vintage, make it look age, and then create your own backgrounds. And that's just my first instinct, but you can do so much more with that. So yes, love the music set, but we're still going for $22.94. You're getting everything in here. Love those leaves. Okay, thinking about going through the seasons, so you can go from spring to summer to autumn, even winter, just have them lying on the ground. Then you've got the pumpkins in here, so it is more of an autumnal set, but hey, doesn't matter, because you will be using these throughout the year. But when it comes to autumn, you've got a lot there. And then the center one, and also I like the sentiments nestled in. And we've got another set that will complement the music set that we saw earlier on. Oh, this is a good... Okay, you know when we've got a good set, when the teams start coming up with ideas. The creative juices are percolating. So makeup producer is saying, how about this? Gold emboss onto vellum. Oh, stop it. Gold emboss onto vellum? Are you kidding me? Ooh. Do you know what? You're a classy lady, Megan. I can see that in your crafting. And then finally, this set here. Large background stamps. This is a great, genuinely a great set. I really do stand by that. And for $22.94, when you consider, and I'll just go back to £3.82 per set. Look at the size of these as well. A5 sets, you do not pay £3.82 per stamp set normally for that size. You'll be looking at more like £15. So, I mean, Paper Discovery always gives us a great price. Even at full price, $37.94, that is a competitive price for all of these. But the price we have on the show today, it is ridiculous. So £15 saving, $22.94. You can split the price. Oh, something I haven't mentioned. Oh, we are over the golden £20 mark. And I'll tell you why that's important, because we also have our spend and save event, which means if you've got £20 or more in your basket, you will save £5 if you haven't already used it. So you can use it once here at the craft store, and you can also use it once at Create and Craft. So if you're going to use it on this item, suddenly the price goes down to $17.94. You are saving £20. I know, right? Okay, we are busy. 634140 item number. Thank you so much for getting up and spending the morning with us. We're going to reward you with lots of goodies. Okay, so we're going to move here. We've got some stamps and dies. This is another monster set. Really, really good value. I'm going to jump straight to the dies, and then we're going to go on to the stamps. Look at this. Look at the amount of dies that you are getting, the size of the dies, the drama of those as well. So great for special occasions, weddings, anniversaries, engagements, but equally for celebrations too. So this could be for anniversaries, it could be for birthday cards. You've got that beautifully poised ballerina. I love the musicians in the background there as well. That's a strong stance. ballerina. Takes you back. I was talking to Taz, and I never knew this, but Taz actually, because he went to drama college as a young man, he did study ballet. And he was going through and he was talking to me about all the different poses and stuff. So strong. Okay. So that is a die set alone, incredible. But then, so Tad's our director, by the way, if I didn't already say that. And then you've got more musicians in here too. This is cool. So anyone who loves their music, I'm thinking jazz. Anyone else getting jazz vibes going on here? So you've got the saxophone in there, the beautiful singer going through. It's cool. This is a cool set. But look at the size of those dies. And the reason why I keep going back to the size is because typically the way the price is set with dies, it's the size of the metal sheet used to actually cut the dies out. That's where the price comes from. And when you consider how big these dies are and how much metal is being used, and I don't like using the term metal for your money, but genuinely you are getting a lot of dies for your money here. So for $25.98, if I just hold up the dies, I genuinely think other brands, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one to put them both in. But holding both dies together, you would, should I try it? I'm still struggling. Okay. Ooh. Oh, there you are. You're over there. But buying just these dies alone, you could, if other brands, different packaging, you would spend way over $25.98 just for the dies alone. So Paper Discovery, giving us a great price there. So dies, we're already winning. Well, we are saving £10. If I pop those down, let's have a look at the stamps. So now we've got the stamps to coordinate with the dies. So yeah, very fitting that we've got the musical stamps. I've got to point out, same stamps that we saw in the previous set. So don't want you to double up there. And then you've also got the autumnal set in there again, which we've seen. So in my view, I wouldn't want to double up on my stamps, so I'd either go for this set or the other set, or equally, you know, you could go for both and just gift the stamps away. You know, it's up to you. 447469, your item number there. Okay, we're gonna, I like this. Yes, I'm so pleased. I love it when you guys get ahead. Now, let me explain. You can get ahead and see everything on the show. Really easy to do. You can just go to our website. I don't use the website. I use the app. So if you could be in bed right now. If you've got a smartphone or a tablet, all you need to do is download the Craft Store app. You'll be able to watch live and then see all the products on the show. So well done shopping ahead. I know you found Julie Hickey. We love Julie Hickey. Love Julie Hickey. And she's bringing us an absolute bargain as well. You are kidding. $10.97. And we're getting the glossies too. That is a great price. Beautiful stamp. And Julie's known for bringing you such beautiful stamps. And a lot of open space here. So first thing that jumps into my mind, alcohol markers. Can you imagine the beautiful colouring work that you can achieve with those? But equally, with your watercolours, watercolour pencils, I mean, we've got scope. You don't even have, you know what you could do? Explosion powders, brushos, just create a very simple background or just mop up some ink and then just stamp over. Or, to steal Meg's idea, get embossing. I tell you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't go gold emboss. How about this for an idea? How about craft card, cheeky white emboss? Eh? Eh? Okay, now, if you do want more embossing, by the way, we have got a fantastic hour coming up a bit later on. It's 9 o'clock with WOW, so really looking forward to that. I haven't worked with WOW for a while. Let me show you some inspirations using these fantastic stamps. So, Mother's Day card. Again, you can go in any direction you like. The Mother's Day cards. How beautiful are those flowers? Oh, yeah, with the white emboss. This is nice actually, and they've been cut out and shaped. Just a little bit of shape going on there. Beautiful colour work as well. So a lot you can do with this one stamp set. Now these are good. But remember, you've also got the glossies in there as well. So, I mean, that's nice. That's lovely. I really like this. Let me just show you this one. Ah. Oh, this is nice. Look. Kindness always. We like that. Hey, if we come back here for a second, just imagine that. I've got nowhere to put it. But you imagine that like in a hallway or on a wall. Don't know. You wouldn't have to hold it. I would be hoping you have a shelf. I was happy. Someone's coming around and just going to hold this up here. But look, it's a great set, and it shows you what you can achieve. Oh, I'll show you this one because it's a little bit different as well. Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. This is a really, really nice set, and for $10.97, not only are you getting the stamps, you're also getting the glossies, and I cannot speak highly enough about the glossies. You're going to get 180 glossies. Julie loves working with them, and she's not the only one, because these are an absolute bestseller for her. So both packs of the glossies, and you're getting the stamps, and you're saving £5, and if that's not enough, you can split the price in half. Flextravaganza is here, so take advantage, because we're only here for the next few days, and then the Flextravaganza will be disappearing. So split that price, 463-634 your item number. We got more Julie Hickey. I've got a plan here. If you haven't already, and I'm so sorry if you have used your welcome code, because you're probably thinking, oh, he's not mentioning the welcome code again. Let me explain, because we have new viewers joining us, and a lot of viewers coming over from our sister channel, Create and Craft as well. Good morning to you. So we've got a promotion running at the moment. It's called our Spend and Save. It means if you've got £20 or more in your basket, just enter the code WELCOME, and we'll take £5 off the price. It's just a little promotion to say thank you for tuning in. But here's where my mind's at. You have to get over that £20 threshold. If you're a fan of Julie Hickey, if you were to put both options into your basket, we're over the £20. You've already saved £10, and then you'd save a further £5 using the code WELCOME. So there we go, just how I was thinking. Let's have a look at the stamps that you're getting here. Again, beautiful, beautiful stamps. And through looking. Just trying to think if I might have showed a few of the inspirations actually in the previous, that I showed you previously with these. Let me just pick this up and give you an indication of, I mean, come on, that flower, beautiful. Beautiful flowers. And this is what you get with Julie. It's these wonderful hand-drawn flowers, whether you want to create them, I mean, here, pulling it into the foreground, or if you want to push it back into the background, you can. So create your own beautiful backgrounds. Oh, that's nice. That's really nice. Again, if you love your colouring. The thing with flowers, they'll work in any occasion. They'll work with any card. They'll embellish anything. So whether it's mixed media, if you're creating a memory album, adding some flowers to a page, scrapbook page, equally cards, you know, flowers just work. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what dies, what stamps, what stencils you have. These will work with them. And what sentiments too. So it could be for birthdays. Just show you here. Birthday cards. Equally, if you just want a card, just thinking of somebody. Just for you. Special friend. Oh, have a lovely day. I think, is there more to that? No. There we go. Okay, so $10.97 is your price. If you want, look at the size of the flowers in here. You've also gotten, it's so important, I think, good foliage. You need a bit of foliage to sort of embellish and set off a flower. So you've got your leaves and your foliage in there as well. Layering up too, easy to cut out if you did want to fussy cut them. And don't forget, you are getting your glossies in there as well. Everybody loves a glossy. $10.97 is your price, 582-238 your item number. Okay, we're going to move on to Mama Makes. Let's have a look here. Ah, we love Mama Makes, because Mama should make the best stencils. She's not Italian. So $14.98 is your price there, and you're going to get both stencils. Okay, so Lottie, behind the inspiration behind Mama Makes, and she's very clever. She is a crafter. I want to show you. This is what I love about Lottie. So with the stencils, and she's worked very hard to bring you these stencils, she wants you to make use of all the edge space. Because I was chatting to Lottie and she was explaining it to me. She said she was looking at stencils and thinking there's so much space and retail around the edge. She wanted to make sure she gave maximum value. So you can see that you've got different designs around the outside. This one stencil will make the most beautiful billowing cloud backgrounds, these beautiful fluffy nimbus clouds, because what you'll do, you'll run your inks through on one side, and then you'll turn and then suddenly you've got a different sort of design and edge with this, and then we turn and move around and do this, and then again you turn. So it gives you, rather than just having one, say if you've just got one cloud shape and that uniformity, it doesn't look right. Here it mimics nature. You've got all these different cloud shapes, and not only that, you've got a beautiful starry design in the center, so you can either set that within the clouds, or that can just be background in itself. So that stencil alone is very cool, but wait till I show you this next one. Now, these are very cool. So they actually pop out. You can pop the, I won't do it, but you can pop all of these designs out and use them individually. But if you wanted to then use this as a mask, you've got the mask, the sort of carrier as a mask too. So you've got your mask and your detail stencil. I mean, how cool is that, right? Do you say, oh, it's better if I step aside? Then you can see it. These designs are stunning. Absolutely stunning. Effectively, you've got 6 individual stencil designs there, and you're getting the mask, and you're getting that. This one's such, I can't stress enough. It's such, I know, everyone's come in and like dropped everything when they saw this. I'm going to pop this down for a second. This is incredible, and you can see how good that is, or this one that you're seeing. But this stencil here, and I'm just sorry that you're not getting to see it in action, because I've done a show with Lottie where she's used this, and it is such an effective stencil. It really is. Please believe me on that. This is a good set, and you are saving £4. You can also split the price as well, so if you want to become one of Mama Makes fans, and she has got a lot of fans out there, feel free to add this into your basket, 142775. Now, just going to go back to Julie Hickey. Ooh, we've been... What? We've only just seen them. We're not even halfway through the show. A third of the stock has gone for both, or just one? Ah. Do you know, that warms my heart, because I know what's going on. Because it's a third of the stock for both. You can't decide between the two, and actually both sets play so nicely together. So I think a lot of viewers are going for both, and that is definitely the way I would go as well. Do you know, both... Again, it's just stressing that if you were to go for both, it takes you over the £20 threshold. So if you haven't already done so, enter the code WELCOME when you're checking out. And part of our Spend and Save event, you can only use it the once, but enter the code WELCOME, you'll save £5. But I say you can only use it the once. You can then go to our sister channel, Create and Craft, and you can get another £5 off entering the same code on there as well. So you can actually use it twice. Now, if you want both Julie Hickey today, that would mean it would be £16.94. $16.94 for both, using the code. Wow, for 360 glosses, and you're getting both stamp sets. $16.98. With, I've got to stress, with the 94, sorry. So with using the code WELCOME, that's if you use that code WELCOME. But if you haven't, if you've already used the code WELCOME and you just want to pay half now, you can still use our Flextravaganza. So you can use it, you can split the price. Anything in your basket over £1, you can split the price. It's really simple, so take advantage, because the Flextravaganza event's only here for another couple of days, and then it will disappear. All right, now we got some watercolor cardstock, A3 watercolor. There it is. So watercolor cardstock. Okay, so what we're looking for with the watercolor cardstock. I like the size because instantly I'd be either working on a bigger scale. So if you're working on a large piece, especially if you're a watercolor artist, fantastic. You can just take that to a board, put it on your easel. Equally, Matthew Palmer has taught us cut down. So that could be 4 A5 projects, it could be 2 A4 projects, or you could stick with the A3. It's 280 GSM, so good weight to this. Looking at watercolor cardstock, you're kind of like, okay, it's watercolor cardstock. So for me, things I look at for as a crafter, I'm just going to pop that down, because you know the size, it's A3, and it's white, so you're not going to glean too much information from that other than the size. I'll tell you what information I can give you. Now, we know that typically with watercolor cardstock, we pay a premium. $12.99, that is a better than half price saving, and you're getting 20 sheets of A3 or 40 sheets of A4. And the reason why I mention A4 is because a lot of the time you'll be aware of prices and how much you pay for, say, A4. Imagine if this was 40 sheets of A4 at $12.99, you'd be ripping my arm off. So, you know, that's what you're getting here. So it is an A3 format. Saving £17, that saving is incredible. We can split the price as well. one thing I learned very early on joining, so when we were Ho Chand and obviously we become the craft store, so very early on in my crafting journey, I remember I was doing a what's it, card, and I wasn't getting the effects that I'd seen in the studio, and I can't remember who. I chatted to somebody here. It was one of the presenters, either Leonie, Paola, it was somebody, or Haley, and they were saying to me, it's not just your mix. I thought it was the watercolor pencils I was using, and they're like, well, no, hold on a second. It's not, don't run straight to the pencils. What cardstock are you using? You need to use the right cardstock. I like to work with water-based mediums, and there are a lot. You can get water-based pens, you can get water-based paints or watercolors, and they're water-based pencils, but you need the right cardstock. That gives you that fluidity. So if you are using pencils, the problem I was having, I wasn't getting any movement with the pigment. Here you'll be able to do it because this is what it's designed for. You can saturate it as well because watercolor cardstock will take that water effect, and we like to do different effects. So if you did want to do wet on wet technique, so saturate the paper, flood it, and then put more wet mediums in there, or if you want to use, say, explosion powders, your brushos, it's just a very good cardstock. I know it just looks like plain stark white cardstock, but when you start using it, you'll realize it. So things to point out, if you learned anything from today, we talk about having the right paper for the right job. So watercolor cardstock, quality watercolor cardstock at such a good price, £12.99, saving £17, 833-805, your item number there. Okay, now we like to add a bit of bling into your life. Yeah, some lovely glitter colour cardstock. Been really busy for this. So 40 sheets, A4 for £10.99. Oh, that's saving. That's, do you know, that is 65% saving. Now, it looks good there. We're seeing it on your screens. I think we need to give it a little bit of a wiggle and a shake. So okay. I'm gonna grab it. This is lovely, by the way. The home decor around this, Lewis. This is beautiful. A lovely little plant. Okay. Now let's have a look. Let's have a look at some of this. This is why we love it. It's that beautiful glamour, the way it just dances and comes to life. So Pink Frog, you know the quality that you get with Pink Frog. This is your mixed glitter, so 285 GSM. Good weight, so with that, I'd be looking for matting, layering, die cutting in there as well. And, oh, this is a good question from Taz, our director. You can tell he's a crafter. He was asking about shed. So shed, let's have a little look. I'm going to give it a vigorous rub. No shed. No shed. There we go. So it is non-shed. We are very busy here. Really busy. Stock up. You are getting 40 sheets in total. Come on. This is nice. Ooh. So you think about those special projects, those special cards or albums. I mean, die cut these. Imagine a sentiment, if you've got a really nice sentiment and you've die cut it, or for your matting and layering as well. Yeah. Oh, I like that. The black as well. Having that for a starry night. Yeah. And then you've got, oh, it's a good word from, the team are on fire this morning, I tell you. Meg coming up with opulent. It is opulent. It's decadent. It's extravagant. Any more ants? Anyone? What, Meg? Opulent, extravagant, and then what did you say? Luxurious. You kind of let us down on the ants there, Meg. Okay, I'm going to put those back. But you've redeemed yourself, Meg, with the idea of construction. So saying, how about gift bags? Beautiful, beautiful gift bags. £10.99 is your price. We are really busy for this. The saving is phenomenal. Actually, do you know what? I know we're moving on. Let's just pause for a moment. Because, you know, sometimes we can get bedazzled by the savings and they lose their impact. Just look at that. You are saving £21. £10.99 is your price. So you imagine going into a shop, spending £31 on some cardstock, and that's how much it should be. We can't lie about this. Legally, shopping TV, we cannot lie and make those figures up. So that's how much the regular retail price is. You've just put £21 back into your pocket. Saved yourself £21. £10.99 is your price there. It's 27 pence per sheet. 323828, your item number there. Right, we're going to move on. We've got our ice gold and crystal cardstock. Let's have a look. And you're getting a wedge. Look at this. So you're getting the ice gold and your crystal, 100 of each. Oh, sorry, 100, I apologise, 100 sheets in total. So 50 of each, but it's a great size as well. This is your 15 centimetre by 30 centimetre. It is unscored, so that gives you the possibilities. Being unscored means that you're not dictated to. You decide where you're putting that score line. What are you going to be doing? So there, I'd say that's the gold. And then if I pick this up, well, we'll know in a second, because that is, there you go. That's the crystal. Yeah. Beautiful cardstock. It is that pearlescent finish to it as well. Okay, so busy for this one. If you do want to put, I understand it, looking at the camera, it is quite subtle effect. I'm looking down on the cardstock. Here with the ice gold, it's got a radiance, there's a luminescence of this undertone of gold coming through. And the reason why I'm drawing your attention to that is if you were to put your inks on top, what happens is the properties of the ice gold, suddenly that luminescence comes through. You can't see. See, the thing is, I'm looking at the screen, that's your ice gold, but it's just hard to get it across because there you can kind of see that warmth coming through. And with the crystals, you've got these little flakes, the ice crystals just coming through. It's subtle, it's hard on camera, but to the naked eye, it's very effective. Right now, with each pack, you're going to get 10 different projects with regard to your instructions for box frames. So you will be getting the instructions for 10 different projects there as well. Details on your screen if you do want to get hold of those. £11.99 is your price, saving £12. So it is another phenomenal saving. Half price saving, 139,625, your item number. Okay, so where shall we go next? Could go here? We'll go here, okay. We're going to have a look at our beautiful stencils. Sorry, we haven't seen the stencils yet. Oh, yeah. Now, you're going to get 6 stencils. I am right in saying we're getting all 6 for $22.94. Do you know what I might do? Wait a second. I'm going to get some cardstock here and show you something. Let's have a little look at each one of these. Oop. Well, they're glued down. I have to pull them off. Oh no, they're all stuck down. I can't get behind them. I'm sorry. I don't want to tear the packaging. Well, if I can go underneath, but I'll only get up to here because it won't. They're all glued down. So I'll tilt that way so you can see them. I apologise. It's not ideal, but you can see it. That's a wonderful swirl, dynamic. Really giving you dimensions. That's one of the stencils, and I'll tilt this one forward. Oh, now this is nice. So this one I'd be breaking up. So if you wanted to kind of pattern build, that's fantastic. Add your structure paste to that. How incredible. I'm thinking the top of a box, some structure paste. What a beautiful design, or home decor too. So that's a really nice stencil. So we come down to here. Again, paper discovery, bring us such beautiful designs. And this will work well with actually a lot of the stamps and dies that we are featuring this morning too. So that's your musical backgrounds. Nice on craft paper to make your own wrapping paper, be beautiful. I'd also be running this through my embossing machine and getting an emboss. And then over here, we've got the bathtub. Is it bathtub? I don't know. Table, chairs and tables. I don't know where I got bathtub from. But that's nice. Great corners. The leaves, look at those leaves. Oh yeah. And then you got more. I love leaf. I love leaves. $22.94 is your price if you do want to get hold of these, saving £15, 158,339. Your item number. So lots on the show. I hope you're enjoying it. If there's anything that you would like to see in more detail, if you do have any questions, even if you just want to say hello, I'd love to hear from you. Should we do all the age-old debate? I think we need to answer this question. We need a bit of interaction from everyone at home. So let's do a little poll I want to see, what is your morning beverage of choice? Are we going tea? Are we going coffee? I mean, it's not the most imaginative debate, but hey, I mean, so you could surprise me. You could, with someone. The team is saying, do I go for a healthy sort of smoothie blend with spinach? Pretty much. I've tried to cut down on my coffee, so I say I'm more of a green tea. It's not the coolest, but I try and drink green tea there. But there we go. There's lots of nice teas out there. Lewis, tea or coffee? You don't drink hot drinks? Yeah, so you had a bit of hot chocolate at night, but that's about it. No hot drinks, Lewis. Especially on a moment like this, you need a hot drink to get you going. All right. Well, feel free to get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com. We always love hearing from you. Let's jump onto the website, see what's going on, what's occurring. What are you going to be popping into your basket? Oh, website's looking good. Now, is it my imagination? I don't remember the tabs being yellow. Has that been upgraded? Oh, this is all. Who's that handsome man on the screen? Let's go down there again. Wait, can we go down a bit? We go down a bit. Who's that handsome man there? What? There you go. I think that's TV's Yanis Morgan. I didn't realise that I've made it onto the front page of our new website. That's nice. That picture, I think was taken about 7 years ago when I joined. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't look like that anymore. Oh, look. I remember that was definitely pre-daddy mode when I actually was getting some sleep. There we go. I feel I've indulged myself far too much there. Oh, that was a good picture. This is me now. This is what fatherhood does to you. I've aged about 10 years in 1 year. Okay, so we've got our website. Do feel free to scroll on the website, have a look at what's coming up. Now, the beauty of our website as well, you've got a bank of the last 60 days of shows. So if there's a show, and do you know what I like to do? Yeah, we'll just show you our desktop there. If there's a show that you like, and I do this, so if you buy a product and you want to craft along, obviously when you're watching a show and you're seeing a great demonstration, you don't have the products in front of you, make a note of the date and the time. And do make a note of it, because there's nothing worse than trying to backtrack and think, what day was it? So just make a note of the date and the time. That's all you need. Go onto our website when new products arrive, and then you can watch a show, and it's effectively like a little craft along, and you can do what the presenters or guests are doing. All right, we're going to revisit. Oh, no, we're not revisiting. We haven't seen this yet. This is a bundle and a half. Scrapbooking bundle. Look at the amount that you are getting. For $9.99, you are saving £12. And here too. Let's start with, oh yeah, we love these. So the stickers, now you're getting 12 packs of stickers. An awful lot. They're premium, that sounds so shopping TV, but they genuinely are. You're looking at them, they've got the glossy finish to them, they're raised, so you've got that sort of puffiness to the stickers as well. So you imagine adding that's cool. You've got your alphabet, so creating names, sentiments, it could be happy birthdays or whatever you like, out of all the stickers. Lots of different colorways, lots of different designs going through. So when I say raised, these are beautifully domed stickers. I know there is a term for the stickers, and it's bugging me because actually Lottie from Mama Makes we were talking about stickers, and she was telling me, what were they? They're like 3D stickers, but look at these detail. Look at the detail rather in those. Those are really pretty. And again here, so the stickers alone are really cool. We like these. Oh yeah, wait for that. That's bold. Like that a lot. And then here, so awful lot of stickers. I haven't even shown you all of them. I've just shown the ones I could get my hands on. How many packs are we getting? It's 12 packs of our stickers. So awful lot of stickers in there too. And I do like the fact that there are different designs in there as well. So you're not kind of limited to the same kind of font and design. So we're getting all our stickers. And then, if I put this in, we've also got the template. Now that is a large 12 by 12 template. Again, you've got a lot of assets to work with. So we've got large, what I like about this, the size is important. So if you wanted to go for a large dramatic birthday card for someone who's 67, you're able to do it. You know, you can make that your feature, but then you've got all these other little elements too. So if you wanted to do, I was thinking like when my son was born, someone made us a beautiful gift and tapered it to the actual date, so you can put the date of someone's birth, maybe the weight, and all those other little elements. So lots to play around with here, or just create a background. You can absolutely do that. You've got a large storage wallet as well. That's cool. So, do you know what? I'd make that a project wallet. If paper crafting, or if you're a soft crafter too, imagine if you're cutting up a lot of fabric and putting everything for a pattern into one project. So it's just handy. Storage, you can never have enough storage. So that in itself, it's very, very cool. And it's the perfect size as well. It's to house your template if you want to put your template inside. And then down here, we've got some dried stems and leaves. So are they dried or are they, I'm not sure. I said dried. You know, we have to be precise here on Shopping TV. So I'm sorry, I can't confirm they're dried. They might be fake, but they look good. So you've got your leaves and your stems. I'll just stick with that because I don't know if they're natural or not. There we go. But you're going to get both of those. So you're getting your leaves and your stems too. All of that in one bundle. I like the leaves and the stems. I definitely be using those. Again, the storage wallet, it's cool. For me though, the stars of the show are these stickers. I think they're lovely, and you don't need to use a lot of those to have impact. So great bundle. If you do love your scrapbooking, this is definitely the one for you. 482130, your item number there. Right. Now we've got more for you as well on the show, and we try to ensure that we got we got something for everybody. So if you do want to get in touch, to see anything in more detail, please do. Julie Hickey, I know, is very, very busy, so we're just showing those. Nearly half the stock has gone for half the stock for Julie Hickey. We are busy for Julie Hickey. Do you know what? I'm not surprised, because Julie is such a lovely person. She's an incredible crafter, and she's got such a big fan base out there as well. Okay, so we got some bows for you as well. They're just behind me. I was trying to look really relaxed. This takes me back. So when I was a teenager, my late teens, I started off as a model. And this takes me back to like catalogue days. Standing there. Okay, so I wasn't a successful model. I was just a model. Let's have a look at these. These are, I was like, a hand model. So they're open at the bottom because they're traps. Go through, I'll hold these ones up. You've got all these beautiful bows, very easy to make, assorted colours. Now you're getting 10 large pull bows, assorted. Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and give them a go actually. Bear with me, I'm going to have to bend down and pick these up, the ones I dropped. Wait a second. Should we give it a go? Should we open up a pack? All right. Oh, the team want pink. All right, we'll do pink. We'll do pink. One of my favourite colours. So I've never made one of these. So we literally just pull it. Do that. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Wow. So I've never done one before. Instantly, the most beautiful bow. Ba 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 ba. Hey. Oh, I like these. So if you do want to go, that's pretty cool. I love that. And say all you do, I'll be honest with you, because we hadn't rehearsed that or prepped it, and that could have been when live TV goes wrong. But they're very simple to do. So you've just got that long cord. You're literally pulling the long cord, and there you go. So large birthday presents. You think about this. You can attach this to, if someone's lucky enough, a little one to maybe get a bike. You can put that on the front of a bike. Or whatever, a large box, TV, games console, well, you know, whatever. Some lucky people out there. You are getting within this. I mean, are you getting 10? Because there looks like there's more than 10 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there's 10. I think there's 10 packs. And each pack has 3. You're not getting 10. You're actually going to get 30. There we go. That makes more sense. So you will be getting 30. Well, no, if you put these anywhere. Should put this up there. So it's effectively 70 pence per bow. All right, I'll leave it. It wouldn't stay there. So £20.99 your price, saving £24.60 if you do want to go for the bows. 396 957 your item number there. Okay, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to tell you a little bit about I was playing with the bow. We're going to tell you a little bit about freedom, and then the fun will continue.
Have you heard of freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
So there we go, a little bit about freedom. So we are back spending some time with the incredible Julie Hickey. I love Julie Hickey, everyone does. She's a lovely person, but also an incredible crafter, and she brings us such beautiful designs as well. Price on this too, and with craft, it's that balance. You know, sometimes you see something, you love it. Sometimes you see something, you think the price is just too good to miss out on. I kind of feel that this is the best of both worlds, because the stamps are beautiful, and just having a look at the stamps alone, so there is an awful lot we can do with those stamps. Hand-drawn, lovely, lovely stamps that we're getting in here. I say hand-drawn, I've got to actually correct myself. I think they're hand-drawn. Obviously, we haven't got Julie here to corroborate that, but I'm pretty sure. But hey, look, they're beautifully inspired. They're, you know, lovely designs going through there. But then you've got your glossies with those too. So you're getting 80 pieces in there. I like the mix of bold colours, and then you've got the pastel colours in there as well. Glossies, it's amazing the difference. You know, and we've all been there. You're working on something and you're like, I don't know why, it just needs a finishing element. And you just don't know what it is. You're looking at it like, it just doesn't look finished. Add some glossies, they're real premium. Let me just show you where you can go with these fantastic stamps. Because if you wanted to make your birthday cards, think with flowers, and you can get imaginative. When we say about colouring these in, I love the glitter. They go, come on, look at that. That is a beautifully imagined card. Really like that. But then we can go from your card making to your mixed media. Ooh, love that. Now this is a combination, I think, of some of the flowers in our next Julie Hickey bundle as well. Or how about this is nice. I think this is an easel. Oh yeah. But you see, just adding some flowers makes a huge difference. It will go for anything in there. £10.97 is your price, saving £5. 463 634 your item number. Let me just see. Let me try and show you a few more. Oh yeah. Matt's coming up in the next hour. He's just destroying the place already. So you can see there we've got a lovely little white emboss with that too. £10.97 is your price. You're saving £5. 463 634 your item number. All right, now we've also got our fresh florals. What we know, is it still very even between the two? Yeah, okay. I would as well, genuinely. And when I say these, and I just want to, because I know we're shopping TV, but a lot of the time, and I'm sure the other presenters are the same, but if I kind of say, this is what I'll be doing at home, I genuinely, that's what I don't really feel I'm just doing it because it's a shopping TV channel. If I was sat at home, especially I know how good Julie Hickey's stamps are, I would be going for both personally, and that's just my humble opinion. But having a look here, so we've got more stamps that coordinate, actually a few, so you've got that similar design with the previous stamp sets, that would work very well, and then you've got this flower here too, and I was showing you that one, wait a second, I just wanted to show you, so, and that's a lovely flower, so you've got maybe inspirations like that, or like this, or maybe pulling it into the background. So, you know, you get an idea of this. £10.97 is your price, saving £5. 582238, your item number. I would be going for both, and there is actually a compelling reason to go for both, because if you haven't already done so, use your code WELCOME. That's it, that's the code, just WELCOME. And you can see it here, so it's our spend and save event. You spend £20, you save £5 when shopping either at Create and Craft or the craft store as well. Forgotten where I work. So there we go. So you can spend it either with our sister channel Create and Craft, or you can spend it here at the craft store. But the reason why I want to draw your attention to that, if you were to go for both Julie Hickey stamp sets with the glossies, you're over the £20 mark. I think it brings them down to about £16 and some change. $16.94. $16.94 for both sets and all the glossies as well. Let's say like 360 glossies. Come on, it's well worth it. Okay, there we go. Now, have we got an email in? Oh. I'll be honest now, Dawn, thank you. Because I admit it. It was a weak question this morning. I was at Interaction. It was weak. So asking you, what's your beverage of choice this morning? But Dawn has saved me, so thank you. And Dawn's saying that she's a tea drinker. Is it tea? Okay, thank you, Dawn. Diamond. Oh. No way, Diamond. Diamond's saying she starts her day with plain bottled water. Diamond, I would have had you down as a coffee drinker. And Diamond's saying that it has to be bottled because the water in Oklahoma is really hard. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, didn't know that. There we go. Diamond, learning. Thank you. So we're just saying, oh, well, no, well, Monica has emailed. Oh, is it Amanda? Sorry, Amanda. Organic raw cocoa powder in hot milk. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You guys are stars. Because that was a weak question from me, but we love talking to you guys at home. And actually, it is nice because you get to know. We want to know more about. I'm nosy. I want to know about viewers at home. Dave and Brig, I'm sure this fancy. Rotate between coffee, Earl Grey. This is what I was waiting for. Homemade ginger, cinnamon, and lemon. Did I get that right? That's incredible. That's our Dave and Brig as well. Dave and Brig. On a side note. Now, I'm a little bit disappointed because we had lockdown and everything going on. I haven't heard a tune from you guys in a while. And your tunes are epic. So is there anything coming up? Obviously, with the changes that are coming on here, are we going to get any more tunes? I'm just saying. I'm not trying to force you into it, but hey. Okay, so now we got our 7-day savers for you. By the way, thank you to everyone that emailed in. I really do appreciate it. I'll tell you why I do the questions, especially on Happy Hour, because I feel sorry for everyone at home having to hear me drone on for a whole hour. So it's always nice seeing your thoughts at home. So thank you. Okay, so let's have a look. What have we got here? Pink Frog again, 7-day savers. Oh, that's a tasty discount. So you're saving £17. Grey board, 2,000 microns. You're getting 20 sheets of A4. So here, 20 sheets of your grey board, great construction weight, $12.99. So think about this. At 20 sheets, that could be just 20 art boards. So mixed media, canvas boards, just gesso, get your embellishments on there, done. Or you know what you could do? You could get your, be very careful, but get your knives out, your craft knives, cut this out, and that could be maybe the support for your memory books, the covers for books or albums, whatever it might be. Just really good to have in your stash, some grey board, and at that kind of saving as well. So this is not one of our happy hours, it's a 7-day saver, and brand new 7-day savers launch tomorrow, so you haven't got long left to take advantage there. 961218, your item number. Okay, now we have some more for you. We got the super smooth, and let's see the price on this. Are we getting both the A4 and the A3? No, you're getting 40 sheets of the A3, and you're getting 80 sheets of the A4 for $16.98. That is a very good price. Super smooth. Let me just talk to you about the properties of the super smooth. So, super smooth. It's glassy. It's got a glass-like finish. So, you know, I was talking about the watercolor papers, saying having the right cardstock for the right job. If you're a stamper, if you ever struggled with stamping, odds are it's either your ink or it's your paper. And then there is the backup plan of going to your stamping platform. But having the right cardstock for stamping is just imperative. So with this, you're going to get a beautiful stamp, but with your Super Smooth, it does so much more. You can actually throw some water at it. It will hold up to the rigors of a little spritz. You can blend on it beautifully. You can die cut it. Being 300 GSM, there's your card blanks right there. So it's an awful lot of possibilities with a really good cardstock. This, so many viewers, and I think the biggest endorsement I can give you, Pink Frog and their Super Smooth, so many viewers go to cardstocks, and we do have favourites, and it happens. As crafters, you start working with the cardstock, you fall in love with it, like this is the cardstock I use, and so many of you do choose Pink Frog Super Smooth. So the possibilities with this, blend it, die cut it, stamp on it, it just works in so many different guises, and that is a good saving, £5 saving there. 462614, your item number. Okay, another 7-day saver for you. This is your craft organizer. And the thing with crafting is we need an organizer in our life. That's a great price. $9.99. All right, that would, you go into any, and it feels really well made. You go into any sort of department store and see something like this. Absolutely $24.99 all day long. But what would you be putting in this? You know, we've been talking about, I know it's a craft organizer, but we've been talking about beverages. How about having this in the kitchen, and you can have a selection of herbal teas, coffees. Okay? Not just restricted to your craft room. Obviously, in your craft room, it's got a good depth to it. So I would be storing my brushes in there, my little tools. You can also put all your other bits and bobs if you're a soft crafter. Perfect. So for your clips, rotary cutters, all those tool sets, all those little things that you just want to chuck in there and know you're not going to lose. $9.99 is your price. Very giftable as well. First thing that really jumped into my mind, and we are busy for this, this is a great gift. If you give that to somebody, and it is a better than half price saving, they would absolutely, and I mean this, think you spent $24.99 on it. So yeah, stock up, say birthdays, Mother's Day gifts going up. Yeah, all right, we are busy for this. 927-939, your item number if you want to pop that into your basket. Okay, now, memory box dies. Are they limited stock? Ooh. Okay, so we will be launching our brand new 7-day savers tomorrow. These might not last until tomorrow. Ooh, I'm not surprised when you see that saving. £21 saving. Oh yeah, $15.99 your price. Listen, you do not get dies of this quality, especially from Memory Box, for what you're looking at. What about £8 a die? Very good value for money, really is. Let me just show you here. Look at the size of that lattice die. Look at that. So, I mean, it's a good size, perfect background. So you start, and then do you know what I would be doing? Is trellising the flowers, or the leaves rather, trellising those beautiful leaves around and across the trellis. Oh, there we go. For lack of a better word, or the lattice. $15.99 is your price there. 291-836 your item number. Now these will be dispatched on the 7th of February because they are coming from America. So 7th of February, these will be dispatched. Let's say for Memory Box, that price, that is very, very, very good. Okay. So, glancing at, oh, wow, time has gone. We're going to go onto our brand new website. Let's have a look. So the website's been reimagined. Lots to discover. These are 7-day savers. Let's have a little nosy. What would you be popping into your basket? So there's a grey board. Rose is gone. They've sold it $2.99. Wow, no wonder they went. Then you've got Dolly Dimples. Fantastic Dolly Dimples. Great saving on that. Then we had the tidy, the craft tidy, which we've just seen live. So a lot to discover. And then we've got all our happy hours as well that we've been featuring. Now remember, everything you're seeing in front of you right now, the happy hour, the prices will be going up in about 4 minutes. So please don't miss out because the happy hours have been very, very busy. Okay, so I like the look of our new website. So website has been, it's a brand new website, totally rebuilt, so hopefully even easier to navigate and shop with. Right, Now, we're going to talk about Julie Hickey in the last few minutes of the show. It's been one of the stars of our show, and I am not surprised because Julie brings you such beautiful stamps. A lot of you, there are two different options here. So the set that you're seeing in front of me right now, and then we've got the set to the side of me. A lot of you have been buying both. I would absolutely be doing the same. So maybe get both sets. You're getting not only the stamps, and they're wonderful stamps, just screaming for colour. Whichever colour, alcohol markers, watercolours, or when I say screaming for colour, create your own backgrounds. Create a lovely little colour wash, maybe mop up some inks, and then just emboss or stamp on top of those. You are getting the glossies too with these, which is just a beautiful way to finish off and embellish any card. Can I just say a huge thank you to everyone joining me this morning, and thank you for your emails too. They mean a lot. I really do appreciate you emailing in. Right, the fun will not stop here because we got another fantastic hour just around the corner. So, we've got a one-day special up next, just in case, and it's going to be Matt and Mel there, so don't miss that. Afterwards, we've got Wow Embossing, and then we've got our flowers.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Hi, I'm Jo and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Very, very good morning to you. Thank you for watching. Hello, and welcome to a one-day special as well. My name's Matt, and if you've tuned into the Craft Store or the artist formerly known as Hochanda before that, maybe in the last year or 3, maybe you haven't seen my face around, so please do drop an email in and say hi, and also give Mel Heaton your support today for the one-day special, because we've got lovely Mel here doing the demonstrating for you. We have a clear Perspex screen in between us.
We do.
We shall therefore be communicating via telephone this morning. We are live with the one-day special, which is your chance for one day only to get a super deal on some amazing dies. Now, these are brought to you by the fantastic company Highlight Crafts, and Highlight Crafts have this amazing idea of what do you do? What do crafters do? What do we do when we need a card or we need a moment just in case? So we need to reach for that card or make a paper crafted item, whether it's featuring mermaids, cats, dogs, anything else that's featured along the show today, including unicorns and some wonderful wildlife, including a sloth. We've all got a favourite. You can buy the entire show, but what's the best way of personalising a card or a piece of paper crafting? You've got your alphabet there as well. So the uppercase, the lowercase, and also the numbers. And all of these die sets that we've got on the show for a one-day special only are available on a pick and mix. So you're picking and mixing your favourite 4. But it gets better. You'll pick and mix your favourite 4, but you'll only pay for 3 of them. That's why on the details on the screen, you can see your usual price would work out at $9.99 per die. And instead of paying $9.99 per die, you're only paying for 3 of them there at $29.97. So saving the cost on the one-day special of 1. And if you can't choose, there is the opportunity to get the full set at a really good saving. Oh, and it's also a Freedom Why Not price as well. So we all know about Freedom, joining Freedom, getting your delivery costs covered, getting the best prices, but it's a Freedom Why Not. So it cancels out and then some on your costs of joining Freedom. We'll talk about that in due course, but we must meet Mel Heaton. Mel, who brings us today's one-day special. How are you today, Mel?
I'm really well, thank you. It's very nice to be here. It's lovely.
And also yesterday, with the launch of the one-day special, the busy one.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we wanted to do with Highlight Crafts is bring you a range that you can dip in and out of. And if somebody says to you one day, can you make me a mermaid card? Or can you make me a farmyard card? Or can you make me a card for a 4-year-old with astronauts on? You've got something in your stash to be able to do that. You might not want to buy a whole collection of mermaids or a whole collection of unicorns. So what we've done is put the dies. So each die will come like this in its own packet, and all the images are on one plate. So it's a one-pass cut, which makes it really, really super simple to do. We also, within 24 hours of your purchase, will add one of these, one for each design that you purchase, into your account. So all you'll do is print this off on your home printer, and then print it to actual size so that the die will then fit perfectly over the top. You run it through your die cutting machine and you've got all your bits and pieces cut, which is fabulous. So if you're somebody that wants to make really professional looking cards, but you're not into your colouring in, you don't enjoy it for whatever reason, you've got this artwork for every single one of the dies. The other thing that we've done is brought you blank cases, so plastic cases that you can store all your dies in. So you'll end up with a long shelf full of dies that you can just pick and mix and go into and come out of, just in case you need them, which is great.
Oh, now that's wonderful. Thank you so much. And the best thing is, with this one-day special as well, you're not paying for one of those die sets as well. So they're busy, very, very busy on the main collection at the moment. That's everybody getting everything who gets the main collection today. And lovely to see that you've got the artwork, the professional artwork with each one. So the options are that you've got your numbers. There are 21 options in total. So at the moment, we've got 21 options to go, but we won't literally go through each one of them. We promise we'll show you some crafting and artwork in between times. So very quickly, just to give you a brief overview of the availability, you've got the numbers, and here they are. A very clear and open font here as well. You can see, you know, Mel, you've got perfect craftability here because, you know, for a 2-year-old, I could cut that in a lovely bright colour. Yep. But for a 42-year-old, I could go for a nice clean black and white or a drop shadow in silver. But across the ages, it's just a lovely basic number.
Yeah, absolutely, and quite a nice size as well. So the font is slightly smaller than the numbers because that depicts how old the person is that you're sending it to. So to personalise something is really, really super. And I think, you know, when you give your time to somebody by making them a card, the next best thing is to personalise it for them. And I love the fact that it's quite a generic font, so when you see the letters, they work perfectly with the numbers. It's not masculine, it's not particularly feminine, it's not for the older members, it's not for younger members. It's just a really nice generic font that you're going to use time and time and time again.
What I'll do there, Mel, because you referenced the actual font for the letters as well, is I'll just hold all 3, even though you're picking and mixing and it's one, or unless you're getting all of them, I'll just hold the uppercase, lowercase and numbers together, because as you quite rightly say, Mel, you know, you've got your uppercase, lowercase, and the numbers are just that slight bit bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you can cut them in one pass. So you could put all three of those onto your A4 cutting plate, run it through a piece of card, and you've got an uppercase, lowercase alphabet instantly. Or if you're somebody that's got a bit box, like most of us have with all our scraps of carding, just pull out the smallest pieces that you've got, put it over the letter that you want, and just pass it through your die cutting machine.
So wonderfully clear, both in the uppercase, the lowercase, and also the numbers as well. And if you can't read these ones from where you're sat right now, don't worry, you don't need to make another appointment to the opticians. As long as you can get down this low, you're fine. Down here is just for the young uns. About 30 years younger than I am, anyway. My daughter went to the optician the other day. They said, yes, she's better than 2020. I was like, grrr. Anyway, so you've got your choose 4 on the pick and mix, but you're only paying for 3 of them. So you could get the uppercase, lowercase and numbers there. And you could also then think, do you know what? For my one-day special, I could add in another one. And next up, we've got, as we move into our animals as well, we'll get to things like your sloth, your unicorn, everything like that. But here, first of all, we want to show you our jungle animals. Mel, are you surprised to hear that this has been one of the favourites?
No,
actually?
I love this, and I think, you know, if you're a scrapbooker or a journaler and you've taken the children to the zoo, obviously not in the last couple of years, but maybe previous to that, this is a great way of memorialising those memories and adding those embellishments in. Really easy to snip into if you want to decoupage them, so you could have the head of the elephant with the long trunk, you could put it on a little spring and have it so it's wobbling. Just a really, really fun set, but what I love is that you get all the extra little bits. So you get the foliage, you get the bamboo, you get the little sticks, so it's a really, really lovely collection to have.
Oh, that is wonderful, Mel. You're so inspirational. Yeah, straight away, you know what? We've got a lovely sample down here for it with your jungle animals, but, you know, you will never have cut so many acetate strips once you've bought this die collection here for your exploding box cards, for the bouncy bobbly cards that Mel was just talking about, and also Meg, our producer, just saying, you know, get a string of cotton or fishing wire and have an aperture card with that, with these wonderful jungle animals just swinging around in. I think that could be so much fun there for you. And now we've got the giraffes as well. Oh, and the artwork, Mel, it's hats off to the team, you know, bringing us at Highlight Crafts, bringing us just in case with the professional artwork here.
Yeah, we do artwork really, really well at Highlight Crafts, and we've kept them quite muted down so that you can add your brighter colours if you want to. So it could be for a grown-up, it could be for a child. There's a beautiful card that one of the amazing design team have done where it's introducing a new baby. So you've got the mummy and the daddy all wrapped together, and then they're both looking down at the little one. I love the fact that you've got the different poses and the different sizes. And then you've got your foliage and your flower in there. Again, facing in opposite directions, different sizes. How lovely is that?
Yes,
and then just personalised with the font itself. I think it's really, really sweet. It's a beautiful card.
Our designer here has embraced it exactly how you described, Mel, you know, with that lovely hugging scene there with the little baby giraffe.
Almost creates a heart, doesn't it? And then the little one in the middle. It's just lovely.
I just think that's so cute. Love it. Look, and you might not be paying for that one as well, because remember, these are on a pick and mix, buy 4, but only pay for 3 of them. Where does that happen usually? Yeah, buy 4, only pay for 3. And then we've got the sloth as well. You see, these are all going to evoke something. When my son cuddles me, he's 8 in a couple of days, but he's still small enough to like grip on, and he pretends he's a sloth, and I love that. So for me, I would be buying the sloth straight. I couldn't not buy the sloth. So there'll be particular ones that you go for. Mel, are there ones that just speak to you as well?
That one, that's my favourite. I love that one because the one at the bottom there, just led on the branch, that's me after Sunday dinner. I'm like that, full up, can't move, just need to be horizontal for a bit. Just, you know, it's that. But their faces on there are super cute. They're just smiley. You can't make a card with that without smiling back at them. It's just fabulous. And we made a card last night, so we'll go back and watch it on Rewind, because we made one where we used all the alphabets to evoke calm and sleep and relax and chill out, and it's just a really cute, just fabulous images. I love those.
It's gorgeous, that. And look, I should ask you about the angel policy as well, Mel, because make to sell wise, that, I know we're giving a little flash forward to the bunnies here with this particular sample, but that's valuable.
Absolutely. Complete open angel policy. So everything from making and selling for yourself, making and selling for charity, but also just die cutting the images and put them in a bag and sell those if that's what you want to do.
Oh my goodness, so loads of freedom with your angel policy then. That's our sloth. That may be one of your 4 that you're picking today, or if you've seen everything so far, the alphabet alphabet, the jungle animals, the giraffe, the sloth, and you're thinking, I can't choose, then there is a buy the whole collection option as well. And here are our farm birds too.
These are great, aren't they? And great for Easter as well, these, with the little chicks in there. And I love the little chick right at the top. It's got a really quirky face. It's like it's a little bit, you know, I'm important, look at me, I'm really tiny, but you need to know that I'm here. It's just fabulous. I love them. And this will be really nice to do a piece for your kitchen, maybe. You know, we also have sticker sheets on the show. So maybe you go out and you buy some really just blank tea, coffee and sugar canisters, and you cut these out as stickers and then die cut them and put them onto your accessories in your kitchen. I just think it's a really nice one. And again, if you're doing farmyard things for school, if you've been out to a petting zoo, something like that, or a farm, we have a fabulous one near us, then you can absolutely use these in your scrapbooking as well.
I've forgotten how long my nose was. I do apologise with leaning into shot when we're trying to, you know, it's these things that, you know, 3 years, has it grown in the last 3 years? I don't know.
Do you know something, Matt? Your nose never stops growing.
Is that true?
Absolutely.
I heard rumours. Is that, oh my goodness, I'm still
so by the time we're 90, we'll all look like Pinocchio, won't we?
That's marvellous.
It's true.
I do trust you, Mel. I believe you and I trust you.
Good, I'm really glad.
What was I thinking? Oh, yeah, there was something I was going to do, but I'll do it on the next one. We're looking at farm buildings now. Farm buildings. I was just going to mention about the cut-in and deboss detail on these, Mel, because, yes, we've got the artwork, but just, again, on the farm birds and on every single die set so far, if we wanted to colour them ourselves, there's enough detail there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I would just get one of our fine liners, go in and add the detail in with maybe a pale grey or a brown, and then colour in the colours that you want onto a watercolour card, onto your super smooth that you've just had in from Pink Frog, whatever you want to do with them. So if you are really arty and you love colouring, then this is perfect for you. But if you're a die cutter, maybe that you've only just discovered us, and you want to get yourself a little die cutting machine, you want to make some really cool cards, then absolutely this is the way to do it.
We love these. You know, for bathroom decor, for kitchen decor, I always say anywhere with a tap, you know, you're doing well with anything by the seaside, but that lovely, lovely windmill, there's a gorgeous windmill in the Isle of Wight as well in Bembridge that, you know, that's going to give another reason why we might choose certain ones of these, isn't it, Mel?
Absolutely. That's why we've done a pick and mix so that you can select the ones that you're really going to use.
Yeah, and then also the Buy the Show collection.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that would just be amazing, wouldn't it, for all that lot to drop through the letterbox. You'd have a whale of a time.
The choices that you'd have. This is the farm animals now, each with a pick and mix, so it's the same item number 961390 to order now. When you're picking and mixing 4, you'll be able to choose your favourite 4, but only pay for 3 today with your one-day special, available only now for today after launching last night. 961390, your item number to find it, with the farm animals now.
Yeah, it's great. I love that. And I love the way that you've got them facing in different directions, so you can really create a scene. In fact, that's what we're going to do in our first demonstration.
Let me show that here, just so you can see a scene that you're talking about with the different directions there, Mel. But also this beautiful card down here. So across the ages, you know, there's a real style here that you can embrace.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you want to cut them out in white, you absolutely can and colour them yourself.
Understood, and have some fun colouring because you've got the guide on there with the deboss and cut detail. That's your farm animals. And next we've got the cowboys. Now, Mel, at the beginning of the show you mentioned, you know, if you absolutely must have an astronaut very quickly for a little person's birthday card, all those themes that are about to come up, the cowboys, the dinosaurs and the astronauts, are just all superb, aren't they?
This is fabulous, isn't it? And it makes a really nice new baby card as well, because you've got that that little horse in there, and you've got the bow and arrow, but you've also got the little rocking horse in front of the wigwam, which I think is just lovely. And the signpost is perfect because you could put somebody's name on there if you wanted to.
It's great to personalise it. There's our cowboys. Remember, these are on a pick and mix, so buy 4 but pay for 3. Next is your space astronauts. Is called Interspace.
I love that one, and I love the fact that you get all the little stars, and that's why it's really important that we put all the images on one die, because if you had dies for all those little stars, it would take you forever to take them all down in place on the reflection, but also you would lose some of those dies. So it's really important that we've put them on one plate, so it's just one pass through your die cutting machine, super quick.
Wonderful stuff. We'll show some artwork for that one later on. These are the dinos now.
I love these.
Not a big favourite.
Which little boy doesn't love dinosaurs? My son was absolutely obsessed with dinosaurs when they were little. And again, if you've been to the Natural History Museum and you want to scrapbook it, that's perfect for that. But just have fun with it. They don't need to be complicated cards. We've got background pack that go with a lot of them. So it's just about having fun and get the children crafting as well. That's really important.
Very true. And then our fish, we were talking about bathroom decor, kitchen decor. This is going to be so handy for that.
Yeah, I love this. I think it's just a really cool extra image. If you love those famous movies with the fish in them, for swimming in both directions, just keep swimming. That's all you need to do. It's just fantastic, isn't it? But again, lots of detail in the die cuts. If you want to colour themselves, you absolutely can.
Love the references that you're making already, Mel. OK, so that's our lovely fish. And the next one, this is handy because, again, you're not allowed to take shells off a beach. So to be able to die cut them and colour them yourself. Or are you allowed to take them off a beach? I don't know if you are or you aren't. I don't know, but perhaps just in case if you're not allowed to take shells off a beach because you don't want to upset local law enforcement, then you can die cut them and you can colour them yourself.
You can, absolutely. And imagine if you've got like a tea light or a battery-operated candle, rather, a pillar candle. You could put those around and that could be in your bathroom. Seal it with something like Mod Podge or a varnish so that the steam doesn't affect the die cuts. But I think that's a really, really lovely one to have in your collection.
Beautiful. You can imagine the 3D glue, you can imagine the shaping, everything that you're talking about there, Mel. And then to couple it up with your sea life sets as well.
These.
The colours are just so ethereal.
I know. They are fabulous, aren't they? And it's got that really beautiful watercolour look to this. It's stunning. And I think this, you know, somebody's going through a tough time and you just want to send them a card that just says, just keep swimming. And I think that's a really lovely one. I love the turtle at the bottom. I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah, they're beautifully coloured here. And Meg, our producer, saying, yep, these on shrink plastic potentially as well.
Fabulous.
You know,
Absolutely.
You can imagine die cutting. And,
you can actually get
shrinking.
printable shrink plastic now. So you could put it through your printer and use the dies to cut it out. Just use a metal shim. If your die cutting machine's got a metal shim, because it's plastic and the cutting edge of a die isn't sharp. So just use a metal shim, that'll force it through that shrink plastic. But yeah, you absolutely can get printable now. It's really clever.
Oh, it's brilliant, brilliant idea to be able to make pendants in your own jewellery.
Yeah, I think Sizzix do it. Well, they do it. Sizzix do.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Speaking of which, if you've just tuned in, all of this artwork will drop into your account within 24 hours or so of you buying your one-day special. So when Mel talks about your printable shrink plastic, that's the imagery that will be on your account to then be able to print onto your professional printing paper or indeed onto your shrink plastic. And here are the bunnies as well. We've been talking about Easter, we've been talking about home decor, cute second birthday, third birthday cards here.
Yep.
I think this is going to be a perfect one.
Yeah, it's lovely. And maybe you make, you know, you buy the big tubs of the small little eggs at Easter. Maybe put some of those in a poly bag, make a little lovely header with a shaped die, and then put these bunnies on the top. Rather than, you know, massive loads of Easter eggs and chocolate, just lovely little gift bags to give out to the children.
Oh, thank you, Mel. Let me grab a few together at the same time. Here we can do dogs, cats, fairies and unicorns as well as mermaids. We've got them all. In fact, we'll do them back this way so that we stick in the same order that we were in. There we are. So we shall start with our unicorns very, very quickly here. Nice, bright artwork that we've got here for the unicorns. You've been talking about the angel policy, Mel, with making to sell. I think the unicorns and fairies are both going to team up. Let me put them this way. Imagine those on a child's wall, in a nursery, in a bedroom.
Absolutely, on a mirror, on the wardrobes, if you've got the sticker sheets, just fabulous. My little granddaughter would love those. Unicorns, she calls them. Unicorn. It's a unicorn, Nana.
Ha 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 ha. You see, we've all got our own story and our own reasons why we'd be going for certain ones. Let me hold them this way for you with your dogs and cats. As a nation of dog and cat lovers, we've all got our pets, or we know people with pets, with the make to sell angel policy as well. I think these will be perfect. And then the last one, Mel, here is our mermaids.
Yeah, I love the mermaids. I love the colours in them. I think they're just fabulous. Add your glitters on, add your glazes on, drop a little bit of shimmer in there if that's what you want to do. Just fabulous.
Well, of course, you're not paying for one of them, so the mermaids could be the one that you're not paying for on the pick and mix. Picking and mixing your favourite 4, if you can choose your favourite 4, and only pay for 3 on the one-day special. So $9.99 saving on your one-day special, and you're getting them all for $29.97 instead of the price on screen of $39.96. If you can't choose and you want it all, then you can get all of the dies. Remember, the artwork's going to drop into your account within 24 hours or so of buying the one-day special or any of the dies in it. If you can't choose your favourites, then it's actually a Freedom Why Not deal, because including your postage and the money that you save, it covers your cost of joining Freedom for the 12 months. So a Freedom Why Not deal, and with your Flexi Freedom, you can spread the cost at $38.20 across 3 payments. Plus, there's the spend and save as well, so you can have a little look across both websites as well, creatingcraft.com and thecraftstore.com. All you need to do is type in the code WELCOME, and that's the full collection there, 904078, to order the full collection of all of your 21 die sets. Phenomenal stuff. And also, of course, you can spread the cost on anything with the Flextravaganza event at the moment. Anything in your basket over £1, you can go Flexi on. But of course, that's going to be Flexi because you've got the whole thing. And you'll be a Freedom member if you weren't already a Freedom member before that. Don't forget the whole just-in-case idea with the cases as well. Shall I grab those actually here? There we go. Thank you very much, Lewis. Lewis is floor managing at the moment. And we've got the storage here. Mel, they've come in packs of 10.
Yes, they do.
And we've got 21 die sets.
Yes, I would put the uppercase and lowercase alphabet in one. Because then it makes sense. That makes sense because you're probably going to use both together. But we wanted to bring you just blank cases so that you can put them in, and you can end it with a shelf, so instantly you can see what's inside it. So when you receive your die, it comes in a packet with an image. Take it out of the packet, pop it into the CD case with a magnetic shim or not, depending on what you want to do. And then the polythene bag that the die comes in, put all your die cuts in there. So maybe one day you're not inspired to do anything and you just want to do a load of cutting, which is exactly what I do. Every time I get a new die collection, I just do loads of cuts and then put them in the poly bag with the die in the case with the label. Job done. And it will keep everything in its place and really easy to just grab just in case you need to make a quick card.
So clever the way you described it. You know, you've got your magnetic storage in there, you cut it down to size, and you might, you know, depending on how you store your dies at home, if you're lucky enough to have those magnetic sheets already, just trim them down, pop them in. And I love the idea of having your die cuts and your artwork ready there with the die itself. And as Mel's already said a couple of times, it's a single die that you're getting, whether it's the uppercase, lowercase, or any of the artwork or pictures there. It's each one is a single die, but it will give several die cuts. And Mel, what do you want to show us then now?
So just because I'm very new to your family here at the craft store, I'd like to just show you the reflection and how it works with the die. I know I'm teaching my grandma to suck eggs, I know that. But it's always worth just showing you. So as I said earlier, you will get the die, and the die comes as one plate like that. So you've got the 3 different dogs in different poses, you've got the dog food, you've got the little ring toy, and you've got the bone on there as well. There's also this little bit here called that says just in case. That's just a manufacturer's thing. If you want to take that off, you absolutely can. But what I do is just use it as a guide as to which way around the die goes, because it's there on your artwork. And you're just going to position the die over the artwork so you don't see any of the colour. You'll get a little bit round here, but actually the main element, you can't see any of that image now. And then just tape it in place. Don't risk putting it through without tape, especially if your die cutting machine doesn't have a magnetic sheet, because you don't want that die to move as it's going through. So tape it in place in a couple of places, and don't go in with little teeny tiny pieces of tape. Just put nice big long pieces on, because then you can take the whole thing off, put it on the next one, and just carry on. And then it's one pass through your die cutting machine. So we've got the Cricut Creations on today, but even if you've got an A5 machine, they will all fit through that. And it's just a really quick, simple way of getting all the boring bit done so that you can then get on and do the really fun bit, which is creating your projects with it. So I just wanted to show you really quickly how that worked, because I know that a lot of you are new to the artwork that we bring you from Highlight Crafts. So it's always worth just reminding people. So I'm just going to take this off here now. Let's just release that, and you can see, I mean, look how easily that's cut. That's the quality of the dies, the quality of the release coating that we have on our dies as well, and it just makes it super simple. You're not going in with a pair of tweezers or a pokey tool trying to get everything out. They literally drop out just like that. It's super, super simple to do. And you've got all the 3 different poses. I love that one. So you could have that one with the ball on his nose like that. You could have this one wandering around with the bone in his mouth. We've thought about all the different implications that you might want to use. So let's jump into a card now, and I'm actually going to use 3 sets here. So I'm going to use the farmyard, and I'm going to use the animals, and so we've got the the chickens and the roosters and the swans and the ducks, and then we've got the farmyard animals as well. I'm also going to use the alphabet to personalise it. Now, I think if you're going to make a birthday card for a little one, make a big birthday card, because they'll love that. Personalise it. That's even better. So all I've done is made my own card blank. If you're thinking, well, I won't get that in an envelope. No, you won't. You can make a box, or you can make your own envelope. I don't like being restricted when I'm being creative by the size of an envelope. I don't like that because it stifles my creativity. Whatever suits you, you can make this smaller if you wanted to and just scale it back. But personally, I think it's because I come from a scrapbook background. I'm so used to having a lot of space to play with and create on that smaller cards, yeah, I'm a bit like, I can make them and I enjoy them, but I like it when I've got this long area to fill. And because we are creating a scene, I want to bring it right the way through the card. So it's nice to have all these different layers instantly. This is completely flat, but you've instantly got your background, your midground and your foreground. So I thought what we'd do is start just by popping maybe a couple of windmills on here like this. So I'm going to lay it out before I glue everything together, but I'm happy with the positioning of that. So I know that that's where I want my windmills to be. Little bit of glue on the back, just a dot here and there on the actual sails of the windmill itself. And I'm going to pop one there, and then I'm going to pop another one in front of it. So again, it's creating that perspective. It looks really cool. Rather than just putting them all in a straight line, it's nice to build that composition up so you have got depth and dimension. So we're going to do that there, making sure that that sail is going behind, because that makes sense. And then we've got our fences. So I'm going to start putting some fences in now. So we're creating the foreground now, bringing the image forward. I'm just going to pop these a little bit further down like this. So we're going to build up our little fences across here like that. We might just have one random one over there. Could be a little gate going through the field. So let's just quickly stick these down as well.
Just looking at that background you're working with, Mel,
fabulous.
you know, so useful to have the just-in-case paper collection.
Absolutely.
Because it's not just papers, it's actual wonderful
vellum as well.
printed designs with vellum.
Yeah.
So yeah, 200 GSM, 2 of each of these wonderful scenes on 200 GSM cardstock, but then 1 of each on your vellum.
And your vellum as well.
And if you're new to crafting, thinking, what's vellum? Vellum is this wonderful parchment, printed parchment, where you can get the sort of more frosted version, because that's not the side it's printed on, but then the stronger print on the other. Lovely images here. And I guess, Mel, you know, half the fun of it is having the artwork and ready to go. The other half of it is being able to make these quickly and make them, you know, if you're making to sell, you're making something that's valuable and really looks good.
Absolutely. I mean, you can, without a shadow of a doubt, build your own compositions and create your own backgrounds. We did one last night where we just literally cut a little piece, something that looked like a row of clouds out of a piece of card and used it with ink. So you can absolutely do that. But if you're somebody that just wants a fabulous background to start with, then absolutely this is the way to go, because it sets the scene. It makes it super, super simple to just set that scene, to do what you want to do, to make the cards that you want to be the maker that the best that you can be. And it just helps set that scene. And you know what? It's funny because I was always, I absolutely love paper and card. I am totally and utterly addicted to it. I have drawers of it. I take it out occasionally, I sniff it, and then I put it back in the drawer. Because sometimes it's too beautiful to use. But because you're getting 2 of each on card and 1 on vellum, you can absolutely go ahead and use it, and it's not going to run out straight away.
Beautifully made. It's working out at 62p a sheet for that
That's
quality
great.
of printing.
Absolutely.
And especially if you're making to give, you know, I mean, for wall art, that A4 size is perfect to make a frame for and create a beautiful, beautiful design, or maybe, you know, get your Mod Podge and maybe put it onto a canvas or something like that. Perfect idea.
Right, so I've got my little village going on here with the windmills in the background and the little houses at the front, and now we're going to add our characters in. So I'm going to put this fabulous duck in here. I think it's just lovely. Look at this. How fabulous is that? I love it. It's so cool, and this is where you can start to add in your 3D foam if you want. So I'm going to put a little bit of foam on the back of some of these, and this is going to add your depth and dimension. However, if you're somebody that is very conscious of postage, when you go to the post office and they tell you the price of a stamp, which still blows my mind because they were like a penny when I was little.
We should have invested, shouldn't we, back
unbelievable.
then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Books of them.
Then you can put it flat, and because you've got those different layers that you've built up, you still have that perspective, that depth and dimension that we're creating without using lots of foam. But it's entirely up to you. You craft with this the way that you want to craft with it. It's your product, it's your design, it's your creativity. We just give you the tools to be able to do that to the best of your ability. Then we're going to we'll pop the sheep down here, because I love that sheep. You can't have a farmyard scene without a sheep, can you? I love them. They're just fabulous. Where I live, we look out over fields at the back, and there's always sheep on the back. Oh. Yeah, we've actually got 2 deer on there at the moment.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
You've got to be really quick to spot them, because the grasses at the back are really high.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's lovely. It's really lovely to see them when they appear. Told Alice it's Rudolph.
Oh, Rudolph.
I know.
There's Rudolph over there, yeah, on a day off.
Absolutely. She was just like,
sweet?
yeah, super excited. Imagine that. You go out in the back garden and you tell your little granddaughter that Rudolph's just disappeared down the road. It's very funny.
And deer are they're such lovely creatures,
beautiful.
aren't they? So,
Absolutely beautiful.
That's a rare moment when you see a creature or a piece of wildlife and you think, yeah, it just stops you in your tracks.
I know.
It's just majestic. Just
Yeah,
magical,
absolutely lovely. And the faces are so gentle, aren't they? Their eyes are really gentle. So now what I'm doing is just adding in 1 or 2 of these little chicks. And that little cheeky one that I talked about earlier on, that's going to go on the top of here. Just put a little bit of glue underneath the little feet there. I'm going to have them sat right at the top like that. Thinks he's a rooster, which is great. So let's pop these little ones down here like this. Then let's put some of these little strawberries in here as well. Actually, let's have another little chick. See if we've got another one. Another cheeky little one there, sat on the top of that post there. So you can see how easy and quick it is to build up an image, but really effective and something a little bit different. You know, not lacy, not grown-up scenes, just something fabulous to craft with the children, you know. And if you make and sell this kind of thing on your stand, you know, the children are going to be attracted to it, the parents are going to love it. It's perfect for grandmas, for granddads, for mums, sisters, aunties, uncles, all those different people that we send our cards to. And I'm just going to add a little bit of colour in just by adding these little strawberries in, the little strawberry plants at the bottom.
Mel, you make such a good point there. When I think about what I've got at home in the craft room and what I've got to craft with, I wonder if it's the same as what a lot of folk have got at home. You know, I've got quite a few Art Deco designs.
Yes.
I've got quite a few lacy borders. I've got the, you know, the border dies, the base dies, you know, we've even got them on the show today, the basic circles and the
Absolutely.
ovals. You know, you do need those.
Yes, you do.
But at the same time, if you want to include the family, if you want to use colour, if you want to work with different things on it, you know, put the flowers to one side for a moment and create a lovely landscape of wildlife.
Absolutely.
You're proving how much fun that is.
You can do that. So now I'm just going to add the happy on, because I'd already done the birthday, because I didn't want you to sit there and have to watch me put all the letters on, because that would have been really boring. And I'm new to you guys, so I didn't want that first impression to be, oh, she just sticks stuff down all the time.
First impressions are wonderful, Mel.
Right, so I'm going to stick happy on there now, so I'm going to put a little bit of glue on the back of my hand. I apologise if you don't like people doing this, but for me it's the easiest way, and I can't cope with it when we put it on a glass mat, because if you don't clean it, it literally sets rock hard and you can't get it off. So it's a bit of a bugbear of mine, is that. I don't like it. It drives me bonkers.
Well, we've all got our ways. And,
absolutely.
You know,
just remember to peel the excess off before you go out shopping. That's all I'm going to say to you. Because one poor lady in one of the supermarkets once nearly had a fit when I started peeling it off the back of my hand, because she thought it was my skin. I was like, oh no, I forgot to take the glue off. Yeah, she wasn't. She kept looking at me really strangely. It's like, why is she looking at me like that? And I realised she wouldn't have done it.
Aisle number 8, please.
Can we remove this lady from our supermarket, please? Right. And then we've got the happy there, and that then is your card done. But how fabulous is that?
So
and that
fun.
backing paper just sets that scene, doesn't it? It really gives you the joy of being creative without having to overthink too much and get, you know, lose that crafty mojo because you don't know where to start.
Oh, that is, you've spoken beautifully, Mel. You're right. It gives you that starting point. It gives you that blank canvas. The paper collection and the vellums that we showed give you your backgrounds, and then you're just composing. You're having fun in giving that composition, and you've created a phenomenal amount of dimension on a card that you could just, as you said earlier, post very, very easily.
Absolutely.
Post flat. and save on the postage at the same time. Question is, how's somebody going to feel when they open that? I think lifted.
Do you know what? Even if you don't put happy birthday on, if you just leave it blank, they can put it on the windowsill in their room, and they're gonna look at that every day, aren't they? It's lovely, really lovely, and your card will stand out from everybody else's.
Indeed it will. Indeed it will. You shall smile to yourself.
Yes, you will. A little bit smug.
Proudly, yeah, proudly and smugly. Oh, we love it. Look, everything on the one day special, it's so difficult to choose, but one of the favourite sets is the dinosaurs set. So I've got one of the samples here, and another one of my favourites of the astronauts as well. Being very selfish, just showing favourites today. How awesome. But how awesome for Grandad to be able to receive this. And then we've got the lovely Under the Sea with the fish available as well. And then look at this. What a great use. This has to win the Craft Award for best use of glitter card or spray and sparkle or whatever it is that you use with your shimmer pens maybe. You know, that is just fantastic. So let's just go through the display boards to show you what you're getting here, whether it's dinosaurs, whether it's the astronauts or otherwise. But also, I've lost my protective device here now. Let me just, there we go. My protective device is my cards I can hide behind. Well, I'm feeling a bit vulnerable. There we go. I've got a perspex sheet between me and Mel this morning. There we are. We have got your alphabet, uppercase and lowercase, and numbers. These are going to be the classics that you get. If you're a crafter and you want to be able to personalise something, then they are your staple. Uppercase, lowercase, and the numbers are slightly bigger, as Mel pointed out earlier on, because you want that date to stand out or age to stand out. And then you've got your ordinals down here. You then continue with your different designs with the wonderful jungle animals here, with your panda, the monkey or chimpanzee, and then the gorgeously sweet elephant. Notice how you've got your cut in or deboss detail in all of these as well. And are you going for the full collection? Well, details for it are on the screen at the moment. Or most people are going for that full collection at the moment today. And of course you could save, this is the sloth now, you could save an extra £5 today when you shop and you use the code WELCOME. You could push that price of your main collection down even further to £109.61p, and then on your Flexi Buy as well, spread the cost with your Flexi Freedom as a Freedom member at just 3 payments of £38.20. So have you just tuned in? You can get all of them, and your item number is on the top of the screen, 904078. However, you can still choose your favourite 4, but only pay for 3 of them. Details for that on the Pick and Mix are at the bottom of the screen. And usually Pick and Mix means lots of sugar and lots of sweeties, doesn't it? But here it's going to mean a lot of crafting. 961390 to order. You'll notice on your Pick and Mix price, with your lovely farm animals there, it's £29.97. You're only paying for 3 of the sets of those. I say sets, you're looking at single dies here that will give you multiple die cuts. So I've just held up the Cowboys one there for you so that you can see the die cuts are here, but the actual die that you die cut them from is a single piece of steel. So 1 die, multiple die cuts. And the artwork here, these haven't been laboured over by the design team in terms of colouring each individual one. That's your interspace. These are created using artwork that you will be able to use. You'll be able to access this artwork from your accounts. That's the dinos, and this now is your fish. But yeah, the artwork will drop into your account, so you'll be able to have that downloaded onto your device at home and print it how you want, when you want, on your professional printing paper. We've got some of that on the show, by the way. These are your shells. And then here with the fish that we saw earlier on, this one's called Sea Life. So just to eliminate any confusion, that one's called Fish. And that one's Sea Life with your dolphin on it, as well as the shells. And then you've got your bunny rabbits here with your bunnies, and then the cats and dogs. It's raining cats and dogs. No, it's not. But there you go with your cats and dogs, with anybody with a little puppy out there or a kitten at home. And then a unicorn. I've yet to see a real-life unicorn. They move so quickly. Mel, have you ever seen one?
No, so my little granddaughter Alice is 6. You'll probably learn a lot about Alice because she introduces herself as, my name's Alice Rose Heaton and I'm a crafter. And she's 6. And it's so cute. So this year I said to her, what do you want for Christmas? She said, I want a car that flies in space. I went, yeah, Alice, that might be a bit difficult. She went, yeah, you said that last year when I asked you for a real life unicorn. I went, well, yeah, that was a difficult one too. It's just lovely listening to a little imagination. But yeah, I mean, yeah, they do move incredibly fast. Yeah, they do.
One
It's
day
like,
I'll see one. One day
we'll see one.
witness it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the trail, usually you just see a trail of glitter and that's it, don't you? And then the fairies, same thing. I think I saw a fairy once, but it's so small, it's just like a tiny speck at the end of the garden. And then mermaids too here, gorgeously drawn. These are perfect if you're making home decor, anything in terms of birthday cards, wall hangings, door hangings, anything like that. All occasions are covered, all rooms are covered as well with themes if you're making to sell. You know, you've got your shells, sea life and fish for the bathroom and for maybe the rooms that you're maybe decorating potentially and making to sell and potentially selling these on and offline. You can just create kits if you like as well. There's no need to go crafting and finish absolutely everything. You could just put a little kit together and sell that as well. It's such a generous angel policy from Highlight Crafts. The complete collection is so busy. We know we're not very good at making decisions, and we know things like the complete collection helps eliminate decision making. We want it all. A third of the stock has gone on the one-day special for the big collection of everything. In fact, that's what most people are going for right now. If you're thinking, oh, how decadent, I must be the only one, surely. Everyone else is picking and mixing. I'm the only one being naughty, getting all of them. No, most people are getting everything today because it's such good value and such a great saving. It's so great on the saving. It's a freedom why not deal with your postage covered, and it's just at $38.20 on your flexi buy across 3 payments here at the Craft Store live this Saturday morning on the 29th of January with today's one-day special. If you're getting it all, you do need somewhere to store it, so just in case, you'd need a case or cases to put these die sets into, and you've got the 10 cases here, the CD cases. They look really neat, actually.
I know, it's very smart, isn't it? And I love the fact that you've got that little strip that goes down the side, so you'll see instantly which is which. But it takes up such a small amount of space, and it keeps everything in one place. So open your case, put a magnetic sheet in if you want to, or not. It really doesn't matter. Put your die inside there, take the image that comes with your die and put it in the front, and then take the poly bag, the cello bag that the die comes in, and put your die cuts in. So everything is stored in one case, just in case someone says to you, can you make me a last minute card, and you've got half an hour to put one together. You've got everything that you need in there ready to go. And also, if you're doing lots of cutting and you're just going through a day and you just want to make some compositions, maybe take a little photograph, print it off as a thumbnail, put it in there so you've got your ideas in there, because you'll fit that plenty in that case. But I think it looks really professional, and what a great way to store your dies so that they're off your craft desk. You've got plenty of space to be creative, and then when you need them, you can just grab them really quickly.
They do look great. So if you're doing the pick and mix and you're buying 4 today but only paying for 3, then you've got maybe 6 of your boxes still spare. But if you're going for the whole complete collection today, go for 2 sets of 10 and then put the uppercase and lowercase in one box, but you've got it all ready to go as well. And no plants were harmed in the demonstration of those CD cases, so it's all right. So everything's fine and dandy. And so, lovely to see you this morning. Thank you very much for tuning in live at the Craft Store. Mel, what would you like to show us next?
So, I believe the dinosaurs are very popular, and I don't blame you, because if you've got little boys, or even little girls, because my Alice is all over dinosaurs, then that's fabulous. So all I've done is taken a piece of the A4 paper, and how fabulous is that scene already? And I've used the font, so I've used the uppercase and the lowercase to create the sentiment, "You are awesome." Now you'll notice that I've made the U in capitals, because it's "You are awesome." It's the loudest letter, if you like, because "you're awesome" is great, but "you are awesome" is a completely different sentiment. So think about that when you're using your fonts. I've got to think about fonts, and I like to use them to create, to match with the theme and the mood of the image. So we've got "You are awesome" at the top, and all I've done is scored it. So I scored it at the bottom because I knew that when I folded this up, the tops of these trees then become the bushes at the side, and I just then divided, so I scored right through there, and then I divided this distance by 4 and scored at each line. So it creates a stepper like that that's going to come out, but it needs something to stand on. So I measured this part here and then made a card for that to go onto. So just 2 pieces of card joined together with a tab there, just some wet glue, joined it together. I'm going to stick that behind there so we're ready to go, and then we can decorate it up. So just a bit of glue around the outside edges. When you're sticking a piece of paper onto a card base, make sure you go right to the edges, because you don't want it peeling back, especially when little hands are going to handle it. So if you're doing something that's kinetic, that's got movement in it, make sure that it's stuck down perfectly, because it will be used a lot. So I'm just going to pop that into place there, like so, and just have that. So no white edge, just straight into the picture there. So now we can start to put our scene together. So I would go for the tallest dinosaurs at the back, like this, because then they create that height. So because you're working with a tall card, a card that's taller rather than wider, you're going to create that height with your dinosaurs there. And then we could have another one at the front as well, but let's build the rest of the scene first. I think then just check when you're putting these down that you're not losing too much of the dinosaur like you are there. And if you are, then you know that you want to bring those to the front. So think about the scale of the die cut that you're using and use it in a position where you get the best effect out of it, where you can actually see it. We're going to have this grounded because it's got some little pebbles round its feet, so we're going to have that one there, and then we might have another one just mooching along at the front like this, just following each other, looking for food, checking out where the plants are, what they can eat, and what the friends are up to as well. So I'm going to pop that on there. I mean, this would just be fabulous, wouldn't it? I know Stephanie, her little grandson was 8 the other week, or 7 I think, actually, 7 the other week, and she did a whole dinosaur party for him, and it was just fabulous. And you know what, it's memories like that that the children will remember when their mums and dads, well, I remember my mum always used to do, my birthday's in the middle of July, and obviously one of the hottest months of the year, and she always used to put a bar of chocolate in the freezer for a day before the party, and then she would make it, we'd have a party in the back garden, and you had a dice and you had to throw it, and every time you got a 6 you had to put gloves, a scarf and a hat on and try and cut this frozen block of chocolate with the knife and fork. And it was in the middle of July. I will never forget that, but it was just fabulous. We were especially in 1976, we were absolutely sweltering.
Oh, yeah, that was a hot one,
that
yeah.
year. Yeah, and I had chicken pox that year.
Oh,
the worst
what a
year
year
to
to
ever
get
have
it.
chicken pox was 1976, and I remember sitting outside the front of the house watching my mum and dad do the garden, covered head to toe in calamine lotion. I looked like Mr. Blobby, was just covered
Mr.
in
Blobby,
pink.
yeah,
It
any
was
other
just
year.
amazing.
Not 76.
Not 76, I know,
75
right?
or 77,
Yeah.
but not 76. That
I
was
tell you
so
what, we don't
hot.
get summers like that anymore, do we?
We don't.
But we don't get winters where you've got 8-foot snow either.
No, that's true. That's true. Winter
was
of
a thing.
82 was a big one.
That was definitely a thing, that. Right, so I'm going to pop these little eggs down here, so they're looking after their little eggs, waiting for the new little dinosaurs to arrive. How much fun is this?
Are those your squeezy tweezers as well?
These are my
then,
squeezy tweezers,
Oh, I
absolutely.
like those. Or reverse tweezers. Should I use the
Reverse
official name?
tweezers.
Reverse tweezers.
Reverse tweezers, Matt. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if you read the website, you read the description on the website, they're called reverse tweezers.
They
but
are
I'm
reverse
calling them
tweezers.
Squeezy tweezers.
Because normally you would pick something up and squeeze it to keep hold of it. With these, I love these because I have problems sometimes with my hands.
Yeah.
But these now, I can hold this, I can put my glue on it, and I'm not squeezing at all. I love reverse tweezers. I never ever used tweezers until I discovered these.
No,
and
I've
now
never
I
gone
use
back.
them all the time. I
never
love
gone
them.
back. So in their resting position, they're gripping onto what they're
Yes,
holding, so you don't have to grip
absolutely.
it yourself, which is absolutely perfect. And then you also get the craft knife as well, with the beautiful shaped handle on it, ergonomically designed. That blade can then swap out, and it does come with spare blades as well here in your toolkit. So you do get 5 blades in total with this. Your item number to get your tools is 239166. To order now, it's £17.99 at the craft store.
You also get a couple of embossing tools in there as well, and I think you get a piercing tool. But you do get a piercing tool. Yeah, you do. So it's a really it's like 3 or 4 in one. It's a really good, and it's a really good blade as well, because there's nothing more dangerous than a blunt knife.
No, you need the sharper the safer.
Absolutely.
It is in
And then
all
I've
those
just got the number 7, so I'm just going to pop that right in the middle of that volcano right there. And then we've got our birthday card for our 7-year-old little boy or little girl. And we're just going to pop that in the middle of there, like so, and that's your card done. And then when you turn it round and stand it up, you've got the steps there with your dinosaurs on, creating that perspective again, but then you've got a proper card blank that will allow that to stand up and somewhere to put your message inside.
Oh, Mel, you've made something else amazing this morning as well.
But it's so easy.
Yeah,
That's the thing. If you're a brand new crafter, or if you just want something, so maybe you make and sell for yourself or for charity or whatever it is you do, or you love crafting with your children or your grandchildren, this is a perfect selection because you can have the backing papers, you can have as many or as few dies as you want, and on the 3 for 4, 3 for 4? 4 for 3.
4 for 3,
I always get that the wrong way around. Always get that the wrong way around. And then just get creative, but you can see how simple it is. I promised myself when I was doing these shows that I wouldn't use anything else apart from plain cardstock and nesting dies, so circles, squares, ovals and rectangles, because I wanted to show you how simple it is to create fabulous cards.
Thank you, Mel. And also referencing the basic shapes there with your fundamentals, with your circles, ovals, squares and rectangles. Yes, so you could take your A4 sheets that you've got in the scenes, they're in the paper kit volume 1, and you could cut down, you could just choose an element, choose the volcano, choose the sky, choose the field or the under the sea scene, maybe from that paper kit, and just choose one of them. The order I've got them in for you on the pick and mix is circle, oval, rectangle, then square that we'll look at. Circle, oval, rectangle, then square. But first of all, the circle here, that's pretty much a visual representation of exactly what you're getting, because these are the exact dies themselves. So perfect, even just for cutting out like a moon or a sun, and then go slightly bigger for cutting out a topper, maybe for a sentiment, slightly bigger still for a frame, and then slightly bigger still for an aperture, or even a card blank, a circular card that you could make using that. So looking at that, you've got all of those circles, you've also got all of your ovals, and you're picking and mixing and choosing 2 normal price, $45.98. Picking and mixing, saving £16 today. So picking them up for $29.98. That's phenomenal, with a third off the original price. That's your rectangles now. These are classic. Imagine that with a banner sentiment, potentially. Trim into the sides, maybe, fold it in half and trim a little corner off it, and you've made an actual banner, like a flag. But that, with a stamped sentiment in it, or a rectangular card blank, you are well away. And then the same thing with your squares, with apertures, with creating your own faux canvases. You have got choices galore once you've got your basics here, your fundamental dies from Highlight Crafts on your pick and mix there. Ovals, squares, circles and rectangles. And have a look at the website, because it is all on there. 433295 to order on the web. You'll see your fundamental dies, you'll see the paper kit that we've been talking about, $14.99 for that. And then of course there's the pure print paper. That's available in 3 different weights of GSM, 140, 250 and 300. You've got your vellum there as well, and then everything else that we've shown you on the programme, including your Craft Master. Imagine how in control you'll feel when you've got those, your Craft Master toolkit, including your embossing tools and your craft knife and otherwise. All of that is on the website, including your one-day special, which is a pick and mix. You'll choose your favourite 4, but only pay for 3, or if you can't choose, get them all today with an extra £5 off if you're using your welcome code as well. You'll find out more information on the website, thecraftstore.com. Mel, you've shown us some beautiful things today already, and we've got the luxury of the time as well to be able to demonstrate.
I love having an hour. It's amazing. It just makes such a difference to what we can show you on air. So
yeah, I looked up at the clock at 22 and I was like, what a relief.
I know, we've got another 20 minutes. It's so exciting, isn't it? So, all
Sorry,
I've done...
that was a bit political.
No, it's fine. We're all just one big happy family now, aren't we? Which is great. So I cut a piece of card that was 5.5 inches wide by 11 inches long, and then I scored it in the middle, and then I scored the top bit in the middle as well. So you've got those 3 sections. Then I cut out Top Dog 5 times, because I thought this would be a really good Father's Day card, and I wanted to bring something different to the table, not just thinking, oh, it's for people who've got dogs. It could be a completely different meaning behind it as well.
It's a good take on it, that.
Yeah, well, you could make a little rosette, couldn't you, out of one of the papers and put one of the dogs on and make this whole like badge thing going on for Father's Day.
Mel, you're inspiring, because you're making me think of the shells now for a new home card.
Yeah,
or something.
absolutely,
yeah,
without a doubt. So yeah, you could have Don't Be So Shellfish.
Yeah, Don't Be so shellfish. Brilliant.
Oh dear,
Brilliant.
just a reminder, behave
Brilliant.
yourself and don't be so shellfish. Right, so now what I've done is I've stuck with the same colours. And the reason I've gone for these colours, look, is because we've got that beautiful teal in the dog bowl, and we've got that lovely soft peach in there, but we've also got this deeper, darker coral, which I'm going to bring in as well. So we're going to make a reverse easel card here, and all I've done is just stuck these together, and I'm now just positioning them in place. White, I've used white for the card blank, and I've tied in the white with the letters. It's really important when you're working with something that's got a lot of pattern or a lot of colour that you break it up with a neutral. It gives the eye a place to rest. It stops it looking confused and over full and over busy. It just gives you that place for your eye to rest. So I'm now going to put in this little strip here. So I could have just done 4 top dogs, but I did 5, not thinking about it. So we've got what we've got. But all I'm going to do now is put some foam tape on here, because this is going to be the stopper for our easel card. Otherwise, it's not going to stand up the way we want it to. So double layer of foam tape. If you're not good at getting things straight first time, which I'm not particularly, I'm good at getting things straight, but not necessarily first time, all you're going to do is put some wet glue on there and make sure that it gives you that little bit of manoeuvrability. So I'm just going to pop that on there really, really, really quickly, because we're running out of time, even though we've had an hour.
I've just realised how quickly it's going.
And then I'm going to stick this piece just onto the top here, and that's going to be your stand there. So let's get this one down. You know what, if we don't finish it in this hour, we'll come back and finish this at 12 o'clock as well.
Of course, yes.
Because I don't want to rush something. I'd rather teach you a little bit about composition than rush something. So we've got that there. We've got our band here, which isn't particularly straight. See, I told you I wasn't very good at getting things straight first time. And then what we'll do is we'll come back at 12 o'clock and we'll put the rest of it together, I think. I think that's going to be the best thing to do. Okay? Does that work for you?
Good stuff.
Excellent.
No, we like the idea
Thank you.
of that. We can have a look at a few bits of artwork as well. So, Mel, you will be back at 12, so we
I
can
will
see
be
you
back
then.
at 12, and then I'll be back at 4.
To 12 o'clock and 4 o'clock today for the one-day special. So take advantage on the one-day special to get the deal while it is here today. And then just for a few examples here, Meg, my producer, said, Matt, just choose some of your favourite samples. Had to choose the bunny rabbits with all my rabbits at home. We've only got one left now. But then we've got our astronauts as well. And then look, for home decor, I just grabbed this and this for Sweet Dreams, because it's a great song by the Eurythmics, but also it's a lovely piece of artwork. Mel, we shall see you at 12 o'clock.
You will. Thank you very much.
And 4. Thank you so much, and thank you for watching. Here it is, your amazing wow embossing show coming up next. Stay tuned for Yanis and lots of choices of your embossing powders. And then also Gina B is back with her Gonna Tell Flowers in just a bit.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago.
Back in the day, there were very few quilt patterns in the marketplace, and so I started to bring patterns into the UK from America and Australia, and along the way I've been lucky enough to work with some fantastic British designers, and that is what really the essence of daisy chain designs are. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows.
Hello everybody and welcome. I've got the biggest smile on my face. I am so pleased that I'm getting to present this hour. So we are talking wow, and we have got the lovely Marion in here as well. It's really nice to see you, Marion.
Hello.
Jenny, because you tend to come once every few months?
Every quarter.
Okay.
Yeah, when we do new releases, so
Yeah.
you get the brand new release first.
What? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm a big fan. You know how big a fan I am. Wow.
yeah.
And I'm a big fan of yours as well. So I've missed working with you. So
Thank
genuinely, I'm really
you.
happy to do this show.
Lovely, thank you.
It's so nice to be able to, I was saying this to Marion, as a crafter, and we genuinely here presents we craft, and it's so nice to be able to talk about products that I use and I love. We got the heat tool on here. That is a heat tool I own. We're going to get to that in a little while. And we've also got the great, obviously, powders on the show that we all love wow for. But anyone, I know a lot of our viewers are already aware of you, but we've got a lot of new faces on us as well. So
Okay.
Should we just strip back to basics to tell us a little bit about wow?
Yeah, so it's been going since about 2006,
Yeah.
2007, something like that. But if we go back further, it's been going a long time. So we manufacture all the powders ourselves. We do something special to them so that they're anti-static.
Yeah. And the pots are as well, so keep them in the pots.
And the pots are as well, absolutely.
Don't
yeah.
decant, that's a big tip.
We've got like over 260 different colours, and we're always coming out with new ones, which this lot are as well today.
My experience with you, and the reason why, and I fell in love with wow very early on my crafting journey. I've never looked back.
Yeah.
And you know how much I love it. It's when I use them, you get all the fine detail. So even if you've got the most detailed stamp and you use the wow embossing powders, you still keep that detail. And I say you've got different powders for different jobs going through. We've got the brand new trios as well. So these are brand new, hot off the presses. If you want to pop these into your baskets, love a pick and mix too. So now we get to pick our favourite two for £19.20. We'll start going through the different options for you. We'll start up here. Oh, this is nice. Just starting up there. This one, tropical lights. So you've got a hibiscus, palm, and your midnight skies.
This is a Tracy Scott one.
Yeah.
So Tracy Scott is a paper artsy designer.
All right.
And when she designs powders for us, she does them with stamps in mind as well. So some of the samples there are Tracy's. She loves bright and sparkly. She loves her glitter.
I'll show you a few examples and how well they all marry together.
Yeah,
actually,
they do.
all the sets, you can see how much thought's gone into them.
There is thought gone into them all, yeah.
Beautiful colour tones going through, but going from there to there, I love that
That
colour
is so
palette.
lovely, isn't it?
I'll be honest, I wouldn't have thought initially to put these three together, but when you see them together, my goodness, it works.
But that's the thing, when you see them in their pots, you sort of look at them as a trio and just think like, oh, I don't think they match, but it's when you work them together, you realise actually that all the thinking's been done for you.
It has. And also I like, because as crafters, I feel we're guilty of just sticking to the same colours.
Yes.
You know, and you wouldn't, like I say, if you wouldn't necessarily think to put certain colours together, and when you do, and having sets like this, it kind of forces you to use different colourways, and trust me, it's worth it. Okay, that's Tropical Nights. Then we've got Birthday Cake, and Birthday Cake, as it suggests, it's got all the connotations we got. So there's cake, blue ice, and candles in here. So cake, your blue ice, and your candle. Oh, beautiful. I'm just going to show you here. Yeah, I'm going to go straight to
So
this
these
one.
are what we'd class as plain colours. There's no glitter in them.
Yeah.
But the blue icing one, if you feel that, there's a texture to that.
Oh,
so there's
yeah.
no glitter in it, but it has got texture, whereas the other ones are smoother.
Yeah.
But they just, again, when I saw I'll be totally honest, when I saw these three, I was like, oh, really? And then put them together, and it was like,
stunning.
oh my goodness, they work so
Marion,
well.
That is, I love that
These
colour
were
combo.
Ashley McGregor, one of our design team girls.
Wow.
Just fantastic.
It really works. Your design team are good.
Oh, they're fantastic,
good.
aren't they? We're very lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this one. So there we go. This could be one of your choices. Remember, we're picking and mixing. Right, that was your birthday cake. Then if we go down to our party poppers, which is over here. Oh, party poppers.
I love this.
And do you know, okay, so just looking at there, I love the texture and the depth of the colours. But as I pull that back, suddenly you've got those veins of gold coming through as well. Yeah, that's a little bit special. It is absolutely popping. I think that's a good term for it. Let me just show you here. This is nicely done.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Look at that.
It's so vibrant.
Yeah.
And when you've got powders like that have got the extra ultra highs in it, so in this case these have got extra gold and extra white, whenever you emboss with it, each one is going to come out slightly different. You're never going to get two exactly the same.
I like that. No,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
not going to
just
lie.
beautiful.
This one example, you've got me. That, come on, how can you not want these in your life? Okay, I think at the moment, it's tough choices. All right, party poppers at the moment would be in my basket. That's one of my choices. Then we've got our pastel gemstones. So again, pastel gemstones, very similar to party poppers in the sense that you've got the ultra highlights in there.
Yeah, so it's more toned down in the colours, and it hasn't got the white in there, the white ultra high. It's got the gold in there. Again, that and I don't know. You shouldn't have favourites, should you? But that is one of my favourites.
I can see why. So you've got your blue aventurine amber, you've got your rose quartz, and you've got your lemon.
Yeah.
Lemon amber.
Lemon amber.
Yeah, there we go. So I was
Amber
reading
lemon.
that, yeah. Do you know what, Mary, I'm having flashbacks. Do you remember last time we worked together? It was a very long time. But I couldn't, I just couldn't read. I just literally forgot how to read for that
was
hour.
funny.
It was. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was sweating buckets every time I was going to read out the names. Let me just show you some of it. I can see why this is your favourite.
It is lovely,
That is
isn't
lovely.
it?
See, it's pastel, but then having the gold undertones as well gives it a whole different dynamic. Really, really, really nice. Now, every time I work with you, Marion, you give me problems because I want to put everything in my basket. And I kind of feel viewers will be watching saying, oh, here we go again. He loves this, he loves that. But
No, you
genuinely,
do. That's
really
why I said
do.
I love working with you. Well, most of you here actually just love our product.
Yeah.
And it's just lovely.
We all love your product.
Well, I'm saying most of you because I haven't worked with all of
Oh,
you.
okay. No, I can tell. We all love you. We all
I
love
dug
you.
myself out of that one, didn't I?
Right, there's most of you like it. Apart from that one, I'm only kidding. We're joking. Okay, now we've got our lucky day for you just down here.
Oh, my heart's
Oh,
dropped.
that's nice. That's okay. Just dropped a little bit.
So these are Sarah Nauman's ones.
I like these.
Again, lots of gold, lots of glitter. Gone on the pastel side of things as well. Pastels are really in.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they're just
Showing you. Yeah,
lovely.
I'm seeing a lot of it actually from design team members across the board, different companies. So we've got a Lucky Clover, our True Blue, and our Pinky Winky.
Yeah.
Is that right, Pinky Winky?
Yeah, Sarah named them. We love them.
Come on now, who doesn't love a Pinky Winky? So you can see it here. Genius. Who's coming up with the names? Come on, I love it. I did have to take a second look, just I thought if I said something wrong. So there you go. You got, but beautiful, right? Really, really nice. Say, having that dynamic of you see the colours, but then you've got different colours coming through golds. These are special. And you know they're special because they're wow. Okay, that's your lucky day. And then finally, we have got our golden age. You've got your golden blue, golden green, and your golden bloom.
Again, this is Sarah Nauman, and
nice.
these are a little bit more vibrant to the previous ones, but again, they've got that gold and they've got that glitter in there. They work so well together, those two trios.
I mean, they work incredibly well. I'm just seeing it here. they're beautiful. I'm just on the examples. You just want to work with these. I'm seeing it here, and you think, yeah, love it, really do. It doesn't matter what style. So whether here it's young and fun, or if you want to go just a pop of colour, or equally just create a really nice, elegant, clean background or strip detail. Right. So those are your choices. Now, one of the favourites. Aha. Okay. So party poppers. Now, I don't want to sound like a sheep. But this would be, because Meg, my producer, was like, let's play a little game, Yanis, and you pick your favourite too. Honestly, this was going to be my first choice, and I did claim it at this, when we went through, I said. So, yeah, I can see why. And it was interesting listening to Marion, because she was saying the ultra highlights. So by that, do you see how that pop of white, and then you've got the gold behind on top of those beautiful, rich colours? How can you not want that in your life? So brand new, if you do want to go for the party poppers, get those in your basket. This is where I'm struggling now, because picking, I really could put any of the other choices in here and be happy, but I think I'm going to go for the Lucky Day, or maybe the, I'm torn between the pastel gemstones. No, actually, I am going to go for the pastel gemstones. So pastel gemstones and the party poppers would be my choice. So that would be my choice. But say, really, genuinely, there is no bad choice here. So go for whichever speaks to you. Now, you could get 6 embossing powders today for $14.20. If you use, well, we have to be over the £20 mark to use our phone. We're very close, but what you can do is split the price in half. So if you do want to split that price in half, you can, courtesy of our Flextravaganza event. Now, typically at £19.20, you would never be able to split that price in half, or you wouldn't find a flexi option. But Flextravaganza allows us to put a flexi on anything in our basket. As long as you've got £1 or more in your basket, you can open up a flexi basket. So take advantage. If, though, your basket does happen to go over the £20 mark, then use the code WELCOME and you'll be able to save a further £5, courtesy of our Spend £20, Save £5 event as well. Right, we're going to go onto the website and we're going to play Pick and Mix. I was put on the spot my choices. We have got the fabulously talented Meg, our producer, and we've also got the dashing Taz, our director. So I tell you what, let's let the team pick. So Meg's gone for Tropical Night. Taz is gone for the birthday cake. So that's our team's choice. It doesn't matter, though, what we think. You just pick whatever speaks to you. So, and that's it in your basket. And then if you do, if you do want to split that, you'll be able to do it courtesy of our Flextravaganza event as well. Now, you have been shopping ahead for this first option. And it's a good bundle. It's a good bundle. Mary and I were joking because we are here at the craft store and our sister and Create and Craft. We're trying to obviously operate as safely as possible. So there's a screen. Yeah. But it's so hard to talk for us, so we're all like, hello. It's like neighbours peeking over a friend. So, but here, tell us about this bundle, Mary.
Okay, so you've got the colours on the card in front of you. There's one in there that's my absolute favourite called Rock Rebel. So if you have a little feel of that, the texture on it is just amazing. And in fact, it's nice on that first card there.
Let me show you this. And look at that. It looks like gemstone, like granite.
Is it like an anthracite? Or
that, good word. Yeah. Good word.
Thank you.
Do you know, I was searching for that and I came up with granite. But yeah, anthracite's a lot better. Yeah. But it's got that kind of feel to it. That's beautiful.
And it's got a lovely texture. And then if you mix like that, if you work that with the steel blaze as well.
This is steel blaze?
Which is, just gorgeous.
Marion.
Again, there's some random colours in there, but they really go together.
They're
beautiful.
This is a set. So look, can you imagine that winging its way to you? You've got the storage case in there as well to keep your powders nice and safe and not lose them. And then you've got all of your beautiful colour. And I have to say, the colours do work so well together. And when you start, that's beautiful.
That's the California gold. Beautiful,
that is
isn't it?
Stunning.
But you know what? You could take a bit of the California gold and mix it with the Niagara Blues.
Yeah.
Is it Niagara Blues? Yeah. And then bring that gold into it as well. So just play around with them.
And I do like how you do that with your powders. You do like to mix. Come on, look at this. Right, we are busy this morning. $17.99 is your price. Already 10% of the stock's gone here.
Oh,
We've
wow.
only just touched on it. And the thing is, wow, we always get a lot of stock. 380219, your item number there. Right, we're going to head to Marion for our first demonstration. One thing also you can shop ahead for, we've got some foils on the show today. Not only we've got the foils, but we've also got the toner designs as well. So we're going to be playing with those too.
Okay. Right, so I said to you at the beginning, I'm nervous about this, and because it's not a new product as such. People have done it before, and it's quite popular in the States at the moment. But we've done foil for a long time now, and our sister company has been working with foil for the last 50 odd years.
Yeah.
But we've done toner sheet designs, so there's 4 different packs. That are available. In fact, we've done it as a bundle for you guys, and you get a pack of silver foil with it as well.
What I might do, Marion, we're just going to show you a picture, just so we can, and we will see this live in a moment, but £3 saving on this, $15.30 your price. So what you are getting in this fabulous bundle is you're getting the 4 foils, and you're also getting the foilers, sorry, and you're also getting the silver foils in there too. So you're getting the 4 sets of, and each set you're getting multiple designs, and then you're getting the silver foil with this. And one thing, I know you're saying it's popular in America. I actually sent a message to John Lockwood, so John next door, and we were chatting about this because there's a Kaleido machine, and I know Kaleido machine has been immensely busy. We have sold a lot of Kaleido machines, and it's a hot foil machine. So I contacted John and said, look, with Marion, wow, and she's got these beautiful foils and designs, would it work with the Kaleido? And he got back to me and said, absolutely perfect. So if you have a Kaleido machine, these are well worth looking at.
I was so excited when you told me that this morning.
So
it's fantastic. But that's the nice thing about toner sheets, because you can use them with any sort of heat and pressure source. So I've got a laminator going here. Also under here, and I hope to get them out and plug them in shortly, I'm using an iron, just a little mini iron. And I've also bought my hair straighteners.
Oh, wow.
Because you can use hair straighteners.
So lots of different ways around it.
Absolutely. So don't feel that if you haven't got a laminator or if you haven't got a Kaleido machine that you can't do it, because you can. There's so many ways around it.
Brilliant.
But yeah, these packs are, there's 4 designs and 4 of each, so you've got 16 cards in total. But we've done them in a size that will work for the American market and our market.
Great.
Because American card sizes are wider than ours, and ours are slightly taller than theirs.
So that's best of both worlds.
It just means that for the UK market, you can cut off a little bit on the side, but that's a really good thing, because when you cut off a bit, save those bits, and then you've got your patterns on them, and then you can foil those and then make a stripy card with your patterns. So don't throw them away or
and
anything.
a little border to something.
Absolutely, so they're 4 1/4 inches by 5.8 inches. So let me just pop that there. So I've already gone ahead and just foiled this one. I'm using a rose gold, and I've used the Happy Birthday out of the Sentiments one. So I've literally just run it through. I mean, look at that. It is just so gorgeous.
Can you do me a favour? If you just show that to camera 1. No, it's okay, because you know, if we give it the old wiggle, and suddenly that looks so premium.
See, I've got my glasses on so I can see here, but I can't see over there.
It looks great. Absolutely brilliant.
Okay, so this is just sort of like showing you a really sort of quick way of putting a card together. So I've just gone ahead and embossed a piece of card, and then that's going to go on the back, on there.
And just let everyone know, like, typically when Marion comes in, she likes to do completed cards, but on this occasion, because we've got the foils and the embossing powders, throughout the hour, we're having a chat before the start of the show, and we kind of all agreed that it's going to be more of a technique-led hour. So what we do, rather than completing, say, one project throughout the whole hour, Marion's going to try and show you as many different techniques to try us home as she can. And if you do have any questions for Marion, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com.
Okay, so I'm just going to, right, this is one of the blank ones, so we do a pack of blanks as well. The blanks are actually my favourites because there's so many things that you can do with them. So all I'm going to do is just cut a piece of foil. Let's just pop that on there. I'm just going to cut this down because I don't want any of the black coming out on my carrier sheet. When you're using a smaller bit, I always put just a spare piece of cardstock in there.
Okay, that's good.
So that it can, oops, let's just cover that up. So it's not going to get caught up in the machine. As I say, if you haven't got a laminator, then you can, at this point, you would just use an iron. I've got my little ironing board there.
We have I was wondering where that came from. So we're putting that through laminator. As we're doing that, now we do have foils on the show as well. With the foilers, the bundle that we were just looking at, you do get the silver. But if you want to add to your colour palette, look at all of these fabulous foils. So this is a pick and mix. And as we go through, so you've got your dark blue, teal in there, your ice blue, your white, your bright copper, and then you've got your glitter gold. And as we go down, we have our red, our purple, the pink, oh yeah, when they catch the light, green, your spearmint, your bright gold, this is your rose gold, bright silver, your blush, turquoise, your violet, and then that one I think we might have that on the show. Okay, so there we go. $9.99 is your price. So picking any four for $9.99. Now I've got to tell you, bright gold already gone. Really busy for our pick and mix. What else is? So bright gold's gone. Other ones are actually other ones could be selling out. So we'll keep you abreast of what's going on. That price though, $9.99, and remember with Flextravaganza we can split it in half, so pay half now, half in 4 weeks' time. In the lead is the purple and the rose gold. So rose gold's just down there, and then you've got your purple. Yeah, look at these are nice. Okay, so that's your pick and mix. We just wanted to share that with you. How are we getting on, Mary?
Okay, so I've die cut a couple from Julie Hickey's lovely, delightful daisy die set. I love this big leaf in here. So I've got the ice blue and then the teal. Okay, so just two different ones. Look, this is how new this is. I've still got it where it's just got it written on. Yeah. So you guys will have like good ones. Yeah. These two are actually end of call powders. Oh, right. So this one is the Be True from Honeybee. Yeah. And then this one is Frosted Glass. And I love frosted glass for so many reasons. So let me just...
You will be doing these end of call. The pad that we're working with, we do have this, and it's an absolute staple at home in my craft room. I really do go to this like literally every time I craft. So this is your Wow embossing ink mixed media brush. You're also getting your refill tool and your ink pad. So all three of those. Actually, that's the bundle I have at home right now. 914210, your item number there. Very good pad. The amount of guests that I see pulling this out and using this in demonstration, nearly every time, really. Yeah. So many guests use it.
It is such a good pad. It really is. And it's not just about the ink that's in there. It's actually the density of the pad itself. Yeah. It's not aerated. Right. So it makes a big difference, especially when you've got fine detail stamps. It picks up lots of that detail. I
kind of feel, Marion, you sport me, because I got onto the Wow train very early on as a crafter. Yeah. So I've just always enjoyed Wow, and you tend to find, you know, when I've had nothing really complex. I've had no bad experiences, but I hear other crafters when you say like with certain embossing powders you lose detail, and I have never experienced that.
It's what you said earlier. The actual detail in our powders is far superior to others.
I just thought this is how embossing powder should work. And then again, I'm just talking, this is a conversation I had very early on when I started crafting, and talking to the team here and sort of Leonie and other crafters and Paola and Hayley, and they were saying to me, no, this is, you know, not all embossing powders work the same. I was like, oh, okay.
No, not all embossing powders are equal, are they?
They're not.
Okay, so I've put the frosted glass all over the foil, and the reason I'm doing this is because it works with the foil, and it creates, that's okay. It creates such a gorgeous textured effect.
Oh yeah, it does. We were sort of saying it kind of changes it from that high gloss, which is fantastic. Yeah. It gives it kind of like a metal, like beaten metal type feel, textured.
It's just another way of using your powders with your foils, and then it looks like you've got a completely new product.
I mean, how good is the heat tool as well?
Oh, I love the heat tool.
It's so good.
I do.
It's another one. It's the only heat tool I've ever owned. That was my first tool.
Oh, right, okay.
I feel I've been a little bit spoiled. Now, we've had some emails come in. This is nice from Paola. It's our own Paola. There we go.
Hello, Paola.
Saying, so good to see you, Marion, with the wow gorgeousness. By the way, do you class me as one of the ones that you like to work with, or ones that not?
No, she's way up there.
Right. Who could not love working with our Paola? You know I truly love wow, gorgeous colours. My fave is the pastels with gold. Loads of love to you all, and that's our Paola. Thank you, Paola.
Oh, bless her.
On a day off, tuning in.
I was going to say she's got a day off as well.
There you go. Oh, Paola. There we go.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here, I'm using the little brush tool that you was talking about just now, and I've taken off as much ink as possible. Okay. And then I'm just going to
brush on.
Just brush lightly on the bottom bit, just to give it another feel about it, basically. So I'm just going to pour
So I've been
that on.
privileged enough to have had a peek at Paola's craft room, and she has got a lot of your stuff. I mean, she really does love wow.
I haven't been to her new house.
Oh, you've got to pop in and visit at some point.
Yeah,
she'd love it.
we need
You've got to see
an
the
invite,
cats just to see
I
Kabuki
know.
and Fuji.
I know, I've seen them on socials.
I mean, she's posted 1 or 2 pictures.
She's turning into the crazy cat lady, isn't she?
She is a proud cat mum. Did you see the one of, and it was going to happen. So I've obviously, Paola's a very, very good friend of mine. I consider family, and I follow her stories on Instagram. And one of her cats, Kabuki, is quite bold, and she's been getting closer and closer to Paola when she's in the bath. And Paola's saying she's eventually going to fall in. It happened the other day.
Oh, right.
There was a very wet cat being posted on Instagram.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so by doing this as well, one, it's going to add another bit of colour to there,
and
but also
beautiful.
it shows you that we've foiled, embossed, and now embossing again over the top of it, and it doesn't affect it at all.
Yeah. Beautiful. Now, busy for everything on the show. Just to remind you all, as we are looking at this beautiful embossed turn, we've got the trios, the brand new colourways from wow. We've also got the foils with the toners in there as well, being really popular too. And we're going to actually have a look at those in greater detail throughout the hour. So please stick around for that if you love your foiling.
So if I just show you, if I can, I'll lay them there so the camera guy can go in. There was the teal, and that's the ice blue.
Nice.
So look at the difference. Actually, that shows it much better doing it like that. You see the texture and the way the colour changes.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful. I just love putting frosted glass.
It
over
might
the top.
help, Marion, because on the overhead.
Do you want me to hold them up?
Yeah, I think if we just hold up one.
Yep.
Don't worry about holding both. Just show. I think we'll get
if I put a bit of card behind it.
You'll see. Yeah. Now that you can absolutely see the difference there. So what it does, it tones it down from that high sheen, but gives you so much texture. It's a nice technique. It's a lovely technique.
It's just another way of using your powder as well, isn't it? It's just lovely.
Yeah.
Really love it.
Lovely.
Okay, so then this I would just put together.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've just gone ahead, put the happy birthday on that, and then I would just join these on there. Like we said earlier, I'm not going to do the whole thing.
No,
and
just
then
techniques this
put
hour.
it together, and then we have that.
Brilliant. If you just hold it there, we'll get a nice shot. Oh, I mean, that's beautiful. So, again, this hour, Marion's really conscious of the fact within the hour we're going to try and get through as many techniques as we can. So, wow are here, and whenever wow come to visit us, they always bring us such beautiful new products. So, these are trios. We've not seen these before, and they are stunning. Really, really busy for these. I know that Marion's going to be playing with these throughout the hour. Oh, do you know what? We have to, Marion. And on a personal note, I don't suppose we can see the party poppers.
We can.
Can we?
I was going to use pastel gemstone.
Which is your favourite?
Well, but I can use
pastel gemstones the most popular.
And in fact,
party popper's the most popular at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay, well let's use party popper. Well, you can see what this looks like with the gemstone.
Okay, well,
because that's what it's with the gemstone.
Oh, now Marion, I feel terrible. Don't change your demo on my account.
No, I'm not changing it. I'm just changing the colours.
Okay, all right, we can do that. I feel less bad.
This Shame on you.
Bullying. Poor Marion.
I'm going to be using one of the stencils, one of the
Okay.
new stencils. This is called Twister.
Oh, that's nice.
And quite often we do what we class as a multicolour embossing technique, where we
Yeah.
sprinkle a bit here, sprinkle a bit there,
Yeah,
and then
nice.
it comes out all different colours.
Brilliant.
This time...
What we'll do, Marion, I'm just going to recap this really quickly.
Yep.
Because I tell you why, we also want to show the stencils, and then we'll get into it. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'll be quick here, because
Yeah,
I know
no,
we
I'll
want to get
get
to
set
Marion. Going to go through this. This is your tropical nights. Having a look. Oh, that's beautiful. I'll show one inspiration from each, just because. So they're showing you how well all the colours do work together. Wow, when they bring you anything, any bundle, a lot of thought goes into this. That's a great colourway. And it's one I genuinely wouldn't have thought to put together myself, but looking at that, it just works. It really does. Okay, so that's your tropical nights. Then we're going to move on to our birthday cake. Yeah, birthday cake's cool. Now where is this? There's so many good examples. I want to show them all. All right, this is the one though. Have a look at that for birthday cake. Effective, right? It just really works together. It stands out. Now, this is the one you're getting texture. So there's not glitter in there. You're getting more texture. But the vibrancy of the colours, the tones as well. That birthday cake is a beautiful combination. So, like that. As we head on down, party poppers. So this is, and I'm sorry to sound like a sheep, but I know it's the favourite at home, and it's my favourite as well. Things I do want to point out, before I tilt it to catch the light, you see how you've got those highlights with the white, and then you've got those beautiful colours, the strength of the colours in themselves. So just like that, I would be happy, but there is a hidden secret with the party poppers. As I tilt back, suddenly that beautiful radiance, the luminescent of gold radiates out. Lovely. Come on, you need this in your life. Party poppers, come on. All right, definitely one of my choices. Then we've got, I know this is Marion's favourite, and again, this is such a good choice too. This is your pastel gemstones. I will give it a wiggle. Ooh. The gold adds a different level to it. So you've got those wonderful pastel colours, but then as the gold comes out as well to play, yeah, we like that. So that's your pastel gemstones. As we move on down here, we have our lucky day. There's your lucky day. Another wonderful combination. Still sticking with quite pastel tones, works, and it is very much on trend at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of cards using pastel colours. And then another one that's very appealing is the golden age. Yeah. It's the level of, we talk about the gold and the colours, but let's also, I think we need to give some mention to the actual glitter that you've got in there too. Do you see how the twinkle and the sparkle comes to life? So this is really catching me on so many levels. You see the colours first, then the gold, then the glitter. I mean, that's working on so many levels. So those are your choices. We are busy throughout. We are always busy when Wow come to visit us, and we are so happy when Marion comes to the studio. Brand new today, we've not seen these before. Trios, you're picking any two, pick and mix. I love a pick and mix. I love the fact then we can really zero in on our favourite choices. Now, Marion is going to be using a stencil, and I did promise we would show you your stencils. We've got a set of 5. Yeah, great stencils. Or you can choose individuals as part of a pick and mix as well. Now, have you noticed something? We are over the fabled £20 threshold, which means that if you haven't already done so, if you do enter the promotion code WELCOME at checkout, you will save £5 instantly, courtesy of our Spend and Save event. Just to give you terms and conditions of that, if you have £20 or more in your basket, enter the code WELCOME, and then £5 will be taken off your order. You can use it once here, and you can also use it once on our sister channel, Create and Craft. But beautiful stencils, and I'm just going to hit you with some examples here. Yeah, these are really nice. So, whether you want to create gorgeous backgrounds, and then put whatever you want on top. How striking is that? That's a strong one. And think about the trios, those gorgeous colours we've just shared with you. This is a nice one. Oh, I like that. I think, which one's that using? That's stunning. Is that using Party Popper? I'm not sure.
Yes, it is.
It's just good. I love that Party Popper. Or, I've got it upside down. Oh, happy.
Should say
it's the right
happy.
way.
Yeah, no, it is upside down.
Is it up?
Yeah.
Up.
That's it.
Oh, there you go. I don't know what happened to my brain there. Oh, look at it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Then it was the wire that confused me. And then here, again, another one. Good spot. Taz, director there. He's on it. So, I mean, stunning embossing folders. There's so many different ways we can use these. You're getting 5 designs in total. You are saving £3. I'll stop there because we are going to be using it in just a moment. 305 325, your item number. Okay, now we do have a stamp set for you as well. And this is what I love about WOW. Mention WOW, the first thing that comes to mind, and I understand why, or for me anyway, you think embossing powders. But then, WOW bring us beautiful stencils, they bring us gorgeous stamps, we've got foils on the show as well. WOW do it all. So these are stunning stamps, $15.74 price. You are going to get both sets for $15.74, 751 257, your item number there. Okay, now apologies for that little interlude as we're getting set for demonstration. We're going to head back to Marion now to continue.
That was a good interlude because I went ahead while you was chatting and I've just gone and put the twister stencil on and then I've put some texture paste through it and then taken it off and now it's ready. So what I'm going to do, I've shaken them up because any of these that have got extra bits in them, glitter in them, give them a good shake before you use them. And I'm just going to go around the centre like that. And then what I need to do, I can't just hold it up and just tip it gently because it'll all go down there. So what I have to do is do a little flick and then it stays in that area.
The flick and flip.
Yeah. So I just think this technique works really well, especially with this stencil because it's going round.
It's a nice stencil, I like it. It's kind of...
Thank you. It's just
you get those...
different.
It's like pointillism.
Yeah. And then flick again.
I would imagine you make a good pancake, Marion.
Yeah, I can eat a good one. I make one. Okay, and then let's just get rid of the excess there. Yeah. And then now I can just, because I'm using the 3 colours, I can just throw this on. I don't have to go all round if I don't want to, because now I can just go down and fill in all those bits. So let me just give that a little flick.
Now, party poppers, just one of the options for the pick and mix. Do you know what you've got just laying down in front of you looks great? It looks like you've created a scene just on the paper there alone.
Oh, what, there? Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever looked around? It looks like a beach scene with a frame. I like that. Party poppers, nearly 40% of the stock has gone for our party popper option. It is one of the favourites from the pick and mix, but to be honest with you, all of these are going to be your favourites, but with the pick and mix you're choosing any 2. You'd be forgiven though for going back in for a second round of pick and mix because 2's not enough. I mean, there are so many appealing choices here. At £19.20 is your price. Your item number 051576.
Okay, I'm just going in. You know, I said I was nervous earlier.
Yeah.
I've got really sweaty hands. That's not a very nice picture, is it? Sorry.
Oh, bless you. No.
And I got so one thing embossing powder doesn't like is moisture. So if you've got any oils, creams, that was the other thing. I sort of washed my hands earlier and then creamed them. So it doesn't like that. So any little bits I've got on here, I can then just take my brush and just gently flick them off before I heat set. So to save time, I'm not going to do the whole thing.
Marion, you're at home here. You've got nothing to be nervous about.
And, oh, look, see, now I just dropped my thing on the floor.
We'll get that for you, don't worry.
I said, the amount of years I've done TV and I'm like, I don't know. It's because I want to show so much and I just can't.
Have you got another hour later on?
Yes.
Yeah. So when's your second hour?
2 o'clock.
Okay, so don't worry. We're going to try and get through as much as we can this hour, and then Marion will be returning at 2
It's me.
as well.
I just put pressure on myself.
Oh,
I'm
bless you.
Nightmare.
Bless you.
But the nice thing about using texture paste, and you know the Happy Birthday one that you had, that had the Party Popper pink on it, that had texture paste as well. So texture paste, when you heat it, will start lifting up as well. So you get, these are already quite textured anyway, but you're going to get even more texture on there. It's just, it's a lovely thing to use through a stencil.
That's really
but just make sure, as soon as you've taken the stencil off, you clean it.
Yeah.
You want to make sure, don't let the paste dry on it.
Right.
And also, don't touch it instantly. because obviously it's hot
Yeah.
and it's a liquid. I'm
Fair
just
enough.
trying to be careful not to burn myself. I've got my little iron on because I want to show you another little technique with this stuff.
Okay.
So yeah, that's
Beautiful. So
Just
with
doing
the
so it looks like
stencils,
it's going
that is a
round.
very, very quick win. Because
It
you
is,
give that to
isn't
someone,
it?
put a sentiment on there, mat it on some black cardstock, done. That is just very pretty.
and that's exactly the same, but with the pastel gem.
Nice.
Sorry, pastel gemstones.
Marion, I'll be honest with you, and we're not surprised by this, the embossing powders are flying, so should we just stick with this and just carry on playing?
Can I show you another technique
let's go for
with
it.
these guys then?
Do it, because I know you want to get through a lot, so you
Now,
just don't want to see me prattling on.
I've done this technique before,
Uh-huh.
and usually I just do it directly onto a heat mat.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have to wait for the heat mat to cool down
Yeah.
before you can peel it off, and it can be a bit of a pain.
Uh-huh.
So I haven't done this before. It might work, it might not work.
So we're doing it the first time on live TV?
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Horribly
Wow,
wrong.
flying by the
reason-
seat of our pants
Well,
this
the
morning.
reason I think it's going well, it might go wrong, it might not. Let's
Okay.
have a little word up there. So what I'm doing, I'm using parchment paper.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned about is the parchment paper sticking to itself.
Right.
We'll
Okay.
see.
We'll see what happens.
Okay, so I'm
mean,
just
what's the
going
worst that
to
would
throw. Well, the worst that happens, I just throw it in the bin.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm just throwing this party popper on just randomly.
Okay. I've got
Even
a
though
good
I'm-
feeling about this.
You got what? Sorry, a
A good feeling, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me do it that way because then it's not closing up
Okay.
on itself. Oh, see, look.
Oh, don't worry.
So when you were getting all your words wrong, this is my
Yeah.
turn to entertain you now. I've got dropsies today.
Oh, bless you.
Okay. So we've got nice lot of powder
Yeah.
on there. And then I'm going to just close it over and take my little iron. Oh, look at that.
Ah.
You can do this with a heat tool
Yeah.
as well, because you would literally just hold the heat tool on there and then you pounce the heat tool down, but it takes a bit longer. Okay.
Oh, now you've had a lovely message. This is from Martina, and Martina's watching in Switzerland.
Oh, Martina's the one who designed the pastel gemstones.
Oh, really?
Martina is so talented.
Oh, is that Martina? I didn't realise. I'm sorry,
Martina.
And she's saying you're doing a fantastic job.
Oh, bless
Martina,
her.
thank you.
Right, let's get that a bit hotter again.
Okay. So keep those emails coming in, studio@thecraftstore.com.
So
Oh,
it's
yes.
just Peel that off.
Uh-huh.
And it looks a bit dull at the moment. Oh, see, look, I've missed a bit. So
Alright.
what would happen is... Oh, no, I need to heat it more because that's not fully melted.
All right, we'll give it a bit more heat, that's fine.
Let's just give it
yeah,
a
give it a bit more heat. As you're doing this, we've got a question for you. So this is
Yeah.
getting to know Marion. Donna's, I think Donna's actually an investigation journalist because she's delving deep. She wants to know, what's your favourite new WOW product or colour, and you cannot say teal.
OK, so that's Donna Valdez from Nevada, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, it is, yeah.
Hello, Donna. She stayed up to watch this, bless her. There we go. What's my new favourite WOW colour?
Yeah.
And I'm not
It's a
allowed
hard
to
one.
say teal.
You're not allowed to say teal.
I love the Rock Rebel.
I can see
Absolutely love the Rock Rebel.
That's from our
Not because
bundle.
of the colour, but because of the texture. These honeybee ones are just beautiful. She knows I can't have favourites.
Just put you on the spot.
And this isn't a colour, but frosted glass is so useful.
To the end of call.
Absolutely
There's the Rock
love it.
Rebel, and that's from the bundle we've got on the screen right now. Your
Yeah.
set of 6. You're also getting the storage case as well. Good question from Donna.
Thank you, Donna.
We like that.
Thank you for
now
staying up.
this is cool.
Okay, so this peels
So you
off.
create the skin.
Yeah. So one, you could use it in your mixed media. You can
Yeah.
tear it up and put it in your mixed media. But also you can die cut from it. So
Lovely.
get your shapes, etc. Or you could use that
Look
side.
at that.
So that side goes matte,
Oh, I love it.
and then that side goes shiny. Obviously more of the white is blended into there.
Yeah.
But obviously you've got both sides that you
This
can
is a
use.
great technique. So, did you say, apologies if you already said this, can we die cut that, do you think?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. I did bring some dies with me. I've got to find them.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a right old kerfuffle
Well, that's
today.
great. While you're doing that, just going to give you a really quick update. We are busy at the moment. We're going to stick with Marion and we're going to continue the demonstrations of techniques. But party poppers, nearly half the stock's gone. And that's the stock that's meant to last both this hour and the next hour. And the thing with WOW, they come with a lot of stock. As a company, they're able to do that. Party poppers is such a great choice. I love it. But the thing is, there is no bad choice here. And we had that wonderful email in from, was it Martina?
Martina,
yeah. It was Martina. Sorry, for a second I thought I got the name wrong. So Martina, who actually designed the pastel gemstones, and she's based in Switzerland. But yeah, you've done a fantastic job with that, Martina. So that would be my choices. If I had to pick two, I think I'd be going for the party poppers and the pastel gemstones. To be honest, I know I'd be popping those two into my basket. But you don't have to worry about what I'm choosing. The whole point of Pick and Mix is what you want to put in your basket. Please don't forget, we've got the foils on the show as well, and they are fantastic. So you're going to get the toner sheets. It says one bundle with the beautiful design toner sheets. You're going to get 16 pages to play with, and then you're getting the foil in there as well. So all of these, just showing very quickly, you've got all of these designs, and you're getting the silver foil, and you're saving on their £3. But if you want to go for the Pick and Mix with the foils too, I just show you here. They're at the bottom of your screen. You've got. I won't go through these because you can find them online, but you can see all of these choices. They are absolutely stunning. And I know that bright gold's gone. The vintage rose was very popular in the purple. Now teal is probably going to be the next one to sell out. So if you want to go for those. And just a little heads up with the toner sheets and the foils, if you have a Kaleido machine, and I know how many we've sold of those, a lot. Trust me, we have sold a lot of those. If you've got a Kaleido, this will work perfectly, absolutely perfectly. Okay, so Marion.
Okay, so I went ahead and die cut. I'll just show you how I did that. Just putting a little bit of adhesive. Yeah. I'm using Julie's lovely Happy die set.
Yeah.
So I used the outline die first, and I kept that bit of parchment. Okay. So I kept it on there and then put that over the top and then run it through.
Ah.
That protects it because it can be a bit fragile.
That's a good idea.
So then that, I would still keep that, and I'd cut little hearts out of it and things like that. So then you get this. Yeah, so that's your outline.
Yeah.
And then I'd already gone ahead and cut out a white Happy.
Oh, that's clever.
And then just pop that.
Marion, that is clever.
But people would look at that background and think, like...
How did you do it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's not something that you could achieve with inks.
No.
You know, unless you were sort of like... Well, no, you couldn't actually. Not like that, anyway.
You would have... If you just offered me that, what you've done there, and said to me, how did I do the background? Until seeing the demonstration, because I haven't seen anyone do that before, I'll be stumped.
It's a fun way of using embossing powders. Yeah. I personally don't recommend doing them with glitter ones.
Okay.
That's just my choice. Yeah. I love glitter, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love glitter. But
for this effect,
I just find it goes a bit... Oh, what's the word? I don't know what the word is.
I don't know. I haven't seen what happens to them.
I can show you.
I can't describe it. I haven't seen it.
I can show you.
Yeah.
I just like plainer ones, plain powders, especially translucent powders as well, because you get like a glassy look then, which is really, really nice.
Brilliant. Okay, so, we'll continue the technique. So what would you like to show us next?
Okay, so let me just get myself out of all this. Right. Shall I show you it with a glitter one?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Do you want to see that?
Yeah,
while the oven's still on, while the iron's still plugged in.
Let's strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, literally. Okay, so I'll just do a little bit.
Okay, you've got 10 minutes left.
Okay, let's just grab a bit of that and then just move this little guy out of the way.
Lovely.
And then, do you want to pick? What do you want?
Oh, I mean,
do you want me to do it in?
With the glitters, let's have a look. Why don't we try... Should we try the... Well, seeing as it's your favourite, should we try the pastel gemstones?
Where are they? Pastel gemstones. There's no glitter in those.
Oh, okay. No pastel. Okay.
No.
What about... Sorry, how about the Golden Age?
Golden Age. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, just knock that over. Right, just take those, just do a really quick little one. So this has got golds in there. So the gold should start coming through as well.
Oh, I do love the glitters.
And this is just like a playful thing because you just don't know what the colour's going to, you know, it could go muddy.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you can be careful of with gold.
Okay.
That's why I like this one because it's got the white in there, so it pastels it down.
Party popper, yeah.
But what's great is just seeing it from this, which is those ones,
if you
and then
just
it
hold
goes to that.
There you go, yeah.
You know, and it's the same powders. So it's just fantastic.
I mean, there are so many different techniques that you can do with embossing powders. So you start off just a simple emboss, but then you start thinking about how you can really take it to that next level.
Gritty, that's the word.
Gritty.
Okay, so I haven't got it there, but that's fine.
Okay.
Just to show you.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to touch it just there because I can see, but there it's fine. Yeah, it just goes a bit gritty, whereas the other one, if I just lift it up.
It looks good. Are you able to? Is it still too hot to peel?
I'm going to peel it now. Let's just give it
I don't want you to burn your fingers.
No,
I'm just curious to see what the other side looks like.
Okay, so that's the
One
shiny side.
Yeah. Now you see, Marion, I think
And then now that has
works
gone
really well.
really matte and beautiful.
I think that works well with the glitters too. I wouldn't have a problem doing this technique with the glitters. I like it. All right,
It's just personal preference, isn't it?
Every time I work with you, Marion, without exception, at the end of the day, you take me back on my drive home, I'll be thinking, I can't wait to get home and try a technique that you shared with me. So I'm going to be doing this. I'm definitely going to be doing this.
Oh. I'm going to show this technique similar, but at 2 o'clock, but a little bit different as well.
So we've got about 6 minutes.
Okay, let me just quickly do this then. So this is a technique that Michelle Johnson showed me years and years and years ago, playing with foil. So this isn't using our machine like our fab foilers or anything at the moment. This is just using some double-sided adhesive on top of a die cut.
Okay.
Just go like that. And then I'm going to use the lid of one of these, and I'm going to take the foil and screw it up. So this is just, if you've bought the foils, this is another way of using them.
This is interesting.
So you just screw it up and then you just start going like that and then getting circles.
Oh.
You see, like that. Oh, now I'm stuck to it. Keep that bit and then you can hold it down with that bit. But the reason you screw it up...
Yeah. Let's get this...
Sorry, now I snorted. Sorry. The reason you screw it up is because if you had it flat, it would just completely stick to it. Yeah. And you don't want that.
No.
So you can just keep going round and joining it on, getting your little circles. Why is it when you do these, look, the whole thing's just peeling off?
It's a great technique, Marion. I can't wait to try this out.
I'm so sacked.
Not at all. It's live TV.
Oh,
don't worry, don't worry.
Well, look, there's one I've done in the square.
Yeah.
That
Without, and I know because we're rushing you, but it's very effective.
And then this has got is it Midnight Sky from Tracy's Tropical Nights on top. So I also went in with the end of a paintbrush and tapped the colour of foil in there as well.
Oh, that's nice.
So you see those little dots. This is how it comes out when you take your time.
Yeah.
And then put the embossing powder over the rest of it because the adhesive I've used is a heat resist adhesive. And then you heat it and it comes out like that.
That's a win.
You just get some really good little effects with it.
Oh, I like that. No, thank you for sharing that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Sort of.
No, you don't. Look, it's hard. When we're rushing you and we're telling you you've got like 5 minutes left and I know you want to share stuff. Okay. So we've seen it. I think there's still time to squeeze in another technique.
Let's see what I've got. I got some bits out and then I was like, oh, what have I done? Well, let's just show. Okay, so one of my favourite things about this stuff, these fab foilers, is, let me show you. Let's do this one.
Nice.
And then that one. So I'm going to use a pattern one and then one of the blank ones. Oh, I've just got to go round here, hang on.
That's okay. So while we're doing, just to remind you, we're working with the fab foilers. So you've got all these designs, these foiler designs. They come with the silver foil, and then separately there is a pick and mix for more foil as well. So we're just seeing all the little designs that you're getting here. They are stunning. I love the word backgrounds. You've got the solids, so your planes here, which are very useful. But then you've got all these gorgeous little designs that you can play with, and you're getting your foil for £15.30. Equally, if you do want to add to your foil collection, we've got the pick and mix too. Okay, how are we getting on?
Okay, so I'm just going to cut this. She says looking for her scissors. I'm not normally like this, Janice, am I?
No, you're not.
Honestly.
Having some fun, and this is the thing, it's Saturday, it's early.
Okay, so I'm just putting the foil over the pattern one.
So we can, and Marion was saying, there are different ways you can, we can do this. We were talking about if you have a Kaleido, fantastic. If you don't have a Kaleido, you can, there are other mediums. You can use your irons or, you know, even hair straighteners. But a Kaleido, if you do, and I keep going back to Kaleido because I just know how many viewers at home right now own a Kaleido, and if you want to get the most from your Kaleido, this is such a great bundle to go for. It is such a good machine, the Kaleido.
Okay, so I'm just running that through.
Okay.
One thing I'll say, if you use hair straighteners, you know how I used parchment paper just now?
Yeah.
Put parchment paper just over the top and then just run it over, just to protect your straighteners, just in case.
Of course. And also, be very careful. If you are using hair straighteners or if you're using irons, be careful.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Right, so I'm just going to cut that.
Nice. Well, they are lovely foils.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful.
And with each of the foils, so the packs that we're getting, how much foil do we get in each pack?
So they're 4 inches wide and 39 inches long, so a metre long.
They're a good.
I'm going to cough, excuse me.
Just got to tell you, we have, we've had another, I think we're limited stock for teal, which, are we using the teal now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love your teal.
I do. Let's see, Donna.
Donna knows, Donna knows.
Teal and ice blue, that's
Yeah.
right. Okay, but what I wanted to show you, so that in itself is just beautiful.
Yeah.
But then you've got this bit, and normally we'd just throw that away.
Yeah.
This is where the blank ones come in, because you lay that on top. I'm just going to chop this down.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
I see where we're going with this, but you know the areas that have been exposed that we've already taken the foil from, would we then be able to mix, our powders, right? Okay.
Oh, what did you say, powders?
Yeah, powders, no?
No.
Or glitters?
No.
No, okay.
Not on this, because this is just toner foil.
Right.
So
what would you put in there then?
Excuse me. I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Okay.
Right, so basically we're putting that pattern on there. So we're getting the reverse of it,
Yeah.
so we're getting like a twofer on there.
Like that.
Then I've cut another piece of foil.
We've got
And this
45 seconds, I'm afraid.
Oh,
I know.
come on, you can do it.
We've,
45 seconds.
our laminator's using 30 of those.
Yeah, we're like running it through. So what happens is we've now got that pattern on there, and then we lay that on top,
of course.
and that's going to go
So
where all the black bits are.
But we won't have time to put that through.
No, I know.
Can you just show? Can you just show the bit that we've done though? If you lift up underneath the teal bit,
Under here.
yeah. If you just flash that to everyone, yeah.
So anywhere where you see black,
We
that
just
can
put
be
the remainder of
foiled.
a foil.
Yep.
Thank you so much. I've
You're
really
welcome.
enjoyed this hour. Marion will be back for more fun at 2 o'clock. Please join her. Oh, that was a lovely hour. And we got another great hour because the awesome Gina B is up next. Matt's going to be joining her. After that, we've got crafting with Maker Forte and then Just In Case.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows and have some fun.
Hi Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
I'm Trisha from Sew Totally Trisha. I've been sewing since I was about 8 years old. I carried on through my teens, and when I had children, I've sewn for them. And now I love nothing more than to design fabric-based kits for patchwork, for bags and home decor. My kits use quality fabrics and are normally cut to size so that it makes everything easy for the beginner sewer and the more advanced stitcher to be able to make beautiful designs. All the fabric I use is 100% cotton and top quality. On my shows, I hope that you can learn from my hints and tips, and every one of my kits is like a workshop in a kit. Make sure you don't miss the Sew Totally Trisha shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hello and welcome along to the Craft Store. My name is Matt and it's lovely to have your company today. Of course, we've got Gina Barrett with us here, also live for the next hour. Gina Barrett, or Gina B for short, short and sweet and crafty, but we will be getting beautifully colourful with our wire work, making fairies, making flowers, and also butterflies as well. And when I asked Gina just before the show, I said, so Gina, and I was like this, I had my notes and my pen out. Gina, which kit shall I specifically say is a good starter kit? And she said, do you know what? Any of them. Any of them. So the question is, are you new to this form of crafting? Are you new to wire work or beading? Or have you never made a fairy out of beautiful, beautiful wire or skeins of embroidery thread? Have you never ever made a gorgeous butterfly from gemstone and seed beads? Have you never even made anything like this before? Well, not a problem. If you're a beginner, stay tuned, because Gina has got live demonstrations for you today. There are videos that you'll be able to find of Gina online in the future, as well as full instructions as well. So basically, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say beginners are completely welcome. However, are you an experienced Gina B wire worker and butterfly maker? Well, if you are, and you're a fan of Gina's, and you're thinking, yeah, I've got loads of Gina stuff at home, I've made beautiful things to give to my friends and family, and I love them all, I'm looking for something new. Perfect. Well, right here is the brand new today Cloister Work flowers kit here, called Cloister Work because it's named after the craft that nuns used to take part in. You can imagine how dark and dingy churches and chapels can be, and you get the light coming through a stained glass window. As soon as it hit, the gorgeous, gorgeous flowers and designs that had been made, traditionally using gold and silver and rubies and emeralds, you can imagine just the effect that it would have had. Well, you can recreate that with this brand new today kit. Gina, lovely to see you. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, looking forward to the show. Shouting and projecting myself like an RSC.
We've got the longest today, I think. I think we've been placed the furthest apart.
I know. But Gina, I think this is the loudest I'm going to have to be for the whole show, because I'm the furthest away from you.
Yeah.
Gradually going to get closer and closer, but not too close, because those are the times. This is the Cloister Works kit then, Gina.
That's
what
right,
do I get here and what can I make?
All sorts. You get a whole variety of different types of wire and patterns for 7 different flowers. So you've got a copper wire, a gilt wire, and a silver plated wire. So 3 different colours, effectively. You get gilt bullion and silver-plated bullion. Bullion is a type of twisted, crinkly wire, very, 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 very fine, flat
Very
wire.
delicate. It's almost like liquid. I mean,
It is. It can.
you know,
It can be
here.
easily damaged, but even if it is, it's quite usable and sparkly. You've got pearl wire.
Yep, that's this one.
And anyone who has done Ganatelle already will know that pearl wire is quite a staple in the spiral flower techniques that I've brought before. You also have beads.
Yep.
You also have some knitted wire, which
What's this one?
obviously is a new thing, so nothing in the real traditional cloister work that would use this type of wire, but it's really fun to make little flowers out of, ever so easy.
Yeah.
So that's my new favourite thing, so we get some of that in the kit as well.
Yeah.
And you also get some crinkle wire. Again, it's a texture wire, so it adds a little bit of something different to the flowers that you'll make.
Yeah. And then, of course, your rod and then your acrylic tool as well, plus
Yes.
the all-important instructions as well.
Basically, everything that you need to get started is in there, except for a ruler and something to cut your wire with, which can be wire cutters or can be craft scissors. So.
And also, when I was reading about it yesterday, Gina, because yes, I do cut things that fine when prepping my shows, reading about it yesterday, 7 different styles, and you can make 2 of each as well. So
Yes,
this is marvellous. So you
At
can
least
recreate
you'll
this.
probably have some bits and pieces of wire as well that you can sort of play around with and make extra things. I know that the knitted wire, for instance, you could get 3 flowers out of that. But we have to be conservative in what we say on the packets.
Yeah.
But yes, you've got some extra there as well. And as I say, the thing is these are a really, really nice addition to any of the Ganatelle flowers. So if you're making any of the other ones from any of our other kits, you've got some really nice extra bling to put in with those.
A lot of people are getting hold of it already, Gina. 20% of the stock is already gone. It's an extremely busy Saturday
lovely.
morning.
Thank you.
And also, on the end of the phone call or popping up on the website, when you're popping things into your basket, things like this frame may pop up as an
basically it's
option.
MDF. That one's been decorated with fabrics. And they have a stand. So you have in the packet an oval, and which is a 2-part, but you've also got the inside aperture because we know everybody likes to have the bits that are cut away as well.
Yeah.
And then 2 stands as well. So you've got an oval and you've got a rectangle in the packet.
Marvellous.
So just a nice little thing to help you to another option for display purposes, of course.
Lovely, lovely kit. Full instructions there as well. $22.99, 315618 to order now. And for $22.99, you're making an incredible here. You're making 7 different styles of flower, and you'll be able to make 2 of each and then have little bits and bobs left over at the end, potentially for more as well. So really, really good value. 7 different styles of flower that you can see here, 2 of each for $22.99 when they're fully made. 315618. And if you've just joined us, yes, suitable potentially for beginners. You've got full instructions. And Gina's here with you today as well. What more do you need too? Now, selfishly or otherwise, I dwelled a bit longer on the brand new Today kit, Gina. So we can zip through as much as we can now before we get crafting, but maybe be a bit quicker as well. This is as much a note to myself as it is to you. But yeah, delving deep into the brand new Today, so you know exactly what you're getting there. But in this next kit, we're making fairies. So are these completely different styles and techniques?
It's a different technique.
Yeah.
With my Ganatelle kits, we have our basic kits which discuss different techniques, and of which the cloister work is the most recent. This one uses the prepared thread technique, which there is also a flower kit. Now, what the prepared thread is you prepare your thread by twisting it with fine wire. And that gives you a structure so that when you create the different shapes and put them all together, they're quite robust. As you're holding them, they are quite robust. They're not going to sort of give easily, and they're very, very long lasting as a result. This is the technique of Ganatelle flowers that is particularly popular in Malta.
Right.
In all of their churches, there are still some terrific practitioners of the art. And the flowers that they make are absolutely stunning. And so some little fairies, because we all need little fairies. we do.
It's a lovely twist. You're right,
Yeah.
Judy, you're right. Because there's a lovely twist on the floral idea because they're very closely related to a flower.
That's right.
So I noticed when I held it like that to see the structure of the fairy. Let me pop her back down because there are so many lovely colours you've got here. And also you just mentioned Malta, which reminded me I should have mentioned Austria, Germany and Switzerland for our first
well,
cloister
basically,
kit.
if you go far enough back, all of the Ganetelle techniques were just practiced, and you will see them in churches. There's some very, very old shrines in Belgium which have all of the different techniques. And they're behind glass, and they're medieval, and they use all of these different techniques. And then, as time progressed, different areas preferred different styles.
Yeah.
And so the prepared thread has become sort of the more staple in Malta. They also use the spiral winding technique. The cloister work is like Austria, Germany, Switzerland.
That's
more its popularity. The spiral also went on to be used in French passementerie for a lot of decorative items.
Yeah.
And then you have the chenille, which is on the website, the chenille kit, which then became something, it actually was used a lot during the Victorian period in parlours.
Yeah, I think as we get to the butterflies next, actually, they
yes,
take their
exactly,
inspiration
and
from
the
Victorian
butterflies
times,
are
don't
another form, which is around card,
Yeah.
which then became, again, another popular
Okay.
pastime by the Victorian era.
Oh, Gina, I'll shuffle over to the butterflies, but just for shopping TV rules, I'll just wrap up the details on our last kit there. 512837 to order then on the fairies kit, if you're looking for that one, $22.99, and you can make 5 fairies with that kit. 5 fairies that you can make completed with instructions when you buy it today for $22.99. 512837 for your fairies kit, and you do get full instructions there. So, Gina, with the butterflies, you've split it up into 2 choices then. We've got a blue option and orange.
That's
which
right.
one's which? No, just joking. With these 2, then, again, another good place to start.
Yeah, very good place to start. You'll need a little bit of glue with this one. And basically, this is, it's referred to often as cartouchage because you have the card there at the center. So what we've done is a little twist on this by printing the card. So you've got the butterfly print, and you surround the edge, you cut out those individual wings from the card that you're holding, and then you use stretched pearl wire and put it around the edge. And glue that in place. Glue helps. You don't have to, but glue really does help, and so I'd say use it. And then you wrap the sparkly thread. You've got some really nice DMC sparkly thread in there.
Yes.
And you wrap that round to just add an extra shimmer to the butterflies.
Okay.
And so it's a variation on the technique again, and this is actually based on a Victorian brooch that I saw in an auction many years ago that had been made up, and it's that principle. You use the painted card that was painted card for them.
Yes.
And silk threads.
And you can see there, if I move it around, you can see, you know, the story starts to come together, doesn't it? So you've got the card for your template, and the picture is still visible underneath, obviously, and then the thread, the sparkly DMC thread, just catching your eye on the surface, so you're not obviously completely covering it, and then you've got this pearl wire around the edge, and I just held it up while Gina was chatting, because it's that wire there, and then you can see it.
You stretch it out, you see, to hold the thread.
It looks like separate beads. It's
That's
very,
right,
very
yes,
clever.
yep.
And then you've got actually genuine gemstone beads mixed in here as well, so little bits of agate and cornelian.
Agate and some lava beads, which I thought were really nice, so that gives you the black, and then you've got seed beads so that you can add on to it. And you've got some brooches so that you can make these into little brooches. So if you choose. A lot of people just put them straight into their flower ornaments.
Yes, yeah, why not? You know, have a
Exactly.
butterfly land in the middle of your flowers, why not? And of course, you've got the backings if you are making these as brooches. You've got the safety pins or the fixings here also. And the keen-eyed viewers will have noticed I've just lost a seed bead over here.
I will forgive you.
And, 1, 2...
When I put them out, they went everywhere, so I have no...
3. Oh, I think I found one of yours down here, Gina. Yeah, there's that one. There's those 2 are you. All right, then. 1, because I only dropped 3. I know, because I've had toddlers. So, you've got your blue option And your orange one here. Oh, Gina, I'll show this later on, just as a difference, a point of difference on it. So you've got either or, and you've got instructions fully with these as well. 350050. Cool item number. So the next set is your flowers set now. Again, beautiful colours on this one. And Gina, we're starting to see a familiar trend here. So we've got our embroidery threads, we've got our copper wire, the beads, the tool, and
this is the prepared thread kit. So the basic kit, so the same technique is used in the fairy kit. And so what this kit takes you through is how to do again, how to actually make that combined twisted wire and thread, and then how to make different petal shapes. So that's all that you need, is the wire and the thread within it. You've got some beads so that you can make centers, and that stick there is to act as a little tool to help you to twist them together. And okay. I'll go through that in a demo on how that's made. But it's actually, as I say, these are a nice robust flower, and I think what's really interesting is the way that you get that sparkle, but also the sparkle can change. So if you change your the color of your wire, which we do in the fairy kit, we give it options of colors. That also changes the way that the color of the thread sort of looks. So you can get some really nice effects.
So with the combinations, with changing up the combinations of your wire and thread.
So in this kit, you've got the copper colored wire, but you'll see how it sort of will lend a little bit of a pinky tone to your yellows and things, which is quite nice.
Yes, so it's the warmth versus the cool tones of your silver-plated copper wire.
That's right, yeah.
Or your gilded copper wire, you know, you've got the gold, but not quite so rosy.
It changes it, and it's very, very interesting. But of course, all of them, because they have that little bit of wire showing, that's what gives the sparkle, that's what catches the light.
Yes, yes. Anybody familiar with their threads where you know, you've got like a sparkly thread, you know, like the DMC threads, for example, you're creating your own, you're taking like a basic bright red.
Effectively, that's what you're doing, you're creating a sparkly sort of thread.
Two-tone. I must say, it's absolutely beautiful, because we're seeing the sizzle is here, you know, this is what we're making, and you've got your flowers here that you'll be able to make with your prepared thread techniques. So again, it's going to be one of those techniques that runs through the show, one of several techniques that Gina's going to be showing you. Full instructions with this kit as well. It is $22.99 to order now for you. And then you've got the tools as well here, Gina. We'll see you using these, I guess.
Yes,
so
that's
we'll be able to explain through the hour.
So this is an additional... every one of the kits comes with a basic thing of what you need. So if you need to make prepared wire, you will get a stick to help you to do that. If you need to make pearl wire, you will get a little brass rod to help you to do that. But this is then taking it further. It's actually a tool set that it's more easy to use because it's been bent into a handle shape, and you can make the prepared thread, you can make pearls with it. You can then take the pearls and twist them together to make torsades, what are called torsades, or bullions. So if you're doing any other sort of tassel making and embellishment, you can use those for that. You can also make twisted cords, basic twisted cords using this as well. So with threads and no wire. So there's quite a few. It's actually a really handy little tool set.
Okay, so you give us, just to reiterate what you just said there, Gina, you give us in each kit full instructions and the tools we need to get going.
Yep.
But this is like a deluxe toolkit.
This will make it easier, and I'll illustrate that as I do. When we get to the demo with the prepared thread, it will become clearer.
Okay. Okay. All right then, Gina.
So
no panics, no feeling like, oh my gosh, I've got to add that onto my order today. You've got the tools and you've got the instructions in all of the kits today, but is here just as a just-in-case additional tool set. 699311 to order right now. So the next sets are in two different colourways here as well. You can choose blue or pink, and you can make two lovely brooches with each one.
Yes, you can make two brooches with this. These kits are the spiral technique of the flowers. So the primary part of the flower and leaf is actually made of thread. In this, we're using DMC satin thread, which is
It's the shiny
rayon viscose, which is really, it's got its own shine as well. So it's a really nice, that is more of the traditional type of thread that is currently used in Malta for their spiral wrapping. So it adds even more shine. And so you've got the basic techniques, you form the petals, you wrap them in the thread, and then make up your individual flowers and posies from them.
Yeah, very, very
each
nice.
of the individual petals.
Wonderful indeed. Everything's colour coordinated as well, so if you're going for the blue option, you've got the silver plated bouquet bottom, and then these also come with the pins to make these into brooches, and then if you're going for the pink option, you'll get the warmer, the gold bouquet colour, whichever works with the colour that you're choosing. They are really gorgeous. So $15.99 for either one, so it is an either or, either the pink or the blue, and you can order on the website, 536673 to order now. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching here on the Craft Store. Lovely to have your company this morning, this Saturday morning. Hope your weekend is going well as well. Is this a new craft for you? Are you starting from scratch here? Well, Gina will tell you that, you know, as a beginner, anywhere is a good place to begin. No kit in particular will be, you must get this one or avoid that one. It's for advanced people only. Start anywhere, just get going with your Gannutel flowers and enjoy with making to give to some very special people in your life, I'm sure. So once you've visited the website, you can see everything just on there. Remember, you've got your Flextravaganza event going on at the moment, so even an item, if it's in your basket and it's £1, you can spread the cost if you want using Flexi. If you're shopping with Gina, same thing, you know, spread the cost over a number of months if you so choose. Gina, what would you like to show us now?
Right, well, the first thing I'm going to show you is a little flower from the Cloisterwork kit, and using the knitted wire. I did say it was my new favourite, so I'll show you how to use it, because it's quite interesting as a material. As I said, you can use really anything. You can use scissors to cut all of the wires here. I would use a stronger pair of craft scissors if you don't have wire cutters for the actual wires. Obviously not your fabric scissors or anything like that. And likewise for the things like the bullion and the knitted wire, you can of course use those craft scissors. I tend to use my metalworking scissors just because it's finer. So anything I would use for any goldwork embroidery, I would also use these scissors. So you're just cutting a little length of your knitted wire. Measurements are all included so that you get the optimal amount of all of the ingredients, as it were, in the kit. So we'll have our little piece there, and we'll also have to cut a little piece of the bullion. So, and this is going to be for the center. And then you will have lengths of wire as well, telling you which lengths of wire to use. So I'm going to thread the bullion. This is so simple. I'm going to thread the bullion onto the wire, and I'm just going to stretch it a little bit, but you don't have to. And then I'm just going to hold that and twist the ends together. I know you can't really see what I've done because I'm holding on to it, but basically I'm just making a little center. So nice and simple. Now the knitted wire is actually knitted in a tube. So what you need to do is hold it between your finger and your thumb and just twist it, and that tube will open up. And then you can just thread your center. Now you can change this up because you could have beads in the center if you prefer. You don't have to use sort of this. And then you just need to thread it through and not catch it, which is what I just did. Live TV is always wonderful when you're trying to look really cool and calm. And then just pull that right up. I'm going to leave a little bit down at the bottom of the center that I've chosen. I'm just going to crunch that around underneath it. I'm going to take another length of wire and hold one end down towards the stem end, and I'm just going to twist this around basically to bind that knitted wire to the center. You can sort of take as much time as you like, making them all neat and tidy around the stems. A lot of cloister work, with a lot of the Ganetelle flowers, you would cover the stems with florist tape, for instance, to hide all of the wires. Interestingly, cloister work doesn't tend to actually have that. They don't cover the wires because it's still just more sparkle. So I just trimmed off a little bit I caught there. Now you can just pop your fingers into the wire and stretch it. You can curl it back. You can really make your flowers as large as you like, or you can make them skinny, but basically you're making a bellflower. So you just arrange that however you like, and it's as simple as that.
It's very beautiful.
That's it.
Absolutely beautiful.
And so moving on from there, you then can get a little bit more complicated. The ones with the crinkle wire are possibly the most complicated ones in the kit, and they're not very complicated.
Gina, thank you very much for everything we've seen so far. Which bit will be the next bit that you're moving on to, just so we can compare
I'll
ourselves?
do another one of the little flowers that's in the cloister work, only because it's a little bit different, and it's using the acrylic tool. And so if I can talk you through that as well.
Yeah, we'll just give you a couple of seconds to reboot and get ready for that. Thank you, Gina. That's beautiful. So, as a brand new crafter to this area of craft, feeling confident, feeling like it's achievable, the door is wide open? I should hope so too. Gina's there for you through this live show now, but also there'll be videos that you can seek out online. Plus, there's the all-important instructions with this kit as well. Plus, also, 30% of the stock is gone on the cloister work kit alone. 30% gone. But it is brand new today. It's the top popular kit. Currently, you get everything that you need to make a lovely 7 different floral designs that you can see here, and you'll be able to make 2 of each. And then even have some little bits left over afterwards. So you have things like your copper wire in the gilded, the silver-plated, and the classic copper. You've got your crinkle wire, which is just absolutely awesome. This is it rolled up at the moment, just in a reel. And then you've got all of the different elements that Gina was just using. Plus, these are the finished examples of the flowers that you're going to be making. And also, do you love gold and silver? By the way, I was just playing with the pearl wire. I don't know why. I was just using that as a bit of a comfort blanket this morning. I'm not sure why. Ask my therapist. I'm seeing her in 2 weeks. So, you've got, her name's Liz, she's lovely. Anyway, you've got flowers here that you'll be able to make, 7 of different styles that you're getting. Plus, at the end of your call today or online, the website will suggest, oh, would you like, and it's a very clever website that kind of talks to you, would you like to add these frames and stands onto your order? Well, if you're seeing that design there, that one's been covered in fabric, but it's an MDF frame. If you fancy adding something like that to your order, then please do consider that with Gina's sets. But this is a brand new today, $22.99, and it's 315618 to order now. Do you love rubies, sapphires and sparkly things like gold and silver? Well, cloister work flowers have their roots in very, very expensive materials like that in the European churches of Germany, Austria and Switzerland. Even to this day, Gina, how wonderful. We could get into this hobby and craft now, but know that we could book a break away and go and have a look at these things.
You would be able to. There's some excellent teachers as well in Switzerland who you could probably even get classes with to do some real traditional stuff. So yeah, but you can see it, and I think that's one really nice thing. But bringing it forward to a modern thing, you know, and making jewellery and stuff. Some of the things that Anne and Chris on my design team have created is just marvellous.
Beautiful. Which stage are you at now then?
Right, so in your cloister work kit, you're going to get a little acrylic tool. Okay, and so I'm going to show you a technique to make like a little bud or filler flower. You could, of course, you know, keep hold of the tool because you like this kit. You'll want this in the future. So you're just cutting a length of wire, and you're going to wrap it around the tool. Now the thing is you mustn't wrap tight. You mustn't pull and wrap tight, otherwise it's going to be stuck fast on that tool and you're not going to be able to slide it off. And that is something that is really, really easy to do. And it's the same as if you're winding around any of the rods that we provide. Don't ever do them too tightly because the wire will dig in and will stay. So what I like to do is, as I'm wrapping, I'll just move it around a little bit. Just make sure that I haven't sort of lost track of what I'm doing and started wrapping too tightly. It also means that you get more, you know, if you're using a very long length, you'll get more on it as you're working. So just wind round. This is a fascinating, the way this looks in the end is quite fascinating. And then I press on the flat, okay, and then slide it off, and look, it twists. It just automatically twists around.
Oh,
Isn't that
wow.
cool?
Yeah, that's incredible. It's one of those rare crafts where the process and
It's
what you're
about
making.
technique.
Yeah.
It is honestly about technique. You get the right materials, you get the technique, and you can sort of encourage that a little bit more as well. So obviously, if you were to use a longer piece, in the instructions I'm just saying to do it to make a little bud or filler. So then, but if you were, you know, if you had extra wire and you were to do a longer piece, you can really get some nice effects. So what I'm going to do, I've threaded it through with another piece of wire, and I'm just going to twist that onto the wire. So this is the core wire to give it a bit of strength. Now I'm going to twist it round a little bit more, just to really emphasize that twist before I twist it the other side onto the wire, if that makes sense. So we're just sort of encouraging that twist a little bit more so that there's more of a shape there. And then again, just like we did with the bullion, we can twist it round and make a filler. And in the instructions it was a slightly longer piece, so you'll get more of a filler there, but these can be dotted around anywhere or be used in the center of your flower and be done in the different colors and everything. And it's just, you could also, one of the things is if you take it off of that and you don't twist it round on itself, but instead just use it as a spirally stem, you'll find that that's used a lot for things like wheat and things to show that. So it's just another lovely little technique.
Oh, lovely in many ways, just to see just the beauty of being able to see.
It's just amazing that you,
Yeah.
you sit there and you twist something and then it just, ooh, it works.
It's the wonder of working with different
Yeah.
materials. I guess you get the same thing from, you know, carpenters and I don't know, somebody working with clay, maybe potters, to be able to work with wire and to get
it
that
just, boom.
moldability
Yeah.
and that
I think
way it behaves.
Exactly, and because again, because so much of these techniques went on to passementerie, that's how I learned them. So you'll find that so many of these things are used, if you actually were to go into a stately home and look at those really giant tassels that they have, or the fancy finials on the beds, you'll find that that's what they're doing. They're using these techniques, and so you start to sort of pick it out when you go places.
Yeah. Gina, what you're doing is you're empowering us to see things when we go and visit, you know, particularly the butterfly kit, for example, taking its roots and inspiration from Victorian times. It was Gina herself who earlier said it was a Victorian brooch that she'd seen, a butterfly brooch which was a Victorian origin that inspired her for the butterfly kit. Let's see if I can remember. Yeah, Malta for the fairies as well, and then Germany and Austria and Switzerland for the cloister work kits. So loads of history and current history to be able to see. You know, it's not just things that are locked in the past that we need to go to searching in books for, but you can go to chapels and churches and places now in Europe, on the continent, and see things, see beautiful jewellery and wirework and brooches made. But imagine, how would it feel to be able to make home decor like this? Well, I've got the book to talk about in just a second, where, you know, you can take a little piece of home decor, a bucket or something that might be something in need of upcycling, or a vase maybe, or something like that, or something bought from a shop where things don't cost very much, but you can upcycle it and make it look even better. But looking at that for a gift, imagine the ability to make and give gifts like this. Yeah, I think that's always something I've thought about in the craft world. You know, when we talk about making to sell, it's something that you can make and sell quickly. These Ganitelle flowers, these creations, are make to give to people that you'd normally just give a gift card to, or a book to, or a voucher of some sorts. But to be able to make something really special that means something. So, will it start with the book today for you? The book has so much imagery in it and so much tutorial in it too, with your Country Flowers handbook. $14.99 it is today to order. It's 824412. Gina, as we just return to you for our next part of the demonstration, as far as the book goes, who would it appeal to today? To those that want to start and then take it that little bit further?
A lot of the flowers sort of in the past may resemble certain flowers, but a lot of them are fantasy flowers that you'll see in the churches and everything. And this was me going back and saying, well, let's do something a little bit more realistic using all of the techniques. And so that's what's inspired the book, is so that you can make flowers that do actually, the British countryside, things that you would see on your walks when you're out with your dog having fun. Yeah. These sort of flowers that you'll see, and a lot of pictures there, that photographs of real ones that we've taken doing exactly that. And it's got basic techniques, so it goes through basic techniques at the beginning.
Yes.
And then putting those techniques together step by step so that you can make the flowers.
Also, I'm not spoiling anything, but I'm turning through, but gathering a few pages in one go, so I'm not spoiling anything for people that are going to be getting this home as well. A quarter of the stock's gone on the book, so a lot of people may be picking that up as a brand new starter foundation stone, maybe, to your Ganitelle flower creating. Gina, what would you like to show us next?
Right, so we talked about the prepared thread, so I'm going to show you how to make prepared thread, okay? So you need a length of the fine wire, and you need your thread. What I'm using here are 2 lengths of the DMC thread that comes in the kit. I've knotted one end together, and I'm just going to come down to the other end and knot the other end. So they should be, as much as you can, the same length, so that there's not too much of a gap. Hang on, just twist, getting caught in my other flowers. Now you need a fixed point of some description. Now with the kits, I've got a little clamp here that I've set up. With the kits you've got, that require prepared thread, you've got a stick. This is so that you can twist them together. So you hold this taut, and I like to sort of rest the thread and wire in my fingers and just twist this around. So you can make it without any special equipment, okay? You just have to persevere in your twisting around. But if you want things to be a little bit easier, you get the tornado twisting tool, the one with the hook in it, and you pop that in instead, and then you can just twist. And that makes life a little bit easier. And in the packet, you also have a little cup hook for your other end.
Yeah, that's a monumental difference, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it just makes things a little bit easier. Even I'm doing this off to a side. I mean, normally I would twist the wire with it out in front of me, then off to the side, but obviously that doesn't help you on TV. And so what you want to do is you want to twist it until you have an even space, and it's got to be quite a fine space. I would say about 3 to 4 millimeters between the wire and the thread. And I will show you that in just a minute. I'm getting close. You can see as it's getting close. You don't want to over twist it, because if you over twist it, well, the worst that will happen is it will break at either this point or your far end.
So you could still use what you've got.
You can still use it. You can still use it, so long as you've twisted it. But your tension as you're holding here does not want to be really tight. Again, it's the same as with the acrylic tool. It's getting to know the tension, and that's where the biggest practice comes in. You want it to sort of be taut but not tight.
Okay, understood.
Okay?
Well,
And so
half
we'll
the
just-
stock's gone on the Tornado toolkit, actually, here, Gina.
I'm not sure if the camera can actually pick up the flecks. So there's like
Yes,
a
we've got
little
that.
bit of pink, and then the fleck of the metal of the wire. And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for something that holds itself and it's not too gappy if it bends. If it is a little bit gappy, don't worry. Practice with that. You know, don't just get rid of it. You can make quite a few flowers with it anyways. And then that's it. That's your prepared thread. Okay? So I'm just going to trim off that end. Usually your wire cutters will cut through your thread as well as your wire or your craft scissors. Then, for a simple leaf shape, just going to take another length of wire. You could, if you wanted to, if you ever found it sort of difficult holding your wire, you could also twist up two to make a slightly stronger wire. So that's entirely up to you.
Doubling up. Yes, embroiderers will be very familiar with that, with like separating out the, you know, what you're doing
with
is
the
you're adding.
skeins.
You're adding,
That's with the skeins. But I mean, with the wire itself, the technique I'm going to show you now, some people would prefer a thicker wire for this core part. So if you ever find that you're having difficulty keeping it straight, my first suggestion would be is just to use 2 bits of wire and just twist it to make it a little stronger. Okay, so I'll start from this end. And what you do is about at the middle, you wrap your prepared thread around the wire for whatever many wraps the instructions tell you to do. Okay? Then you start the petal or leaf shape. So we go anti-clockwise and we twist it around again, and we go anti-clockwise and we twist it around again, and we keep doing this each time. This is a round, so for as many rounds as your pattern may tell you to do. Now, I could keep going along to cover this, but I've done a few wraps, so I'm happy that that's going to be covered enough, so I can trim off that excess. Use the stronger scissors to do that, because the problem with wire cutting with scissors that have been cutting wire is they won't cut the thread anyway. That's why you keep them separate.
Yeah. It's one pair of scissors for one job. So embroidery scissors, wire cutting scissors, or wire cut. I'm just lucky because I've done a bit of jewellery making and wire work, so I've got my wire cutters at home, like my mini jewellery maker
yes,
cutters.
This is it. I mean, they make it easier anyways, I think, to have separate things for. Now, you see, I didn't twist this one quite enough, but you can see where I'm going with this.
In fact, have a look at the website, craftstore.com, for jewellery making wires and pliers and things. Wires and pliers. Sounds
And
like a
so
good shop
then,
name.
again, I'm going to go
DIY
to the
shop.
pliers because we're talking about them, just to show you that you can use sort of all sorts. And as that end started to untwist. And we twist that end off, and we fold that down, and that's effectively one petal.
Beautiful, absolutely.
And so you can make them different sizes, and then as in the kits there are also different shapes. So there are squares, there's V shapes, there's all different types of shapes which require different techniques and different numbers of initial core wires to wrap around. But that is basically it. And so you can see that when you then do that, you can then shape them, and it retains its shape.
So you're
which
then,
is quite nice.
You're adding life to,
Exactly.
you know, whether
So
it
if
is a butterfly or a fairy or a petal.
Something like that. This is with this is the iris in the book. You can see that you can then change. This is using that technique but you can make each flower individual within itself as well. So that's why what I meant by it being robust. The silk ones you should bend before and leave them, because the silk could pop off.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but these, because the silk's been twisted with the wire initially, that gives you a little bit more of a robust.
They're sort of two are becoming one.
That's right. So you can do that little bit more, and it is that little bit more robust.
Gina, you're surrounded by beautiful samples over there at the demonstration area. So if you want to get started with your amazing wire work, your flower making, whatever it might be, this is your prepared wire flower making kit, and you can make the lovely flowers that you can see here potentially with it, with your full instructions as well. You've got the embroidery threads too. They are all in like a base colour, you know, as opposed to silk or sparkly. They're a base colour, but the idea is you're making them sparkly with this copper wire that's also included with this flower making kit. And you get the beads. I feel like I'm raking one of those Japanese gardens when I do that. So I feel quite peaceful when I'm doing that. So it's quite lovely. I suggest you do that when you get this home. But then you can make these amazing flowers from scratch potentially as a brand new crafter. You may never have made a Ganutelle flower before, but notice how that basic colour of thread, that lavender for example, is with the rose gold colour of the copper wire. You know, you add those two elements together, you wouldn't believe it unless you knew it was true from watching the demonstrations, but adding those two elements together is creating more than the sum of its parts with those petals there. Beautiful results. I really do love this. And if you want to get involved, please do. There's no big door blocking you from doing this. If you're a beginner, you can do it from scratch. If you just happen to have stumbled upon the channel and just tuned in today to the craft store, then you are very welcome. Make all those beautiful flowers and anything once you've got the tools and you've got the knowledge to then take it forward. 886-863 to order now. Now, you do get the tools that you need with each kit, so don't feel, oh, I haven't got what I need. Just buy whatever kit it is and you can make what it is the kit for. But do you want to feel like you're flying like that tornado? Well, you've got the tornado toolkit here, but it is limited stock. That's gone quickly. My goodness, it was at 50% of the stock gone. You've got your twisting rod, which is this one with the hook on it, and then you've got your coiling rods in the 3 different sizes. So that's the twisting rod with that hook just there, and then your coiling rods, they don't have the hook. This bendy bit on the end. That's your coiling rod in the large, the medium, and the small. Very, very delicate. I'd almost lose it if it wasn't there. This is for getting your tension right, so you would hook your skeins or your wire or your threads on there, and then you've got your spaces as well to make potentially these wonderful, wonderful things with your techniques, making petals and flowers, but also with your tassels. This is where the twists come in, and then your twisted cords as well. That's particularly using this tool here, the one with the hook on it, would make something like this or this when you're creating your elements to what will become then a design for you. $9.99 it is for your tools. Gina's shown how useful they are in all of her demonstrations today. So limited stock, get them as soon as you can before they sell out. Oh my goodness, everybody that has got them in their baskets, if you check out, they've sold out now. $699-311. That was a classic shopping telly where you muddle the price up with the item number. It happens about 3 or 4 times a day, and it'll happen again. That's the first time today, and the time is 10:47. So anyone playing muddled bingo, you can tick that off your list. So Gina, what would you like to show us next?
Thank you. Well, I'll show you another flower from the cloisterwork kit, but then sort of discuss the usage of the pearl. Because you need pearl in the pretty posies, and it's in the pretty posies kit, and it's in our ordinary Ganutelle spiral technique kit, which is also on the website in the brand section. Pearl wire is a coil of wire, which if you have the tornado tool, that's what the other ones are for, a coiling. So you can make these yourself. But when we provide it, what you get is this tight coil that you need to gently pull apart, just a little bit. You don't want to pull it too much, because if you pull it too much, it won't hold what it needs to hold. Now, in saying that, you can get away with pulling it a little bit further in the Cloisterwork kit because we're going to be wrapping it with wire anyway. And so, of course, wire will hold its own. So you can actually sort of pull it out a fair bit. But I do give measurements as we go through. So I'm just going to cut myself a little piece of this now. This is the sort of prepared pearl. So it's when it's actually being pulled out. But most of the time I'll say you need a length of pearl and to stretch it to another length, as that then helps you, but do it in small stages. We're going to place that, thread that onto a length of wire, and then I'm going to form a petal. And that's where the petal and leaf jig comes in. There's lots of patterns there that will help you to form a whole range of different petals and shapes again and again and again. But for this, I'm just going to do a little one, and I'm going to twist the bottom to create a little bit of a stem and just have an oval flower. Now I'm going to take some of that crinkle wire, and I say with great confidence if I can find the end. There we go. And as you can see, crinkle wire is basically like a zigzag of wire. And this is really nice, again, to add a bit of texture, a bit of color. It also works great to use instead of thread in a lot of different scenarios with flowers as you become more experienced. So all I'm going to do, I've twisted the end onto the stem just to hold it, and then I'm just going to wrap back and forth, holding it into the gaps in the pearl. Okay, I'm not worrying too much about filling all the gaps or anything like that, because when I get to the end, I'm just going to press down a little bit because it is wire, so that keeps it sort of in place. Now I'm just going to work my way back down, which helps to fill some of the others. And you can sort of go at a slight slant if you want. You can really, this particular, because you're working with wire as opposed to thread, you can go any which way. You can fill it, you can leave it gappy, it's entirely up to you, because the wire will hold onto itself so much more easily than if you were doing this with thread. With thread you have to be a little bit more precise and have your tension a little nicer. And then that's it, we have another petal. So we can carry on and make a few petals. And obviously if you're measuring out, you're going to get all of your petals reasonably the same size, because you'll start out with all the same lengths of wire. But I'll show you with two just how you can then join them, as opposed to sort of saying, well, wait while I try to make a whole flower for you. But as you can see, it's not that difficult anyways. So we'll go again up in one direction, and back down in the next, just to fill that up with the sparkly thread, sparkly wire even. So I'm going to trim some of that excess off just so that I don't have too much. And then what I recommend is to always use a new piece of wire to bind all of your elements together. So usually you would then say, right, I'm going to put my petals around a center. So let's take that knitted wire. You can make up some real fantasy flowers if you like as well, but instead I'll just wind those around this. So take a length of wire, again hold the shorter end down amongst the stem, because that way you'll cover that up as well, so you've not got this starting piece that's going to unravel. You're basically working back down and binding, and it is as simple as that. So you can work down, make your stem, and that's it. So we have a little weird fantasy flower with red leaves. But as you can see, your petals can become leaves, your leaves, petals, and so on. It just depends on the shape that you make and create from it.
And the beauty of a fantasy flower where there's no right or wrong.
Exactly. And you know, it's also worth some of you crafters remembering that whilst this is metal, there are different things that will go on it. I think it's alcohol inks will go onto metal, won't they? So you can then colour up as well. And if you're using any of the spiral flowers, I use a lot of permanent inks and so on to colour the silk that I'm using after I've made the flowers.
That's these spiral flowers here. I might grab that one just to show us an example for you, Gina.
That's right. So you can then colour those up as well, and you can use, you know, your different, like your mica powders and things like that on on the silks. It will just give shimmers, extra shimmer. So you know, it's endless, really.
Oh,
it is endless.
Those are good words to hear. To somebody that's fallen in love with Ganitol flowers today, you know, endless in terms of the amount of creativity, fun, and all of the crafts that you can have with it, with your Ganitol flowers. That's the do you know, it's funny when Gina says endless as well, because when she mentioned spiral, I was like, right, I'll find one of those. Because it's not just, it's all the same thing. You know, there's all these different vibes and looks and styles. I will put that back properly, I promise. Oh, I said I was going to show this at some point as well, Gina. It's the door hanging for the butterflies.
Yes.
What was the relevance of this? Was it
because she's used the silk? Yeah. Instead of using the sparkly thread, she's used a plain silk thread.
Okay.
And so that's a
just
nice.
Knocks it back a bit.
That's it. So it just takes. So you know, if it's all too much sparkle, you can change it up. You've got that option because those cards are there. You know, they're yours.
Yeah. So the embroidery thread with the butterfly kit is sparkly.
Is sparkly.
And you can see there you've got the sparkle from your butterflies. But if you want to use a sort of base colour, a neutral colour.
That's right.
Flat,
so you can change that up yourself as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you have the possibility to do that. Look, I know I've just sort of thrown a few things in your direction there in terms of the Ganitol flowers, because I've shown you the spiral flowers. That was from the flower making kit, and then I just flashed up a couple of the butterflies there from the butterfly kit. But the website shows everything. It's a good place to show you now, because on the website you'll see all your different choices. Oh, plus the brand new today also. So I like Katie, our producer. She's like, every time we go to the website, she's like, our new website. She's really excited about it. She really, yeah. It's like the day I got my Sandero. I'm like, look, it's my new car, even though it was already 4 years old. It's like, to me, it was new. So on the new website, you'll be able to see here, craftstore.com, you'll be able to see all the different options as well for you. This, though, is the one that you'll be zeroing in on if you are a returning customer of Gina's, a fan of Gina's, having seen Gina Barrett before on the craft store. Because this is your cloister work set where you'll be making 7 different styles of flower twice over. Also, these little frames are at the end of your phone call today, or on the website. The website, if it's clever, will pop up with a, you may want to add these to your order. It's a little MDF frame set with a couple of stands. But yeah, you'll be able to make 7. Think about it, for $22.99 with full instructions. You've got your gilded, your silver plated wire, your copper wire, the beads, the crinkle wire, everything that you'll need to get started. You saw the toolkit that sold out. You don't need that. You've got the full instructions in every tool you'll need to start, at least, with your cloister work kit here, famous in the chapels and churches of Europe, particularly Germany, Switzerland and Austria. Gina, it's your one live show today, isn't it?
It is, yes. I'm back on the 19th of February with more buttons.
Ah, this is the benefit. We shall see you soon, just after the middle of February, 19th for Gina. Please stay tuned. Check out of your basket. So please do stay tuned. It's a great brand, Maker Forte, with Alexandra doing the demonstrating next. Also, the one-day special, just in case, is up after that.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room, anything. If it pops into our head and we can physically make it, then we'll go for it. As I said, the buzzword is all about fun for us. On our shows, we always like to have lots of fun. There's always lots of laughter, and hopefully you'll learn a few things that you didn't know along the way. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies, that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders. We have decorative dies, we have colouring doorbers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hello, hello, and a very, very good morning to you. You're watching The Craft Store. My name is Matt, and I hope that you're enjoying all the variety that we've had for you so far. And for me, this is a new brand, Maker Forte, demonstrated by Alexandra, who joins us here live in the studio. Now, Maker Forte is a US company, so US-based. Therefore, everything will be dispatched from the 7th of February as well for you. So looking across the show, you've got amazing products, really cool products as well. So, you know, loads of variety here. Stamps, glues, tools, as well as ink pads. The Squid Buddy, which I thought, that's interesting. You do some reading up about that one. Been having a play with that this morning already. So loads to have a look at. Please do, if you want to, have a look at the website, our new website, craftstore.com. You can have a little look at that now to see all of the products that Alexandra is going to be bringing you today. We can have a quick peep at that now. We've just plugged ours in. We're just scrolling across for you. I think, does that do it automatically? It doesn't do that on my phone. How new is this website? Unbelievable. I was on it yesterday on my phone and it wasn't scrolling. Maybe it's a problem with my phone. Maybe I need to upgrade from a Nokia 5110. So, on that topic, we have got a whole host of amazing products then for you from Maker Forte. But I'm intrigued. I want to know more about Maker Forte. Do you mind me asking a selfish question to begin the show of Alexandra, to ask more about the brand, please? Alexandra, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you, Matt?
Yeah, really good. Thanks you for asking. First time we've met, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, never done a show together before, on Skype or otherwise.
No.
Tell me more about Maker Forte, please. I know that's a lyric I've just stolen off John Travolta there, but tell me more.
Yeah, so I started Maker Forte just over a year ago. We moved to Florida 5 years ago, and so we are based in Sarasota, Florida, and we make everything in-house. I was an engineer for Jaguar Land Rover before we moved over, so You'll notice everything is about innovation and collaboration. So it's about working with some of our designers. We design a lot of our things. All the rubber stamps you've got, we make in-house. It's our own rubber compound. So some really kind of fun parts to it as well.
Yeah. Have you always been crafty though, even when you were an engineer?
Always been crafty.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So you've taken that skill, you've taken what you know, what you love, and you've sort of fused them both together and brought us lovely, lovely things.
Yeah.
Okay. So in our collection that we're looking at first of all, the Flights of Fancy.
Yes.
These are stunning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love butterflies.
Tell me more about where they came from. Was it just that need for a really cool? I mean, you could use the outside edge just on its own if you want, and doodle the inside, or use your inner stamp.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can use any stamp with it as well. So you can, as you say, do the outside edge, and then have that, use any stamp as your background. You've got the lovely feather there, just to add some delicate details. You've got the detailed one, and then you kind of have the butterfly trails, that you can use all sorts of different ways. You've got lots of samples there, using it with background stamps and black and white, adding lots of colour, kind of doing the no line colouring on there as well. And they're made out of a white rubber, which is our own compound. Funny enough, my husband has a PhD in tyre engineering, so he knows quite a lot about the rubber industry.
Wow, yeah.
So when we started...
No prizes for guessing where he may have used to work,
yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
So we, developed this rubber together because I wanted something that, one, when you put the ink on, you can see what's on it. Hence, we did the white.
Yes.
And then also something that was really easy to clean. So you can use it with alcohol inks, alcohol lift inks, your archival inks, your dye-based inks, your Colour Hive, which we've got here in the show. You can use it with absolutely anything, and it's going to clean up beautifully for you.
Yeah, wonderful, with that white rubber. Love hearing about it there, Alexandra. So that's your Flights of Fancy sets, $20.99. On extended delivery, we've said about that at the beginning of the show. 7th of February is the date of the dispatch of all of your items. They're coming from the US. 762106 to order now. So the magic glue. Tell me more about the magic glue, please.
Yeah, so it's Maker's Magic Glue, and you can use it loads of different ways. So there you have a white pearl, a clear glitter, and a clear. Now it works with vellum, it works with your cardstock, you can use it with metal and wooden embellishments, you can use all sorts of things, and it will dry flat if you press it, so if you glue two things together and give it a nice press, or it will dry 3D. So if you want to add a little embellishment drop, I've also been known to put it
sprinkle
down,
glitter and things.
Sprinkle glitter on it, put it on my mat, add in a re-inker and colour it my own colour. And there you've got micro brushes to apply it, and also our Maker's Magic glue rings.
Yeah, what are these?
Yeah, so you fill the centre with whatever you're doing, and then you just dot backwards and forwards. You'll see me doing it. I'm going to do a few fun things. But
okay, so
really,
a million
really
questions,
easy.
but we'll just wait until you use them.
We'll
I'm
show
sure
you, and they're great to use. And you can use them loads of times. They're reusable too.
So to anyone tuning in today thinking, oh, I'm not going to watch him, they're going to think, no, I'm going to stay tuned for Alexandra because she's going to be used. So these balance out what I'm bringing to the table today. Okay, which is nothing. So you get your glues and accessories there at $21.99 today, $497,768 to order right now. I've broken the rules because my wife said, look, have a good day, but whatever you do, don't put yourself down. I've just broken the first rule. So this is the foiling kit as well. This is brilliant for anyone who maybe doesn't have loads of sentiments and things already. They're not a stamper. They've got them ready to go, I guess.
Yeah, so everything's pre-printed, and I'm also going to show you how to do it with no waste, so you can keep using the same supplies over and over. You've got that beautiful Carla Lily stencil in there, you've got the rain glow foil, you've got pre-done card fronts, and when you go to a card store and you look at those foiled cards, they're really expensive.
True.
And this makes sure you can do it at home really easily, really simply. You just need a laminator. You don't need any of those complex die cutting systems or anything. It's really easy to do, and whether you're a new or experienced crafter, it adds kind of a fun sparkle to your card making.
So when you say, Alexandra, I need a laminator, this is a hot foil system, so not cold, is that right?
Yeah, a hot laminator, but you don't need any of those dye systems that with the hot foil. You literally just use your home laminator.
And it's the warmth of the laminator that does
exactly.
it. I was just asking for hot and cold foil versus like you couldn't get like a sticky pad and use this foil.
No, you can get special glues and things that will adhere it.
Okay.
But this one is using the laminator.
Fair enough. That's perfect. Because again, you've got the special ink that takes the foil then with your laminator. It's heat reactive, etc., isn't it? So let me just hold some of these up actually, because you've got lots of sentiments and phrases here, but you've got more just behind. Loving the mixture of fonts, Alexandra, because immediately, as a new crafter, maybe I've got lots and lots of stamps and styles here that I don't need to own all those stamps. I don't need to own all of these.
Exactly. It's our all occasions set. So there's a little bit for everything, whether spirits, you know, the get well, the thinking of you, the love you, all those kinds of things. And again, the big, bold things on there. And you'll notice there's a black one. That's a kind of what we call magic foiling. So I'm going to show you how to do that.
Oh, OK. I was thinking positive and negative, but magic is much better.
Pretty much. But yes, we're going to go for magic today.
Yeah, no, definitely. And always think positive. That's something I need to remember as well.
There you go.
Always think positive. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Life is good. My sandwich is in the fridge, I hope, still. And a can of Diet Coke, because I thought I'd treat myself today. Yeah. I didn't want water from the tap, you know. Wanted something fizzy to cut through, you know, cut through the thirst. Anyway, you've got that whole set from Maker Forte there, and the details have just disappeared, so I've run out of time to recap. I'm so sorry. Then we've got the ink pad. I'm too late. Have a look at the website. And then you've got in fact, the graphics aren't slow. I'm slow. The ink pads are in your quad set. So is this groups of 4 that you've typically put together then?
Yeah, so there you have groups of 4 that I think work together. We really kind of try to curate them, so it's very difficult to make mud. So they are all water reactive. They are our own chemical formula. The California Love you've got there, the one with the clear lid, is one of our neon inks, and they have a special additive in them. They're still dye-based, but it makes them really, really vibrant.
Right.
The others you're going to find are a little bit thicker, a bit more opaque, but water reactive, alcohol marker friendly, smushable. You know, you can watercolor with them, we can stamp with them, you can blend a beautiful background. All those kinds of things.
And when you say smushable, you can tell me about your smusher tool when we get to it, because I'm quite intrigued by that. I love the way Florida and the UK have come together here, because you've got flamingo for the flamingo pink, and then Cotswold green.
Yes.
So, you know, 2 different cultures, 2 different countries rather, together. So that's set 1. You're getting 4 in each set then, and set 2. There are full details for these on the website, so don't worry about me going through the colours and stuff like that. But you've got set 1, set 2, set 3, and set 4. 630350. That's 1 item number for your 3 sets of 4. 3 different sets of 4 on your quad inks. And then you've got your basics trio. Did you just refer to this briefly, Alexandra, when you mentioned about the... Oh, no, because you mentioned sticky in the clear, right? Yeah.
So your basics trio, you've got the Remarkable Black, so that's instantly alcohol marker friendly. So if you like doing your alcohol markers, you've got the Fog, which is perfect for doing backgrounds, and also the no line colouring, which is really popular. And then you've got the Clear for heat embossing and using with the kaleidoscope powders we have as well.
Yeah, the kaleidoscope powders, they're lovely. So you've got your basics trio there, 782390 to order, 21.75 to get them right now. And these kaleidoscope powders you speak of here, Alexandra, someone's had a bit of an accident with one. I promise it wasn't me. I haven't even touched it. Didn't do anything. But the brush is included here.
The brush is included, and you can use the same brush for all 3 powders. Just wipe it on a piece of kitchen roll in between, not wet, make sure it's dry. But they're really versatile. And the one you see there on the left, which is the white, will actually show up a different colour on black. I'll show you, it has an interference in it. And the Aurora, which is on the right, that will also come out a different colour on black. And then you've got the metallic blue Pluto as well. Plus, the packaging, we've put a special treat in for the craft store. If they scan the QR code on the back of the packaging when they get it, it will give them a list of 32 ways to use the kaleidoscope powders.
32 different ways?
32
That's amazing to get that as a bonus. So scan the QR code, it will take you straight there with your the camera on your phone. So 742025 to order now. And you said about smushing earlier on here, Alexandra. The smushing tool, this is brilliant. What does it do, though?
So it's designed to work with your stamps. So if you use a stamp platform or you use a larger rubber stamp, and so many times they call them CPR stampers, you know, where they really kind of pump the stamp platform. Well, this is designed to give you even pressure. It's hand turned out of wood, and then it has that firm felt pad on the bottom. So you put it over the top of your stamp platform, or if you're working with background stamps, we give you a spare felt just in case you get ink on it. Not that I've ever done that, of course. And then you can really get even pressure. It's great for holding stuff down while it's, you know, gluing, pressing your layers together, particularly if your fingers are inky. It stops all those ink smudges and things.
Yes.
So.
Perfectly sized ergonomic. I mean, you said about hand turned in wood. I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, it feels great in the hand as well. We'll see you using it, so we'll see it in action. Again, a million questions, but they'll all be answered in our demonstration, I'm sure, Alexandra. So it's 203620 to order your smusher tool, and it's $14.99. And then, if you're scoring, folding, creating crease lines, Good tool set.
Yeah, so all of those things in there. So we designed these a little bit different to others. They're Teflon, so they're not going to stick. They're also great for moving your stamps around, those photopolymer stamps that tend to stick to your fingers and your fingernails. You can move them with that, but they have a really nice sharp point on. So you've got the pencil for scoring, and then you have the bone folder that has an end for burnishing. You can use it with gilding flakes. You can use it with glue-based foils. Score up your folds on your dies, all those kinds of things.
Understood. Well, they're on a nice little deal today, $25.99 instead of $21.99 though, instead of that full price that you're seeing, and that special price £4 is off on those. Remember, it is extended delivery on everything on Alexandra's show with Maker Forte. It's a US-based company, and it's coming from there from the 7th of February. The Squid Buddy then.
Yes. Isn't he cute?
Yeah, really cute.
So now, Matt, you've got to name yours.
Oh, you have to?
You have to name it.
That's the rule, is it? There you go. It has to be today or when we get it home.
Up to you. Mine's called Squiggly. Ray, who packages everything, he named mine. But yeah, you've got a cute little face on there. So that top piece is designed to get in the nooks and crannies of your stamp and to clean it. Okay. And then the bottom is to clean your stencils. So it's a little bit chunkier to get those mediums off your stencils. You've got your Squid Buster cleaning fluid in there, which actually will clean any of your craft space. There's no grease or oils in it, so you can use it on your glass mats, on your tables, all those kinds of things.
That's really good, so especially if you use a lot of gilding waxes, getting off your glass mat really quickly.
And then you've got the Prime Time, which is exclusive to us. I have to credit my husband, credit where credit's due. He designed this, so every time I used to get my photopolymer stamps out and I'd moan that they didn't stamp right and I had to condition them. Yeah. So he figured out how to create a preconditioner that takes off that tacky residue when they're crafted and created. Yeah. And we're using that in the 3 o'clock hour with some of the stamps we've got. So what you do is you spray that on, leave it for 60 seconds, clean it off, and it takes off all that manufacturing residue. So you get that perfect impression the first time.
Anybody that stamped that first time with a brand new photopolymer stamp knows exactly what you're talking about there, Alexandra. So $24.99, but instead of that, it's $19.99 with £5 saving on that little toolkit. How can you resist that little Squid Buddy? 420051 to order now. This is a double-ended tool then, so a pokey tool and a pickup tool. Exactly. Then on this one.
Yes.
Looks beautiful as well with that.
So that's your crafter's magic wand. You can tell I like magic in the craft room.
Yeah, yeah.
And the sample you've got there has a lot of gems on it, and the only way I would be able to do that is with my magic wand. So I've got the pokey end to poke out my dies or anything I need to do there, and then the other end is wax. It's resharpenable. You can just roll it between your fingers or put it in a pencil sharpener, resharpen it, and then it picks up your gems while you're gluing with your Maker's Magic glue and things like that.
Like for this, like your sequins and your gems and your any sort of pearl dots and enamel dots as well. Yep. Easy. Those that already own one of these will absolutely swear by it. So if you haven't got one, and you certainly haven't got one that looks this beautiful, then it's $12.99 today. That is a really good special price on that. $12.99. It's $481,697 to order on your double tool. We love our new website, so let's have a look at it. Craftstore.com, and that's based on a conversation between Taz, our director, and Katie, our producer. He was like, what do you want to do next? And she said, I want to go to the website because I love it. So here's the new website. It's craftstore.com. Why are you eating that? Because I love them. So you hover over it, it stops, okay, and then you pull the mouse away, and then it starts moving again. Isn't that amazing? It's like driving an automatic. So Alexandra will know all about that, coming from Florida. Oh dear. Anyway, Alexandra, what would you like to show us first of all then?
Let's start with the foiling, Matt, because it's really easy to do and I think it gives such a wow. Whether you are an experienced crafter and you want to just add some extra details, or whether you're a new crafter and you just kind of want to dip your toes in the water, it's a really great way to go. So included in your kit, you have the ephemera set. So as you said, you've got the positive and the negative, lots of fun sayings in here. And again, we make all of these. We print them, we cut them, we do everything in-house, and they're all handmade. You've got all of your card fronts. Again, they all work the same way. And then you have the simple sayings. So this is our simple celebrations. You've got happy birthday, happy anniversary, let's celebrate. And there are coordinating dies that cut everything out for you, but you can just, use your paper trimmer, use the dies you've already got in your stash. And then we have in the back what's called blank canvas. So that again is your negative, your positive and your negative. So let's start out with a piece of the ephemera. So we've got growth is growth, no matter how small. And it's so easy. On the back of the packaging, it gives you the sandwich you're going to use in your laminator, but it's as simple as ink side up, silver or dull side of foil down, put it inside a piece of the parchment sheets, and they all come pre-folded for you, so you just literally pop it inside and then pop it through the laminator. And again, if you scan the back of the packaging, there's a QR code on there, and we have added a craft store bonus. They can go and download a guide to foiling, and it tells them about how to do it with the laminator, and if you want to experiment with the glues and things you can get as add-ons, there's all of that info in there as well. So this is the longest part of this, is just waiting for it to come through the laminator.
I know people that have treated themselves to 2 so that they can be foiling something and then...
I may or may not have that at home.
Yeah, you may. Don't
may or
admit
may
to
not.
it. I've only got one, so I know I'm not guilty as charged.
No, that's it. And the really nice thing is, you know, you can use these as card fronts, you can die cut out pieces that you want to use, and then you've got that beautiful Carla Lily stencil in there. So, you know, if we take one of, let's do the sympathy one in a second, and you'll see that you don't just have to foil them, there's other things we can do with them too. So here comes out our first one.
It's a really, really good value kit, that, actually.
Yeah,
with
it's
everything
a lot
you
of
get
pieces.
Yeah, it's for $24.99, a lot is included. And that stencil as well. I know what I've paid for stencils before, so
Yeah.
to get that beautiful lily stencil.
All right, so here's the magic. Look at that.
Oh,
Isn't
it's
that
lovely.
beautiful?
Let's see that glisten. That you're right, Alexandra. When you said earlier on, you said, you know, when you handle a card that's been foil finished, it's got that expensive.
It really does.
Fine flair, hasn't it? Where you would pay that little bit more for it. So if you're making to sell, in fact, how do you stand with the angel policy with all these? If they're all done in house, I presume
you're good
free.
to go. Yeah, we're
good.
happy for you to do, you know, pretty much whatever you want with them.
Okay. So make and sell, just go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's find our opposite piece, which is always the hardest part when nothing's been foiled on. Let's see. All right, I'm going to send another one through if we can't find it. Of course, you always pick up the one that doesn't have the opposite to hand. I'd probably put it somewhere really safe, Matt. You ever do that in the craft room? Put it somewhere safe and can't remember where you put it?
somewhere too safe.
All right, so I'm going to send this one through again while I show you another thing you can do. So even if you don't have a laminator, you can still use these pieces in different ways. So I'm going to start off using that gorgeous Carla Lily on here, and you'll notice they have holes. They'll fit in, you know, your snap binders or any of those kind of larger binders as well, so you can store them really easily. I'm going to pick out that grape ink. It's such a pretty shade of purple, and I'm going to use one of my favorite blending brushes, and we're going to ink that up. And you'll notice they have more mylar on the side, just so that you have that room to start working. So when you bring your ink in, it really is seamless, and you can be as soft as you want to be.
Yeah, you're giving us like a mini blending mat with each
Exactly.
stencil, really, with that space to craft on.
And I'm going to just pop a couple down here. And so the ink that we use that is toner reactive is also going to act as a resist to your water-based inks. So for instance, you can just finish that off really easily and create that lovely soft effect on there too.
So that toner reactive ink, where it's printed with sympathy, has repelled all of your
ink.
water-based ink.
Yep, and you can spritz this with water and, you know, kind of do fun techniques on it as well. Or you can go and just ink blend directly. So if we take that one that we already foiled, the growth is growth, no matter how small, we again just adding a little bit here. This is the grape.
Yeah, the inks are in little packs of 4. There are 3 different packs of 4.
So you can just add that little hue on there, and it comes out, you know, beautifully to see.
Oh yeah, just hold that
there
up for us, please, there, Alexandra. Yeah, we can see that. Thank you so much. Sorry to ask.
So I just added that. And so that, again, the foil resists that colour, so you can blend, you know, a coordinating background. You could even blend black on top with the Remarkable and just wipe it with a piece of kitchen towel, and then you'd have just the foil pop straight out. Or the really easy way to do that. So here's another one you're going to see again. So
now,
there's
this is the one that you just sent through your...
This is the one I just sent through. I think I put the right piece over here. So this is our negative piece that we had, and we're going to now do the same sandwich. So always pretty side up on the foil, so it's an easy one to remember.
I see how this is working now. Yeah, okay, yeah, so the toner reactive ink will take all of any foil that's in contact with it.
Yep.
But there's no foil left where...
Yeah, so I've just lined it up on here. I'm going to send it through again while we're chatting. And you don't need to tape it down or do anything, and the parchment's included, as I say, it's pre-scored, and it's a really nice firm score in there, so it's not going to get caught up in your laminator or any of those kinds of things.
Yeah.
And then you've got the sets of sentiments that you can use just as is, or you can foil them, and then you have 2 full sheets of the black printed, the black, what we call blank canvas. So, you know, whether you foil these and you want to use the inverse, or maybe you foil your card fronts and you want to do the inverse, you've got some extra sheets in there, so you can really play around with it. And again, you've got all the instructions, and you can scan everything for QR codes, guides. All of our products have that on, so you get a guide with everything.
So you got that thing, even if you're just buying a set of ink pads today, I say just, but, you know, when Alexandra says any of our products got that QR code, you know, yes, scan any of them, and you are welcome to the family then, the Maker Forte creative family. By the way, this has just gone limited. I know we're not using it at the moment, but I must mention it because it could well sell out quite soon. The Smusher tool, it is limited stock right now, so definitely if it's in your basket, get it checked out as soon as possible. Right, oh, there you go, there you are on there. So it's just looking for you, that's all. I found you now. So yeah, that Smusher tool could well go. It is limited stock, final last 10% of stock remaining on it.
Yeah, it always does that one, Matt. I'm just running this one through again. I missed a little bit, so that's the nice thing. If you make a mistake, you can line it up and go again. So I'm just going to send it back through one more time. Off it goes. So yeah, so you can do that. You can also take them and just use it like a drop shadow. You know, if you want to just add a little bit of detail to your card, you have that option too. So they're really, really versatile, and you can get lots of use out of, you know, just one set. And then you've got the card fronts. You can just, you know, put them on ready to go. You can add the foil to them. You can stencil on them, blend on them, anything you really want to do. So you can really have fun with them.
Yeah, you've got proper. I know they're all printed, but a blank canvas in terms of what you can then add
and have fun with. Exactly. Yeah.
It's a great foiling kit. We've got details on the screen for it at the moment from Maker Forte with a £10 saving. This is that grand reveal now of that magic. Look at that go. It's almost like a hidden message because it's kept.
That's it.
You've got the black ink of the heat reactive ink.
Yeah. And it's easier in person. But the other thing you can do, I mean, we have hundreds of colours of foil, you know, you can get. So you could now take a silver foil, put that where I've got the happy, and then you'd have a silver happy with the rainbow behind it.
Of course, send it back through.
Back through with another foil. So yeah, you can just keep going and going and going. It's really good fun.
Yeah, foiling, I know from experience, it never stops. Yeah, once you start foiling, you've got, oh, I could use the negative of that, the positive and the negative. And you can see with the way Alexandra's designed it, you can do it in a very magic way, and you could just keep foiling and keep adding that beautiful finish. Plus, that's gold dust. That is that little instructional booklet there, which gives you a few more ideas. And it's got the QR code to add on even further to it. $34.99 normally, but a £10 introductory saving for you on that. 325-505 to order now. Everything's extended currently because it's coming from America. It's only the 7th of February though. Let's have a look. It's just over a week away. Casio never lies. So what have we got there next, Alexandra? What direction are we going in?
Yeah, let's try out the kaleidoscope powders, because from there we can embellish our card with all the kind of fun things we've got. So we're going to start off with the clear ink pad. So you have that in your ink pad trio over there. So I'm just going to grab mine out. I have all these pretty colours, and of course I'm going to just put them out on here. And then we're going to use that the butterfly stamp set, because it just looks beautiful when you use it with the kaleidoscope powders. So I'm going to use the clear ink, and I'm going to use the peacock feather on this one because it's really, really pretty. And they come in these bags ready for storage, and they have a really thick piece of acetate inside as well, so you can keep them on there, put them in a binder, however you like to store your stamps.
Oh, Alexandra,
as well.
That's really good when we think about what we pay for storage and to protect our stamps and dies. You know, that's lovely. The stamps are already in there.
All right,
think about that extra cost.
Let's use some clear.
So the details are on your screen. I'll take advantage of it because we haven't shown details for it that much today because we've been so busy with other things. But 762106 is your Flights of Fancy. That's for the butterfly stamp set, white rubber that we're using right now. You've got the butterfly trail, the feather that Alexandra's using in her demonstration, and then the silhouette or outside edge and detail of the butterfly too, all in that one set.
And here I'm using the smusher to give that really nice even pressure. So when I lift it up, it's really hard to see because it's the clear on there, but you're going to see it emerge as we add on the kaleidoscope powders. So I've just done it here on black cardstock, and you can use the kaleidoscope on black, on your pinks, any colour cardstock, depending on what colour cardstock you use, is going to depend on what your finished kind of colour looks like. So they have an interference, so they take on a little hue of, you know, whatever's in your cardstock.
Okay,
too.
Alexandra. And I'll say with the smusher, it's sold out. Details on the screen now for it. If it's in your basket, hopefully you've already checked out because, as you can see, it's sold out now.
So I'm going to take my little brush that you get. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to start with this, I think it's the Neptune. So just dip it in lightly and swirl some on. Now you see how that's gone from white to gold. And I'm going to graduate through the colours so that you get to see all of them.
I'm so glad you, I mean, obviously you planned it. You're using black card though, because you've got the interference, haven't you, in the two. The one that you're using now, and also that darker, I want to call it bronze. Is there an official colour for it?
It's called Aurora because
Aurora,
it goes on bronze and then it comes out pink. So you can see on mine it's starting to now look pink on here. And then I'm going to use Pluto. This is probably one of my favourites, the Pluto, this metallic blue.
So I'm reading it off the screen now. Yeah, Asteroid, Aurora, and Pluto. With your dual tip powder brush. So
Yep.
Three colours, Asteroid, Aurora and Pluto.
I'm going to use just a big brush to brush everything off. If you have, you know, some kind of surface sweep, or you might have this brush, we had it on before. And then you just look at that.
Oh, what a wow moment that is. That's fantastic.
You can see all those colours and shift and all that metallic in there. Now to set it, you have a couple of options. You can either spritz it with water and then let it dry. I'm a bit more of an instant gratification crafter, so I advise hairspray.
Okay.
The cheapest hairspray you can get, you know, from those single-digit stores is perfect. Give it a spritz and it will be there for forever. And
We
you're ready
know
to go.
that's a brilliant way of describing those shops.
There you go.
So, yeah, the single-digit stores. So, did you use the clear ink then for that?
I used the clear ink. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you got your basics ink pads here. You got the basic trio. You got the clear, the fog, and also the Eclipse Black. Those three inks together in the trio. There's the clear. That's the one that Alexandra just used. There is the Eclipse Black, and then the fog. There we are. Only put your fog lights on when it's foggy, by the way. The number of people I see driving towards me with their fog lights on. I mean, like, you know, I know I sound like Alan Partridge now, but there's no fog. You've got your fog lights on. There's no fog. Turn your fog lights off. Anyway, sorry about that. This makes me feel better. I've got it out of my system, but Alan Partridge is right when he says that. I'm sorry for any similarities between me and him. So you've got your basic trio there, 782390 to order now, and one of those ink pads is called Fog. It's like a grey colour, that's why I just went off on a tangent at 2175. And then you've got your wonderful, wonderful powders here to get that amazing look, that flat dimensional powder look there with your Asteroid, Aurora and Pluto. With your kaleidoscope powders. Even just with one of those powders, you're going to get a great effect. But when you blend them, you know, you get that full-on effect when you start blending your colours there. Start here with these three. If you're new to Alexandra and Maker Forte, start here with these three powders and then build your collection as time goes on. 742025 to order now. As you saw, Alexandra, she only used a little bit, and it also includes that dual-tipped soft brush to apply to. Also, don't forget the smusher tools sold out now. Your ink pads are very, very popular. The foiling sets, very, very popular too. And you can shop with us on the website. our new website, craftstore.com. Alexandra's using the double-tipped pokey tool and pickup tool at the moment. That's on a really good offer currently. Alexandra, this just looks great. Sorry to be a bit shallow and a bit of a crafting magpie, but was that something you just wanted it to look fab?
Yeah, it had to be pretty, but it had to be functional. So I had to have the engineering part of me in it, but I also had to have that, you know, the functional part. So you've got that sticky tip on there, so I can just grab a gem. Let's grab one out the lid here, and then just pop it down wherever you want it to go. So you can, you know, and you can move it round, and it just makes placement so easy to do. As you can see, you can just pop them on there. And then we're going to use out the magic glue and our rings. So I like putting it on my thumb.
I'd forgotten about these. Is that bad of me? I'd forgotten about these glue rings, yes. So anybody staying tuned waiting.
So I'm just going to squeeze a little bit in, and you've got a couple of different, I guess, cavities. You can have the 3 different glues or however you're working on here. And then I'm going to grab out one of those micro brushes that's also in there. So it means I can really do 3 things at once, because I've got my micro brush for my glue, I've got my glue right to hand, and I've got my little picky pokey tool. So I lift it up, dip it in, pop my glue down, pop my gem down. So it just makes it really easy, because I used to have to pick it up, get my glue, you know, and I would go round and round in circles. But this way, it's just super simple.
Genius.
And these, you know, are small enough to stick down gems, sequins, bows, little embellishments. And this stuff is really strong, and it dries clear. So you're not going to see any of it if you do, you know, get a little bit of...
That is literally the best idea. How many people at home this morning just went, wow, jaw drop? Like, that is such a simple... But the best ideas are, aren't they? You know, it's just such a simple solution, an engineered but not over-engineered solution to a problem.
Yeah, just really simple. And then you can take, say for instance, the white pearl. This one's a new one, so I'm just going to do it off to the side first.
And you're getting 10 of those rings as well.
You get 10 of the rings, you get I think 25 of the micro brushes in there, and of course you've got multiple uses out the rings as well. It's not just a one and done. And then you can add your...
And multiple use on the brushes as well, I would hope. You know, you just clean off the glue and away you go.
Yep.
And also 3 bottles that are quite special in their own way. Could you just remind me, please, Alexandra?
Yeah, so you can use it like I am here as a little embellishment drop. It'll dry 3D. You can also use the clear with vellum. You won't see it. It'll stick down wood, plastic, metal embellishments. You know, if you're doing the metal work and things, it'll stick down fabric, paper, anything you want it to. So if you want it to dry flat, press it down, or if you got the smusher earlier, you can smush it down. Or if you want it to dry 3D, just leave it like this, and you're ready to go. I mean, look how quick and easy that was.
Yeah.
And, you know, cut out one of those sentiments out the foiling bundle, and you're ready to go.
Yeah, we saw it. It was just like simple. It was just like so fluid. No one can deny watching today and saying they don't want to give that a go. Like, you've got to say, like, if you just saw that demonstration with Alexandra, are you thinking the same thing as I'm thinking? You want to try on one of those glue rings, you want to get the applicator and you want to get the glue and just see there how simple it is. It's 1, 2, 3 with your applying sequins, gems, enamel dots, whatever it might be that you're doing. So 25 of these, 10 of the applicators, 25, 10 of the glue rings, and then you get the 3 different of the glues. So white pearl, crystal clear, and clear glitter.
Yes.
Okay, that was me trying to remember it, and also producer Katie helping me. That last 2 minutes of TV was also brought to you by this £1 notepad that I will need a new one of. I bought a new one actually, and I went to check out at the end, and you know when you think you've got those shops that you were talking about, Alexandra, you think, right, I've got 6 items, it's going to be £6. It's like £10. And I was like, I have to look at the receipt, and my new notepad, which I haven't yet used, so I could technically bring it back, was £4. So, and then somebody outside the shop overheard me saying, you know, and they must have looked and thought, he's so cheap. He's so cheap. And I am, it's true. At least I'm honest. So I've got my packed lunch in the fridge. 497 768 to order now on your glue kit here. You've got your rings, your applicators, and also those 3 different types of glue. A quarter of the stock is already gone. And it's also on a saving, so £21.99 regularly, but today £17.99. The extended delivery relates to the fact that every item is coming from a US-based company, Maker for Forte, based in Florida, and that's going to be the 7th of February, so it's just over a week away. And Alexandra, I know I'm saying it's an American company. Those watching for the first time are probably thinking, but Alexandra's got an English accent, but you moved from here to
We
there.
did, yes. Yeah, we made the big leap across the pond 5 years ago, so, yeah.
I watch those programmes well, not every day, but you know those Place in the Sun, and you think, oh, so lucky.
You say that.
Anyway, really?
There's pros and cons both ways.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, my children like the school they're in, so, you know, that's why we're staying where we are. Plus, it's an easy life, you know. Anyway, don't want the upset. Alexandra, what are you doing now? If that doesn't sound too, like, yeah, what are you doing now? Like, passively aggressive. I'm just interested.
Yeah, so here I'm starting out with blending. So I'm using the flamingo ink from one of the ink quads that you've got. And I'm just going to blend a really pretty rainbow, and then we're going to have some fun with it. So next I'm going into the red Leicester. And you mentioned, Matt, the different names of our inks. So we have colour families, and our American primaries, like the flamingo, the Vegas strip that you've got over there, they're all, of course, American names. Then we have our British Banter collection, which is all of our like regal royal tones, so like this orange that's lovely and rich and juicy here. I'm just blending between the two. Then you have our turn back time, so that's our neons. So they're all going to have clear lids, and you're going to see how punchy these really are. So let's grab out some California Love. And you can see there, you know, it's really, really bright and vibrant. Just like this. And then you have our ice cream flavours, so they're going to be your pastel-y kind of colours. And then you have skin tones, which is our take a sip, so they're all going to be named after drinks, like the flat white. And we're missing one, let's see. So we've got our American primaries, our regal tones, which is British Banter, your turn back time. Oh, and then we have our like neutrals, like your greys and your blacks, and they're the weather, so hence the name fog, and eclipse black and things like that. So
I'm getting that now.
we have drizzle coming.
Drizzle.
Imagine where I got that name from.
Yeah, probably somewhere in the UK.
Yeah.
We've been just as you were landing thinking, yes, this is one of the pros, as opposed to the cons of moving to Florida.
Yeah.
And in those ink pad selections, they are, I'm seeing you using them now, extremely colourful. I mean, these are some of the most saturated colours I've seen. I don't know if I've lived a closeted crafting life, but those are bright oranges and yellows.
They are lovely and bright. They're lovely, rich colours. I did have a chemist make them for me. So I said, okay, they have to be really water reactive. They have to work with alcohol markers. I have to be able to watercolour with them. Again, scan the QR code. There's a guide on about 15 different ways to use them on the back there. I want to be able to ink blend with them. I want to be able to spritz them afterwards and really kind of see those reactions. And then you'll notice they're on a silicone foam as well. So they're really nice and squidgy. So if you want to put them down and, you know, spray them and do some more mixed media stuff, you can do that. And they also release the ink really nicely. So you can get a nice even stamp. And they're a little bit more opaque than some inks. They're a little bit thicker, so you can layer them up and do some fun things with them as well.
I was going to say that colour saturation makes them more opaque. Like usually we'd have to go to the chalkier inks to get that opacity, but these are really strong. So I'm guessing if you wanted to, you've got the choice of watering them down, knocking them back a little bit, but you're starting off strong.
Yeah, so you can see here I did a good blend on the side, and I can get it to be really light, but if I go straight in, I can make it really dark. So you've got lots of flexibility in them there.
Right across the spectrum. Lovely.
So I'm just going to even this one out a little bit. So this is the Cotswold green. Such a pretty kind of spring green.
Have you got a favourite Cotswold town or village?
So I used to live in Wormleighton, which is kind of on the edge of the Cotswolds, and it's owned by Princess Diana's family. Ooh. And it's the most magical little village. I mean, there's probably a population of less than 100 there, but that was my favourite, living there and having all that history and things. Yeah, I loved that.
Yeah, for the personal connection, you'd have to say that.
Yeah,
of course. And it's probably lovely.
It is beautiful. Yeah, we lived in the old farmhouse. I went back the other day, and it's a proper. When Americans think of British places, that's what they think of.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they think of.
Like the holiday, you know, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yep, so I'm using a little bit of blue raspberry here. And I want to leave some room for some purple in the bottom here. And in one of those trios, you've got neon lights as well. It's probably my favourite colour out of all of them. If I had to pick a favourite, that would be it. You've got that in one of the trios there.
I've got these quad packs, so they're in packs of 4. I thought the neon lights was... Oh, yeah, it's in the one with Vegas Strip as well, isn't it? So have you been to Vegas, Alexandra?
I have. I actually got married the first time in Vegas. Needless to say, I didn't maybe last that long, but the first time I did.
Oh, wow, what a
this
story.
This time was a bit more traditional. We got married in London, but, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. Look, you've got to live. You've got to live a little, haven't you?
It's definitely life experience, man.
Yeah, for sure. So neon lights, English mustard, Vegas... Oh, sorry, I didn't realise you were looking at me. Sorry, I do apologise. I thought that was a private moment behind it. So we've got British Racing Green, we've got Vegas Strip, which prompted the Vegas question, English mustard, and then neon lights, all in that set. So that's in set 3 at the moment, in the quad sets. With your 4 inks in each one, 630350, one item number, and that's where you will find all of the choices. And quite handily, if you're a shopping television presenter, they all sort of hook onto each other. But if you're at home in a craft room, perfect for stacking and storing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're a fun size as well, and they'll fit in any regular storage. They're the same width, so we've made sure you can store them nice and easily.
Brilliant stuff. Alexandra, where are we at with this lovely...
So I've blended a rainbow here. I kind of had a bit more fun than I usually have, but it's really bright, great background on here. And I'm going to spritz this. Let's just make sure our spritz is going. And I'm kind of going to do some larger... This is kind of... And... Of course, at home it happens much faster, or it feels like it happens faster. But I actually sprayed it, funnily enough, with the Prime Time, the stamp conditioner, because you can use water to get this effect. But if you want a really bright kind of water effect on there, and you see how I get almost these edges like snowflakes. I don't know if I lift it up, it's going to dribble a bit, but almost gives you like these really fun snowflakey edges. You can do that at the Prime Time, or if you want a more subtle effect, spritz it with just regular water. So you can kind of have fun with that.
Yeah, I mean, just because you've got all of those techniques that you can do. Hey, you mentioned about the QR code. So, on the back of your ink pad, join the creative group, as it were, with Maker Forte. Loads of techniques with everything that you're buying today. So lots of inspiration. But those colours, I still can't get over them from the ink pads there, Alexandra.
Yeah, super bright.
Eye-watering, like so saturated, gorgeous that. Thank you very much for everything you've shown us so far. So with these in mind, you've got your different ink pads, one item number, so it's easy to find. You don't need to sort of build your basket and think, okay, that one and that one and that one. One item number takes you straight there, 630350 for your quad sets. And it's set 1, set 2, set 3. But when you look beyond that and you look at the names of all the inks that are on the website, you'll see they become a lot more romantic when you see colours like Cotswold Green, Sugar Plum, like the fairy, Yellowstone, like the national park, Flamingo, like the famous bird. $28.99. Don't forget, everything's on extended delivery as well. Because that's coming from America, from Florida, and it's the 7th of February for your extended delivery date there. It's only about just over a week away. It's okay. So looking on the website as well, on craftstore.com, you will see things like your Basics Trio, just here. This is where you get your clear, the black and the fog ink. Watch out, watch this space for the drizzle ink that Alexandra said is on the way. Inspired by the drizzle that she no doubt has experienced on a daily basis in Florida. So looking there, because we all know Florida is such a wet and drizzly and dreary place to live. So there you've got your fog, clear, and also your Eclipse Black. Do you remember the Eclipse in 1999? I bought a special pair of glasses for that and everything. And I was just like, oh, is that it? Oh, well, I'll look forward to the Millennium Bug and see what happens there. 782390 to order now. Yeah, the Eclipse. It was a little bit like the final episode of Lost. It was like... No, the final episode, Katie. I mean, it was... Oh, OK, then. All right. It's divided a nation. Don't mention the other thing. That really will divide us this morning. So we have got the Kaleidoscope powders. Now, these are brilliant. Asteroid, Aurora and Pluto. They sound like celebrity names of babies, don't they? Oi, Asteroid, get in that shower. 742025 to order now. On your amazing Kaleidoscope powders. These two here will interfere on black card. So you get this incredible, well, let's borrow that name, the Aurora name, to say that you'll get that aurora of colours, that beautiful blend when you get those multiple colours together as well. So $14.99 to order now, and you get the double-ended brush to finish with those. Oh, if you're new to crafting, use the clear ink from your basics set. To make it sticky on the card, and then the powder finds the ink. Then you've got your gem picker as well, just over here. Really busy on this actually, half the stock's gone already, so definitely get your skates on if you want this one. I know I sound very bossy when I say that, but don't miss out because we have already had sell out of the swooshing tool. 481697 to order now. It is double-ended, so you've got your pickup tool here for your gems and sequins, and then you've got the craft pick there for maybe just nudging maybe adhesive gems into position, or using it for what we all use it for, and that's just poking up bits of die cuts as well. Any self-respecting crafter has got a pokey tool at home. Actually, I own a pokey tool, and I lack self-respect sometimes, so I don't know. There goes that theory. 481697 to order now. $12.99 would be your price there. And get it while it's on offer as well. Half the stock's gone. Then you've got this double tool set. As well, with your bone folder here. These are Teflons, they're lovely and slippery, so they'll just glide over your project, whether it's paper, card, or vellum as well. And then you've got the pencil there as well, the right on point pencil, which is this one up at the top. Just here, 937904 to order now, and it's $21.99 for that set of tools. And then the Squid Buddy. This comes in a trio of tools. You've got your stamp conditioner. Now, have you ever bought a brand new set of clear polymer stamps and then struggled? They've been tacky and sticky and they haven't stamped properly. Well, you've got your stamp conditioner. It's this one here. The stamp conditioner there, it will change your life. Now that has been formulated by Alexandra's husband, the other half of Maker Forte, so it's really in the family business. And then over here you've got your cleaning fluid as well, your prime time, as well as the Squid Buddy as well. Let's call her Sandra. Sandra the Squid today. Sandra, or Sondra. Sondra's a good one. So slightly more American as well. Like Sandra, but American. Just change one vowel. So 420051. Oh, hello, Sandra. No, it's Sandra. It's $19.99 there with a £5 saving down from normal price of $24.99. Alexandra, sorry for nearly ruining your programme. We better come back to your demonstration. Quick.
So I'm going to take that background we created and finish it up into a card. So I'm using that remarkable black, the Eclipse, which is instantly alcohol marker friendly. So if you like using your alcohol markers, then you can just go straight away into that. But I'm just going to make a background here. Super simple. Like this. So pretty and so easy, of course. We just need a little bit down here. So there's our background. I pre-cut down a little bit of black cardstock, and we're going to use that Maker's Magic glue as our adhesive. And a little bit will really go a long way. You see I just have 4 small dots on there, and that is plenty. Then you can cut out a sentiment from your foiling bundle, and let's add a little bit of white pearl. You can see, just to finish it off. And these will dry 3D, and they'll be dry within about an hour. Maybe a little less. And that's it. Super easy. Just now you can add your sentiment on there, and you have your finished card. Pretty as that, Matt.
Isn't that lovely? Alexandra, that's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You know, just to be able to make something so colourful and gorgeous, like just so quickly as well. Yep. You know, with the right tools, the right tools for the job. You've got a gorgeous, like heavily saturated colour on the ink. You know, just to be able to stamp over with your butterfly there, and actually looking at the butterfly, you've got so many choices on how. Well, I can see that actually from the samples anyway, but so many choices on how you use that butterfly stamp. Alexandra, just remind us as well about making it like white rubber and the engineering behind it.
Yeah, so it's our own compound rubbers. You also notice they're much deeper etch than regular rubber stamps. So we did that because we had that thickness made a little bit bigger. And then also it's easy to see. You can see here I've got, you know, black on here, but you can, you know, see whatever you put on there if you want to do a rainbow technique or more of a mixed media technique. And then also they clean up really nicely. So you've got your cleaning fluid in there. And you also have the Turtley Awesome cloth because it's eco-friendly, and it has a scrubby side, so you literally just do this. And then I usually turn it over, give it a dry, there you go.
It's amazing, amazing. And you can see from the white rubber how clean it is as well.
Exactly.
You're proving how well that stamp cleaner works.
That's it.
With that. Do you know, saying it's a deep etch as well, that spoke to me because we love stamping into ultra-thick embossing powders at home, and if these are created at that high temperature...
You can do that, yeah. I did that at Halloween with one of our cobwebs, and they work really, really well to do that.
Yeah, so hot glues, ultra-thick embossing powders, you've got all the techniques are coming out with these. And how many times have you done that sometimes with a stamp and gone, oh, it hasn't quite given me enough of a impression.
Yes.
I can do it, and I'm happy I've done it because I've got a rubber stamp I can do. But with a deep etch, you might be able to get an even deeper impression then into your hot glues and also your ultra thick embossing powders. Also, some of these cards, I just grabbed them quickly, Alexandra, just to show the variety with this lovely Flights of Fancy stamp set.
Yep. And that one there is stamped with the fog too, so you can see it's got more of the grey lines in it too.
Okay, softer. It's a great alternative, isn't it, to stamping with a black ink?
Yes.
Just soften up the lines a little bit.
Exactly.
There. So that's the fog. That's in your basics.
That's in your
collection.
basics.
Yeah. And then here, again, that's a wonderful backdrop. Is that made? Is that
That's
using?
with one of the ink quads, yeah. So that uses the blue raspberry, the neon lights, the grape, the sugar plum, and then stamped on top there.
Yeah, blue raspberry. I could never work out why.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I've never figured it out.
No, but
I've never seen a blue raspberry.
No, but what I have seen is those Mr. Freeze things that you used to get on the way home from school.
The slush puppies and things, yeah.
And the raspberry ones would always be
blue raspberry.
Yeah, blue.
We do get cotton candy grapes in the States. They're interesting.
Really? Describe those more, please.
So it's just, it's a grape, but you bite into it and it just tastes like candy floss.
Really?
It's really bizarre.
So like mega fruity, mega sugary grapes?
Mega sugary grapes, yeah.
Cotton candy grapes. Okay, I'll be typing that into a popular search engine that rhymes with Schugel later on. Can you buy those locally? There you go. I won't even have to schmoogle it. I'll look it up on. I'll look it up in the shop itself. I'll take a wander into town. The Flights of Fancy stamp set. 2099 762106 is your item number, and also everything's on extended delivery because it is coming from America. Alexandra moved to America 5 years ago. Maker Forte is her crafting company with of course her husband as well, and also we're looking here at a whole host of different items that are relevant to taking that crafting in a different direction, maybe that you have already, maybe looking for something new. Especially, did you see these demonstrated just earlier on by Alexandra? They're absolutely amazing. I don't know if it's naughty to ask you, Alexandra, to just quickly show it again.
Yeah, we can do that. Let me grab back
Please.
that lovely background we created. So we'll grab out some more gems. And this is how easy it is too. Grab our little tool. So I like to position my gems first. I'm just going to put maybe one on each body. I find that's a little bit easier. Then we'll take our crystal clear. We've got our micro brush here. Here's the same ring I was using earlier. You can see you can just keep reusing them. And you've got 3 different areas you can put in. So if you want all 3 glues to add different things, or you just want to keep reusing them, you can do that. And there we go. So you just lift, dot, press down. Same again. And that's it.
Amazing. So simple and fluid. Thank you, Alexandra, for showing that again. With the amazing glue trio here, you've got your clear, your pearl white and your glittery glue, and then you've got 10 of the glue rings that you've just seen Alexandra demonstrate with. Those ones are just hooked into each other. It's like a very cheap magician's trick, that. And then you've got your applicators as well. You get 25 of those. 497 768 to order. Alexandra is back at 3 o'clock this afternoon. afternoon with Richard. We've got some different products this afternoon as well, so it'd be worth tuning in then for Alexandra. And I think in a few days' time, or did I just dream that, Alexandra?
No, I'll be back on the 4th, Friday.
The 4th of February, yeah. Can we have a sneak, like not a preview, but a say-so on what you've got then? Or
We have some more of the white rubber stamps.
Oh, okay.
We have some fun things for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
You just have to stay
Interesting.
tuned.
Yeah. So I've got a really short-term memory. Did you say the 4th or 5th?
4th.
4th. Don't turn up on the 5th and blame me.
I'll be back in Florida then, so you're safe.
Can you imagine that? But you're not going back to Florida in the meantime, are you?
No, it's my birthday this week, Matt.
Oh,
so I'm here
many
for
happy
my birthday.
returns.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Happy birthday then for later on in the week. That's brilliant. So Alexandra demonstrating for you throughout this show for Maker Forte, an American company. Therefore, things are coming from America in Florida. And it's the 7th of February extended dispatch date. And details are on your screen for the glue set that we've just seen here, 497768, and everything else, barring any sellouts, because I know that smusher tool did go. Everything else should be on the website. Our new website, thecraftstore.com. So please do log on there. It's listed on the screen just in case I forget it. Thecraftstore.com. Order there. It's the Flextravaganza at the moment as well. And you'll see Alexandra later on this afternoon with Richard. Stay tuned. There is so much more still to come here at the Craft Store. So yeah, it's the Just In Case One Day Special coming up next with Mel Heaton doing the demonstrating and Yanis doing the wonderful, wonderful showcasing in the next programme, and Fleurs up next.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 21st at 6 p.m. until Monday the 31st of January at 6 p.m, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your New Year's projects by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of a week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second payment a month later. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 21st of January at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the Craft Store even easier.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the Craft Store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for? Hello everybody and a warm welcome. So we've got a second look today at our fabulous one-day special. I'm really looking forward to this because I think the one-day special is spectacular and there really is such a beautiful mix of elements on there. So it is a great one-day special to get involved in. As always, we're giving you different options. So one-day special, it's a pick and mix of 4, but you can go for the complete collection as well. I'm going to get into that in just a moment. I want to introduce you to the lovely Mel. And this is my first opportunity to work with Mel. Hello, Mel.
Hello. This is very lovely.
Well, it is lovely. I'll tell you, Mel. So there was a message on Facebook. I'm reading, obviously, there's a lot going on.
Absolutely.
There was a message on Facebook, and I read someone else. And I get why they're saying this. They mentioned, I can hear the presenters talking about one big happy family with Create and Craft and the craft store. How is that the case? You know, you were competitors. I get that. I really do get that. And at one point, obviously, we were rival channels. When we were rival channels, I used to watch you.
Did you?
And I'll be honest, I used to say, oh, she's good. She's good. You know, you used to, I was thinking, oh, she's good. You know, when you watch, it's like playing on a football match. You see a good player, and you're like, oh, I wish they were on our team. Well, it's nice you are now on our team.
I am, yeah, absolutely.
And can I say on a personal note, because I'm going to be back at Create and Craft for a day next week, and there's a lot of mixing. You've got the Create and Craft presenters over here. Genuinely, everyone's getting on very well.
Oh, absolutely.
That's not just for the cameras.
I've been on Create and Craft for 16 years, so it's a little bit scary coming to somewhere new. But from the minute we walk through the door, everybody's so lovely, as they are at Create and Craft.
Yeah.
So the two together is just going to be amazing. Can you imagine what a fabulous channel it's going to be?
I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
It's just fabulous.
One thing that strikes me, in chatting to you today, prepping, and I've worked with Stephanie as well. I know you're very, very close with Stephanie.
Absolutely.
You are absolute crafters.
Yes.
And just little things in our prep. When we had our prep meeting for the show, and Mel was going down and explaining things, I was thinking in my head, as a craft, you know, Mel gets it. You really do get it. And you've brought such beautiful designs here, something for everyone. So we're going to talk about the one-day special. Yes. I mean, as pick and mixers go, it's fantastic because here you really have thought of absolutely everybody. $29.97 is your price. You're saving $9.99. Now, I've got to point out, we're over the £20 threshold, so you can use your welcome code if you haven't already done so. I'm sure most of you are saying, like, don't say the code again, we've used it. I'm sorry if you've already used it, but for those of you that haven't, it's really simple. So it's our spend and save event. If you've got £20 or more in your basket, at checkout, just enter the code WELCOME, and then you will save £5 instantly. You can use it once here and once at Create and Craft. Equally, we can split that price as well with our Flextravaganza as well. Tell us, I'm just conscious of the fact, Mel, anyone tuning in for the first time, seeing the Just In Case brand, tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's brand new.
Yeah, okay.
So when Stephanie decided that she wanted to work with her husband, Carl, again and start another family business, which is Highlight Craft, she said, I've got one more brand in me. And I was like, yeah, whatever. It's like when she says to us, we've just got to get through the next 2 weeks. She's been saying that for 6 years. Yeah. Just got to get through the next 2 weeks.
And it's like,
okay, it's a very long 2 weeks, but it's a fabulous 2 weeks. Yeah. So we wanted to bring you something. So we have brought you before big die collections, but you might not want a big die collection that's all based around space and astronauts or mermaids or unicorns or fairies or animals. So we brought out this brand called Just In Case. Just in case you need to make a card with an astronaut on, or with a fairy on, or with a mermaid on. And the other reason it's called Just In Case is because we're storing them, and you can buy empty cases, so they will go on your bookshelf in a row, look really slick, really easy to access, just in case somebody says, can you make me a card for tomorrow?
So you've got your Just In Cases in your Just In Case. That does look slick.
Doesn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely,
that looks nice. On your shelves, in your craft room, stored away, everything is safe. We'll get to those because, get to those. We've got them on your screen now. $9.99 is your price there. 157659 item number. I really like, I'm going to say it's going to sound shopping TV and that I'm saying it for the sake of it. I'm not. And I was saying this to you. I love both yourself and Stephanie and the team's whole approach to everything. Yeah. And you really do, everything's so well thought through. Yep. As a brand, you can see that there's been a lot of thought behind this. And it's, why hasn't someone thought about this? Because as crafters, there are other occasions where, just in case, we're like, okay, now I need my just in case dies.
Absolutely. And, you know, as crafters, both Stephanie and I will spend hours and hours and hours in our craft room. If you cut me in half, I'm like a stick of rock with craft right the way through the middle, because I live and breathe it, and I have done for 34 years. I've done something creative for a living for 34 years.
34 years? So you started when you were 3?
Yeah, I wish. I've got a 31-year-old son, so that's not possible, is it? But it was just, build-in design. So as we're designing product, as product developers, we build in what we would want as crafters, because that's really important. And it's really important that you get what you want. So please give us feedback. We're not easily offended at all. Just let us know what you'd like to see from the Just In Case brand.
Oh, that's nice.
But it's really lovely that we bring you what we call our Reflections artwork, and we do it with Two Red Robins as well, which is also under the umbrella of Highlight Crafts, where we give you this artwork that you can print off. So once you've purchased from the Just In Case brand, the artwork will appear in your account within 24 hours. And then you literally take the one die that's in each packet, and I say one die, but there are several die cuts on each one, because we know that as a crafter, when we tidy our desks like that, which is exactly what we do, some of these might end up in the bin if they were individual dies, and you'd have to take them all in place individually, and that drives me bonkers.
But this is where
so
I said,
this is
Mel,
perfect.
that you
One
are
plate.
crafters. This was when we're having our production meeting. Mel showed this to me. I just got it, because you are getting multiple dies in there. But the team were like, look, why don't we just keep it on the one plate, and you see it cut out, and you've got obviously your Reflections artwork in there as well.
You literally
Everything
place
chops
it over
out.
the top, tape it in place, run it through, one pass, and you get everything that you need to make a card.
This is my kind of crafting.
Yes,
I like
absolutely.
this. But you can create, I mean, the inspirations that I'm surrounded with are stunning. And I like the fact that we have got so many different guises and different directions to go to. So different themed dies. That one plate cutting out multiple designs. So whether it is the mermaids, the beautiful leaping unicorns, and think about who you're going to be making cards for. So if you want little fairies for little ones, fantastic. Or if you know somebody who loves their fur babies, instantly Paola's jumping to mind with her two lovely kittens. Or then we got Leonie and her little pooches. Or if you like, I know the bunnies have been really popular. Then we go under the sea. I love that leaping dolphin. That's a great inspiration. Or anyone who loves their aquariums and their fish, or just the tropics. My little boy, he loves space. So there you go, you've got astronauts in there as well. Dinosaurs too, how awesome. Okay, so for me, astronauts, dinosaurs, because I'm thinking of my little one. But then again, I love the nature of the windmills. Now that's nice. And you've got the ducks going in there. Oh, that's cute.
The sloths.
Oh, I love, okay. Yes, all right, the sloth's going in my basket as well. But then you got, all right, I'm going to have to get more than 4. I might have to double up on my one-day special. But we have got a complete collection as well. And then you've got the cute little animals too. Can I just say, on a side note, and Mel, you have to do this as well.
Okay.
On your break, you want a bit of downtime, just go on to a well-known video platform, YouTube, and type in Sloth Crossing Road.
I've seen it.
Have you seen it?
Yes. When the guy picks him up and puts him back on the tree, it's
that's
like...
the one. So this guy, there's
Your heart melts.
I know we're digressing, but the guy, there's a sloth in the middle of the road.
Amazing.
This guy picks the sloth up, puts him on, and the best part is at the end, the sloth goes and gives him the thumbs up. That's
It's
really great.
incredible, isn't it?
Do it, it will warm your heart.
Fabulous. You
and
need to look
after
at
that, you might want to go for the sloth option. But so what I'm finding here, and I'm actually going to go through some boards. Oh, the alphabet's good too. I would be tempted by the complete. I understand, and we were chatting about this as well, Mel, because you are a crafter, and Mel was saying to me, look, if you've just got £15 today to spend, and I get that, look, trust me, I really do get that, then take advantage of our flexi payment, because you can split that price in half, and only because of our Flextravaganza event. Typically, you'd have to, we normally offer a flexi payment on something £40 or above, but right now, you're saving with the one-day special $9.99, and you can split that price in half, so what, $14.98, let's say, would be your first flexi payment, and then in 4 weeks' time, $14.98, so that making it a lot more digestible, but even $29.97, I think, is a very good price, considering what we're going to get. Okay, let's have a look at our options. So now we've got our alphabet here. You can never go wrong with an alphabet.
No, and it's a really nice generic font, so I'm big into fonts. You would never use something like a Gothic font on a baby card.
No.
So you want to choose a font that is relevant to the theme and the mood of your project, and this is a really generic one. So you've got the uppercase there, really nice bold font, so it's really easy to see. And then you've got the coordinating lowercase as well, so really, really great. Great to work with the children and teach them how to spell as well.
That's a good
just
point.
cut loads of the different alphabets out, put them in the middle of the table, and while they're making their own sticker books, because we've got printable sticker sheets on the show, they can then personalise them and make them for the friends.
Mel, I'm going to do that with my boy. I feel he's only 13 months, but I'm pushing him. I'm that competitive dad, like, come on now.
Oh,
we
13.
should be.
Oh, how lovely. What's he called?
Archer.
Oh,
yeah, there we go. But that's a great idea. I'm absolutely going to do that with him. And I really do like the fonts. I know we've moved on, but I'd go for the uppercase and the lowercase because obviously you can mix between the two. But it's clean, it's legible, and it's a nice size to it. Okay, so we like the alphabets. Again, look at the size of the numbers here. So, and you've got the sort of ordinals and the and all that. Yeah. There you go. You did it better than me. I don't think what I said was actually one of them. But you can see, so you're getting all of those. That's very good, because now we can personalise, because as we know, Mel, you're not going to go out... Look, we're crafters. We don't buy cards anyway, but if you were to go on the high street, you're never going to find a 56th birthday card or a 78th.
Absolutely. And we've made the numbers a little bit bigger, because that's personalising, that's making it stand out from the crowd. So you could have happy birthday on a card, but as soon as you put the age of the child or the person that you're sending it to, it becomes personal to them. So we definitely needed to put the numbers in.
Like that. Okay, now we're going to get onto our characters. So look, I'd say the alphabet and the numbers were essentials. Then you start to look at your characters. Here we have got the cutest elephant, panda, and your monkey. All right, very cute.
You can hear that monkey, can't you?
Yeah,
just
you really
swinging,
can.
swinging through the
monkey.
trees.
I like that.
But you also get the little bits of foliage as well, so it enables you to create line and shape and depth and dimension. So we've thought of everything that you would need to make a really quick, simple card for the jungle animals.
Jungle animals there, that's definitely worth a consideration. And we've got the giraffe, beautiful. Now,
yeah, it's really lovely, and there's a fabulous card, Janice, where the design team members taken the two adult giraffes and almost crossed them over, and their necks make it almost like a heart shape, and then the little one in the middle, so they're looking down
wait, I can
at the
reach
new
that
baby.
One. I'll get that and show you.
It's lovely, it's really
now
clever. Isn't it pretty?
That's really cute.
And it's really different to any other baby card that you would find on the high street, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's stunning, isn't it? And I love the way they've even mixed up the font, and they haven't used a capital letter because it's for a baby. It reflects that whole theme, that whole mood. I think it's just so pretty.
Your design team are good. That's a lovely inspiration and beautiful artwork, and it is all down to the dies as well, because they do inspire. Okay, so there are the giraffes. Then we look at our sloth.
Oh, you see, that one at the bottom, I said this in every show, so if you watched every show, I apologise, but that one at the bottom is me after Sunday lunch. If we ever used to go out with my mum and dad, my mum would just look at my dad after a really big meal and go, right, I need to be horizontal now.
That's it. I can totally
just like
empathise.
That. Oh.
That's it.
Done. It's fabulous, isn't it? But they're just so cute, aren't they? Just a little... They've almost got like a little smug smile, haven't they, a sloth? They're just fabulous.
Cute. And I really got to applaud you guys. I've really enjoyed working with both yourself and Stephanie. Everything that you bring, and I'm so glad we are busy, because we really deserve to be busy. What I'm finding just as a crafter, look at the cut work, the intricacy of the cut work of the dies, but then, and this is where I think the brand, Mel, Stephanie, the whole team excel. You have that Reflections artwork too. So that you're not paying extra for. The team are crafters and they're appealing to everybody. So I know Mel's an extremely talented colorist. So if you love your coloring, then absolutely you've got your free reign here. But for those of you who want that security of just having the dies on top of the printed work, you can do that as well. And having both aspects, I've got to applaud you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, you can cut it out of any medium as well. So if you wanted to print them onto fabric and you use your dies to cut out of fabric, just put your metal shim in. If you've got a die cutting machine that has a metal shim, you can cut them out of fabric and use them for a applique. So stabilise it first with something like heat and bond, put your die over the top, metal shim in, run it through, and it'll cut through your fabric.
Game changer.
Absolutely.
Game changer. Okay, so as we move on, now we've got these beautiful windmill, and you've got that wonderful little traditional cottage in there as well, and the picket fence too. This is... It's got a charm to it, a nostalgia. And your team, again, every time I see the inspirations from your team, we're about to show you a beautiful card.
Yeah.
That's stunning.
It's great, isn't it? And it's not difficult to do, and that's what we set out to do with Just In Case, just to make simple cards, but really, really, really effective. And I love that about it, because it is simple. You can take it to the next level if you're a scrapbooker or you do your journaling and you want to add these in. If you want to colour them yourself, you absolutely can. But for absolute beginners, or for people that just want to make quick cards, so you'll always find, especially for your mum in the school ground, and they know you make cards, somebody will come up and go, it's Jack's third birthday tomorrow, can you make me a card in like 15 minutes? And you'll be like, actually, yes I can.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
Just in case. Okay, I'm going to speed things up, because I'm conscious of time, and obviously we want to allow Mel an opportunity to obviously have a play. So, here we go. This is your next set. This is your farm animals, and we'll just show you a beautiful beautiful inspiration there from your farm animals. Stunning. Then we're going to move on to some more cuteness. Cowboys. Oh, but come on.
Oh, they're great. And I've actually got a demo
sweet.
with that for a new baby card because I thought it would be really sweet because you've got the little rocking horse in there and you've got the hobby horse, haven't you? And then they're just super cute. But I also love the colourways because it's a little bit more vintage.
Yeah.
It really works with that. We could have done really bright and bold, but I like the neutrals in that. I think it works really, really well.
And the toy horse, that's very
sweet. I know, isn't it gorgeous?
I agree. And the colourway's great. So this is one I will absolutely be popping into my basket. This space. Oh, there we go.
Imagine that on a penny
astronaut.
slider. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Penny slider.
Yeah, shaker cards. Fill the shaker cards with all the stars and the little rockets and the moons.
It looks like
then have a penny slider.
A storybook. When you start putting that together, and
Yeah.
little ones, boy or girl, you know, don't feel restricted. I never like to fall into those brackets because my niece, she loves space, she loves dinosaurs, she loves, you know, playing football. So as we move on, we have, speaking of dinosaurs, we've got some, and again, another one I think that would be falling into my basket. Dinosaurs been very busy.
Yeah, it's a great one as well, I think. You know, it just, little boys, little girls are all into the dinosaurs at some point, aren't they? And just to have those three, and the little eggs, and then the little rocks with the grass coming out, it's super, super cool. And the background that's in the paper pack that you can purchase as well is fabulous for that.
We are going to get onto that, but remember, you're getting the dies and you're getting that printed artwork sent into your account, so that's for life. You'll be able to print off as many times as you like. Here we've got our fish, beautiful, bright, vibrant, and look at the cut work there as well. You can see that gorgeous cut work, and you're on the, that inspiration's stunning. I've got to speed up because it's just a sheer volume what we're getting in this pack. I've realised I've still got a load to share with you. Now we've got our shells. And again, okay, I was talking about the cut work. This is reflecting on all of them, but look at that. Stunning, stunning cut work. And then as we look at the samples, so this will work with anything that you want to add into your stash. So think about other elements that you have, whether it be with the fish or if you have any other dies in the set. And I'm sure dies that Just In Case and Mel are going to bring you in the future. Here is the dolphin that we just saw a few moments ago, but look at the sea turtle. And you've got that wonderful seahorse in there as well with the seaweed. I like that. So that is your sea life. That's another one, I think. Okay, I'm starting to form my view. I'll be absolutely honest with you. I think I'm probably looking at the full collection. But if I was doing the one-day special, the astronauts, the dinosaurs, and the sea life would be in my basket right now. And the bunnies. Come on, look at these. So you've got these gorgeous little bunnies. Bunnies have been extremely popular. So, I mean, just for a cute card for Easter as well, fantastic. And look, the Reflections artwork that you get in your account within 24 hours that you'll have for life, be able to print off as many times as you like, it takes it to that next level. You'll look like an absolute pro. Now we've got dogs. So for those of you that love your poochers, and you kind of captured, Mel, here, the essence of the dog.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
There's the play bow, giving a paw, and that's where's my food.
Yeah, the ones in the middle is very loyal. The one at the bottom is very naughty, and the other one's looking at us as if to go, what?
Yeah, what have I done? You're about to say, no,
it wasn't me.
Don't
I
do
didn't
it.
do that mess.
Don't do it. So
I didn't
true.
do that.
That's your dogs. I love the dogs. And we're not leaving out cat lovers, so if you love your cats, and again, the playful nature of the cats.
We're going to make a Valentine's card using that in this show.
Oh. Nice, nice. I wouldn't have thought it. Okay,
I know,
you've got me. I want to say that. Then we have our unicorns, seeing here. And you also, it was nice, I had a really lovely chat with Mel in between shows. And you were telling me the significance of the rainbow, and it's nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
there's a real story for us behind it. And of course, with the pandemic and everything, it's become the symbol of the NHS as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So it's lovely to have that rainbow in your collection, especially if you're making to sell for charity.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Very true. Over here we have our fairies.
I love the artwork on this. It's very naive. It's very innocent. It's not too twee. But it's on the right side of cute, isn't it?
I totally agree. I think you described that beautifully. And also, you see that if you want to make your own little fairy garden, nestling these in the trees.
And also, Sizzix now do printable shrink plastic. So you can print on the shrink plastic, cut it out with your dies, and then shrink it down and make little charms for bracelets and necklaces.
Amazing, amazing. All right, finally, we have our mermaid. And I think same with the fairy. That's beautiful artwork.
It is, isn't it?
Beautiful, really, really nice.
Yeah,
the more I see the
die,
and I actually did watch your show earlier on at 8 o'clock. and I was impressed. I thought this is a lovely set. But now being on set and seeing it, this is your one-day special. You're getting to choose 4, and effectively you're getting 4 for the price of 3. So you are saving $9.99. When you consider, I mean, $9.99 for just one of those die sets, I think is a very good price considering the amount of elements each one. Although it's a solid die, you've got all the different. It's like having multiple dies, but rather than losing smaller dies, they're all held together effectively. It's a very clever premise. But if, like me, you're struggling to decide because you have lots of favourites, and I love the cats, I love the dogs, actually I really like the mermaid and the fairies and the bunnies, you'll notice there's not one option here that I don't like, because there's sea life, then you've got the fish, and you see you've got the astronauts, I know Archer would love, and then he'd love the dinosaurs here, so I think cards for him. But then I love this with the cowboys. Equally, I like the nature with the windmill and everything. So if you do want to go for the complete collection, we've got that on your screens. Complete collection. Think about this. The amount of dies that you're getting here, the alphabet, the numbers, and all of those feature dies, £38.20 today. Saving £42.73. That is a monster saving. But I would imagine on there, when you think about it, the amount of dies that you have, the 3 flexi payments already, remember our welcome code too? That we can use our welcome code as well. So that would save a further £5, taking it down to £110. Sorry, £109.61 to be exact if you are a Freedom member. So there is a Freedom saving. We're showing that here. It is a why not deal. Please become a Freedom member. You'll be saving money on that. That's a complete collection. I apologise. I know it's taken us a while to, or me, I'll take the blame for it, to go through everything. But it was worth seeing it because you've got so much here. We're going to head to Mel now for our first demonstration. What have you got for us, Mel?
We are, absolutely. So if you'll forgive me, first of all, I just want to finish off the card that we started this morning. So if you didn't see this morning's show, I'll talk you through where we've got to. And we're using the little dogs on this one because we know how crafters are massive animal lovers. So I thought it was perfect to do the dog and the cat in this hour. So all I did was cut a piece of card 5.5 inches wide by 11 inches long. I scored it at 5.5 and then I scored it in half again at the front. So we're creating what we call a reverse easel, so it's going to stand like that rather than a traditional easel that would stand like that. So we're going to do this, and then all I've done is I looked at the dogs and I looked at the bits and pieces that came with them, their embellishments, and I've pulled the green out of here and the peach out of here and used those as my mats and layers to go on. I then cut Top Dog out several times and lined them up, so that's going to be the inside bit because I thought it would be really good for Father's Day. Do you know what I mean? It would be a really, really good one for Dad or Granddad.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I think it's rather than just for an animal lover, I thought it was a really nice way of using it. But then for the main piece that's going to stand like that, I've gone darker. So I've used the same tones, but I've just gone a shade darker and a shade deeper here so it stands out. And the reason I did that was because of this colour that's inside there. So it works perfectly together and you're just bringing that colour in. And when I bring colour in, I always try and do it in odd numbers or so in 3s. So just to have this one means that I'm going to have to put those pieces to balance out that colour. So let's show you how we do that to start with. So first thing I'm going to do is just stick this onto here. I'm going to use some wet glue. I believe you did a show with our lovely Christine from Pinflair the other day on Create and Craft.
I did. I had so much fun.
The nicest lady in craft.
So nice.
Absolutely
amazing. I really enjoyed it. So I've worked with her daughter Jo in the past, and we were talking about Jo, and that was the first time I worked with Christine. I was saying to her on the show, it felt like I'd known her years. And I'd literally met her that morning.
I know. She is just a lovely human being. She was the first person ever, the first guest ever on Create and Craft.
Yes, she was,
Yeah, how amazing is that? So now we've got this. So I'm going to turn that around so that you can see it a little bit more clearly. So you've got your bit that stands up, and this bar here is what's going to keep it in place, okay? So if you find it's bouncing back like that, just fold it over, give it a press, a really good press down, and then when you bring it back up, it will stand like a little easel.
You're good, man.
It's really good for like a menu on a wedding table as well, this style of card.
That'd be
because it would be personalised.
Excellent idea.
Really, really lovely. So let's start to build up our imagery now. So let's start with this band across here, and I've got one of the little dog bowls here, and I've just decoupaged it. So I've snipped into it and built it up on a foam pad so that the one in the middle is the highest, because I just think I like that centralisation of it all, and it makes it a little bit different to the others. I'm lining it up in the middle, And don't always think that because you've got 3 letters in each word that the centre of it is going to be the middle, because if you've got T, I and P and then D, O and G, then the I's taking up less space. So always put your letters down first before you pick them up and commit to that stick.
Nice.
And then I'm going to put another one on here, but flat, and then another one on the other side, and that will do for our stopper. I think that's enough because it doesn't detract then from the words that are behind it. So I'm going to stick that one there and stick that one there like that. So now we're going to go into our dog. So we need to decide which dog we want there. Well, I think that one's perfect. Could be at the top or could be at the bottom. Let's have a look and see where we go. I think he needs to be at the bottom because he's a real cheeky little monkey. He's like my dog, that one. Always up to mischief.
What breed?
He's a cross between a Bedlington and a Whippet.
Oh, wow.
So he's like a grey sheepskin rug. He's gorgeous.
Yeah,
he is absolutely gorgeous.
You're going to have to show pictures after the show.
I will, absolutely. So you've got this little one here just wandering along the street. This one up here going, it wasn't me. It really, really wasn't me. And that one's going, no, it wasn't, it was me.
That worked. Yeah, that worked.
So let's put those 3 on here and then we can start to build them up a little bit. It's lovely, isn't it? I love working with dies like this because you build a story. It's the same with 2 Red Robins.
Yeah.
They're easy to craft with because you're building a story. Yeah. But I am a massive scrapbooker. I've scrapbooked for, how long? When did I first start scrapbooking? 2000, so 20 odd years.
Wow.
And I love it. And it's my passion, and I love all craft. Yeah. Although I don't sew at the moment, but Stephanie's going to teach me how to sew, which is very exciting. The last time I sewed was when I was at school, and all we did was take the jeans in. So there were drain pipes were in at the time, so all we did was take in our jeans in the sewing class. So I didn't really learn very much at school on
with
sewing.
Lemon Lane, you're going to be busy.
Oh, how fabulous is that product?
Amazing,
I know, right? Now, on the back of the die, if you turn it over, you'll see there's lots of little cut lines, and this one in particular is the one that we're going to use, because we're going to snip off the head on this one and add it as a layer of decoupage. You can see just there. And I'm just going to snip once there and once there, following that curve round. And then if you folded a piece of acetate, you could actually make a little concertina with it, and then the head would wobble.
So it has a wobbly head. Mel, that's so, I'm really learning from you. This is excellent.
Stuff like
because,
this. It's great
you know, with
fun.
your cut lines, so although the cut lines are detailed, you actually use them as a guide to snip in too. That's very clever.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And what I've just done there is cut into 3D foam with my scissors.
Okay.
And my scissors get really sticky, so you can remove them in 2 ways. Hand sanitizer is brilliant, and we've all got loads of that knocking about, haven't we? Or if you dip your scissors into water first, it stops them being sticky.
Good tips.
And then we're going to do this one here. So I'm going to snip around the bottom of his head there. So I'm going to follow that line, and then I'm going to go round the ear like this.
Nice.
And then back up. The collar's going to be behind the ear, and the second ear is going to be at the back. So I'm using the whole of my blade rather than doing this and snipping in little bits, because then you'll get a jaggedy edge. And I'm going to pop that one on there like that. I'll use a different foam this time, which is slightly thicker, so you're getting different heights even then.
Clever.
So pop a little bit of that on there.
This is
I do use Pentel glue gel a lot, but demonstrating on air, it's easier to use a foam pad because it dries. It's not wet.
But hearing you, it's little things that I'm picking up on here, because you'd be forgiven for thinking, okay, let's decoupage the heads, put it on foam. But alternating the actual size of the foam gives even greater dimension and contrast too. Clever.
Yeah, it really does. Because we haven't got a scene behind, we haven't got a background or a foreground. So we create that with we create the height and the depth and the dimension with our different foams. And then again, I'm just going to snip into this one. Like that, and you could, don't think, oh, I'm wasting the artwork if I'm doing that, because what you could then do is you could, if you snipped this off like that there, you could just have the dog wagging his tail like that, coming out of the side under there, because that looks like he's buried behind the dishes, doesn't he?
Oh, that's so cute.
He's going behind the dishes to see where the other ones have dropped the biscuits.
That's really cute.
So don't think that you're wasting them, because you're not. There's always a way that you can use them. So let's get this little chap on here.
You can actually just going off of what you just said there, putting the little the tail, you could turn that into a puller as well if you wanted to create sort of a pull for a more dynamic
Absolutely, you
card.
could. Yeah, just have a look on somewhere like Pinterest or YouTube and look at kinetic cards, cards that move, and you can do all sorts with little characters like this. So we've got that there. So all we need to do now is add on some embellishments. So I've got some little bones that I'm going to pop on here like this. So let's get the bones going on there. Let's get the little toys coming down here. So we'll put one of those up there like that on either side. And then we'll pop another bone on either side here.
With Mel, the bones and the toys, they're all coming on the same...
They all come with the same on the same day, absolutely. So we try to give you 2 or 3 images and then the accessories that would go with those images. So just in case you get asked to make a card for a dog lover, you've got everything that you need.
To build that. And you're not going to lose any dies because they're all on one sort of die sheet.
Yes, which is really important for 2 reasons. One, when I first started working with Stephanie, I didn't realise, I always thought that dies were costed on the amount of detail in them, and it's not, it's the amount of metal. So by putting them on one plate, we use less metal, so therefore we can bring you a better price, which is great. So I'm just now going to pop these on here, and I'm going to put these in the opposite direction. So I've got a bone coming in and one going out, like that. And then we'll do this one exactly the same, like that. And then you have got your top dog card for Father's Day.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that great? Or Mother's Day, depending on who the boss is in your house.
Oh, I really... And what an achievable card.
Yes.
And what you're seeing right there is exactly what you can make at home. I know you're looking, because I'd be doing the same if I was watching this, thinking, yeah, but the problem is I wouldn't be able to get the dogs to look that good. That is actually the artwork that you're getting with your purchase, because not only do you get the dies, but you're also going to be sent, you're going to be emailed your reflections artwork, and with that you'll be able to print it off as many times as you like. I have to be honest, Mel, I'd be using it. I mean, I know you love colouring.
Yeah, I do love colouring.
But you guys have got it so perfect. Why wouldn't you just print it out?
For this brand, it was essential because it's just in case you want to make a quick card, just in case you get asked to make a mermaid card, just in case you need to do some crafting with the children. Then this is what this brand is all about. Yes, I absolutely love colouring. I am obsessed with it, and I'm sure you will see me on here colouring in. But for this is what the brand is all about. Although, obviously, if you want to cut it out to watercolour card and colour it in, or cut it out super smooth and use your alcohol markers, be our guest. The angel policy, just by the way, for just in case, is you can make and sell as many as you like, whether it's for personal profit, whether it's for charity, and you can even die cut the reflections, put them in a bag and sell them as embellishments if that's what you want to do. So a complete open angel policy. We're all crafters and we want you to get the most out of your purchase.
That shows you are crafters.
Absolutely.
All right, now, we are really busy for the complete collection, so if you do want to go for the complete collection, it details at the bottom of your screen. All I will say, and this is actually great, because at the bottom of your screen, with that graphic, we're not showing you the savings. So it's complete collection, $127.34. Now, if you are a Freedom member, look what happens to the price. Suddenly, as Freedom member, so you're saving £30 here already, which is great, right? Look what happens if you're a Freedom member. The saving jumps up to £42.73. It's a why not deal. So that £12.73 saving to become a Freedom member, it covers your Freedom membership for a month. So do that. At the end of the month, if you do want to opt out of Freedom membership, there's no contracts, you can. But as a Freedom member, you pay no P&P. It's including your membership, and you get exclusive discounts. And you've got 3 flexi payments of £38. £38.20. You get everything on here. Every one of these dies, the alphabets, the numbers in there, and all of the character dies. It's a compelling purchase. I can see why the complete has been so busy. I think we're just about to do a quick scroll across. Look at everything you're getting complete. Mermaids, unicorns, fairies, cats, dogs, bunnies, you've got the sea life in there, you've got the shells, you've got the fish, you've got dinosaurs, you've got astronauts, cowboys, farmyard, then you've got the windmill, I've forgotten what that one's called, you've got the ducks, or farm birds I should say, the sloth, the giraffes, the jungle animals, and the alphabet, both uppercase and lowercase, and the numbers. And breathe. Okay, so that's the complete. But for $38.20 is just ridiculous, and you're going to get all the artwork for that as well. So that is a great price. If you're going for the complete, I'm going to be strict with you on this. Please become a Freedom member. I'm trying to save you money. You will save money by purchasing it that way. But we're going to show you with the one-day special. So, and we always try and cater to every budget. Let's say today you don't have $38.90. It was the first flexi payment for the complete. No, I get that. That's absolutely fine. If you have £15 in your pocket and £15 to treat yourself, you can split that price in half because we have got a Flextravaganza event. So you can effectively create your own special flexi price on this, pay half now and half in 4 weeks' time, and you're picking any four. I've actually picked out some of the favourite options. Well, there's just a few. They're all popular. I've just picked out a few that you're putting in your baskets right now. So the mermaid's beautiful. Really, really. Look at the artwork there. That looks like just a wonderful storybook. Actually, you could create your own little storybook there. So there are your mermaids, beautiful artwork. Then we got the bunnies are just too cute. And I would be thinking with the bunnies, very sweet, you'd use these all year round. But for Easter, come on. Obviously, they have greater significance there. Busy, busy, busy for those. The giraffes, and once I saw, I'm gonna reach it. Wait.
Go on.
I got it. There we go. I'm so sorry. Tell my director. Sorry, buddy. Just having a look here. How beautiful is that? With the giraffe. So just using the giraffes and the design team there. That was Catherine. Really, really good job. Love that. Okay, so there is your giraffes. Then we have the jungle animals. Very cute. Your cheeky monkey. You've got your elephant in there and the panda. Very, very sweet. And then it's one of... it's going to have to go in my basket. Come on. You've just got the cutest little sloth. So that's, well, I like the team. I think they mean this with endearment, calling it the Mel Heaton. So this is and we've all done it. We've all done it after a heavy Sunday roast. It's called doing the Heaton.
Yeah.
There we go. You just have a little lounge. We've all done it.
The starter, the main course, and the dessert.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're just like full up to there, and you're like,
we're there. It's time for us. Yeah, I like working with you, Mel. You're fun.
working with you too.
So those are just some of the favourites. But say with the pick and mix, you can choose any font. Go for the ones that you feel you're going to work with. Now the whole idea, the concept, and it is such a clever concept with just in case. These are the dies that you have just in case. So you need to do, say, a birthday card for a little one, or you want to do a cute card, or there's somebody, maybe the fairies is fitting, or the cats, the dogs. These are your just in case, and we've even got the cases to go with just in case. So if you do want to house your dies, and it looks super slick, I mean, come on. Those on a shelf, it stores away nicely, everything's protected, and it looks good. So you can imagine those in your craft room. $9.99 your price. If you do want to get your pack of 10 cases, and I would imagine each case would house one of the dies, so a good way to house, protect your dies, maybe start building your brand as well. $9.99 is your price there, $157,659. Now, something we haven't yet mentioned, this is your paper and vellum pack. So we've already had a look, and I've got a lot of respect for your artwork. Having something like this, especially with a quick just-in-case card.
Yep.
Because you know, if you need to make a card quickly, this is perfect.
Yeah, so a lot of mine I have used the backgrounds on some of them, but I also have used plain cardstock. I've kept everything to a minimum because I want you to just be more creative, and that sounds like I'm being really patronising, and I'm really not, but when you've got fewer products, it makes you think outside of the box more. But having the background papers for things like the dinosaurs and the farmyard and the outer space is just brilliant because it sets the scene. So if you're not somebody who's into all your inks and your mixed media and your distress, those are absolutely perfect. You get 8 designs, you get 2 of each on a 200 GSM card, and it's almost like a coated stock, so it gives you a sheen. And then you get 1 of each in vellum, and it's a really high quality 140 GSM vellum, and it gives a different look. It's more translucent, and it gives a really, really pretty finish. And it's well worth having things like this, especially if you're a beginner or you're a scrapbooker and you want to bring those papers into your pages. So plain cardstock, patterned paper, all your embellishments, photograph, journaling, job done.
Perfect. And this is the vellum. The quality
it is exceptional.
Is ridiculously good.
We only bring you things that we would use.
Yeah. I'll let you in on a little trick as well. So with the vellum, you're looking at it here, but suddenly if you do put white behind, it just intensifies that colour.
It's great,
there
isn't
as
it?
well. So just a little thing to consider. So vellum, and you've got the your cardstock in there as well. I'll class it as a very good foundation piece.
Yeah.
So you think, if you just going back to say outer space here, it's the first one to hand. You've got your astronauts. There is no way you're not going to have a win with that. So you've got your astronauts that you can place and scene build, but that is effectively your foundation, your starting point. It's always going to end well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And don't just use it for your card making, use it for your home decor as well. You know, it's
Yeah.
really, it's a really good
Put it in a frame.
quality paper pack, and you're going to really enjoy using it. It makes it easy to craft
It really
when you've got
does.
a picture to start with.
Totally agree. $14.99 is your price if you do want to get hold of those. 353-237, your item number. Okay, Mel, back to you. What we're going to do next?
Right, so I'm going to make the Valentine's card with the cats on.
Lovely.
So I sat there and I was racking my brain thinking, right, how do we use this differently? Because I like doing things that are a little bit quirky. So I've got a piece of black card here, and I've got 2 and my. So I'm just going to stick these down first and trim this down, because this is going to be the sentiment that is going on my card. So 2, I've used a capital T and a lowercase o, and then on the my, I've used 2 capitals, because that's the most prominent, I guess, the most prominent word during Valentine's Day, to my wife, to my husband, to my partner. It's the my that's really important. So I've made that stand out a little bit more by using 2 uppercase letters. And it's little things like that that make the difference. If you said to my wife, it's not as impressive as if you say to my wife.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely not ownership, because otherwise I won't be doing it, but it's that pride,
Yeah.
you know, that you're my wife or you're my
Yeah.
husband or my partner. So just think about little tips like that and just position them down. If you find it easy to work against a ruler, then put your ruler down and put tape on your ruler and keep your ruler taped down so that you know you're going in a straight line. So I'm just going to trim that down. Now, best trimmer in the world will be coming here very soon, which is just phenomenal. And I can't tell you any more because it's not available yet, but it's the best trim in the world.
Oh,
ever.
you're a tease. You're a tease.
Well, you never need to buy a new blade. How about that?
Now, wait a second.
Mm-hmm.
That is the best trimmer in the world, because the amount of times we all know, we always say, oh, you know, you need to buy a new
Trimmer
blade.
needs a new blade. Yeah,
Yeah.
you never do that with this.
Oh.
So every time you use it, it self-sharpens.
So yeah, I know the one, and again, I've seen you use it in the past.
It's
and,
amazing.
Being a bit jealous, like, why haven't we got this over here? So it is coming our way, is it?
It is coming your way.
Good, good.
Right, so I've got red and black, traditional Valentine's colours, even though there's no red in the cats, but I thought this would really make it stand out. And it all works at the end, otherwise I wouldn't have used it. So I've just trimmed down a little bit of the red, which is going to go on top of the black, because the cats are grey, so 2 of the cats are grey that we're going to use. I wanted the red behind it rather than the black, because it would have sunk into it. And I'm also using basic oval nesting dies to really highlight and create focal points of the cats. And I want them on white and black, so the black would have just sunk in. So a tiny amount of glue, you don't need much of the glue at all. And then you're just going to position that onto your white card. So you've got the white of the cats in the card, you've then got the black, and you've got the red for Valentine's Day. So then all I did was I decided where I wanted my cats to go. So I want the tall one sat there-ish, and then I want these 2 horizontal like this, because I've got one cat that's crouching down like that, and I've got another one that's also been out for Sunday lunch with the sloths.
Nice.
And is now fast asleep. So I'm going to move them down like this. So we've now got our 2 my, and we start to position them like this on our card. All right, so just adjust it until you get to where you want it to be, and then we'll glue these down now.
Yeah.
And then we'll bring in the rest of the sentiment, which will all make sense then.
Okay.
I just thought it was a really cool idea, and I challenged myself to use nothing but the paper pack, the dies, and basic nesting dies and some cardstock. No flowers, no feathers, no balloons, no, you know, great pomp and ceremony.
A
just
lot of crafters will have in your stash.
Absolutely.
I like your approach to crafting, Mel, and how you like to see it, and thinking outside the box, because get the most from your dies. So, you know, got a collection, see how else you can use it.
Well, I was saying yesterday, one of my first shows on Create and Craft, which is probably about 12 or 14 years ago, we used to do what we called a pick of the day.
Yeah.
Well, we still do, but it was 11 live hours.
Ooh, 11 live
11
hours.
live hours. And I got a call from one of the buyers one Friday afternoon and said, can you do a last minute pick of the day on Tuesday? And I was like, I can't, as long as the product's here by tomorrow. And of course Saturday came and went, Sunday no deliveries.
Oh no.
Monday the postman walked up the drive with a box that big. I thought, what on earth is this? I opened it, I had 6 circle punches and 6 scallop circle punches. That's all I had for 11 live hours. Well, Leonie and I made clowns' heads, we made flowers, we did all sorts of stuff with those punches. But yeah, so after that, anything else is easy, right? I was like, that was definitely a baptism of fire. Now I've done that. This is,
Love to have seen your face on that arrive.
Oh, I was like, that can't be the right package. I actually ran the buyer and went, I haven't got what you see. He said, no, that's what it is. I said, why didn't you tell me? He said, because I knew you'd have said no.
Yeah. Well, that's cheeky. Can you do a pick of the day? Yeah, sure. I'll send you the dies. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely, I'll do
then.
that for you. Yeah. Circle punches and scallop circle punches. But again, when you limit yourself, it makes a difference because it makes you think outside of the box. Not just the obvious of filling a card with flowers and ribbons and all the bells and whistles. Just honest to goodness, getting down to hands-on crafting, what my little granddaughter would call proper crafting.
Yeah.
Proper crafting,
Proper
Grandad.
crafting.
Not cheating crafting. It's crafting is when you do use it with your own hands.
Yeah. Now, you're talking about your essential dies. We've actually got our 2 Red Robin essential nested dies. I'm just going to show you here. Good value for money on this as well. Look at the saving, £16 saving, and look at the amount that you are getting.
Yes.
So look at all of those mats and layers on just one. Circle is an absolute must. If you have no circle nesting dies in your stash, please believe me on this, you need it, because the circle's one shape you just can't cut out. If it was to cut out a circle, it's very hard. So there's your circle. You've got your oval, another key shape in there. So you're picking any 2. If it was me and I had no nested dies, the circle would I think I'd go circle and square initially, or rectangle, and then obviously, wow, double up, because all these shapes are an essential, really. But there we go.
And Stephanie's really good at pushing the boundaries of technology. That's why they're so close together. They're 2 millimetres apart.
I was going to say that breaks all the rules, because typically when they're manufactured, the manufacturers say, no, you can't do this.
They say no all the time.
Stephanie's like,
Stephanie went, no, you can.
Yeah, you can. Make it happen.
Absolutely, you can.
Good value for good die sets, and they're called fundamentals because they are your essentials and the dies you use time and time again. So definitely worth looking at.
Right, so we've got our cats now. So I've used the taller cat in the vertical ovals, and then the 2 more stretched out on the horizontal ones, and I've got 2 in my. And then the next bit was, I just decided that this was quite fun. Just as a Valentine's card. So I've just put on here to my Mr. Perfect.
Oh, oh, that's nice.
Absolutely. So we've got our little perfect there. Right.
Speaking as a guy, if I'd received that on Valentine's Day, I'd be chuffed.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
And not what you would expect from a traditional Valentine's card. It's not, you know, too sickly sweet. I think it's really, really nice for a guy's card.
Have you ever received a Valentine's Day card and not know who it's from?
Yes, when I was at school.
Really?
Yeah, it drove me bonkers.
Do you know, I've never...
I was like, I don't like that because I don't know who it's from.
I remember at school I was living in the hope I'd get a Valentine's, and I never got one.
Oh, never.
I know. Hey-ho.
Never mind. That's life, isn't it, sometimes? The right person wasn't there for you at school, you see. You weren't meant to fall in love when you were younger.
Wow.
Right.
There weren't many crafters in my school.
So now I'm just using the little hearts. Now these are from the fairies. So I'm just adding that little bit of soft pink that is also inside the cat's ears, the cheeks, and on the little mouth, the bigger one down there. So I've mix and match them. That's
Yeah.
exactly why we've given you a pick and mix option, so you can do this.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go in and I'm just going to add them on random angles, so there's no uniformity to them. I'm using all the bigger ones first and putting those into position, and then I can go back in and fill in with the smaller ones when I've used all the larger ones. But you can continually cut these out because you've got the die and you've got the reflections that you can download. So it's, you know, it's really, really simple to craft with.
Lovely.
And then I'll just go in with the smaller ones like this. My tweezers will do the job that they're meant to do, although they are covered in glue, to be fair. So that's my fault. And then just in with it. So I would never have another one going that way because it's too symmetrical then. And I do like symmetry, but if you're going to do random, keep it
random, yeah.
Completely random. Because if you have everything on a card that's straight and one thing that's wonky, whether it's meant to be or not, it's the one thing that you'll see. And if everything else is at an angle, and then the one thing that's straight is what you'll see.
Good point.
So it's really good to know things like that, so that when you're building your projects, you understand design and layout and how it works. And the recipient might not even notice, but they would notice if it wasn't that way. Do you know what I mean? They'd be like, oh, that doesn't quite look right. Why does it not quite look right? But when you do it like that, when you think about what you're doing, then it works perfectly. So you've then got your To My Mr. Pearl.
That's a beautiful card. And it is a card that you absolutely could be making. It doesn't have to be a Valentine's Day card.
Nope.
That could just be a thinking of you card, a Mother's Day card, a birthday card, or it could be to your Mr. Perfect. Love it. No, this is really nice. And I have to say, on a personal note, it's such a pleasure working with you. I really felt, just in this hour alone, you've taught me so much.
Good.
So I hope you're learning at home as well. Mel's good. Mel's good. Now, the tool set we were just discussing now, or Mel was using actually. So if you do want to go for this tool set, you're getting your craft knife. You're also getting the tweezers in there as well, and you're getting spare blades. So all of those for $17.99 is a really good set. 239166. I'm conscious of time. I want to show you the complete collection, and we're going to bring up details. Now, let me just get rid of some housekeeping. Firstly, nobody pay this price. I want anybody paying this price, because you will save money by becoming a Freedom member, because as a Freedom member you save a further £12.73. So we've more than covered our Freedom membership, and you'll notice as a Freedom member as well, no P&P, because as a Freedom member all of your postage and packaging is included. And it gets even better, because as a Freedom member you've got 3 flexi payments too. So if you do want to spread the costs as a Freedom member today, £38.20, you get everything. And when we say everything, let's have a journey. I want to show you exactly what you're getting. The mermaids, which are beautiful, the unicorns and the fairies, that is a collection. I would use all of those together. They're fantastic. Then we've got our cats and our dogs. So, cats, dogs, bunnies, again, another collection that I think would work really well together. That I would class as our fur babies. Now we're going to go under the sea. So you've got your dolphins, that beautiful sea turtle, the shells, the fish. Again, a trio that really do all work well together. Now we're going to go a bit more fanciful, playful. You've got the dinosaurs. You're going to be exploring space with the astronauts. You can play cowboys there as well. You've got a bit of a homely touch with the farm animals and the windmills and the ducks, the farm birds. Again, stick those together. Then you've got your sloth, your giraffe, your jungle animals, and finally you've got your alphabet, both uppercase, lowercase, and your numbers. All 21 die sets. What I love about the concept, and you can see in demonstration, so you're going to get the artwork for everything. It's going to be in your accounts. Just happens the minute you make your purchase, all the artwork will be sent with you, so you can print off the details. We were just looking at the mermaids right now. Now I tell you, I'll hold my hands up, I would never be able to colour like that with those mermaids. It just wouldn't happen. You don't have to worry, because you print off the artwork, you just layer your die over the top, cut out, done, ready to go. I want to show you a couple of examples really quick. I'm conscious of time, but this gives you an idea of just how easy it is to create something special. So we've got our reflections artwork, we've got our dies, that beautiful cut detail. Imagine making a little card for anybody. It could be for a younger member of the family, or someone who's just a big kid at heart. That's very cute. Or equally, artwork. Mel talked about this. Don't feel just restricted to cards. I mean, that is on canvas, just a beautiful work of art with the sloths and the bunnies. Or if you wanted to go a bit more whimsical, we've got, and then this is where I love the reflections artwork because it's just beautifully coloured. So that is the that's the one-day special, the complete collection. So complete collection, 21 dies in total. Oh, I've got to show you this one. Now look at this. Look at that. So you see, this now is a gift box, but with your dies, you're just in case. So someone, are you thinking, oh, someone's come around, I want to make him a gift box. Tell you what, I'm going to put a sloth on it. Or someone's saying to you, okay, could you make a little girl or a little boy card? Your just in case dies, suddenly you get them out, and there are the giraffes. And I know I've shown this to you before, but I was so impressed by it, I wanted to share it again. The artwork is beautiful. Please do use the artwork. It's sent to you, and you're getting that as a bonus. It's free. It will be sent with your order. So 24 hours after you've placed your order, it will be in your account. You can print it off. You have it for life. Use it as many times as you like. But when we see it, it's worth seeing, actually. Let's just see the examples that we have here. I mean, the mermaids are gorgeous. I love the unicorn. So my nephews and nieces all love unicorns, so yeah, that's a win. The fairies are nice, actually, because they have a charm to them. I can imagine them in a fairy garden. Then you've got the cats and dogs, and it really, I feel the dies embrace the nature of the cats and dogs, gets their personality across. The bunnies are super cute. I would be thinking ahead to Easter for those. Anything under the sea, come on, who doesn't love a dolphin? You've got that wonderful turtle, beautiful tropical fish. This one, I keep thinking of my son. He just absolutely loves the astronauts. Then the dinosaurs as well, which are just super cool. I like that, though. You're a rawsome granddad. Come on, that's cool. Then you've got the cowboys in there as well. There is such a homely charm to the windmills and the cottages. I like using the farm animals with that as well. That's well done. You've also got the farm birds, and you've got the sloth. And you'll notice a lot of the inspirations using the alphabets too. So you've got your uppercase, lowercase, and you've got your numbers in there as well. That is the complete collection. We are busy for our complete collection. Look at it. It's so big. And it's not like we spread these out. We have not got, we can't get the complete collection in one shot. We actually have to sweep across, and it took, what, like a couple of minutes just to show you all those dies. That's how good the complete collection is. And for that price, please become a Freedom member on this. You will save money, but $38.20, your first payment today for everything. Everything. You're spreading it over 3 months. I've enjoyed this show. Now, Mel will be back at 4. Mel, thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for watching.
And I say on a personal, I think you're excellent.
Thank you very much.
And I'm not just saying this. I've felt throughout this hour, and I've been a presenter here for 5 years, and in this hour, you've taught me stuff that I hadn't thought of. So thank you. And it was really nice watching you work there.
Lovely.
So I look forward to doing more shows with you. That's a lovely Mel. You'll be seeing Mel at 4. Do tune back in, because you can see Mel is a crafter, and it's nice with our shows, the hour-long shows. We give you a bit, and I know because it's such a big collection, it's tough because I was talking a lot, but we try and give Mel as much time to obviously show her magic. So hope you enjoy it. Tune back in at 4 for Mel's. It's going to be Final Call. Oh, we have got Fleur's Flower Foaming coming up. It is going to be a special show. Please stick around. Then Wow Embossing returns, and after that we are crafting with Maker Forte.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. We've got everything from things like our Fabazine, which contains 12 different projects that you can do either in one go or split them up separately. And that's a journey through all types of different soft crafting. And then we've got things that are really specific, like our Stitchery, which is a journey through all kinds of embroidery as well. So make sure you join me and craft yourself silly here at the Craft Store.
Look like I'm sat in a Greek taverna and somebody's just come over and handed me this, but they do want paying. My name is Matt. It's lovely to have your company today this afternoon, and thank you for tuning in. Thanks to Yanis as well and Mel for that one-day special. Don't forget the final call is coming up just a little bit later on today. Fleurs flower forming is just the most wonderful and creative way of making a flower forever, a flower to keep, a flower that might well be in a posy, maybe in a vase at home, an upcycled bottle maybe that you've painted with some of the gorgeous paints that we've got from Imagination Crafts, for example. It might be a flower that you've popped into a hairband. Steady on, Lewis. Pulses are racing in the studio. Or maybe a flower that you might have maybe placed into a brooch or a corsage or anything like that. That is what we mean when we say forever, because the foam that they're made from is mouldable, shapeable, colourable as well. But it's also forever in that sense that it will last, you know, it will be durable to the same degree that it's shapeable and mouldable. It really is. And this has been colour tipped using the wonderful pastels. I've got a set of oil pastels at home, and it's one of the best things I've ever invested in, because literally I use them and it's almost like they don't look like they've been used in the 10 years that I've owned them. So definitely think about investing in some oil pastels or inks maybe. Mind you, I'm jumping ahead. Stay tuned for all of the techniques you're going to see with Corinne. Corinne Robinson is here, live in the studio. It's a proper pleasure to see you as well, Corinne.
Hi, Matt. No, it's fantastic to be here. You know, Matt, you and I have done some fleurs flower forming shows before, and I love my fleurs. Whether you're going to make a large flower like Matt's got that's going to go on your home decor, corsage, or maybe you're going to make something a bit smaller that you're going to put on one of your crafty projects. I mean, wouldn't that look beautiful on a card, on a box? I know I just heard Yanis talking about gift box. Maybe you're going to make your gift box and then put your flowers on the top. It's entirely up to you. We've got Mother's Day coming up soon. How about making one of those free floating teacups? Have you seen them? The cup and saucers. And then you just cover the flow with flowers and fill that teacup with flowers. There's so many ways to use them. Great thing is you can colour these and make them even more realistic. But the great thing is if they get a bit squashed, don't worry about it. Just go in and just have a little play. I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to give it another little scrunch, and hey presto, it forms back up. So this will reform time and time again. One thing we haven't talked about again is this. If I had a bowl of water here, which I don't, I could float that.
Great
so if you're doing table decorations, if you've got a party and you've got a lovely centrepiece with water in, well, make yourself some flowers in the colour that you're doing it for your wedding, for your party, and float those flowers on the top. Because they're foam, they will float and they won't come to any harm at all.
Oh, that's such a good idea, Corinne.
Loads of ways to use them.
And the way you talk about, you know, in paper crafting, in our card making and things like that, you know, as an embellishment on the front of a card.
You can, because they're so light.
Yeah.
They're so light, they don't have to weigh a lot.
No toppling or anything.
No, not at all.
And as far as crafting goes, Corinne, you and I've shared some wonderful, memorable shows over the years as well. But to those that haven't maybe seen you crafting before, what's your crafty background?
So what's my crafty background? I have been crafting with all the innovation brand hubs, so fleurs and things like tattered lace. Tattered lace is probably what people know me best of.
Yeah.
It's just coming up for 7 years now in March that I have been representing those brands.
So as a die cutter,
paper crafter and foam. Those are my main topics, you know, die cutter, paper crafter and foam. That's where I sort of tend to specialise.
When we were prepping for our show as well, if I can quote you, you said, I love fleurs foam. I love it.
I do love fleurs foam. And just so you know, I'm actually going to do a scan and cut show tonight on Create and Craft.
Oh.
This foam will go perfectly through your scan and cut or your your electronic die cutting machine, whichever one you've got as well. It cuts like a dream digitally. So think on that. So just think, oh, maybe I don't have any dies. Doesn't matter if you've got an electronic die cutting machine. If you've not got either, I learnt how to use the foam with a pair of scissors. That's all I used. I cut every petal out by hand.
OK, so we have got all of the colours available today for you as well. And we remember the days, Corinne, as well, when we paid more than we're paying today per sheet.
So when I first started making foam flowers, before they came to the Innovation Hub, got the brands, I was paying £1 per sheet for white foam. I didn't get I was never able to get all these colours, so my leaves I had to painstakingly colour
So you'd be
all
looking
by
at inks
hand.
and pastels and things. But
And I love that each one of these packs has white in it.
Lovely.
White is definitely my go-to, but then I love to embellish with the other colours too.
So in terms of colorising the white or the lighter colours, you can do that. You can start to add colour and actually make it any colour. So white is your base. And it's working out at an incredible, if you're a Freedom member, 13p a sheet.
That's certainly a bit different from when I was paying £1 a sheet, isn't it?
Yeah. Phenomenal saving here today. And as long as you're a Freedom member, you get that best price as well. And don't forget, you can be spreading the cost with your Flexi buy as well. So Flextravaganza at the moment means if you've got something in your shopping basket that's even just at £1, and you know with Flexi traditionally, you'd never normally have it on anything under a certain price point. Certainly not at £1. But as long as you've got £1 or more in your basket, then you can spread the cost using Flexi. That's Flextravaganza, and that's only going on until, great Scott, it's the 29th of January, so we've only got a couple more days of Flextravaganza to go. So this is the big bundle, 300 sheets worth for you on your Fleurs flower forming foam. 300 sheets, working out for club members at 13p a sheet. We'll show you loads of techniques as we go through the show. We do, though, have something for every pocket, every budget, every maybe spend today, whatever you're looking to get. This is the Autumn Glow collection. And this is not widely available, but there aren't that many of them, but don't panic too much. It's $22.60 today. We'll just make it not limited, because it's not limited, don't panic. That's the last time it was to where it was, but it's at £24 saving now, down from $46.60, and you're picking that up for a superb price. Also, the sunlight colours are available here, already popular. As you can see, you've got your daffodil lemon yellow, you've got your beautiful lilacs in there, the leaf green and the bright white. Corinne already gave us that top tip of colorising that one ourselves. $22.60 again for this set. 715-312 to order now. Oh, I read that item number out just in time. 163215, I'm reading it first this time, is the item number on your everyday florals. And as you can see, you know, you've got your crocuses, your lavenders, your light peach, your lemon yellow, bright orange. This is already very busy, this option at $22.60 there. Those are the 3 flower forming foam sets that our 300 sheet bundle is made up from. So they're $22.60 individually. That's where we're getting our combined price of $67.80 from on the 300 sheets. But you're not paying $67.80 on the 300 sheets. You're getting them with a £23 saving at $44.80. Or if you're a Freedom member, even less, actually. You're getting all 300 sheets for a phenomenal price indeed. Now we've also got the option for a pick and mix. If you want to pick and mix 3 sets of 10 sheets, then you can. There are 30 to choose from in total, or that's 30 sheets rather in total. I think it's 24 colours. Let me just check. Yes, 24 colours in total. My pencils started running out, but I know pencils can't really run out, can they? But when you buy one like this with a clicky thing, it starts to just gone, just run out. Might as well. That's going to end up getting recycled later. So 131116 to order now, and that's $13.98. Now I learned all the colour options, so let's see if I can remember them. I didn't really, Meg. I was waiting for you to read them out into my earpiece. This is producer Meg. In fact, let's look at the website. It's a new website. Here we go. We've got mango. Warning, it's not real mango. We've got olive oil as well. Orchid pink. This one's nice. Illuminate. Eggplant is looking beautiful as well. You've also got almond candy. You've got azure, emerald, bright red. Is that butter as well? Doesn't quite look like butter. Anyway, violetta, sorbet, fuchsia, syllabub, pink.
Variegate.
Variegate. Thank you, Corinne. Thank you. I was going to say variegate or something like a musician. Muted orchid, iridescent with a silent C. You've got your foam moss. Not foam mess is what I'd be making with foam, flower forming foam. Lilac, sugar red, and then also is that sugared? Sorry, sugar red, not sugar red. Yes, sugared. And then first bloom, piachi. Yeah, that's a nice one. I'm just kidding. Peachy, black, and then green as well. Thank goodness we ended on an easy one. Oh my goodness, I just had to read for that bit, but I still failed. So Corinne, what do we want to do first of all with
I'm
our
going
flower
to make
from
a flower just like the one that you had in your hand, but this time I'm going to make it out of the sorbet. So this is the sorbet. So if you want to pick and mix your colours, then you can, this is the sorbet that we're going to do. Now, foam is amazing. So this isn't like your funky foam or anything that you've maybe had before. This is really quite fine. It's about 1 millimetre in thickness. So it's a much, much finer foam. Now, it is stretchable, it's pliable, and it works with heat. So heat is what gives it its shape. So as you can see, it's very flat, very lifeless at the moment, and when I cut it out, it's not going to have a lot of shape. Now, I can cut this out multiple ways, as I've already said to you. I could take my scissors. It's really easy to do petals out of scissors, cut strips, fold them, and then just cut out some petal shapes. Really easy to do. As we mentioned, you can take it into your electronic die cutting machine and do it that way. I'm going to use some dies. So once you see, if you've seen the brand before, you'll have seen the Fleurs, and Fleurs do lots and lots of flower die. So this is just one of their flower dies that they've done previously. It was actually designed as a centre, but it was designed as a centre more for doing with paper. But I love it to use as a die to make my flowers out of foam. So I'm taking 2 of the dies. Now, regular dies will cut up to 6 thicknesses of foam in one pass through your die cutting machine. I promise you it will. That really isn't, I'm not,
It sounds like a lot, but
it is, but it
really
will go straight through up to, as long as you're doing a fairly simple one. If you're starting to get a bit more complicated, I've just locked my dies together. What have I done here? There we go. If you're doing something like, let me show you, the centres, where you've got all the little teeth, then maybe consider going down to 4 thicknesses. And if you're going really fine, maybe go to 2. But if you're doing shapes like I've got here, then 6 thicknesses would be no problem.
So nice basic core outline shapes.
Yep, 6
Crush
thicknesses.
it with the foam maybe.
So
okay.
I'm going to pop this onto here. Now I know it does fit onto, there we go. So I've got 2, so this is a double thickness. So I've just folded my A4 sheet in half and I'm going to pop it on here. Now I've never used this machine before. I've just had a practice. But so you have to bear with me. Different studios, different designs. So take it over to my die cutting machine, whichever die cutting machine you've got, and run it through. And I'm only going to go,
because I've got that exact machine at home.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
I should have been asking you. I was checking on the plates. It was saying, do this. I was like, don't know this machine at all. But now, look at that. Straight through my 2 thicknesses. No frayed edges. Everything is really neat. Now, as a flower, that's pretty uninspirational. We need to make it better. So let's get these ones too. So I always like to have different sizes of petals, because I think you're going to get a much more realistic flower. Even if you're going down just a fraction in size, get a couple of different sizes. Now, I could make it like that and it would look Okay, we can make this look better. So I have got some pastels, and here are my pastels. So I've got my pastels just up here. And again, this is a Fleurs brand of pastels. And again, you'll probably find these on the website when we've got them in stock. And this is how I like to colour the most. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to colour with red and with green. What I want to tell you is, don't overthink your colouring at this point, because we're going to shape these and we're going to mould them. So when you shape and mould, any colouring that you've got on is going to blend. It's going to blend lovely. So we're going to go in with the quickest blending ever. So I've got something here called Sansador, which is just a blending solution. And I've just put some in here, and I'm just going to go along the edge of my petal. So it just helps me to get the pastel onto here. I find it blends so much easier, so we can just pop that on here. Now we're going to make a really three-dimensional flower, so don't just colour on one side, turn it over and colour the opposite side, because it's going to look so unrealistic if you've got beautiful colouring on the top but you've made it three-dimensional and the back is
right. So from every angle you want it to look lovely and pretty.
Exactly. So just, you know, make it show. Now, and then so I'm not doing anything fancy there, I'm just putting colour on the top. When you shape your flower, if you've got a colour that coloured a foam that you can do it with, also put yellow, green or something quite bright and luminous in the centre, so that when you look down into the centre of your flower, you get this sort of luminosity, you get this glow coming out.
Okay.
Think of a rose. Even a white rose, if you look right in the centre, it might have just a hint of green or yellow. Think of apple blossom.
Yeah, okay, like
apple
a reminder of the bud that it's come from.
Apple blossom often has that pink hue right in the centre. So just think on and put a little bit of colour in the centre. Look at this. That certainly isn't neat or pretty or anything like that, but it's going to blend and work when we blend it. So I need to do that one there, and I just want to very quickly do one of those because I'm one short on this. So again, round the edges. Now this is a craft that you are going to absolutely love doing. It is so rewarding. When you make your first few flowers, I promise you'll be going around to everybody in the house and going, look what I've done, look what I've done. The number of times I've run down the stairs and I've said to my husband, look at this, and he'll go, yes, darling.
Yeah.
No, be enthusiastic.
It is exciting, isn't it? Because you're crafting literally from scratch. You're taking a plain piece of foam.
Yeah.
In some cases, extremely plain, if it's the white foam and you're colorising it yourself.
Yeah.
And you're making something not only beautiful, but three-dimensional. You're making a real keeper, whether it's a piece of jewellery or something going on the front of a card. Either way, these are forever designs.
Okay, so I've coloured those up. And now I need to shape them. Now there's lots of different ways to shape, so don't worry about the blending or anything like that. Now, because this is quite a large flower, I've got my craft iron here. So I've had this on for a few minutes and I've got it on a hot setting. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to offer my foam. Now, if I had a full-size iron, I could do this in one go. Because this is a craft iron, I'm going to do it in pieces. So I'm going to pop it on here. Now, what it does is, can you see that?
Sort of gathers in, doesn't it?
Yeah, there, one. And then
sort of comes to life, like a real petal, like give that bolder shape.
The second one on. And then you can see it does. Now, this has made it, so much softer. So while it's nice and soft and pliable and warm, I'm going to fold all the petals onto each other. And then, now, everyone shapes their flowers differently. All I'm going to do then is turn it round.
See, it looks like you're being quite mean to it now, but actually...
You can be... Something like this, I can be quite forceful. Don't worry about that. So I'm going to just show that like that, and then I'm going to pop it down there. Now, I've got a couple more to run through, and I needed to do a couple of these. So, unfortunately, it's running... I'm going to just pop that on there like that, because it's running off my mat. When I'm trying to put a bit of pressure, it's sliding. Can you see how it buckles up?
Yep.
Can you see the difference?
It's actually quite realistic, like where the way petals take shape already.
Yep. And then on there. So then fold it over on itself. I'm doing exactly the same. Now, when this is made, you might say, oh yeah, that looks a bit like a rose, or it might look a bit like a peony. My way of making flowers isn't about sitting down and going, how can I make... We were talking about this earlier, weren't we, before the show?
We were the realism of flowers. We were just chatting about an hour or so ago, weren't we, Corinne?
I'm not
the
about...
stress of making an exact replica of a rose. Or...
Exactly. That's not the way I make them. What I focus on is making a beautiful flower. It's all about the beauty of the flower and the enjoyment of the craft. And I'm going to show you some other ways to heat your foam if you haven't got a craft iron. This could be your regular iron, I've seen that. I'm going to use my heat gun as well to show you a different way. And if you're using small petals, just the heat of your hand. So how many have I got? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of my large. I need, oh, that's a large one. Oh, I've done quite well. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's my 4. I've got 2. I'll have 3 of my smaller petals. So let's just do this one here. And now again, no right number, no wrong number for your petals. It's as many as you want. I always move my craft iron out the way because I am the clumsiest person going. If it's out the way, I can't hurt myself with it, can I? So fold it up, scrunch it up, and then just warm it with the heat of your hands to shape and add that dimension. Now, we started off with that piece of foam. We then added on our colour to get that, and now I'm going to open this one out and I'm going to just shape it with my hands in the centre like that. And if these bits feel like they're not shaped enough, I can just go in and add a little bit more, because like I say, you can shape it as many times as you like. And now I know that's not shaped into a flower, but how much more like a petal is that? And can you see how we've started to blend?
Yeah, it's got the random, the frilly edges, the colours are taking in on each other.
So I should have 4 of the large. Let's see if I've got those. Let's just keep shaping.
And also, even at that non-Freedom member price, $44.80, it's brilliant per sheet, actually, but 13p a sheet if you are paying the Freedom price of $40.32. But how would you like it to be $35.32? Well, if you haven't already activated your welcome code and saved your extra £5, then you potentially can do, crossing over with creatingcraft.com and craftstore.com too. So take advantage. Once you go onto the website, you'll see all the obvious signs, but you'll see this, or where's this effect as well, on the website when you log on, and you just use that code, welcome. Couldn't be easier. Just spell out that word when you're checking out and use that as a voucher code and make the collection £5 cheaper, potentially.
That's good. That's really good. If you'd made something like this. Right, so all I'm doing is opening out all of my petals. And again, I'm not getting too hung up on these at all. So just shape your petals. This is so relaxing. This could be done on a tray, in front of the TV, you know, on your knee at night. It's a lovely, mindful craft. It's such a beautiful thing to do. Okay, so I've got 4 of the big petals, 4 of the little petals. Not sure how many I'm going to use. And I'm going to use, oops, I've dropped one of mine. I'm going to use a heat gun. Glue gun. Thank you. And so I'm going to use that.
You know what it really is. But
a heat gun is the best, a glue gun, get it right, is the best way to shape, to fix them, because it's instant. Now you can use something like your all-stick glue, which is equivalent to hot glue once it's stuck. But if you're going to see, I'm going to be adding shape and dimension. If you use a wet glue like this, it could fall apart before the glue has dried. Your PVA glue won't work on foam. So it
with
really
like the porosity, etc. The hot glue is the
You really do
go.
need your hot glue. So all I've done here is, let me see if I can find it. I have taken a little polystyrene shape. I've put it on a piece of, let me show you, on a piece of floristry wire. So I'd get my floristry wire. I would cut it down just like
You're holding on to it.
that.
That's good to see. Because otherwise
There we go. Put that there. Hot glue into there, and then what I tend to do is get the scrappiest bit of foam that you've got from here, and really is just the ends. Take that, add a little bit of shape and dimension. Let me see which way I'm going to go with this one. Let's just tidy it up a little bit, but really rough. And then you would colour it, which I've not done. Just break down the fibres, just soften it up, and then form it round your your polystyrene
Oh, I
ball.
see, yeah,
just
so
like that.
no precision
it
needed for the
really
bud,
is
yeah.
the
Just wrap it.
scrappiest little piece with a little bit of,
Yeah,
and there's
very
your bud.
clever.
So that could actually be one of the buds in your bouquet if that's what you wanted to do.
Oh
So-
yeah, just make several of those and just
Yep.
pop them in and sort of dot
So
them
all
around.
I'm going to do next, I could use my pokey tool or whatever, so I'm just going to go through the centre with my wire, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on the bottom. Now, the key, for me, the key to making flowers is to use as little glue as possible, because if you use too much glue, that's all you're going to see. So every time you put one on, stagger it. So I'm just going
This is already looking awesome. You know, every time I see one of your demonstrations, Cara, remember, like, you know,
Right.
why I fell in love with the lovely foam flowers.
Okay, let's just put a couple of these on and then we'll do a little bit of shaping. So we can then put one onto here. I love doing flowers. You can, you know, it's such good fun. So I'm just going to fill up that gap. So I'm going to use 3 of those, and I've basically filled that up. And then I'm just going to put a little bit of glue around there, and I'm going to bring up the first one, just to bring it up to there. Can you see? So we're now starting to shape. Then the next one, I'm going to just put a little bit of glue a bit lower down and bring up the next one. You see, we're just slowly bringing them up, just using the glue to form. That one goes there, so we can do that. And then we're not gluing them near the top. We can just, can you see how it's bringing it together? And let's just put a little bit of glue. Now we've gone round really low now with the glue, because all I want to do is bring it up to there. And just keep, I almost like stroke them into place and let them fall naturally into place. So who would have thought, we're not there yet, but who would have thought that flat piece of foam that started off like that is now starting to look like that. We're not there yet, so let's just go in with the next one. So we'll now jump to a larger one. And again, I just want you to see, let me just lift it that way so that you can see how small a bead of glue I use. Can you see there's hardly any glue there? Please don't go in with massive chunks of glue, because if you do, then it's going to look unrealistic. So tiniest little bit of glue, and then we can pop that on there. And can you see, we're just getting that hint of that green coming through. Again, you're just doing that there, and then we'll put a next one. So however big you want this is how many layers you put on. So this has all, so this I know I've done differently, but this has all come out of one sheet, because I've got no, two sheets, sorry.
Wow.
2 sheets.
So we're getting
yes,
300 in the big mega bundle. Yeah.
So that is what, 26 pence to make this flower.
That's incredible.
That is, you know, I defy you to go somewhere that sells these sorts of flowers to this size.
So you could do that 150 times potentially with the, you know. That was quick maths, yeah. 2 plus 2 is 4.
So
minus
what you've
1 is
done,
3.
just if you see any gaps, just go in with your glue gun and just fill up any gaps there. Right, that one just wants to, there. But look at that, can you see that hint of the green?
Yes, it's just that
through.
freshness of the,
Yeah,
you know,
there.
as the bud would have opened,
Yeah.
you know, there's just the remnants of it as
Now,
a young flower, isn't it?
Depending
the
on how
green
you
bits.
glue, you can have it
So
quite filled, you know, you could glue it so it's like that, or you can have it like open up like that. Then what you're going to do with this? Are you going to put, oh, I need to just put a little bit more glue there. I just want those little petals coming up a little bit. Now remember, you can reshape any of these petals at any time, and then it's up to you what you do with this. So are you going to have this as a corsage? So I could make it into a corsage on here. I could grab just something like a clip. I bought 100 of these for a couple of pounds. Clip off the back on there, just get your wire cutters, because this is glued from the inside. I could cut off really close to there, and then I can glue it to a clip, just like that. Can you see? You glue onto there. So that could then go into my hair.
So into a lapel, a bag, like you can accessorise and swap things over,
Wouldn't
can't
that look gorgeous on a cushion?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Wouldn't that look
it?
beautiful as your home decor on your cushion? I mean, absolutely stunning. I just think, and I just love how, as it turns, you get that hint of green coming through.
And you said about the 3D, you know, when you colorised it as well, Corinne, you put all the oil pastels on, you're like, this is not a two-dimensional thing, you want colour everywhere.
You can see,
so
I can see both sides of each of those petals, which is why I've coloured both sides. But did you see, we didn't spend ages blending and putting the colour on just right, because as you shape them, you're going to blend that colour in.
Yeah, you said at the time, you said don't fuss around too much with the colour, like it's not, you know, you don't have to think too clearly about it, because as you manipulate it as well, the colour sort of blends anyway. And
so in a minute, should we have a look at what else you can colour with? Because that would be really good. So because not everybody's got pastels, so we'll have a look at some of the other things you can colour with.
This is true. One day when you do get pastels, you'll realise why you bought them. But if you do have other items at home already, like pens and inks and stuff like that, and anything else Corinne's going to show us, then please stay tuned for more tips on colouring and making flowers using your flower forming foam. And it feels lovely as well. You know, it's got that lovely flocked finish, you know, like flocked, like cotton, brushed cotton, that feel that you get, that velvety feel. It does. It's like a nice material to work with.
It gets softer the more you work it.
Okay, then.
So it's going to become more pliable and softer, and it really does become like a rose petal the more you shape it and form it.
Yeah, thank you, Corinne. So, you know, get using it, get manipulating it, feel it and actually get hands-on with it, and that's the best way that you can act with your flower forming foam when you're using it. Yes, we've got the mega bundle with 300 sheets. It's working out for Freedom members at 13p a sheet. We remember paying a lot more than that back in the day, as the prices of all sorts of things can fluctuate and stuff like that. But yeah, if you've ever bought flower forming foam and paid a lot more before, get it for 13p a sheet here today. It's 913838 to order. We, just while Corinne was chatting, we've just sort of picked out a few complementary colours, like a darker colour. That could be a black or a very dark green with a lighter tone of green to get you a different shade on your leaves. Here, you've got like lighter lilacs and pinks. Imagine what that's going to look like when you're creating maybe foxgloves, maybe hydrangea sort of heads as well. And remember, don't panic. It's not all about it's got to be exactly right or it's got to be realistic. You know, these are fantasy flowers that you're making at the same time. But look at this, complementary pinks and purples for your fuchsias. So you've got like a fuchsia pink, a bright pink, and that's a classic craft store pink, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? And then here, these berry colours for your mulberry colours and darker sort of tanzanite colour as well there for your deeper blue. I mean, those are beautiful, aren't they? You can imagine, you know, intertwined as petals go. And then for lemon yellows or for daffodils and marigolds and buttercups, you've got the brighter tones here as well. But don't forget, we're looking here at block colours. If you want to tone things down a little bit, I'll just hold that yellow there as well for you so that you can see all of these do have different names. They're all on the website, so you'll work out which one's which. They're on a pick and mix anyway, so you'll think, oh, that's a nice colour. What's that? With the 300, you're getting all of them anyway, all 300 sheets in terms of the colourways. In fact, most people are going for the 300 day. It's that irresistible on the price point today. 13p a sheet for club members. It really is good value. 2016 if you're looking at two payments. And then this is the flower that Corinne just made here, just with that colour tipped, and then with the green on your oil pastel on the inside and on the bottom there where the calyx would be, or calyx, or the bud. But yeah, you can make jewellery, you can make beautiful necklaces potentially. I mean, I know a lot of us are into our card making, so you know what, definitely, because foam is such a lightweight, it's not going to topple over with your card. How many times have we sort of decoupaged a card to within an inch of its life and they made it quite heavy and then realised, I need to add a few GSM at the back to stabilise it a bit. So yes, this card's got stabilisers. But yeah, you add so much to the front of a card, it kind of topples. Well, here with the foam, it's suitably lightweight. It really is. I mean that's one sheet, and you'll see just the way it behaves there. It is literally feather light. Steady, I'll be back in a sec. Properly feather light here. So 300 sheets on your main mega bundle. That's where the best value is in terms of the biggest bundle, 913838. If you want to pick and choose and not pay for one of your sets of 10, then you can do that as well on a pick and mix. It's a 3 for 2, and you're paying just £13.98 for that. I just read that off my notes. In fact, it's on the screen here. I should have just read it off there. Could have been even lazier. 131116 to order on that, with 30 sheets for the price of 10. And the real benefit there is that you can sort of pick and choose. Corinne, you talked about like different methods of colouring as well.
Right, there's so many different ways to colour your foam. So you have seen that just a minute ago, I use my pastels. So your pastels is one way. So we can go in my pastels. Like I say, I always come in with something like my blending solution, and I pop it through the centre, and I will put that on. You can blend it with your hands once you've put it on if you want to put a little bit more blending on. The other way I like to do these is with our Cadence hybrid paints, and you'll have seen these. So let me just do it this way. I virtually dry brush this on. So let me just get, oh, this one needs a little bit of a shake. Let's just give it a shake, make sure I've got it. So maybe dry brush some acrylic paint on. So get a tiniest little bit of paint, only the smallest bit, virtually clean your brush. I really don't want much on there. And then I can then just brush across with my paint. And this looks really effective. So you know, see what colours you've got. Have you got a nice yellow that you can do the centres with? But you can see here, we can really, really colour quite naturally, quite subtly by dry brushing our acrylic paints. And that is virtually dry within minutes. That's one way. So once you've got that, that's another way to do it. The other way I quite like is with my distress crayons. So I've got some of my distress crayons here, and I might come round the edges with my distress crayons, and then I could just blend it with my hands as well if I wanted to. But distress crayons is another way. What else have I got? I've got some inks. So I could come in with my inks, and I could just... So just look what's in your craft room, because I'm sure you'll have something.
You're including a lot of people in this demonstration now, because at least we're going to have one of these crafty colouring tools at home, aren't we? We've got our gilding waxes, our polishes, our chalky oxide inks, regular distress inks.
Exactly. Pick up your ink and
watercolour pencils, maybe. Your distress crayon is a genius idea on that.
Can you see on here we've now got some nice, I don't know how much you can see, it's picking up the purple of the edge. It's quite subtle. If you really need it, if you need it to be more, you can always take it to your ink pad, see that you're not losing it on the table, and that actually ends up doing both sides for you. So you can show, let me just put that on there and do that one as well. So I'm literally coming straight off there onto here, and then you can see it blended, straight away on there. Can you see how that's picked that up? So now we've got acrylic paints, we've got our inks, we've got our distress crayons. What about some of your darker coloured foams? So this is aubergine, and you'll have seen we have black in the kit. Black is fantastic if you like to do steampunk. So you can put a flower on a steampunk project.
So I'm thinking gold with that. You can use your spray glitters.
You can use your spray
glitters.
So what you can do, I can come in with this is just a gilding wax. So I can just come in here, and then I can just, because remember, my rule is we're not trying to make any sort of specific flower. We're just trying to make beautiful flowers. But how about that?
No rules. These are fantasy flowers now.
I'm going to pick this up now and show you how we can then, can you see that on there? Oh, there we go. Can you see how that's now coloured that? Obviously you blend it a lot better than that, but that's another way.
But you can see the foam takes it. It's not like it's resisting and rubbing
once
off.
You've made the flower, how about coming in with something like your shake and gilt? So you can see on this one here, this is one that I've made with the aubergine, and it's got the silver gilding wax on, and then all I've done is I've got my spray, this could go everywhere, and then I've just literally misted, this one's coming out in a try to mist it, this one's not coming out, but you just literally mist
just give it a gentle spray
and then you'll get your glitters on there as well. So maybe think about your darker colours going in with your glitters and with your sprays and all your other techniques.
Because I hear that, like whenever I'm talking about like the lighter colours of foam, Corinne, I'm always saying, oh, you know, oh yeah, don't forget what our demonstrator told us, or what Corinne showed us was like, you colorise it, you get the white, you get the yellow and the lighter tones. But I almost hear the darker colours of foam shouting back just as loud, saying, no, no, you can do great things with us too.
You can.
So the darker the colour, maybe go more metallic with it.
Exactly. Or I've got like a white, this is one of my oil pastels, my white oil pastel on the end. So again, just try and get, I've just put a little bit of blending solution on, I don't want too much. But you can then just sort of change the colour. Now remember, everything's going to look so different once you have started to blend it. But can you see how we can then change the colour of the foam by adding the white? And remember, then you just blend it all in. So you're going to get so many different looks. Just look around your craft room and see what you've got to colour your foam with.
And one of the most welcoming things you said as well, Corinne, or sort of that then arms us, is the fact that you haven't got to be specific about your colouring either. You've not got to think, right, I've got to keep within the parameters. I've got to make sure it's exactly right.
Exactly.
Or, you know, it's literally just you are adding that colour, and then when you're manipulating the petals, that colour's then naturally blending as well. And then when you look at the final flower, you don't look at it and think, well, hang on a minute, that petal went a bit wrong there, or what have you done there? You know, nature is not precise
This is what
anyway.
we've always said, isn't it? The imperfections is what makes this so much better. By looking at the imperfections and not trying to get every petal exactly the same. Try and get them slightly different. One going off a bit more to the left, one, you know. Don't try and get them all exactly coming off together.
So chill out and don't panic about all your colouring and getting it absolutely precise, or thinking, well, I haven't got it right. It doesn't matter, just do it. Just get the colour on and go for it, and it'll turn into something beautiful naturally. Really don't have to worry about it. Also, there's so many different ways of buying your foam today, with Corinne demonstrating with Fleur's flower forming foam. You've got the big bundle, 300 sheets worth, working out at 13p a sheet. That's still the most popular, just in case you were wondering. But then you've also got the pick and mix, where you're buying 30 sheets, but you're only paying for 20 of them. So you can pick and mix and choose from 24 lovely colours that are also on the website. And if you find a colour called Sugar Red, it's not Sugar Red, it's Sugared. It's a mistake I made around about half an hour ago now, but it still cuts quite deep. It's obviously still bothering me a bit. But 300 sheets worth in the big mega bundle is yours for an incredible price. And also, don't forget that welcome code. If you haven't yet used it across creatingcraft.com and thecraftstore.com, then you've got that potential to save an extra £5, and that will bring it down to $35.32. And then if you're spreading the cost on Flexi, it's just half that today. And that's for 300 sheets. And also, to put that into context, Corinne, that demonstration, you used 2 sheets of foam for this big flower.
Yeah.
So 150 times over, we could do that in different colourways with that big 300 sheet
Well, let's make a small
bundle.
flower now that you might think of for a paper craft project.
Yeah.
And this is going to use a fraction of a sheet, maybe a third of a sheet of your foam. So, where's my dies? Where did I put my dies? Oh, there they are. Right. So I'll show you how this goes.
Because there's going to be a lot of card makers thinking, wow, now I can make my own embellishments.
It is. Right, so you are going to look through your dies and found your flower die. So this is a die. So I did some bespoke dies. I collaborated with Fleur's and I did some dies. So what I did here, look, is I actually had some embossing lines put into my dies, and that works really, really well with the foam. Now I've got loads of centres, loads of petals. I just had a really good time designing the flowers that I wanted. So because this is an embossing die, I'm actually only going to do 2 layers because I want to get that embossed detail running through. So you pop my die onto there, and I'm going to run this through my die cutting machine just as we did before. And this time I'm going to do part of the shaping with my hands and part of the shaping with a heat gun, just to show you the different techniques. So let's pop this out of here. There we go. And I think it jumped a little bit as it came back. So then, it needed a little bit more pressure, but that die cutting machine, you can't see very well, but it's got very slight, I don't know if you can pick them up, very slight embossed detail. You can see it on that petal there. Yeah, so perhaps that machine needs a little bit more pressure. And then you just colour them. So I'm not going to spend time colouring them, so I've just put some green on these ones, and I've put some so the pink paint on those ones. And all I'm going to do to shape them, I'm not even going to warm them up with my craft iron. I'm going to fold them over each other. And this time I've not put any colour on the reverse, because this is going to be, it's going to be a 3-dimensional flower, but it's going on a craft project, so I don't need colour on the back. Does that make sense? And it'll come clear when I put it together. So just shape them and just use it. So I haven't had to go in with my craft iron. I've just literally popped it on here. I'll show you what happens actually with a craft iron, just to show you, because this one's nice and small. So let me pop this one on. So I put the colour to the front. Now watch this. So if I put that on there, watch that. It's going to, come on, pop, pop. Is that hot?
See it. You can see
did you see?
Getting
And can you
rounder
see the edges have all curled? Already it started to curl. So then that means I can just shape it like there. There we go. We can just do that like that. Now, that's going to make, this is going to make the petals, and then I've cut the centres out. So we can cut the centres just like that. And this is where we're going to use our heat gun. So I just need to warm up my heat gun very slightly, because if you put a cold heat gun on here, it's just going to sort of dry out. It's going to dry out, but it's also
bring it up to speed.
By
the way, if you don't own a heat gun though, Corinne, you could get one actually.
Perfect.
Just to zip back to Corinne in just a second, but just while we can, just mention the Sweet Dixie heat tool here, and it's $18.49. You can get it at 654044 to order it now. You've got the safety shield nozzle. You can see the bright blue bit there. It's lightweight as well, and you can do beautiful moulding with it. You can do embossing. You can use it with paper, fabric, more. You can just dry off maybe watercolouring. Anything that we've learned a heat tool is good for, or anything that you're going to learn it's good for over the course of watching the shows, it's a good thing to invest in. I've got one at home. I love it. Wouldn't be without it now. And to be able to do this without use embossing powders.
I'm not going to do this. Are you ready to see this? Because right, I'm going to pop this on here. Right, pop this on. Now watch this. Watch those petals come. Can you see them rising? So if I put that on there and then pull, can you see that's changed the shape? Pull it upwards, and it's made the centres. Oops. I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to shape. Actually, I want like that. One. I need to work quick. Now, probably at home would do them one at a time, but then you can pop them just like that. Turn off my heat gun. Take them over to my mat. Get a ball tool and just press them down to set them. And can you see now? We have now gone from flat stamens.
Yeah, it's like flat two-dimensional.
Really shaped centres. You see what the difference? So that was that shape a minute ago, and now it's totally changed them. There we go. Really make the centres. So we get our glue gun again, and again this is where my craft mat is going to be invaluable. So I'm going to get a slightly different size ball tool, and I'm going to put my first one on. Oops, and I'm going to pop a little bit of glue in the middle again, keeping my glue nice and small. Get my next petal, and then I'm going to stagger that. And while before that glue's dried, I'm just going to press. So what I'm doing is I'm shaping it, so it's going to grab in the shape, but also I'm making that glue as thin as possible, so that I don't have a really...
Oh, I see, yeah. So if we can imagine what the glue's doing, it's just you're spreading it out as you're applying the pressure with the larger end of the ball tool.
I should have shaped those a little bit as I was going. There we go.
Well, even this is reassuring though, Corinne, because you're showing that you can go back in. You're not thinking,
just
oh, no,
add
it's too
in
late
a little bit more shape.
You can reshape it.
So then I can go in on the next one, because I can see which way 3 is going to look perfect. I can stagger that in there. And then actually let's go down a size, because we're getting more into centre. And then, can you see, we're pushing it, and while the hot glue is drying, it's starting
sort of staying
to shape.
in that shape, isn't it? It's drying.
And then we can do exactly the same with our stamens. We can pop that in the centre, and I'm going to do both sets of stamens at the same time, just to give it...
See, that looks... I know you haven't quite finished it yet, but even then, it's still looking... you've got the green and the yellow complementing each other.
But can you see how that little bit of green in the centre really makes a difference.
Yeah,
Now,
it was
once
just a smudge of green before, but now it's...
So once you've done that, I've got a pink one here. I'm just going to put one on here, then I'm going to pop another one on. This one, actually, you can really see the embossed detail on this one. And I'm going to pop that on there. I'm going to come in with my stamens, oops, just on there. And doesn't that look pretty with the pink?
Yeah, you can get so creative with your different colours. Like, it's just, you know, white foam, but just change the colour of the centre.
Then pop.
You know, with a nice lavender colour, that's going to look beautiful.
Now
Like, maybe even with fancy, you know how we always say green for the leaves? Just with a white flower like that, make the leaves purple. Just to see, you know, make it really fantastical.
So how about, you know, you've all got little gems in amongst your crafty stash. So this one was on one with a bead on a little wire, so I can then just trim that off. And I've got a couple of my pink ones, and then I haven't got another bead to go in there, so I've got a couple of my greeny ones. So all I would do is, if I had a card base, is bring this in. Now, I've not followed my golden rule. My golden rule is don't forget your foliage, but we can have a look at that, always look at that in a minute. You must remember foliage. Foliage anchors down your flowers. So think that
It just separates out, doesn't it? Because you've got the base of your card, the matte layer, and your flowers just tucked in. A few leaves behind just breaks up the foreground of the background.
It does. So we can pop that there, so I can work out where this is going to go. And actually, I don't think I need all 4 of the large ones. I can then just do it with a small one. And then I'm going to pop this onto the edge. And can you see we've sort of broken the lines? I'm not one for keeping within the card base line. So, and with the sentiment, take the sentiment off the edge.
Yeah, you've gone over the frame, yeah.
Can you see how beautiful that is? And now you can see why on these ones we didn't need to colour the back, because you're not going to see them. But you've gone from a large flower, just here, for doing, you know, hair accessories, bags, corsages, to smaller flowers on your projects, all with the same foam. Similar techniques, but just cutting them out differently. You know, it's entirely up to you how you shape them and how you put them together.
So once you've invested in your foam, you can be making jewellery, you can be making card toppers, you can be making aperture cards with a gorgeous flower just floating in the middle with a little bit of cotton or fishing wire or something. But the main thing is you've got the tools to do it with, and they feel really lovely quality as well. Do you know, that is one of the most beautiful ideas. Megan, my producer, is reminding me of the idea that we said about floating flowers as well. Make them float as centerpieces to a wedding or a meal, you know, where you just want a gorgeous center piece of colour, but it's interactive. It's just moving. You can imagine the flowers just gently floating around because the foam will float as well. If it doesn't float, run for the hills! No, with your flower forming foam, you've got all of the different colours here as well. 300 sheets worth of it, all on a proper big mega bundle. Not just mega bundle, but a proper big one as well. 13p a sheet if you're a Freedom member, that is. And join Freedom, it's brilliant. Once you've got your Freedom, you've got your postage covered, you get the best prices. And of course, with your Flextravaganza event at the moment, anyway, you'll be able to spread the cost on Flexi over a number of months. Also, 4032, if you want to activate your code as well, your welcome code. Remember, this is going across createandcraft.com and thecraftstore.com. With your welcome code, potentially you could be saving an extra £5 here today when you spend £20 or more. With your colours, I've kept them over here as to be the colours that complement each other. Got quite a nice sort of Tanzanite style blue purple here. These are just suggestions. You can use them in your own way, but I chose like a berry purple. These have all got official names, by the way, when you get them home or when you order on the website. I think it's eggplants, isn't it, that I've chosen, or the dark purpley one. But, you know, complementary colours with a third colour coming into the mix, that could then be, you know, toning out that hot pink with the purple. It could be working with the bluey purple in the middle. Either one of those two colours could be working. Or if you take that bluey one out of the way, you've got these two complementary fuchsia pinks. Talking about berries and everything like that, you bring in that purple, you've got some of the finest sort of amethysty tones coming in. Take away the hot pink because it might be a little bit too saturated, and then you've got two tones tones of purple pink, giving you that darker colour. Talking of tone on tone, what about lavender? Here with your lavender purple and lilac. I mean, they're complementing each other, light and dark, most beautifully. And then you've got things like your citrus colours. So you've got your lemon yellow here working for your daffodils and marigolds and buttercups. But you might think, well, hang on, it's just a bit too bright. Well, that's when the 30 sheets that you're buying on the pick and mix, or the 300 that you get on the mega bundle, come into play with the slightly different colour tones. So you take away that bright yellow and then you're knocking in that that buttermilk colour instead. And then don't forget about your leaves, you know, with the darker black and the green. You've got the potential to anchor your florals using your foliage. Corinne mentioned that. Don't forget your foliage. You know, that's the key that's going to ground absolutely everything for you. So you've got your 300 sheets on the mega bundle, but if you're going for the pick and mix, details are at the bottom of your screen. You're getting 30 sheets, but you're only paying for 20. It's an incredible offer, really, when you think about it. When it's a third off, $6.99, so you're not paying for 10 of the sheets, and details are on your screen for it right now. Normal price $20.97, but it's $13.98 today, and it's 131116 to order on that pick and mix today. 24 different colours to choose from, and you can get 30 sheets in total with 3 different colours chosen. Corinne, what beauties have you got going on there?
I'm not sure how far we're going to get with this, so I'm been busy making as you were talking. So I've got 2 different poppy dies, and I've cut 2 out of 2 petals from each of those 4 dies, and then I've just dry brushed some hybrid acrylics over. So I dry brushed some red, made sure it was perfectly dry, and then I went in with the cream over the top. Again, we're going fantasy, we're not doing, you know, poppy as such. Now I want to show you this because this will really be visible, and then let me see how far I can get that close to you. Watch this. So this is what happens when you put your foam onto there, and then you press that on. Can you see how it's, can you see it moving?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can drop it down. Can you, I don't know if you can see it down there. Can you see how it's rolled? And that is just the heat reacting. Now remember, it will shrink. When you add heat like this, it's always going to shrink, only a fraction, but it will shrink a little bit. So just, if you've got nesting flower dies that are of different size, maybe think about going up to the next size. So you think, oh, I want it to come out at that size. Well, if you've got a nesting one,
it's a good tip, knowing that it's
go
going
up
to
another size, just because it might shrink a little bit. So again, this is just the scrappy piece of foam left over when I cut those out. So grab my glue gun again, and then I'm just going to make a nice centerpiece for this flower. So you can see, just put a little bit of glue and then bring all of the bits up. And then you can shape it. And sometimes what I just do is I go in and I think, oh, I've got a bit too much, so I just trim little bits, go in with a little bit of glue and just shape. I mean, you wouldn't know that was one of your leftover pieces. So not got long left here at all. I'm rapidly, oh, that one looks slightly smaller. So all I would do here is shape these. Just keep shaping the edges. Just shape these and then pop them on. And again, you just need the tiniest bit. But I wanted to show you, this is the bright red foam. So it's quite, although it's called bright red, it's quite orangey.
Yeah.
But it's all about those fantasy flowers and what you can be colouring them with yourself. So just keep building this up. I don't know if I can finish this. If not, I could always get it on my social media later. But you can see how easy, which I've lost track. There we go. We can pop that on to there. I'll put this one on and just keep showing you. So all I do is just keep staggering and just keep brushing it up to get it into place. So you're going to see a different look, and I'll finish this in a minute.
And Corinne, you've got the other flowers that you've made there today as well with you, haven't you?
This is going to keep going, but can you see those beautiful elements? So you can do small flowers, or you can do large flowers.
That large one that you made at the beginning is just stunner.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Or you can get your darker ones and add your glitters. It's entirely up to you. So you use this foam how it works for you.
Corinne, thank you. Do we see you again soon as well on the show?
I'm on Create and Craft tonight at 8:15.
Oh wow, so you're hot-footing it over. You know, it's not that far, is it?
No,
It's a 20-minute drive.
Yes.
There's a services halfway as well if you need a break. Yeah.
Might be off to see one of our other demonstrators on the way.
Very nice,
Yes.
very nice. Behave yourself.
I will.
But Corinne, it's been lovely seeing you today.
It's
Thank
been
you very much for
pleasure.
everything we've learned.
No, it's been lovely to come here.
Yeah. Oh, likewise. It's brilliant having your company here. So thank you very much for watching here at the Craft Store. And thanks to Corinne for all of the demonstrating. And don't forget to check out Hobby Basket on any of your phones. So please do stay tuned. We've got Wow Embossing. Adam's going to guide you through that one after a very busy show earlier on with Yanis, and then Crafting with Maker Forte. Alexandra is here a little bit later on.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Afternoon, I hope you're well. Yes, myself and Richard are now taking you through to the, well, till 10 o'clock, to be honest. I was going to say through the night, but we really don't. We finish at 10, then it repeats, till bedtime, until it's bedtime. So from now till bedtime. So if you're staying with us from then, you've still got tea to eat, a bit of lunch, and bedtime. What an evening you are going to have. But before all that, I sidetrack. We are talking now. I've been waiting to do one of these shows because I have many a question. Many a question about embossing. We see it. It's the magical embossing. You get your little heat tool, you put it underneath, do you put it on top? Who knows? But it changes like magic. But it gets a bit scary. Can you overheat it? Do I need all the paraphernalia that goes with it? Or can I just use my Cricut glue pen and then do it that way? All these questions are going to ask, and I know I play devil's advocate, but I do that on purpose. For the sheer fact we have so many new crafters that join us every single day that maybe are just channel hopping and have never seen embossing before. Because embossing is not just embossing these days. Embossing can do so much more, and it can also enhance what you've already done. But not only are we talking embossing, we're also going to be talking foiling this hour. And I'm not alone. No, no, no. The first time we've worked together with a wealth of knowledge about embossing. So if you've got any questions this hour as well, please do email me in, whether it be about foiling, whether it be about embossing. Obviously, stick to the crafting, not how to mend a Ford Cortina. She may know, we'll ask her. It is the lovely Marion. How are you, my love?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good, good, good. I have got a load of questions about embossing, because it can be quite daunting if you're just starting out.
Yep.
There is so much out there on the market. What is it about WOW that's kept you loving what you do?
Well, first of all, we are the manufacturers of it. We're based in St Albans. Our powders are just a bit more exceptional than others' powders out there. They're finer in there, so they're like a detail powder. They're anti-static. The jars that they come in are anti-static as well.
Okay.
So we always say, please, please don't tip them out into a plastic bag or in another plastic box or anything, because that would just stick static back in. If you're using any tools, use metal ones, because if you use plastic, again, that's static back in. Yeah, we've been going since 2006, and we've got something like 260-ish colours.
So let's be honest, you know what you're up to.
We know our product.
You
we
know
really
what you're doing, and we've
yeah.
seen it all out there. You've seen WOW. Everyone uses WOW. Everyone uses one of these. You've seen everyone do it, whether it be through a stencil, whether it be just to do your stamping, to do the details. Everyone's used one. But maybe you haven't got all that detail. If you missed it, we've got a brand new bundle on the show as well. £36.63. This is your essentials, and it really is an essential bundle that you are looking at. You are going to get your heat gun, which obviously you need. Now, this is not any old heat gun, because this has got your 2-speed settings. Now, the heat guns, I've got a heat gun at home, and it's only got one setting, which is just on. And once it's on, it's on. But sometimes it's a bit too powerful. Sometimes it just blows everything everywhere.
Yep.
Where with this, I'm now in control of what I can do.
And it's very ergonomic as well, the design of it. It's very lightweight, and it's white. It's just beautiful. It's just... It just goes in a lot of craft rooms.
And to be fair, I've got to say this out loud, because I know I shouldn't really say it. It's got a decent handle, but it's got a decent cord. If you ever use a heat tool, 9 times out of 10, the cords are about this long. And you're like, literally trying to heat stuff around your desk. It has got a decent cable on it as well. So you've got in your heat tool, obviously, a standard. You need it. You've then got 6 embossing powders, is what you look. So you've got things like ebony in there, you've got white in there, you've got silver in there, you've got gold in there, you've got clear in there, and you've also got sparkle as well. Now, I'm going to throw it out there already. If you were going to a desert island, I would say these are your standard colours that you are going to use every single day.
Yep, absolutely. And especially the clears, because even if you're not using our WOW ink pad and you use a pigment ink and it's a colour, then you put the clear, like the clear sparkle over the top, and then you're going to get the colour come through, or just the clear gloss. So, yeah, it's just... And you can mix them as well. So mix a bit of the white in with the black and get a grey. And
so you can mix embossing powders?
Yeah, you can play around with them. And
so here we go. So you're getting 6, but now you can start mixing and matching what you want to do. So no doubt from the gold and the bit of black and a bit of white, you could sort of make a copper-esque look that you want to go down. From there, not only do you need these essential colours, you're also going to get your WOW ink pad. Now, I feel this is where I get stumbled up now, for the sheer fact this is I'm going to say a must if you want to use the colours that you are using. So if you want blackest to be black, you need a WOW ink pad to do that.
The difference with our ink pad is, one, the ink that's in there. It's a very, very sticky ink, as opposed to a lot of others that are a wet ink. And the actual pad itself, it's very dense. There's not a lot of... I never know what to say this. There's another pad out there that's sort of big on the market, but it's quite holey, and you can tell that when you stamp into it. Whereas this is very dense, so if you're using like a really fine detail stamp, it's picking up every single part.
I understand what you mean, because if it's holding, you're going to miss little bits of your stamp. And once you do this, and with the anti-static as well, because there is no static in all the powders, you want that crystal clear look. You want that beautiful pond.
You
rather than
don't
little
want
holes.
it too squishy, and this isn't squishy. And when we used to do shows, people, like before COVID, people used to say to us, "Why is it so good?" And we'd just say, "Try it. Just have a go," and they'd use it, and they're like, "Actually, that's really good."
So that's the testament to you there.
Exactly.
You literally go, yeah, try it, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Go on, we're not scared. You try it, you go and get it. Not only are you getting the pad, though, you're also going to get the pen for your fine details, which I also like. A super fine pen is what you're going to be getting on this. So you really can go to town with that beautiful detail. So start writing your name. Start doing things like that. If you want initials, tracing, whatever you want to do, you can do it with the pen. You're going to get all this for $36.63, but guess what? It's also on Flextravaganza. Split that cost as well today onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. 022772 is the item number. Right then, once you've got your essentials, this is the fun bit. How about more powders? Because this is where it goes on and on and on. 15 powders is what I'm going to give you now. 15 mil is what you're not going to get 15 powders at all. I was like, ah, what's he selling? 15 mil of your embossing powders, but you are getting all 6 in the little carry case as well that you've got. So this time, you've got your standard blacks in your essentials, but this is where you go to the next level. This is where you'll take your cards up just that slight notch, where you go now slightly more professional looking. So you've got things like, I love this, I love In the Rock.
Oh, it's Rock Rebel is my favourite. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Absolutely beautiful. You've got your peach in there, you've got your steels and bronzes in there as well, you've got your California gold in there, but each one is subtle, but you get that shine. You get that little shine that's not over the top, it's not like a glitter, it's just that shine.
There are glitters in them, but there's some really fine glitter.
That's the thing.
But California Gold's got a bigger glitter in it, and Rock Rebel, obviously. But yeah, the others have got glitter, but they're really fine glitters.
Which makes it look even more classy than it is. And you're also going to get the storage case included as well, so you're not going to knock them over. You're not going to knock them all onto the floor. $17.99, but remember, you can split all the costs onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. 380219 is your item number. So, maybe you've done all this before. Maybe you're like, yes, I know all this, Adam. You don't have to keep harping on about it. But eventually something's going to run out. Something's going to come to an end. And what is the one thing that you're going to use over and over again? Yeah, you'll use your embossing powders, but you're not going to use the same colour for every card unless you're batch making. But the one staple that you are going to use over again, you are going to use your pad. Okay, so you're going to use your pad, and eventually, after a time, I'm guessing, because I've seen some crafters' pads and they are filthy, that you've got there, and they've had them for a while. Karen Keats, I'm talking to you. But you're also going to get your refill in this for your pad, so you can refill your own pad up. Yeah, can you explain? So you're getting your refill tool and ink pad. And what do I need a brush?
Okay, so on this morning's show I showed using the brush, where you can just take loads and loads of the ink off and then just start sort of brushing it on there, and then you're not getting such a uniform look. Yeah, so you can just go around the edges of your card. You could do it with your ink pad, but you're going to get a more uniform look.
Okay.
So the white lid has got the brush in it, the black lid has got the roller ball, and that was the first one we came out with for refilling the ink pad. So you don't need to put loads and loads and loads of ink on there, because you just need to refill the top, and then you let it sit there, and then it will just slowly sit there and then go down a little bit.
I like this concept.
It's lovely to use, but also you can use it as a freestyle tool, so you can take it direct to card, do your swirls, do your circles, and then apply your embossing powder, write your name, whatever.
So you can't go over the top, you can't over ink, because it's a roller ball, you're not tipping loads onto the pad and really making it chunky.
Yeah.
I love this. £14.97 is what you're looking at for this one. Split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. 914210 is your item number for that. I think it's very rare I say these words, but I think it's a must. If you are using embossing powders, it is a must, because you are going to need to refill that pad. Right then, how about if I give you choose any 2? It's not any 2 though, it's 2 sets. So this is 6 embossing powders is now what I'm going to give you on all of these. Right then, we'll start at the top. They come in sets of 3. Okay, so these are your first 3. This is your Tropical Night that we're looking at here. I love this. You've got things like Midnight Sky. I'm just going to wiggle them just so you can see. So you've got things like your Midnight Sky in there, hibiscus, you've got palms in there as well. I think nice Christmas colours, all year round colours as well, with the greens.
Well, when you see the card samples, that one's done by Tracy Scott, that trio. She really loves her glitter and loves her bold colours. And I mean, the one that's down there next to you with the squares on, I think that just shows it off so perfectly. So I was saying in this morning's show, sometimes you look at these trios and you think, why on earth have you put those colours together? And then when you see them together, they just work so well.
Look how beautiful that is. Oh
it's
my
lovely,
word.
isn't it?
There is stunning. Right, and let's pick up this pace because I desperately want to get to demos as well. Then we've got birthday cake. Like the birthday cake selection. So you've got cake, blue icing in there, candles as well. I see very, so especially the orange, Halloween-esque, sort of autumnal colour that you've got.
So Ashley McGregor, one of our design team lovelies, has done those. Sorry, that's that one, yeah. They're a bit out of sync. Again, I looked at these and I was like, oh, I don't know. And then I saw them together and they just work so beautifully. And there's no glitter in these ones. But the blue one has got quite a bit of texture in there.
Love that.
And they're just fun. I mean, they work perfectly with any sort of birthday stamp, like birthday cake stamps.
Love them all. Up next, then you've got. Are we going to this one now, Hugh? Where are we off to? This one. So this is your pastel gemstones that you've got in there. Loving the colours. You've got a bit more texture in these ones. So it's just these three. 1, 2, 3. So remember, you can choose any 2 sets, and you're going to get 6 pots. Is what you're looking at for these 2. Moving on, you've got your party popper that you've got there. This is your favourite so far. 50% of the stock has already gone. Next time I do these, I will show you samples. Then going down, you've got your lucky day. Love the lucky day that you've got in there. Absolutely beautiful. From your lucky day, you've also got your golden age as well. £19.20 across 2 interest-free flexible payments is what you're looking at for these ones. 051576 is that item number. Stencils up next. Remember, with a decent stencil, you can do so much. Now, you've got 2 choices. You can either go for all 5, so that's going to get you everything that you see here, or I'll give you any 2 for £10.50 today. So what's that? £5.25 if you go for any 2, or you might as well go for the big boys. You might as well go for all, because look how beautiful they are. You've got those hearts that you're going to use all year round. You've got the diamonds, once again, you're going to use all the year round. Loving this. You twisted, I sort of see coastal, I see fireworks in there, balloons and baubles, maybe for Christmas that you've got in there. It is called balloons, but I also see baubles that you've got. Or jack-lanterns, pumpkins.
I never thought of that.
If you do that in the orange, that would be absolutely amazing. And draw little faces on them with your pen, and you can emboss again if you wanted to. Then you've got your hundreds and thousands, you've got your sprinkles. So maybe that's going to be a cake topper. Maybe you're going to use it as falling snow. Maybe you're going to go down that route that you want to do. £23, 25 pence, 305, 325 is your item number. Then remember, when you're embossing, not only can you emboss through a stencil, you can also emboss your stamps. And with big stamps like these, you're getting so much for your money. You're getting 2 A6 stamp sets in this bundle for £15.74. So you're getting that beautiful honeycomb, which you can do so much with. You really genuinely can. Then you're also sort of getting your heart wreath. I love this. Love this. There's so much you can do. That could be Christmas, it could be Valentine's, it could be birthdays that you've got in there. All of that, 751257 is your item number. Now, foiling. Who would have thought when we mention the word wow, you think foiling, because you think embossing, but no, they're foils as well. You can choose any 4 colours, and we're going to show you how all this works in a moment as well. Now, each pack contains 1 metre, so you're getting 4 metres worth in total, because you can choose any 4 that you want to go for. But you can see all the beautiful colours. Jump to the website to have a closer look at all of these, because it's worth having a little go. You're going to get 1 metre of each one, things like your ice blue, your white, your bright copper that you've got in there. Always catching. 825369 is your item number. £9.99 for any 4. Ridiculous value for money, because you're getting 1 metre on each, so you really can't go wrong on this one. But then you're going to need something to foil onto. I've also got the cards as well. Definitely start going for the bundle that we've got here. Now, I'm going to explain how... I'm just going to stand there. Marianne's going to explain how everything works in this bundle that you're looking at now. But you're thinking, well, they're just black cards. How does this work? No, that's the plus side of this, because the black retains the foil. we'll show you how it all, but imagine all these all foiled up. £15 and 30p with a £3 saving. 60% of the stock now has already gone here as well. You're going to get 4 of your foil bundles, you're going to get 4 of the sets, and you're also going to get a metre of the foil as well, the silver foil, in this one for £15 and 30p. 756108 is your item number. Right then, I've yabbered on enough, I feel. Yabbered on enough. I want to see how all this works. Any questions? Get me a line, studio@thecraftstore.com. Let's go over and see the foiling in action. How does all this work?
Okay, so while you were yabbering on, as you say,
yabbering on,
I went ahead and I've just taken one of the pattern sheets. So basically in the bundle you're getting 2 lots that have got all, no, actually 3 lots that are all backgrounds, some with sentiments, and then there's the plain ones. These are my favourite because you can do so much. So I'm just going to show you. So I've just used the pink on this one, and it's just beautiful in itself. It's just so pretty, so shiny. This is for really basic card making, when you want to do something really quick and simple. Then I'm going to take one of the plain sheets, and I'm taking the foil that I've just
the waist
taken off. So this is the waist, yeah. So I'm just going to pop this on the sheet. I can cut it down to size later. And then I'm just going to pop this through.
Do I need a special machine?
Okay, so I'm using a laminator.
Oh, a laminator works.
You can use an iron. We've all got irons. We don't like to use them for what they were invented for.
Oh, so we can do this with an iron?
That isn't my household iron, though, that little tiny one. But you can also, and I have done it, with hair straighteners. So just put a piece of parchment over the top, have your straighteners on, and then run it through. All it needs, all this toner reactive foil needs, is heat and pressure. So even if you're not using it for this sort of thing, you can use the foils with double-sided adhesive, just so many things.
Well, I suppose really anything that's sticky and you add a bit of heat, you're good to go. So remember, this is the waist that we were using now.
So the waist goes on, so now that really is waist. But then I've also got these bits here, so anywhere where you see black, you're always going to be able to foil again. So you can just keep going and going. So now I'm going to, this probably might not be bright enough actually.
No, it's fine.
We'll see, we'll see.
So, in theory, you never get any waste with this,
no,
because as you keep foiling, you're going to keep going, and then you'll use the negative on the next one, which becomes a positive.
Yep. And the other thing I love the blank ones for as well is if you're using die cuts, so die cut words, so foil your sheet and then die cut your shapes and your words out of it. They're just fabulous.
I have a question.
Fabulous.
Question. I've seen you put it through your laminator. I understand that bit, but you're putting it into something. Do we have to put it into something, or can we just run it straight through?
So this is classed as a carrier sheet. Okay. Which most if people are using laminators, they usually have a carrier sheet. If you haven't got a carrier sheet, you can take just normal copier paper or parchment paper, fold it over, but make sure you put the creased end in first, and then it's not going to catch anything.
Makes sense. 70% of this bundle now has already gone. Oh, here we go, here we go.
Oh, that looks nice.
If you tilt that forward to camera 1 for me, she will be there. There we go. Look, that's the pink and the blue. As you say, that is a ready-made card.
Exactly. You just put a sentiment on there, a couple of little glosses, and that's it, you're done.
Look at that.
Nice and simple.
But then I could also run that through the die machine as well and cut out of it.
Yep. And now I've got that as well, so I can go again. so you can just keep going and going.
I'm loving this all. Fabulous. Very busy on this. We are now £15 and 30p. 756108 is your item number. Remember, you're going to get all the black foiling kits that you see in here. So anywhere where there's black, you're going to get those beautiful details. So you've got cards that look with the squiggles. You've got the blank cards. You've got the lines in there. You've even got sentiments on there as well. So you've got things like, I'm going to read them, miss you, you're so kind, what do I do without you, sending loves and hugs, just to say thank you, I'm always here for you. You can count on me. That took me a while. Hello, you sweet friend. You know what I said? £15 and 30 pence today. Busy, busy bumblebees is what we are on this one. Pick and mix as well. You're going to need some foils to go with this. And now, remember, you can use a laminator, you can use your iron, you can even use your air straighteners. Ask first, though, if they're not yours on this one, and unplug them as well. Remember, so just check twice and make sure it's all unplugged. Got to cover my own tail. £9 and 99 pence is what you're looking for these ones. Absolutely adore the colourways that you're getting in this. Remember, there is no waste. With that meterage as well, that's also going to last you a very long time. Because it comes on a long strip, so I'm guessing you could do as long as you want. As long as you keep feeding it through, you could do an entire banner if you wanted to on this one for 4 metres. £9 and 99 pence. 825369 is your item number. Right then, let's do some embossing powder action. I know, sounds like a sport. Right then, tell me everything I need to know about embossing powders.
Oh gosh, we need days.
Everything.
We need days. Do you know what? Just play.
Okay,
That's what you do with embossing powder, you play. If it goes wrong at the end of the day, it's a piece of card, you either flip it over or you throw it away.
Very true.
Don't worry about it. So with this, I'm going to use Party Popper because I know it's really, really popular and before it sells out. So I'm going to use that on here and then I'm going to show you another technique with Party Popper. The other thing I wanted to say about, let me just turn that off a minute, with the foils and the toner sheets, is you can also use, John Lockwood's got a machine out there called a Clodo?
Yeah, the Clydo.
Clydo, that's the one. I wasn't aware of it, sorry John. And that will work as well. So you just turn everything upside down.
And use your Clydo.
And that will work, yeah. Okay, so I'm just flicking water. I'm not even using my ink pad on this. And I'm just going to get tiny little bits like that. It depends how heavy I flick as to how much I'm going to get on there. But this is one of those powders that's got the extra bits in there. So it's got the extra gold and the extra white.
So this is just water?
This is just water, yeah.
So it's not the ink pad that comes with it, it's not the sticky pads?
So I'm not spraying it or anything. I want it quite fine. So I'm just taking it and just flicking in places. If I go closer, it will come out a bit heavier. And then I can just take the next one. Always shake them. When they've got extra bits in them or glitter in them, always give them a shake.
Oh, look at this.
And that mixes everything up. I might stick a bit more pink on there, actually.
We've had a question come in while you do that as well from Kat. Thank you for watching, Kat. I hope you're well. Would embossing powders work on fabric, and can I mix them with fabric paint?
OK, to be totally honest, I've never mixed them with fabric paint, but I don't see why not, because I have actually mixed them just with a chalk paint, so I don't see that it's much different. And yes, they will work on fabric, but what I would do is I'd take a powder puff with talcum powder on it, and I'd puff the fabric first and then stamp and emboss. If that's what you want to do, if you're stamping, stamp and emboss, and then you won't get any of the bits sticking on there. Yeah.
Will it be washable once I've heat set it?
No.
But if I put something over the top, if I put a sealer on...
You could gently hand wash it, but I wouldn't give it a heavy wash or anything. No. No, don't stick it on a 40.
Yeah, don't stick on a 40 wall.
But then, do you know what? Saying that, I mean, with the what she's saying about the fabric paint, that then once you set that becomes washable, doesn't it? So, do you know what?
Kat, have a go and let me know.
Give it a try.
Obviously not now, because I don't know if you've got it. I don't know what you buying. But have a little go. The worst you're going to waste is a tiny little scrap. Do a tiny patch test first.
Yeah.
A little tiny fabric and have a go, and then put it in the washing machine or hand wash it and see what works. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, you've still got amazing embossing powders. You really, really have. And I reckon a little bit here, a little bit there will still work. Just watch your fabric with your heat tool. Just don't get too close, depending on what you're heating up, to be honest.
Well, it depends what fabric you're using as well.
That is also very true.
If it's just a cotton or a calico, something like that's going to be fine.
Right, so we've spritzed our water.
OK, so I spritzed it with water.
This looks amazing already.
I've thrown all my bits on, and then I'm just going to go in and heat from underneath.
Right, question. Heat from underneath or heat from on top?
OK, so underneath is my preferred choice, because if I'm using powders that have either got glitter in them or extra chunky bits, if I heat from the top, if they haven't completely stuck to what's there, they're just going to blow off. Whereas if you heat from underneath, like, so this has got no ink on it anyway. If you heat from underneath, it's just going to melt whatever's there. Yeah.
There you go, you see?
So I'm just going to go, if I turn that a little bit so you can see it going.
Can we overheat embossing powder?
You can, yep. If you keep it, so you'll notice I'm moving my heat tool, so I just get it in one position, get it going. When you do this technique, it does take a little bit longer than a normal embossing. But yeah, when you start overheating it, you'll find that it starts sort of sinking into the card, and that's when you know that you've done too much. I've got my little fingerprint there.
I like this way. This is just water.
Yeah.
But this is, so if you're on a budget, go for one of the maybe go for the 6 powders and throw the gun in as well that you're going to need in there, your heat tool, and you're good to go.
But this for mixed media is such a lovely technique. So once I've melted the majority of it from underneath, I can then go on top, and now I'm seeing it all nice and shiny.
Look at this. You can see it shine on that shot. Look at that.
Yeah. So I've just got like my little, there I've got a bit of the yellow, the pink and the blue that's gone in together. That bit there still needs doing. That was quite a big bit.
So if it still looks grainy, that means it's not gone yet?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to cool that down. I'm going to use Julie's a lovely sweet pea.
And little Julie Hickey.
Yeah, I love these dies, absolutely love them. But I'm going to put a bit of parchment paper
These would also work with your one-day special alphabets as well. Remember, you get uppercase and lowercase. I'll be doing that with Mel Heaton at 4 o'clock.
We'll see. I should probably let that cool down a bit more. And I've probably done it wonky, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, because you can always cut it down.
Run it through. Absolutely, yep. So just run that through there. And then I'm probably not going to finish the card completely because I want to show you other things.
That's fine.
But I've also taken a piece of just plain card and I've made sure it's to the size of my die. Yeah, my die cut.
Yeah.
And then this is where I like to use a brayer with my ink pad.
So if we haven't got a brayer, could we use the ball tool that's on the end of the ink?
No.
No, not
because
for this
you'd get lines.
Okay, okay.
So you could just go directly in, go directly on. But I'm just in a habit of using a brayer.
A sponge or a dauber if I've not got a brayer?
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh look, I've got a dirty brayer. Do you want to choose a colour that we want to make this background? What do you think?
Let's go candles from birthday cake.
You like that one, don't you?
I like that colourway. I really do. I like the 3 colours that you got there.
Okay, where is it? Candles, there we go. We'll give it a shake because it's a blended one, meaning there's a few colours in there. I'll sprinkle that over.
Look at this.
Do you know what you said earlier about like the jack-o'-lantern?
Oh yeah.
That is going to work so perfect for it. All our design team are watching and they'll be like, that's a really good idea.
Well, if you need a head design team
member...
member...
absolutely. Move over, girls.
You see? Here
Adam's on his way.
All emails can come to me now, ladies. Thank you very much. I'll check your work before it comes on the TV. I run a tight ship. Very tight ship.
OK, so... Again.
Do we have, and we might as well, there's no management in, so we might as well get it out there. Do we have any inspiration? Is there anywhere I can go for inspiration online, or where would I go?
Yeah, so we've been really blessed with a fantastic design team.
You can tell, they are beautiful.
You can go on Instagram for Wow Embossing. We're on Facebook a couple of times. We're on there as Wow Embossing Powder Fans, and we're also on there as Wow Embossing Powder. We're on Twitter. We're getting a bit more prominent on Pinterest now.
Okay.
YouTube. We do loads of tutorials on YouTube. If you want to see quick inspiration, I'd go to Instagram because our girls like Martina and Dunya and all that, they do loads of reels. Natasha and Joe and Verity, they're really good at doing all the reels on there. So reels are just really quick, simple ideas.
But they're effective.
Oh, totally, yeah.
So it's all the help is out there. So if you've never used embossing powder before, all the help that you need is there for you. So it's worth having a little look at all of these, especially if you've placed your order today and get your inspiration before it comes. Because remember, especially if you're going for that big pick and mix. So if I did this card now, look at this, it looks beautiful.
So there's your colour choice underneath.
Look at that. But you do that card again in a different colour, it's going to look totally different.
It will, because like I've done exactly the same technique,
but with
and
clear
these were different colours.
Yeah.
And it just looks totally different, because you never know how you're flicking it, you never know how big the water droplets are going to be.
I love this.
So
I love this concept. Genuinely love this concept, because it's going to work with, if you're just going for your essentials, it's still going to work. Let me lie down. I don't know if you can get these, but I'm just going to lie these down just so you can see the colourways. I knew that was going to happen. Just so you can see the colourways that you're actually going to get in all of these parts. Look how beautiful they all are. You are going to get all of those. You're going to get 6 embossing powders. You're also going to get your sticky ink pad in there as well. That's going to last you a while. You're also going to get your pen in there, and you're going to get your 2 heat set gun in there. All of this for £36.63. Divide that cost by 2. What would that be, Katie? £36.63 divided by 2, because we're in Flextravaganza. 022772 is your item number. £18.32 today. £18.32 today gets you everything you need to start your journey in embossing. And I feel this is a journey that once you start, everything becomes embossed. Everything. And it's okay. And I don't want to brag on about my own stories and things like that, but as you know, I was lucky enough and I got a die machine. I got one of the big A4 die machines, my first ever one. All Molly's homework is now done on a die machine. I don't care what it is. The other day we had to do a map of our local area. It was cut with a die. I'm one of them dads that everything has to be nicely presented in a little folder, a little book that we've all handmade. Everything was now done on a die machine. Everything is cut into shapes. And I do feel, now I've sort of found my embossing powder, everything will be embossed. Everything will be embossed, from nameplates to art. But you do need all of this, though, because it is a lovely little bundle. It's also a nice little giftable for someone. So if you're thinking bottom drawer gift, yes, I know, it's a big old gift, but you could split that up. But you could split it up, give someone a heat gun. If someone already got a heat gun, just give them 3 embossing powders and the pen. And give the other person 3 embossing powders and the ink. If you're a crafter, this is stuff you need. It's stuff you go, well, you wouldn't really buy yourself, oh, I'm not going to treat myself to that, or I won't treat myself to that. It's stuff that you want, and it's stuff that you're going to use time and time again. It's a consumable. You are going to use it, but a little goes an awful long way. 022772 is your item number. Something else that I've got. Foil bundle, got limited stock? Well, I never. Gone limited stock. £15.30 is what you're looking at. 756108 is that item number for that foil bundle. You're loving it. You're genuinely loving it. Whether it's a laminator, hair straighteners, or your little baby iron. Just make sure you put something over the top first, and you are good to go. You're also going to get a metre of the silver foil as well. Right then, let's go back for more demonstrations. What are we up to this time?
Okay, so I wanted to show you the party poppers again. So you know we used it on that card.
Yeah.
These are them. Verity did this, I think. It's just beautiful cards. And look how vibrant the colours are.
If you tilt that to camera 1 for me, just tilt it forward. Yeah. Look at that.
So I did a little technique this morning with this, and I'm going to do it again, but slightly different this time. So that's how vibrant the colours are as is. So this is a piece of chipboard, white chipboard. And the reason I use white, I mean, it doesn't matter with these because they are opaque, but if they were translucent colours, then I would lose the colour.
Okay.
So remember I was showing you these earlier?
Yeah, you showed me just before we came on the telly.
So like if you've got a translucent powder, it's going to pick up the colour that's underneath.
Ah, so if
if you always use white,
so
you're going to pick the true colour.
If I use true gloss on craft card, it's going to pick the craft card up underneath.
Absolutely.
If I use it on black cardstock, it'll pick the black up underneath. Ah, there you go. So it's going to, depending on what colours you're going to use. So in theory then, I'm getting, in that pick and mix of any 2, I'm getting 6 colours. Within theory, I'm getting more colours depending on the craft card I put it, the card I put it onto.
Yep. It's the same with inks as well, if you're using different colour pigment inks. Okay, so these, so look how vibrant that is.
It is.
But what I'm trying to show you is because there's white in there, and the technique that this is, it's going to make it go like this. So I'm taking a piece of parchment. This morning I did it using the iron. But now I'm just going to show you how you can do it with the heat tool.
And this is where the heat gun comes in, its own with those 2 speeds that you've got.
I'm always using it on setting number 2. And you can see it start melting, so it's going to melt from the surface from the surface first, so from the top, and then I've got to get it to go through to the bottom. So I get as much of it melted on here.
Just so you know as well, that foil bundle that I was telling you about is now technically sold out. If any bounce back, I will let you know, but that foil bundle has now technically sold out.
Oh, I've got so many demos with it as well. I've got so many ideas.
I think it's just the concept that it's so easy to do.
It is.
And you don't need all the bells and whistles.
It is a no-brainer, yeah. And you don't need the machines. But if you have got the... Is it Clydo?
Yeah, the Clydo.
Yeah, the Clydo.
So obviously the Clydo's a cutting machine as well, but if you just want to foil, and you're just starting your journey of foiling...
Delicious.
Oh, lovely. It's like sweet. Look at that. It's like candy floss.
I can just go a little bit on there. I can do it again if I feel like I need to.
It does look marbled.
That, isn't it beautiful? And it depends again. I could do it exactly the same again, but it's going to come out in different places. The way I pull this off will depend how that comes like that. If I've done it that way, then I'm going to get the lines coming that way. If I've done it that way, etc. If I'd put quite a lot on, I'd have quite a bit on here. And then, because I've used a heart shape, this is going to be quite fragile because it's quite lacy. I'll just take that off. Oops. And then that could go on a card front with a little sentiment across it, and you've got a 2-for-1.
Look at that. That's just what would be waste.
So what I wanted to show you basically was, again, just by using a different technique. So this is like embossing straight on there. This is embossing but using a parchment over it and melting it in. And this happens because of the white that's in there. And those are exactly the same powders.
Looks two totally different colours.
It does, doesn't it?
Look at the shine on that now.
So this is what I say about playing. It really is playing. This morning I've done it where I've done it between parchment and just went over and ironed it. And then you can reheat it and it shines it back up again. In fact, I spoke to Julie Hickey just now because she watched the show this morning and she said, I just had to have a go at that. And she showed me photos. She done some brilliant things. Absolutely fantastic.
It is one of these things where you go on and on. While we set up for another demonstration, let me give you a quick recap of that little bundle, because you are choosing any 2 trios. That's 6 pots is what you're going to be getting out of this. So you've got things like your Tropical Night that's up here, and I'm going to show you. I'm going to try and show you cards at the same time. So this is your Tropical Night 3-way colours that you're getting in there. £19.20 for 6 pots is what that works out to be. 051 576. That's your Tropical Night. Then we've got birthday cakes. I just love it. I love the orange on this one. Birthday cakes. You've got cake. What else we got in there? You got your blue icing and you got your candles. Love the orange in that candles. Just love this colour, little jack-o'-lanterns. This is what it reminds me of. Just something about it. From there, we then move down to your pastel gemstones, which I think is this one. I think. Yes, it is. It's your pastel gemstones that you're looking at in there. Oh, it says it on the back, Adam. Just read the card. So there's your pastel gemstones. From pastel gemstones, we've got Party Popper, which is this one because it says party on it, and happy birthday. So these are your party poppers. But look how different that is. I love these. Imagine these in like embossing folders and things like that. Would really, really work. Just picking up the design like that, just like a little paintbrush just gone over the top. 3/4 of the stock of Party Popper now has already gone. 3/4 of your Party Popper stock has now gone. From Party Popper, we go down to Lucky Day that we've got there, which I think is this one. Yes, it is. I'm getting good at this. This is your Lucky Day. Quick and easy cards. Quick and simple cards is what you can make with your beautiful Lucky Days. Imagine them with your one-day special. That would work. That would work really, really well. Wow embossing powders with your one-day special would be stunning. Last but no means least, our last one, the Golden Age, which I assume is this one. It's the one we've not seen yet. Golden Age, yes it is. Look at that. So you've got that little sparkle and shine, that little glitter that shines through there. You've got all those little gold flecks that go all the way through. You can choose any 2 sets. You can be the designer. You can be the one to choose whichever ones you want to go for. But you are going to get 6 pots. So you're going to get 3 of one and 3 of another for £19.20. 051576 is your item number that you are looking at. Brand new today. Let's get back for more demonstrations. What are you up to?
Okay, so I just want to quickly show you this. I mentioned to you earlier, didn't I? I was sitting in the green room and I just sort of had an idea, and I was like, I said to my husband, right, I'm just going to run through and just see if it works. And it did. I didn't know it was going to come out like this, admittedly, but look at that. That's just using one of the blank black sheets of the fab foilers and a piece of foil. And the way I did it, I just took the foil and I screwed it up really tightly.
Oh.
Okay. And then I just laid it out, so there's no guarantee it's going to come out again.
Now, obviously, these black sheets have now sold out, but I've still got the foil on a pick and mix if you want to go for the foil. Any 4 metres, if you are going to do this on your Kaleido, you're still going to need the foils.
So I've got a piece of spare card in there, so let me just put that on there. And then just place that on. And the reason I come up with this idea is there's a technique I do like this with parchment paper. And it does the most amazing effect on the foiled piece, and I just thought to myself, I wonder if it'll work the other way round. So I just thought I'd give it a try.
It's worth having a little look.
So I'm just running that through, and then don't forget you get that bit as well, which is your
it's
reverse,
like broken ice.
so that you can. I mean, to me, it looks like trees. It's like,
yeah, you've got forest
make
and
a
stuff.
beautiful little Christmas card. It's just stunning.
Little robin in the front of there.
But before I say too much, let's see. What happens.
You've shown us the good one already. Yeah. So we're all right. We're all right.
It might have been a total fluke.
Never, I won't have it said.
Oh,
can we
so it's
foil and then emboss on top of the foil?
Absolutely.
Yes, we can do that, so the heat won't react. Here we go.
Okay, so
Here we go.
Ready for the reveal. Oh yes. Oh, do you know what as well? Seaweed.
Yes.
Look at that.
I like that.
That is so beautiful. And then I could put the silver over it, for example, because I've still got my black showing through. Or I could put the pink on there or gold and then run that through again. And again, I've got this bit. So this is why some people look at the blank ones and think, well, what am I going to do with those? To me, they're the most important ones because you've got all your patterns to make your simple but effective card, and then you just get to play. And I mean, I probably haven't got time, but to show you this, I will do YouTube videos as well to show people to get this technique, and this was using some of the frosted glass embossing powder.
I love it.
And then I run it through, and then I put another colour through. And it's just, yeah, it's just playing. That's all it is.
Just before we go any further, let me give you a quick recap of the colourways, because some of them are limited stock, and I don't want you to miss out on all of these. So, let's start at the top. You've got your dark blue at the top just here. So that's dark blue. From dark blue, and you've got teal. Teal is limited stock now, so your teal is limited stock that you've got there. Then you've got ice blue, which is also limited stock. Then we've got your white. Then you've got bright copper, you've got glitter gold, that has sold out now. From glitter gold you've got red, from your red you've got your purple, limited stock on purple. Then you've got your pink, limited on pink. Then you've got your green, then you've got your spearmint, and you've got your bright gold, sold out on bright gold. From there we move down to the bottom row. You've then got rose gold, sold out. Bright silver, that is fine. You've got blush, you've got turquoise, that's in there, violet. Then you've also got your bonding powder as well. All of these are very, very busy because you can choose any 4. That's 4 metres. You get a metre on each for £9.99. What's that? £2 each? 2, 4, 6, 8, £2.50 each. Yeah, £2.50 for a metre of foil. Well, I never. That really is. Wow. 825369 is your item number. Been dying to do that for 2.5 years. £9.99. I've had that stored up for all this time. Right then, £9.99 for 4 of them. You know the price by now. It's £9.99. I've told you 6 times. You're getting 4 metres is what you're getting. Let's go for another demo. Let's get our money's worth. What are you up to now?
Okay, so I'm going to take this background stamp, which is hexagons.
Okay,
we've got 2 lovely ladies doing new designs for us. So this is Nikki Stannard and the other one is Nikki Luck. I've already gone in and just masked off areas of the stamp, because you don't have to do the whole thing when you see a background stamp. So I'm just going to go in, get lots and lots of ink.
So this is the well pad that either comes on its own with its refill and its little rollable on its brush, or it comes in that essential bundle as well.
And then I want to peel these off. I don't want to stamp that down with those on. So this is just masking tape. Okay. I've got my card in there, and I have got my thing, but I don't know what I've done with it now.
What thing?
I just made a thing.
Okay, fair enough. She made a thing.
Out of a candle pot lid.
Okay.
To do stamping with.
Yeah.
Do you know what? People out there know what I mean.
I'm sure they do. I'm glad they do.
Like a smusher. Like
a brayer.
Ish.
Yeah. Just smushes it down. It's a smusher.
Okay, so
come to a screen near you.
Got that on there. I'm now using pastel gemstones, which is one of my favourites. Martina Manga done these, and they are just stunning. They're all stunning, and it is really hard to have favourites. So this was the technique I was saying, where we do a multicolour emboss. So I just do bits in one place.
My director loved that then.
Oh, really?
He was like, oh. I think Hugh's just cottoned on to how embossing works.
And then again, just sprinkle it around. So depending on how many colours you're doing, you do this technique for the first few colours, and then the last colour, I'm actually going to go all over. Oh. So what that's going to do is just going to fill in all the bits. I know I've shown this technique on here before, but like as you say, we've got new people joining us, and you've not seen it before, so I thought I'd show you.
Never seen it. Start checking out your baskets as well. I don't want to rush you, but start checking out your baskets.
So then that's just going all over.
And that doesn't cross-contaminate or...?
No. Give it a little flick.
A little goes a long way.
It does.
You think you're using a lot when you pour it all out the pot, don't you? But then the pot just refills itself.
Yeah. People think like, oh no, I can't throw all that on there. And it's like, yeah, you can. Because you just, as long as you're putting it on your paper, don't put it in one of those tidy tray things.
Okay.
Because they're plastic.
Static.
Yeah.
Static. Remember your static, people, because obviously you don't need your anti-static bags. We've not seen a single anti-static bag.
No.
Or a bit of poofing. None of that. Pre-anti-static, all the pots are anti-static as well, so don't decant them into anything else. Leave them in the pots they're in and just use paper. Another look at this quick and simple card.
You just keep things really simple but effective. I'm just going to flip that round, just so I've got my hand round the other way.
Just so you know as well, there's a load more of end of cool embossing powders if you want to go for them. So just before you check out, there's loads on there. Loads.
Okay. And again, I can just make sure. So all you do is basically you look at it, and I can see that that's all nice and shiny. If there was any dull areas, then I know that's not done, so I need to just then go back and do a little bit more on that. And then with this, I would probably, I've just already gone to die cut a word out. I would probably just stick that on there and just have that as a simple pad.
Let's not beat around. You can do this at home. This is achievable. Okay? A little bit of stamping with your wow embossing powder, the little pad that you've got, a little bit of stamping, wow embossing powder, heat it up, bosh, you are done. And I know I say that very bluntly, but literally that's what we've just done. That's what we've just seen. So if you can do it, I think even I could have a little stab at this. I think even I could have a go. And you think, well, I haven't got that stamp. Do it with stamps you've already got. I'm sure you've got background stamps at home already. You could do this. £36.63 is for your essential bundle, which I feel everything you need to get started. What we got? We've got 7 minutes. What can you squeeze in 7 minutes?
Right. Well, this one's really quick, but I know, like, we've sold out of the things. But again, it's for people that have already got them now. I've already just gone in with the rose gold on the plain blank one.
Yeah, we'll pick a mix for this.
I went in there earlier and done that. And this is what I was telling you about the parchment paper. So go to your cookery cupboard, grab your parchment paper, and this is where I got that idea from, yeah? So you just screw up your parchment paper, open it out again, but don't open it out completely flat. And then you're just going to lay that on there. I'm not too bothered if it doesn't get it all. And then I'm just going to close that up on there. Make sure I haven't got any sticking out because I don't want it to get caught. Oops, let's move that.
I'm intrigued now what's going to actually happen for the sheer fact. In my head, it should just flatten it out.
Well, it will do, but it should. It should leave an impression as well.
Also, now technically you made your own embossing powder, embossing folder.
Yeah. So, like, this is the diamond stencil. So I put the stencil through it as well. So I've done the same thing, and you can just if I give that a wiggle. It's very hard to show foiled things, and you can just put the stencil through. It's just lovely. It's just fun.
But is it the heat that does this, or is it the pressure that does this? So could I do this with
both.
Oh, it's both. It's the heat and the pressure. Oh, it works as well.
So can you see?
Look at that.
Look at that background it gives.
Does it look like etchings?
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, I love this concept.
So again, when these sort of first come to us, I'm like, oh my goodness, I just sat there and I just started playing and playing, and some things go wrong, but some things went right, and I'm like, and it's just simple, you know, you don't need loads of like expensive things and that. It's a bit of parchment paper. It's like done.
It's worth having a little look. If you want the foils, the details are on the screen at the moment that you've got there. And so it's worth having little foils. But the star of the show, you didn't see it earlier, but it is, you are absolutely adoring it, is the word I was looking for. Is sort of like your... It's your sort of starter kit, isn't it? It's a little starter kit that you've got, but you're also loving the storage cases. So you're going to get 6 in here, is what you get. They were the details that were just on the screen. So you're going to get 6 of your little powders that you're getting in there, and the storage case as well. So you're going to get all the beautiful colours. Let me just flip these over so you can see the colours. I love all. Look at these now. I think I've spent a fortune in my head already. Not going to lie. I think I want the first 4 items on the counter. Look at all the colours that you get. But then it just adds. Imagine adding this orange that you've got. So which one's this one? This is your peach. So this one here, imagine adding that beautiful peach with the candle, my favourite, that you've got in there. But it's going to give you another look. It really is. And I think you've got sort of colours that are going to last you all year with this one. So you've got the black and the white, the sort of remembrance of space. If you are going for the one-day special and the astronauts, that would work with that. You've got your purples that's in there. So you can do your flower stamps that you've got at home. You've got your golds for all occasions. You've got your silvers for your jubilees and your silver anniversaries and things like that, because they are going to give you cards that look like this. And remember, you can mix and match, and you always know when you have a decent product for the amount of samples that you get sent in, because I have loads and I've not even managed to get through half of them in the 57 minutes that we've currently been with you at the moment. But how beautiful are all of these? I have 3 minutes left of this live hour. Start checking out your baskets if I was you. If you're already a wower, I reckon that'd be a little groupie, wouldn't it? If you're a wowie, I like that. I might set up my own Facebook page. Are you a wowie? From there, you can have that. That's the new design team name, by the way, girls. Yeah. The Wowies. That's what we'll all be called under my umbrella. So when I take over, you are going to need your refills. Okay, this is sort of, once again, it is a must. Yes, don't get me wrong, your ink pad will last you an awful long time. Well, it depends how much you go down that route. But these two on their own, so you've got one with the brush. And so you have got the little brush detail, so you can do sort of the sweeping techniques if you want it to look like it's been painted on. But then you've also got the roller ball, which is technically your refiller, but you can use these on your cards as well. And then you've also got your ink pad, which already comes with your ink on, sticky ink pad. That's condensed. There's no holes. There's nothing in there. So you're going to get that literally crystal clear look from WOW embossing powder every single time. And everyone's got these. Some crafters have got more than one because they have a clean one and a dirty one depending what they're up to. And I think this is the route you need to go down with this as well. Something else that we've got is your pick and mix, from your lucky day to your party poppers to your pastel gemstones that's on there, birthday cake, golden age, and your tropical nights. All the colourways, choose 3. We are actually choosing 6, so you're choosing 3 colours. So you get 3 in a set, and you'll also get another set as well. But you get to be the designer. You get to pick what you want to do out of all the colourways, £19 and 20p, and go for the colours you like. Don't go for the ones just because we've said, oh, I like that orange. Go for the ones you like because they're the ones you're going to use. Marianne, sum it all up for me, if you don't mind. For maybe we've never embossed before. Maybe we've been doing it for years. What is it about WOW that keeps people coming back time and time again?
I think first off, the professionalism. So when you do stamp and emboss anything, it gives such a professional finish, and you can just keep going and going. Years ago we used to use peel-offs, now you can just keep stamping and embossing the same one. And I think for WOW particularly is our colour range.
That's true.
We've got such a good colour range. And good customer service as well.
That's the one, they're always there. The girls are always there. I'm about to join every single group now, just so I can sort of take over, as it were. I'm about to do it. Thank you, Erin. It's been an absolute pleasure.
No, thank you very much.
I've absolutely loved it. Don't you go anywhere. There is so much more to shop for. Start checking out your baskets if I was you as well. You do not want to miss out on these details. And WOW aren't here every day either. They'll be once in a blue moon. So start checking out your baskets for these cracking deals. I'll see you in an hour. Where did that time go? I had loads more questions to ask. Crafting, we're up next. We've made a fortune. You don't want to miss that one. Then it's Just In Case Final Call. Myself and Mel Heaton for your one-day special. Whoop, whoop.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year, and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs, and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring doorbers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences, as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
And a very good afternoon to you. Hello, it's Richard here on the Craft Store with you for the rest of the day, starting off with a fantastic hour for you. Really looking forward to this because it's quite glamorous, really. My guest has come all the way from Florida to be here today. Wow! Amazing. It's Alexandra. Hello, Alexandra. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really well. I was really impressed when you said that. All the way over from Florida.
Well, you're worth it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, son. And she's going after this hour straight back. It's amazing. Just for me. Incredible. So you're based in America now, aren't you?
We are. We moved out there 5 years ago.
Okay.
And originally we were in Ohio, which is a little bit wintry. So about a year ago, we got some warmer weather and we moved south down to Florida.
I bet you're really enjoying the weather over here in Oundle, aren't you?
Love it.
Although, as I say that, I can see it's actually slightly sunny outside right now, so it's quite nice. It's
I
quite
brought
nice.
the sunshine.
Yeah, you brought it with you. That's brilliant. Now, this is a business that you set up yourself. You're the CEO, the founder, but you work with your husband on it as well. Is that right?
Yep, my husband, my kids are part of it.
Wow.
It's
You've
a
got your kids working. Outrageous.
I know,
Carry
it's
on.
terrible, but yeah.
How old are they? 2 and 4? Yeah.
6 and 14.
Oh, well,
so.
it's just as bad. Yeah.
But yeah, so it's really a family business,
Yeah.
and we have lots of collaborators as well. You'll see here we've got Alex Siberia's stamps, so it's really about everyone working together and about the collaboration side of crafting
Right,
as well.
now you two are basically rocket scientists, aren't you? Like boffins, because you come to this not necessarily immediately from the crafting background, but from an engineering background. You're all about how it was constructed and how it all works and, reacts with each other, right?
Yeah, I have a degree in engineering, and my husband has a PhD in engineering.
Ooh.
And I actually just went back to school to get a business degree. But yeah, we are a little bit of a
Are you trying to
geeky
one-up
house.
each other each time? Like, oh, he's got a PhD, I better go back and get my GCSE in it, plus this and
That's
this and
it,
that.
yeah.
And just try
Who
and
can get the most letters?
this. Always having like engineering kind of trade-offs, are you? Like, yeah, all right, PhD, I bet it's like that. And what you told me earlier, he was into tyres.
Yes.
And not just real tyres. He didn't engineer real tyres. He engineered theoretical tyres.
Yeah, he simulates tyres on the computer. So you ask him what tyre to put in your car? No. You ask
Right.
him to put air in your tyre? No. But you ask him for a Pajeca equation to simulate a tyre.
A tyre that does not exist
It does
in
not
the ether,
exist.
and he's all over it.
And he's all over it.
Okay, brilliant. Well, I'm glad we've got that established. Let's crack on then, shall we, with what we have in front of us. We've got something new for this house. You may have seen Alexandra in an earlier show today. We had a sellout in that, more of that in a little while. But first of all, to show you this, because this is new in this hour. This is a new stamp set that we're showing you from Maker Forte, of course, and it's called Cheers. $21.99. You're getting 4 stamps there, and I think we can. I mean, I'm call me Sherlock, but I think the theme there is going out, drinking, having a little celebration.
Exactly.
Clinking the glasses.
Yep.
Lovely.
And also great, for your masculine cards, your celebrations, because I don't know about you, but I find it really hard to make a masculine card.
Yes, to be fair, it is difficult, isn't it? Because there's something, inherently feminine about a lot of cards.
Yeah.
And right, so to get it so that a bloke can accept it and go, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, that's a good card, thank you very much. Yeah, it's quite tricky, I think, and that does it.
Yes, and you've got lots of samples there. So I've done ones that are just black and white, ones with some basic colouring. There's some gift tags over there. So you can really do the quick and easy, or you can practice your colouring skills. But that one's, kind of a bit more abstract and fun. So, yeah, just
lovely.
something a bit different.
Yeah, I like that. That is masculine. But that said, I mean, like the whole concept of cocktail glasses is very feminine, of course, as well. So it works both ways. Only count the happy hours, very good. So you got some like little puns there, of course, sort of drink-related puns there. Just keep sipping. There we go. I like the way it's like a continuous squiggle, like it's just been sort of quickly drawn out. But yeah, really cool. There's lots of different languages in the sentiments of the stamps as well, so that's good.
There is, and you can use that either, stamp them out and snip them apart. You can, stamp them in the fog ink that you've got here in the trio and make a background out of them. So you can really kind of have fun and do different things with them.
Oh yeah, let's have a little quick look at that. There we go, there it is. Cheers. I don't know how to say any of those. I wish I hadn't started it.
Chin Chin, Prost.
Skull, I know that one. Isn't that European, like not Norwegian? What am I thinking of?
Finnish or something
Scandinavian,
like that.
isn't it?
Yeah, Scandinavian.
They say it when they
Yep.
Absolutely.
Salute. So you've got lots in there.
Chin Chin, isn't that like the posh English people
That's it.
do that? Chin Chin. that race. Okay, excellent. That's it. Go. Maker Forte. That is your stamp set there. That is new, and that is £21.99. The item number, if you'd like to get hold of that, and that is a really nice little set, isn't it, for making some any celebration can be celebrated with some drinks glasses on there. That is 159767. So we got that. That's new. Now, some things that we saw a little bit earlier that were very, very popular. Well, we'll show them to you now. Now, this has been very busy. This is a glue trio here. This is the Maker's Magic Glue Trio and accessories. So you've got 3 glues here. We've got white pearl, crystal clear, and glitter. Okay, so we've got 1 of each. I'll get Alexandra to tell us what those are in a minute. And then you've got 10 of these rings, and then 25 of these brushes. I'll just pick up one of those for you to see. It's got a little brush on the end there. Can you see that there? Okay, so I was going to pick these up and start cleaning my ears, but I won't do that. They are brushes for the glue. The rings are amazing, says Katie. Well, I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. Because I was actually told by Matt earlier to get a Lord of the Rings reference in, and I think this might be it. this might be where it could. This is where it might happen.
Yep.
So the 3 different glues. Just tell me quickly about how those work.
So the great thing, the reason we call them Maker's Magic, is they will dry 3D, so you can put them on like an embellishment drop, or if you press it together, it will dry completely flat. And it's a really strong adhesive, so you can glue your cardstock together, your wooden embellishments, your metal, fabric, all those kinds of things, cork, foam, it will glue all those things together.
Okay.
You can also put some down on your glass mat, add a little bit of re-inker to it, or some of the kaleidoscope powders, and then use it like a little embellishment, or, you know, stick your gems down, use it through a stencil. You know, you've got over an ounce in there, so you can, you know, it's going to go a long way.
Great. Clear, glitter and white pearl. Okay, we're going to see more of that at demo in a moment. That's 497-768-1799. Of course, everything I'm telling you about today can be split in 2 thanks to Flextravaganza, so you could make that £9 now, £9 next month as well. No interest extra to pay on that, no credit check required. And of course, if you're a Freedom member, anything that you see postage and packing included on will not have postage and packing included. So bonus. Right, next we've got this 6x8 stamp set right now. This is called Hello Spring. Very fitting because I think we are experiencing spring now. These 5 minutes as I look outside, spring is happening and it will shortly end. So Hello Spring is very fitting. This is our stamp and stencil set. So you're getting a bunch of stamps on here, Alexandra, and then you're getting is it like a masking stencil?
Yes,
yeah.
So you can mask with it, you can use it for perfect positioning, all sorts of fun things. We'll show you how to use it. You can see on there the girls have done a great job. But you've got the stencil, you've got the positive and the negative, and then you have a layering stamp, and you can mix and match it really. You don't have to do all the layers if you don't want to.
Okay, 292660 is the item number for that. I've got a little example here, sample that Alexandra's brought all the way over from Florida on the plane, presumably. On the I'm So Lucky to Know You. That's nice, a little sentiment there. This is the base. This is the main stamp, if you like, of the stamp set, and it's been coloured in. And then we have it here as well. Spring, a lovely reminder of how beautiful change can truly be. And again, it's simple, it's elegant, and to be able to colour this, 1 colour perhaps, 2 colours, and then everything else black and white works really well, doesn't it?
Yeah, and so that one you've got there with the spring on is using all the layering stamps, and you can use just a couple of colours of ink. You don't have to have a lot. And the one you showed originally is just the stencil, and I ink blended into that stencil and then stamped the outline on the top. So I didn't even do all the layering and everything. I just used my brushes and off I went.
That makes sense. Okay, great. £17.99 for that. Very reasonable. Moving along here, we've got a white rubber grunge stamp set now. Now this is interesting because we've got these splatter stamps to go with it too. So how does this all work, Alexandra? So this is the white rubber Stone Age stamp.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we make all of our rubber stamps in-house, and it's our own special rubber. This goes back to my husband and his tyre engineering.
Oh, this is where it all comes into fruition, is it?
Yeah.
Right,
so
cool.
we developed our own rubber. So the white is designed so one, you can see what you put on your stamp, because red is great, and you can see there we do have a few red ones that we've transitioning from, but the white is great because you can see what you put on it. It's also a deeper etch than most rubber stamps, so if you want to stamp into your ultra-thick embossing or your hot glue, you can do that. And it also cleans up beautifully. We added a special agent so that it cleans up really, really nicely.
Okay, so white, is white slightly better than red, or is it just a preference thing?
I think it's a personal preference, but I like being able to see if I put pink ink, I want to see that I put pink ink on it, whereas you put it on the red, you have no idea what colour you put on it. So
Fair enough. And then these are splatters. You've got 2 of these. Is there a reason why we've got 2?
So you have a couple of different splatter types in there.
Okay.
One is a bit more dense than the other,
Yeah.
but they are mounted. The reason these ones are red is it's a slightly more flexible rubber, and it has a special cling on the back. So it is designed so when you are stamping out, you can bend it and just put it. You'll see when I start stamping. Because I love that splattered kind of grungy look, but I hate the mess of having to get out a splat box and then you end up with splatter everywhere. So this is designed to make it easy and mess-free.
Got you. I've got a couple of samples here to quickly show before we scoot along the rest of the counter here. Here you can see it using it, just basically, you know, printed out, using your colours here behind a sentiment, and kindness always wins. And then this is this embossed? Is this glitter embossed?
Yeah, it's heat embossing, so
Heat
it's the
embossing,
gold embossing powder and then the inks from the ink pad trios.
It's a really good effect, isn't it? It's got that effect of like it's aging again, isn't it? It's aging it like it's been around for decades. I really like that. With Miss You on it as well. 124855 for your stamp set with your grungy stamp set, if you like. Now, moving along here, ink quad sets. Now, you've got 3 to choose from here. You've got the top row is one choice, but middle row, I feel like I'm suddenly on Strike It Lucky. Top, middle, or bottom. Here we go. What's a hot spot? Not. You've got 4 of these in each one of these ink quads. Okay, so that you've got along the top here, we've got Cotswold Green, we've got California Love, we've got Bubblegum, and we've got Flamingo. Then on the middle row here, we've got Welsh Dragon, Yellowstone, Grape, and Sugar Plum. And then on the bottom row, we've got British Racing Green, English Mustard, Vegas Strip, and Neon Lights. Ooh, Vegas Strip, what's that? Is that blue? Oh, okay, I'll see what we've done there. British Racing Green. Yeah, I like the names. So we've got a real range of all sorts of colours here, and you can mix and match. You can choose any. Well, you get all 3 if you wanted to. But these are basically going to provide your backgrounds. Is that right?
Exactly, yeah. It's our own chemistry. So I had them made because I wanted something that was really water reactive. Really bright. You could layer as well to add, lots of texture to your cards. They're instantly alcohol marker friendly. You can heat emboss them if you want to, if you work quickly. They have a silicone foam, so they really release the ink nice and evenly and thick. And yes, like you say, you've got some fun names in there. We have a couple of colour families. So the American primaries are going to be your brights.
Okay.
Your turn back times are your neons, like your California Love.
Yeah.
And then you've got your British banter, so they're going to be your rich, regally type colours.
Right, like the British Racing Green.
Like British Racing Green.
Very good. I like the Yellowstone as well. It's another American reference in the Yellowstone Park. Little example of what you could do with them here, and you get some. Look at the brightness. Look at the vivacious colours that you've got there, just jumping out of the page. That is incredible. That look there. I think that's brilliant, and obviously really shows off the stamps. And then a subtler look here, and this is being used to actually produce the designs on the actual white background here as well. So a little bit of both there, the background and the foreground, if you like. 630-350-2899 for that. Now, inking basics, we've got a trio here. Now this, as the name suggests, is it 3 black inks, but they're different shades? How does this work?
No, so you've got your Remarkable Black.
Yep.
So that is your basic black, everyday ink. It's alcohol marker friendly, so if you want to get your pens out and colour with it, you can go straight away. It's a really intense carbon black. Then you've got the clear for working with your embossing powders or your kaleidoscope powders. And then you have your fog for no-line colouring, beautiful backgrounds. You'll see, I use the fog all the time. Everyone thinks grey, I'm never going to use it. It's actually a real staple in the craft room.
Love it. And look at the sample just behind it as well, just to give you an inspiration there. Sympathy card. Beautifully used. Just a part of your essentials, this, isn't it? Make a Forte Inking Basics Trio. $21.75 for that, and that's new today. Now we're on to a kaleidoscope powder set here. You've got 3 powders, and you're getting the brush with it too. So the powders are Asteroid, Aurora, and Pluto. Bit of a galaxy theme there. I'm just guessing.
Just a little one.
I'm quite good at this, aren't I? And you've got also it's a dual-tipped powder brush, right? So is one different size to the other?
Yeah, so one is kind of your more puffy end to cover large areas, but if you want to do something detailed, then you can use that end as well. It also works great for ink blending and all sorts of things. So we do recommend keeping them dry, but you can mix and match between colours. Just wipe it off on a dry cloth in between, and you can use one for all your colours.
Okay, perfect. So the two size dual tip brushes there, and then these three here. So they got glitter in all of them, have they?
Yes, you've got the metallic blue as the Pluto.
Yeah.
And then between the Asteroid and the Aurora, they're going to change colour depending what colour cardstock you use them on. So you've got a sample there, Richard. It shows you the three colours throughout the Flights of Fancy. They're the three colours you're getting. So you can see that white goes gold and the copper goes pink on black, but you could use it on bright pink cardstock and you're going to get a slightly different tone.
Yes,
or bright blue cardstock and again you'll get another different tone. But these are really versatile. We found 32 different ways to use the kaleidoscope powders, and if they scan the QR code on the back of the packaging it comes in, that'll take them to a guide, they can download it, and we show them how to do the 32
That's clever.
different ways.
Every single product has a QR code and then gives you full instructions.
Exactly.
Just takes you to the web and it's all on there. And you've got, presumably, you have tutorial videos as well available.
We do, yeah. We have a YouTube channel, Hedgehog Hollow, which is how this all started, was my blog. And then we also have the guides, and you can download those. They're PDFs, they're yours forever.
Absolutely love it. I could get an ombre effect of that as well, which is really good. And as Alexandra says, it's going to have all sorts of different effects and look different on different cardstock. That is just $14.99 for that. That's good. Rainbow craft we've got now. This is our pick and gem picker, I should say. This is really, really busy. So this is a picking tool, I should say. So one end of this is like let me show you. One end of this is like for shaping. It's like pushing down and shaping, and the other end is for picking up your gems and then just placing them on.
Exactly.
That's right. Have I got that the right way around?
Other way. So the black end is a wax tip, so that's for picking up your gems, your sequins, those kinds of things.
Right, okay.
You can resharpen it or roll it between your fingers to resharpen it.
Yep.
And then the other end is your poker to position stuff, or, you know, poke out the dies with those little holes in and things like that.
Good saving on that as well. $22.99 down to just $12.99. And it looks really, really pretty as well. I love the rainbow effect. That doesn't do anything in the middle. That just looks nice, right? These sort of collection of beads. Love it. I mean, if you never use that, I think that looks just really nice on its own. 481697 for that. Then we've got a couple of our paper manipulators, if you like. These are our folders, creasers. They're Teflon, and they are kind of made out. They're not actually made out of bone, are they? Or are they?
No, these ones are made out of 100% Teflon, so they're non-stick. So you can use them on all your surfaces. You can use it on your acrylic papers, on your foam. On your cardstock, it doesn't leave any lines or marks or anything like that on it. And, you know, you've got the pencil on there to get a really crisp fold, and then you've got the bone folder that has a pointed end on it, but then you've got that burnishing end, so to add your gilding flakes, to work with your foils, to make nice crease in your card bases. Once you've got dies that are creased, you can firm that up with that. So.
They're really nice as well. Very simple looking and stylish. I like those. 937904 for that. That's a saving of £4. That's $21.99. A couple of things left to show you now. This one here is our cleaning set. There's some cute names of these because, I mean, on the face of it, you've got a cloth and you've got some fluids, but what you've actually done is you've given them all personalities, haven't you? Because you've got Squid Buddy's scrubbing tool. We've got Squid Buster cleaning fluid. We've got Primetime Stamp conditioner. And we've got Turtly Awesome cleaning cloth. That's a Turtly Awesome cleaning cloth, of course. This is the Squid Buddy?
That's your Squid Buddy, and you have to name him, Richard.
Of course you have to name him.
All of our customers name them, and they send us. Mine's called Squiggly. Someone who works for me named him, but mine's called Squiggly. And the top there is designed to clean all of the intricacies in your stamps, make sure they get nice and clean.
There's a little face on the top as well.
There is.
Hilarious.
And then on the bottom, it's designed to clean all that mixed media stuff off your stencils.
Right.
So that's what that one's for.
You don't think about things like this, do you, when you get into crafting, that you would, you know, could do with things that just clean it and get into all the nooks and crannies. Now, these are specific fluids here. One's a stamp conditioner, so that once you've washed and cleaned your stamp, then does this provide retain some of the properties of the stamp?
So the conditioner is actually for when you first get your stamp set. So anyone who's ever got a clear stamp set will know it doesn't stamp out perfectly that first time. So we try to develop something, and I think we've done, well, I'd say my husband did a really good job of developing this prime time. So you spritz it on, leave it 60 seconds, wash it off, and it takes all of that sticky, tacky coating off, so you get a perfect impression the first time you stamp out with your clear stamps. So that's what that one is. This, the cleaner you can use on anything. You can use it on stamps, you can use it on your glass mat, you can use it on your sewing area. It doesn't have any oils or any nasties in it, so you literally can clean everything. I use it on my glass mat and everything all the time. I clean my brushes with it, all those kinds of things.
Brilliant.
And then the Turtley Awesome cloth, you can use in lots of different ways. If you make it wet, it'll go a little bit more like a chamois feel to it, but it's eco-friendly, it's biodegradable, and you can pop it in the washing machine or the dishwasher to clean
that's
it.
useful. So you can use this cleaning fluid then? Does that include taking it into the shower and using it on yourself? Probably not.
I wouldn't suggest that so much, but
Okay.
you know, any craft surface, your paper trimmer, your scoreboards, all those kinds of things.
I won't nick it in that case then, Alexandra, which was my original plan. Finally, now this is exciting because we brought this back. It's right on the end of the counter. We didn't think it was going to go there, but in the time it took us to get down this counter, it's arrived. It's sold out in the previous hour. This is the Maker Forte Perfect First Impression Shmusha tool. It's easy for me to say. Because it's been brought back and because it's coming from the States, it's on extended delivery. So everything you've seen today will take a little while because it's got to come across the Atlantic, hasn't it? It's going to be the 10th of February for everything else to be dispatched. This will be the 20th of February, but it's well worth the wait. Just ask anybody who snapped it up in the previous hour because, as I say, this sold out. 203-620. First Impression Shmusha tool. Do you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say, Alexandra, without knowing anything about it, does it shmoosh?
It does.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honour. Is it for pressing down on stamps?
Yeah, so when you use your stamp platform or when we use one of the larger rubber stamps, you can press it down. Or how often do I have inky fingers and then I go to press down something I glued and I put a fingerprint on it? So I use my smusher to press down when I'm adhering as well, because then I don't have to worry about inky fingers.
Yes.
You can use it as a little bit of a paperweight to hold stuff down. You know, if you're waiting for something to dry, put it on top, because it is hand turned out wood. It's not too heavy, but it's a nice weight in your hand that you feel like
it's really useful. Yeah. And does it come with this spare?
It does come with a spare felt, because I would not be the first person to have inked up my felt. So.
Right. That sounds like the voice of bitter experience there
Just a little
that's
bit,
been brought into the engineering on that one. That's brilliant. I really, really like that, and it looks the business as well. That is your First Impression Shmusha tool, and remember, it's sold out in an hour last time round. Might well happen again. 203-620-1499. Right then, over to you, Alexandra, for a demo, I feel.
Yes, let's start out with those layering stamps, because there's so many things you can do with them. So this is the Hello Spring stamp set, and you'll notice they have numbers on. So you've got A1, A2, A3, kind of gives you a clue how they go together, B1, B2, B3. So we've tried to make it really, really easy, but the nice part is you can mix and match. So let's start out with just using the stencil. And here I'm going to just... So we make all the stencils in-house. We have a laser cutter and we cut them all as you order them. So I'm going to pop this down. Little word to check is just make sure that it's going to match your stamp, because it wouldn't be the first time I put it down and then stenciled and it was the wrong way around. Just saying. So you can see there, my stamp's going to stamp out right. So I'm going to take, let's do some Cotswold green first. And I'm just going to add a little bit up here and some more down the bottom.
I like the way it immediately picks up around the outline and is darker.
And you've got a nice lot of plastic here, so you can really blend and make it soft, or you can make it really bright and vibrant. I'm going to do Flamingo. It's one of my favourite pink shades. Yeah, I just go off to the side of my maker's mat.
Is that just to get the excess off, so it's not a...
Exactly. So it allows me to choose how heavy I want it. I mean, if I go straight in, you're going to see it's really bright. Whereas I kind of like to start out soft, and I can always add more ink, but it's really hard to take it away.
Right.
So you can see that I've already got the start of a really pretty flower. I've got lots of lights and darks. And now we're going to take our stamp platform, and we're going to use that big outline.
You haven't picked up any of the accent, have you? How long have you been over there for?
5 years.
Wow.
See, I feel like I have picked up the accent.
Sometimes people go over for just a short time and they come out with a slight, you know...
Yeah, that would be my
lilt.
husband.
Yeah, oh really? Is
yeah,
he fully...
he goes to Germany and he gets that accent instantly. It's quite embarrassing
He
as
goes to
someone.
Germany, comes back with a German accent, and then goes and he gets an American accent, and then wow.
And he goes, you know, he does a lot of testing in Virginia, and he gets the southern drawl very fast. Yeah. I don't know how.
Well, you've got to fit in, haven't you?
But look at that.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Super easy on there.
How easy and quick was that to do that? And the effects are stunning. It looks like it would take somebody hours to make that by hand, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, you have all the layering stamps in here too, so you can go in and stamp out all your different layers. We can do this a bit later. You can see how it would layer up. You have the sample over there, so you can use all 3 layers, but you can also, you know, just do what I did with the stencil. I'm all about the easy crafting, so I'll always find the easiest way. You can also take, say,
I'm all
for
about
instance,
the base, but that's a different story. Carry on.
These are the pre-printed card bases we had earlier on. And so what you can do with these is take this. I'm just going to give it a quick clean on my cloth over here.
Okay, so all the details coming up now of this foiling set here, which this is a part of. You're getting 12 A2 card fronts, you're getting 16 deco foils, and you're getting some parchment, you've got your stencil, and you've got your ephemera as well. And that's £10 off that. It's a new bundle today, £24.99, 325505 if you like the look of that.
But again, you know, really easy, just using the outline. I'm not using any of the layers. And I'm using that fog. Remember I told you it was my favourite ink?
Yeah.
And you can see it just gives you just a little bit in there. How beautiful is that? You know, when we send a sympathy card, it's not something we ever want to send, but that's quick, easy, and it looks gorgeous on there as well. And you can, you know, if you wanted to try out, say, let's give it another little quick clean on the cloth here. So you've got this scrubby side on the Totally Awesome cloth. And you can see it just takes everything off that you want it to.
Oh, okay. That's the old cleaning cloth that we had as part of our cleaning set there being used. There it is.
So I'm just going to take a clean piece of cardstock. And you can then take...
Print. Wow.
Yeah, really lovely and clear. And here I decided to like curve the stem rather than keep it straight, so you can play around. So I'm just taking a brush with some water in it, and I'm just going to soften the lines, and it gives you a much, you know, softer look, a bit more of a watercolour effect. And that's because the inks are water reactive in there. And if you're feeling brave, you can pick up a little bit of ink from your ink pad and just add it in to add a little bit of extra colour too. And add all those shades in. Again,
it's so simple when you do it like that, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be for me, but for, you know, like it just.
But it really is. Like I'm just, you know, picking up a little bit of colour off my ink pad directly and colouring it in, and all of a sudden it looks like you're a watercolour artist. And I'm certainly not an artist. Everything I create is designed to make it look like you're an amazing artist, but you don't have to have that skill in there at all. So
quite a lot of crafting and the techniques we show and the products we show, it's about shortcuts and slightly cheating your way to make to it, you know, looking as though you spent a lot of time on it and you didn't.
So again, I'm going to go back and use the stencil. I'm just going to give it a wipe and a little spritz with our cleaner here. Oh, not that one, this one. How many times do we all do that at home and spritz the wrong thing? All right, so I'm going to take my stencil again.
So you can clean that cloth at the end, can you? It just washes through and it'll be clean.
Put it in the washing machine, put it in the dishwasher, top rack. It's 100%.
Because I'd imagine that would get quite dirty quite quickly in any session, but then if you can just completely wipe it clean,
And it's 100% cellulose, so you can biodegrade it as well. You can compost it, recycle it, all those kinds of things.
That's good.
So I just smushed my clear ink through the stencil we give you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to grab out one of those kaleidoscope powders. I think I'll do the asteroid. It's one of my favourites.
Okay.
And I'm going to put
details coming up with the kaleidoscope powders now, and you're getting 3 of those powders, 3 different shades, and you're getting the brush as well with 2 tips on it, a sort of bigger tip and a slightly smaller one for more fine work.
So this one's going to come out like a lovely silvery gold, although it looks white in the jar. And I always put the lid on before I move on because I will be the one that makes the mess. And then you just wipe off the excess.
Yeah.
So there you go. So you've got a lovely piece in there. But what we can then do is take our stamp, make sure it's clean-ish.
Are you going to match up the stamp with the...
So I haven't sealed this kaleidoscope powder yet. So you can seal it with hairspray. You can do water, but I find it just takes a bit too long. Hairspray is cheap and easy to do. So
what do you mean by seal it? That's new to me. What?
So if I was to now just wipe my finger across here, I could wipe most of it off.
Oh, I
see.
see.
So you need to seal it in somehow. So hairspray is the perfect way to do that.
Hairspray, wow.
But before you do that, if you take your stamp with clear ink on it, so I just put the clear ink, you can lift that colour back out.
Oh, yeah.
And put all those details in. And of course you've got ink on here, so you can take another piece of cardstock, stamp down, and you start to get the images. So I like to kind of just keep going, and you build up these backgrounds. It's a little bit light to show on screen, but you can just about see it in there. It makes a beautiful background. So you can use up everything that's on your stamp too.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, keep going with it all.
Exactly, yeah.
Love it. That's great. Thank you so much. Let's have a quick reminder of our stamp that we are looking at here. This is our Hello Spring that we're looking at right now. I need to wander down the counter, don't I? Is that right? I'm going to do that. Yeah. Hello Spring. Where is it? Where's Hello Spring? I've gone past it. It's here. There we go. This is it, and this is 292-600 is the item number for this. $17.99. So you're getting the masking stencil as well. You're getting all of the different stamps as well, which you can layer with. You've got your stems on there too, and it's a really decent sized stamp set, it has to be said. And look at all the samples that you've got around it, showing you what you can do with it. We've just seen Alexandra using these in the demo here. A couple of other samples for you just to show you here what you could use. Look at that. There you go. This is all part of the Hello Spring collection here. You've got a bit of that, and you've got lots of layering on that one, and then that's the stencil, of course. I'm so lucky to know you. $26.99 normally. You've got a £9 saving on that today. It is new. It's $17.99, and then you can put that into your Flextravaganza basket and get that for just £9. On every time I do this, I have to do a quick bit of maths in my head. £9 now and £9 in a month's time, and that's the way you can just break up those two payments into affordable chunks. 292-660. Now let's now look at the Cheers stamp set here, which is the one I was behind before. This is new in this hour, not just new today. This is new for this hour. We haven't seen this yet. This is a stamp set with the theme of celebrating, of chinking those glasses, of going to a cocktail. Do you remember cocktail bars? Remember back in the olden days, 2 years ago, we might have gone to one of those. Look, that's what it looks like when you're in one of those. Or if you're at home and you're just enjoying a drink on a lazy springish day. This is the sort of thing you want, and this is obviously perfect for any kind of celebration, really. Anything where you're sort of, saying something positive. And you've got the celebrations in different languages too. So you've got cheers in all sorts of different languages, which is really good. So it makes it universal. And just look at that stamp when you see it there, with a splash of colour in there. And I love the way it starts on the left-hand side, and it's like one long squiggle, isn't it? But it's creating an environment, and it's going all the way around. I think that's an unbroken line, isn't it, Alexandra? Am I right in saying that?
It is, yeah.
That's really clever. I like that. Without lifting your pen off, and it just goes from left to right. That looks really, really good, and it marries up really nicely with the black border around it too. 159767 is the item number for that. $21.99. Again, a bit of quick maths, and that is going to be £11 now, £11 in a month's time if you want to split it up, because you have that option, and it won't cost you anything to have that option of just paying half now, half in a month's time, thanks to our Flextravaganza. Right, I believe we can go back to the demo corner.
We can. So I'm going to show you how to make that kind of a hybrid of two of the cards you had there. So I have a piece of white cardstock, and I'm going to use a couple of our little masking notes. So I'm leaving about an inch, I don't know, 2 centimetres-ish on the bottom here. I'm trying to be a little bit straight, but do my best there. And then let's pick out a colour. Let's see, what should we do? We need the black to stamp out. I'm going to do the flat white, I think. So this is one of the lighter colours. So I'm just going to, again, start over here and then bring in the colour a little bit, just to make it look like it's actually on a surface. So just a light blend. And you can go as heavy or as dark, light as you want to. That's the really nice thing. You could use a stencil on the bottom, but I like kind of just doing something a little bit more solid. Peel that up. So there we go. We have our tabletop to put our drinks on.
Okay.
Pop this in here, and now I'm going to line up my drinks so they sit. So it's about halfway along the, you know, the base of each glass.
Okay.
Sits on my tabletop. And I'm going to use that Eclipse black again, that lovely thick black. And let's grab our smusher. So here we go. So we're just
Got to get the smusher out. There it is.
Go over the top like that.
Sold out in the first hour. That smusher. Back in stock now on extended delivery. The 20th of February is when that would be sent out.
Yeah, so you can see there, I just have that beautiful, even image on there, nice and crisp with that black ink.
So it just uniformly sort of applies the pressure, doesn't it? And it's also
Exactly.
just a nice thing to grip, isn't it, and to use, you know,
Yeah.
rather than pressing down with your hands or whatever else you've got.
And then all I did was take my little pen, I'm going to extend this one so it goes off the edge of the page, and then I just picked random little areas to colour in.
Hmm.
And that's what kind of gave it that impressionistic look. You can see. And you could do it with a, you know, a bright red. It doesn't have to be a black, but it makes it really easy to do. And so you can just keep going, and you've got the sample over there, how it kind of comes out when you finish.
Ooh, I have, yes. Let's have a little look at that. Here's one I didn't make earlier. Here it is. Here's one I blagged earlier and pretended that I made. Look at it. When you put it all together, that is really, really striking. It's an Art Deco kind of vibe, right? Yeah, like that. 60% of the stock has gone on the stamp set. 60% of this stamp set stock has gone already. I am not surprised. I think this is very, very universal because maybe I'm speaking for a lot of people here, but who doesn't like a drink? This is very universal. It's a celebration, isn't it? You know, it doesn't have to be obviously, of course, alcohol. It's any sort of party. It's any time you're celebrating something positive. You are saying cheers. You're saying salut to you. And it's just, and I just love the stylishness of that design as well. 159767 is the item number that you need for that. It's just $21.99, and postage and packing, of course, comes with it if you're a Freedom member, and then you can split that cost into 2 lots of £11. 11 now and 11 in a month's time. Right, back to the demo.
Yeah, so I'm just blending here a circle now. I have a range of spotlight stencils because this is one of my favourite techniques, but you could just use a die and create your own too. And I'm going much heavier around the edges and kind of fading out towards the middle.
Instantly makes it look like a moon or something there, or maybe a snow globe, or maybe the Earth. Yeah.
You could do all sorts of fun things, and you have a sample of what I'm going to make with the hands toasting. So this was designed to fit within a circle. So I'm going to do exactly that. Just kind of offer it up so I know where I want it to be. We'll just use a block for this one.
I can now tell you, Alexandra, the Cheers stamp has just gone to limited stock, so it is rapidly flying off the shelves as we speak, or as I speak. 159767 is the item number. If you want to get hold of that, methinks you're going to have to be a little bit on the quick side. $21.99. We are running out of them.
So I'm just stamping inside the circle, so when I take off my stencil in a minute, it will be done. But I'm going to add a finishing touch. I'm going to go to those splatter stamps that we were talking about, and I'm going to use the Vegas strip. So I blended with the neon lights, which is probably one of my favourite colours of ink, either that or the flamingo. They are my absolute favourites. And I'm going to keep my mask on. So you can see, I'm going to curve this and just put it where I want it.
Oh, right, okay. It's kind of a controlled way of flicking a paintbrush at it, like people might have done that in that way before, but you just don't know quite where that's going to go and what effect. Whereas this way, you kind of
and it's hard,
right
you know, to cover things up, or it makes a heck of a mess.
Yes.
And you know, my kids love to craft with me, and one thing I'm not a fan of is them splattering stuff everywhere, but they love that look.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like, well, let's make a stamp, and you can do it. It's fine.
I'll tell you what it immediately looks like. It's like they're in the middle of a big party. It's added noise to it, hasn't it? Confetti coming down, balloons. There's rabble, there's noise, there's atmosphere. I think really like that. And as mentioned, that snow globe thing earlier as well. You could do that in an effect that did look like a snow globe with that using that stamp.
Definitely. And then I'm going to add some of that crystal clear. So it's going to look milky while we're here, but the sample you've got over there like this, it's dried clear. And so it's going to actually look like it has liquid in there. So I'm just going to add this
Now, which
on.
of the glues are you using there?
So this is the Crystal Clear.
Crystal Clear. Okay,
Yep.
so you're getting 3 types of glue in the glue trio. You've got Crystal Clear, you've got Clear Glitter, and you've got White Pearl. So you're getting those 3. And then you get the brushes and you get the rings. Are we going to get to see these rings in action?
Yeah, I'll show you. We'll add something onto this. So I'm just
Ooh,
adding
exciting.
a little dot of the clear glitter inside,
Yeah.
like inside the clear, and it'll look like little champagne bubbles when it dries.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah. All right, let's add some gems just to add that finishing touch, and then you'll be able
hang
to
on,
see.
breaking news. The Cheers stamps have now technically sold out. It's gone. If it's in your basket, make sure you check it out because people want these and there are people waiting. So if it's in your basket, you know the drill by now. If you don't check it out in a few minutes' time, it will get taken out of your basket, put back onto the shelf, if you like. It has technically sold out, so please do check out your baskets there on the stamp set. And I hope you enjoy that stamp set as well. It looks a lot of fun, I have to say.
Yeah, there's lots you can do with it. So I'm going to use this on the Hello Spring. So this is one I've already done. I love adding gems, like into the centre stamens and things like that. I think it just adds that finishing touch. And this makes it super easy. So let's use the wax tip first. My favourite way to do it is to kind of put out where I want my gems to be first. A little bit like this.
Okay, so that's one end of the
So that's one
tool.
end, and then the other end
Yeah.
is your picker poker. So particularly, you know, if you want to move something around on the page, so say I don't quite like where these are, I can move them. Or really, it's designed for poking out your dies when you've got those intricate dies.
Oh, okay.
Spoiler alert: we'll have those next Friday. So
Oh.
you'll need this to poke those dies out, so you'll want that.
Very good. I like a
So-
good spoiler alert.
There you go.
Well, not when I'm watching shows or whatever, but yeah, you know what I mean. Here on the craft store.
Yeah, and one tip I'll say is keep your glues stored upside down. We did design the lid so they easily store upside down. I have a little handy dandy holder in my craft room, but you'll notice they have a flat top so you
Yeah.
can store them upside down, and then they're just ready to go anytime. And they won't clog. They have an anti-clog nozzle in them.
Right.
And they'll
That's
work
good.
perfectly for you. So it's a nice fine nozzle too. So I'm going to fill up.
Is this it? Is this the bit? Is this
Yeah.
what it's happening, everyone. It's happening.
So I'm
We're
filling
seeing the
up my ring.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab myself one of our little mini brushes.
Okay.
And this is where it looks like I have more hands than I do because I can glue and everything all at once. So I'm going to pick it up with my wax tip,
Yeah.
poke it in, pick up a little bit of glue, dot it down. It makes a tiny dot, but the nice thing is, of course, it also dries clear. And then...
So you just add a little bit of glue into the inner part of the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a little palette. It's a little container.
Yeah, you could absolutely put, you know,
Whatever you want.
re-inkers or pastes or whatever you're working
Oh,
on.
nice.
Or mix your own custom colour, put a dot of re-inker in here and
Yeah.
make your own colour of Maker's Magic.
And
And you
then
see
just
just how
clean it.
easy that is, yeah?
Yeah. I really love that. There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. That is a really good tool. That and part of the ink trio, the glue trio kit that we have here, 497 768. You're getting 10 of these rings. Oh, Mr. Frodo! I wanted to do a Lord of the Rings thing. And you're getting all of these brushes as well. I told you I'd do it, Matt. And you're getting these 3 glues as well. 25 of those brushes too. My precious. 497 768 17.99. Now, a quick reminder of our smoosher here. Now, this sold out in the previous hour. We brought it back by popular demand. The only downside is you have to wait a little bit longer. With everything else, it gets dispatched on the 10th of February because you've got that wait. You know, it's got to come over from the States. This now, because we've had to bring it back and it's a new stock, if you like, this will be dispatched on the 20th of February. You will have it by the end of next month. It's not that long. It's a few weeks. And this is very, very busy. It was very busy before. It's very busy now. Over half of the stock of this new stock has already disappeared from our shelves. $14.99 is the price on that. The item, if you want, is 203620, and you're getting this extra felt pad with it too, which is good. It's got a really nice little weight, so it's not too heavy. It's got a nice weight, a nice application. You just press down, you can smush it onto your stamp there and just apply uniform, even pressure. It's got a nice kind of like very large application area here to get your whole hand over as well. So it's less strain on your wrist as well. That is beautiful, and it looks really stylish. $14.99 for your first impression smoosher tool. Right, back to you, Alexandra.
Yeah, so we're going to play with these splatters and the grungy background as well, the Stone Age. So First of all, I'm going to take another one of those pre-printed we had earlier, because I love pre-printed stuff, but it could be a sentiment stamp, whatever you've got in your stash, in your craft room. I'm going to just take the splatter and some of my favourite colours. We're going to do flamingo, neon lights, Yellowstone, and some grape. And make sure I got something to scrub in between. So I'm just going to make it, like we said, look like confetti, but it's a great way to embellish any card. So there's a little bit of the blue.
You are the lady of 1,000 demos. It's like every time we come back to you, you go, and here's another thing. It's like, it's amazing. It's just, you've got so much to show us. And you're using everything on the counter. I love it.
Yeah, and
Brilliant.
everything works together. That's the one thing. I mean, I was a crafter for years before I had the Maker Forte. And one thing I hated was when things didn't work together or things didn't complement, and you always had to buy something new. So you'll find if you get one of our products, it works with other stuff. And we're always building on it. So some of our things have things built in, and we might not have the product out yet, but it will be out, and you'll see some really cool things. So you can just keep building and building, which is really nice. And
how simple is that? Just that what you've made there as a card, just the sentiment in really vivid black ink, and then the background, just a simple stamp, you know.
Yeah, and you could foil this, not foil it. You know, it's entirely up to you. If you just wanted to splatter it and make it look like confetti, you could foil it now or you could foil it before, because either one will resist the ink. But again, super easy.
I think that's brilliant. There you go. All part of the white rubber grunge stamp set, which I have in front of me here. This is the actual the white grunge stamp set, if you like. These are the splatter sets that you get with there's slightly different designs on each one of these two here. And I've got a finished sample to show you from this. There you go. Pop that in front there. And this is where you've had it heat embossed as well. There you go. You can see just the shimmer under that. Ah, it looks really good, doesn't it? It looks like it's that effect you get on like old leather books, isn't it, where it just starts to crack and or it could be like lightning. Yes, good point, Katie. You've got lightning going across the screen there. It's almost like, I suppose if you coloured that differently, it's almost like a close-up of a leaf. It's like the veins on a leaf as well. Really, really like that effect. And then, so you've got that one there, and then how about this one, which, as you can see here, once again, it's like a background stamp. Let's get that under the light. There you go. Lots of different colours on it. Kindness always wins on top there. So it's just simple, isn't it? Nice big sentiment, and then that as your background. Can't take you that long to put that together, as we've seen, and it's a really effective card. 124855 to get your rubber grunge stamp and your two splatter sets as well. 124855, and the price of that £29.99 to get all of that. So that's good. All three of those. Brilliant. Another demo? Surely not.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what? I'm quite tempted just to see if we can break the record here. Just keep going back to you every minute and just see if I can finally trip you up and get to a point where you go, no, I'm out.
You might struggle, but I'll give it a go. So,
all right.
Let's go. So I'm going to use the clear on the Stone Age. And you notice I've got it on my surface rather than a stamp platform.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is take some black cardstock, put it on top, smush it, change. And this is the great thing with backgrounds. You can see a little bit more when you do it this way with a background stamp on what you're doing. So I have my Stone Age on there.
Okay.
And the other thing is, of course, you can clean it like this. So just spritz on a little bit of cleaner, take your squiggly. It gets in all those nooks and crannies.
All right, that's your cleaning fluid, and then your little squiddy boy. What do we call him? Squid Buster?
I call mine Squiggly.
Squiggly.
He's a squid buddy, but my buddy's called Squiggly. So.
Okay.
I'm going to take this. I can just about kind of see it. It's hard.
Squids in, I think I call mine.
There you go.
That's all right, isn't it? Got it.
So I'm going to take some Aurora and put some down. And you can use one colour or you can use multiple. So I'm going to go through a few of them because I like doing the kind of ombre effects. And they'll mix together too. You can also mix these into colour pastes. You can mix them into embossing powders and make your own shifts and things. So, you know, if you've got Marion's bundle from Wow, they'll coordinate with that as well.
Instantly see fireworks when you do that, like against the night sky.
It's cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
The stamp also is a little bit celestial, I think, too. Let me just clean it off.
Okay.
Top tip, if you are wiping down your surface after you've done this, don't use water. Use like a first aid alcohol, or if you've got some hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
Because it will pick up all the pigment, but it won't it's water activated.
Oh, okay.
So it won't make a load of, you know, mess on your surface. It's a lot easier to clean up.
Right.
But look at that.
That is extraordinary. Amazing. And would you put something over the top of that, or that's your background?
This
or
would be my background, so then
Yeah.
I would spritz that with hairspray, and then I would build up my layers. You could just, you know, maybe do the glass of wine and fussy cut it out and put it on top or something like that. I think that would look fun.
Love it. That's the embossing powders. There we go. That I've got a set of those. I say embossing powders. Would you technically call them embossing powders, or just
No, they're a pigment powder. So we call them
pigment powder, yeah.
kaleidoscope powder just because they keep changing colour on you. But yeah, they're a pigment powder.
Kaleidoscope pigment powder. We've got a whole set of them here as well. Asteroid, Aurora, we've got Pluto, and then of course you've got the brush to apply it all with, and you've got two different sizes of the brush. There's quite a small, compact size there for fine work there, and a sort of a much looser, bigger size there for sort of, you know, larger brush work for getting it across, covering quite a lot of area there. 742025 is the item number for that, and you're getting all three of those different colours there. And then you can achieve things like, you can see what we've got here in terms of the samples, but we've also got this as well to show you. So just like pull that, oh look at that. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Look. The blue going all the way up to the yellow there. If I just catch that under the light there, look at that ombre effect there with the jewels going through it, like a peacock feather, that, isn't it? I think that looks really good. Against the black card too. Just a lovely, lovely look. 742025, £14.99 for that. And that's what, hang on, oh, £7.50. £7.50 now, £7.50 in a month's time as part of your flexi basket. Right, what's next? The gem picker. Let's have a look at the gem picker here. This is our rainbow gem picker. So you've got, again, two ends on this. We saw Alexandra using both ends a second ago. You can see the what you can do with it. This is a sample here where the gems have been picked up and then pushed in. You've got on the one, by the way, how nice does that look? Just generally, the rainbow effect on that. I think that just looks beautiful. I wish all my pens came looking like that. It's a really beautiful looking tool here. That there is for, that's for picking them up, isn't it? I want to say. I think that's the picking up bit. Yes, that is that's for picking it up. And then this side here, that is for sort of prodding it and shaping it and just manipulating it and getting it into the right place as well. So you've got the two ends. Very, very busy on this. It's the Rainbow Craft Pick and Gem Picker. It really slides on really nicely, those lids as well. Beautiful looking tool, that. And that can be yours for just £12.99. It's normally 23, just under 23 quid, £12.99, 481,697 for that. That's a really good price saving. And again, you can split that to just £6.50 now, £6.50 in a month's time. Wow, it's pretty good. Right, another demo?
If you'd like.
Yeah, go for it.
I knew you were going to come back. I was ready. All right, so I'm going to take some more of that kaleidoscope powder. The one thing you don't want to do is get water near it. That's why I said about clearing it up with alcohol. So I'm going to put a little bit on my surface. You can use your brush or a spoon or whatever you like. And I'm going to take a water pan. And this is that flower I showed you earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm going to mix in a little bit of water. And now I'm going to make my own shimmer coat to go on top. So now all of a sudden, I go from a, you know, flat but pretty flower to a beautiful sparkling flower. And so if you do that with the Pluto, you're going to make a blue metallic watercolour. Or the more water you add, you know, you just could add a blue hue. If you're doing something snowy or wintry kind of thing, then you can do that. But once you've gone...
And does that pick out, particularly when you start like wiggling it under the lights a little bit?
That's it, yeah. So
let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, there you go. I can see it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
So that's one of the 32 ways that you can use it.
Look at that. I mean, that whole thing, you stamped it and you coloured it in a matter of minutes there, and it looks so intricate and so fine. It looks like there's so much work on it. It looks like someone sprayed it and then also shaded it, gradients, like everything. And it's just like boom, 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 done.
You're done.
Love it. It's all in the engineering, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's all in the engineering. Give whoever engineered it a pat on the back there. So that's another thing that you can get here on the show today. Oh, this, by the way, this is doing really, really well. This is super duper busy. Again, remember, previously on the craft store, this sold out. Now in season 2, i.e. show number 2, it's going great guns again. 203620 is the item number. It's just £14.99. The only difference between this and the last lot is that this will be dispatched on the 20th of February, so there's a slight wait on it. But are we approaching limited stock on this, did I hear? Not yet, getting there. 203 620 1499. Alexandra, just a quick reminder, what is this again for anyone who's just joined us? The
yeah, so
Smoosher
it's
tool?
for using with your stamp platform to give you that really nice even pressure. Use it with your background stamps. Use it as a little bit of a weight to hold something down. Or if you've got inky fingers, you know, you've been alcohol inking or something, and you want to press all your layers together, then just use that. Just go over the top and it'll give you a nice, even, firm pressure.
And then it's got the spare felt mat with it. Now, how long, if you were looking after it, how long would you expect this to last you anyway, this one that's on here?
Well, as long as you don't do what I did and melt it, it'll last you a long time.
Right.
I've never had
as
to
long as you don't
replace
set fire
mine.
to it, you're good.
Yeah, I
Right.
did leave my heat gun close to it one day and I melted mine. But yeah.
Okay, so this, but sort of general wear and tear, you'd expect this to last quite a decent
yeah.
amount of time, then you've got the replacement for it as well. And that is, you'd have to wait a little bit longer than before, 20th of February to be sent out to you, but that is your first impression Smoosher tool, and once again, incredibly popular this hour. Now, a quick reminder of the glue that we have for you here. This is our glue trio. So with this, you're getting these amazing little glue rings here, where you just pop it. I don't know if my fingers are too big. No, they're not. You can put it on there like that. Then you've got your brushes that come with it. You get 25 of these. You get 10 of these. You pop your glue, which doesn't clog up because you've got your nozzle there. It can be stored like this. You pop your glue into the little container there, and you only need a tiny amount of it. Then you've got your brush it, and obviously your finger is on hand because your finger is attached to you most of the time, so once you're doing your project, you know it's to hand, so you're just popping it in there, and then you can use it to pick up your glue and have it around with you. And then these are obviously very, very easy to clean. You've got 10 of these, so that's going to keep you busy, and you're not going to have any problem with that. And you've got 25 of these brushes. Do you think how long do these brushes last for, Alexandra?
You can use them a couple of times. You can even put like a tacky glue on them and make your own pickup sticks with them.
Okay.
I use them to put, you know, embellishment dots and things on. So use them for all sorts of things, but they'll last you a while.
Excellent. And then, of course, you've got the 3 different styles of glue here as well. We've got crystal clear, we've got clear glitter glue as well, and you've got your white pearl. 497768. Oh, do you know what? Something about, I just want to do that. Yeah. My first job was in a supermarket, just like getting all the shelves looking at. There you go. Perfect. 497768 is the item number for that. $17.99. Now, Alexandra, thank you so much. Really enjoyed today. You're not going straight off to Florida, so that was a bit of a fib.
Yes.
You just said that to make me feel special, but actually you're going to hang around for the next person, aren't you?
I'm going to be around on the 4th of February, on Friday.
Okay, so you're going to be on the show then. What have you got for us then?
We have some exclusives, so there's some dies, there's some unreleased stamps. So yeah, we've got some goodies for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're keeping your cards close to your chest there, not giving too much away. I like it. Okay. So that's on Friday. Look forward to that, and we will see you then. And then you're off back to Florida, yeah?
Then I am, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for joining us. Really enjoyed that. And don't forget, of course, if you're watching and you do have any of these items in your basket, do check them out, especially that Smoosher tool, because we did see that went before. So do check that out. And Flexi it as well. Plenty more to come from the craft store, so keep an eye out. In just a moment, Mel and Adam are here, just in case. Then it's Hannah Burberry's Designs, embroidery with myself, and after that we have a brand new one-day special with Quilting Antics.
It's Flextravaganza time! From Friday the 21st at 6 p.m. until Monday the 31st of January at 6 p.m, we're giving you the chance to spread the cost of your New Year's projects by bringing you our Flextravaganza event. Over the course of a week, if you add any items to your shopping basket worth £1 or more, online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flextravaganza Flexi Basket offers. This means you can spread the cost of your entire order into 2 equal interest-free Flexi Buy payments, offering you a more cost-effective way of shopping with us. Pay the first payment when you place your order, then the second payment a month later. Flexible payments for everyone. Join us from Friday the 21st of January at 6 p.m. to make your shopping experience with the craft store even easier.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you're well. It's 4 o'clock, which can only mean one thing. It is time for our final call of our pick of the day, of our one-day special. So many things to remember. I don't even know where that comes from, because that's because me and Mal were gossiping about old times. That's where that's come from. Right then, before we go any further though, I want to tell you what I'm about to show you launched last night at 6 o'clock, and it was a world launch. Never been seen before. It's a brand new company under the umbrella of the two Red Robins, and Highlight Crafts is what we're looking at for this one. So we know, first of all, there's a big name behind all of this. This is a company that's going to grow and grow and grow, and it's a product that's also going to grow and grow and grow. How about if I told you every single die that you are seeing here now, which there are 21 in total of the dies, from astronauts to unicorns to cute little bunny rabbits to sloths to fairies to numbers to uppercase and lowercase alphabets as well, all of that you can fit into a set of CD cases. All of those dies that you have seen, you can fit into these said cases. Not only can you fit them into those cases, you have an infinity amount of times you can print off those downloadable sheets and make card after card after card after card. This is your just-in-case collection. Just in case you need to make that card for Mother's Day. Just in case you've got to make that birthday card and you forgot to do it. Just in case you need to make those cake toppers. Everything is here. Just in case you've got to sew that little badge onto the denim jacket because there's a small hole in the elbow. It doesn't matter where you're going to use them for. True story. It doesn't matter where you're going to use these for. They are the just-in-case collection. You're never going to lose them. And you have got, I'm going to say, thousands of possibilities that you can do with these. And obviously I said there is a big name behind them. Not only is there Stephanie behind them as well, there is a crafting legend. Really, genuinely is. Crafting legend. I know she don't think she is, but she genuinely is. Genuinely is a crafting legend. It's the one and only, be upstanding if you can, for Mel Heaton. You have a lot.
Like that. Where is she then? Where's the crafting legend?
A
Stop
Steve
it.
Wright round of applause, the big show. That's what you got there. Yes, you've got a Steve Wright clap. But it is the brain power behind yourself and Stephanie that's behind all these. We know you from the other brands as well that you used to bring over to Create and Craft. So we know you, between the two of you, there is a let's say a couple of years, let's say. I've got to be careful, they know. There's a couple of years worth of experience there.
Yeah, absolutely. If you throw out Nancy Watton, there's over a century of experience, which makes me feel really, really old. But yeah, absolutely. We are, at the heart of it all, crafters. We started as crafters, we've done product development, we bring you lots of different brands, but it has to work as a crafter because otherwise there's no point. So as we're designing things and coming up with new products, we're looking at it from your perspective because we are you. We sat there the other night on the sofa looking at Zuri molds and Stephanie's going, have you seen this one? Look at that one, I need this one, I need that one. And we are just like you are at home. We just love craft. And we wanted to bring you a brand that wasn't about a massive bundle of one set of dies for one theme, for wedding or birthday or anniversary or oriental or whatever it was. We wanted to bring you small sets of dies just in case you needed to make a card for a 4-year-old little boy with astronauts on, just in case you wanted to make one for a 7-year-old little girl with unicorns on. So we've come up with this concept, and you can pick and choose the 4 that you want, but you only pay for 3, which is really, really, really cool. Or you can buy the whole lot. But it's just in case a neighbour or a mum at school says, can you make me a card for tomorrow or in 10 minutes' time? The answer will be, yes, I can, because I've got my dies, which is fabulous.
And it's just in case you're starting up a small business.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go down that route. If you're just starting up a business, and you've always wanted to, and I don't know where I read it the other day, but if you've ever wanted to start a business, 9 times out of 10, you'll put doubt in your own mind before you've even stepped out the door, because you'll go in Google. You'll go and ask Jeeves. You'll go to your AOL search engines. I'm going old school with these ones. You'll go and then you'll look and you'll go on your Etsy's and you'll type it all in and go, oh, it's all been done before, I don't need to do that. I'll never make money out of that. Well, you don't know until you try. Until you try, you may have a business in a box here. Now, obviously, you can't just die cut all the material out. You need to make cards. But everyone needs cards. Everyone has a birthday. It's something that comes around every single year. Birthdays are going to keep coming and coming and coming. Now, as you can see on the screen, the details are on screen. I choose any 4 from the massive selection that I'm about to show you now. So, there are 21 dies in total. The big deal sales are at the bottom, offer that full bundle. There's a freedom price, and it's on 3 flexible payments as well. But this price that you see here, £29.97, split it into 2. I know it's the end of January. I'm with you all the way. Money's tight, friends are few. I'm really there with you at the moment. Really, totally are. So I understand you may not have 30 quid at the moment, but you may have half of that. You may have that £15, just under, today to buy your business of 4 little dies that you've got, which has so many concepts. So let's go through the dies themselves. You've got your uppercase alphabet. Now, not only do you get the cutouts, remember you're also going to get the waste of this, which can also make another card. So in theory, it's like 2 dies in one with your alphabets, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Or use it, just ink through it and use it as a stencil. And it's a really nice, clean, generic font. So it's not for older age groups. It's not for children. It's just generic, not masculine, not feminine. It's really important that you have a really nice, bold font that people can read.
This is true, and I like this as well, because when Mel was doing the cards last night, imagine doing your words and then stamping over the top, so you're going to get that detail of little flowers that's on there. If you don't want uppercase, how about going for lowercase? And you're also going to get your ordinals in there as well, so you've got your ands and your question marks and your punctuation. So they will both work, and what I love, it's the same font.
Yep.
There is nothing worse than getting an uppercase and then a lowercase. That is totally different. So you've got that lowercase as well. From your lowercase, you've also got your numbers, and now let's talk birthdays. Now let's talk cake toppers, and you just want 15, 21, 30, 90, 99, doesn't matter. You've got all the numbers in there. And once again, it would have been easier just to take out the 6 and say, oh yeah, you just use the 9. But now you're getting both of them, so you can run everything through your die machine all in that one pass, and you haven't got to worry. Then we move on to our actual characters themselves. Now, what I want to show you is just this side first. So this is what your die is going to cut like. Now, Mel, you were saying last night that the dies come in one plate for a reason.
Absolutely. We call it a Swift technology because if you've got dies like that and you clear your desk like I do, which is like doing breaststroke, when you go forward like that and then you move everything out of the way and it goes on the floor, and then you start again and you have another pile going on and it builds up on the floor, you're going to lose one of those dies. And it's really interesting because actually if we'd done those as separate dies, because of the distance that we'd have to have between them all, it would have been more expensive. So we've put them on one plate, so it's a one pass through your die cutting machine with your reflection, which will appear in your account as a download. Within 24 hours, you will get the artwork that makes your cards look like that. It's fabulous. It's so simple, but it gives you a really professional finish. It's a game changer. It's a leveler. So it means that whether you've been crafting for 3 weeks or 30 years, it doesn't make any difference. You will all get the same result.
I absolutely love it for the sheer fact. So you're going to get this, that you can print off thousands and thousands of times is what you're going to look at on this, and you haven't got to stop at just once. You can go again and again and again what you're going. From there, we've then also got unicorns, which I love the unicorns in there, because look at these. The detail that you've got running all through this is absolutely phenomenal that we're looking at. From unicorns, we then move on to your fairies. So you've got those stunning fairies, but this is what you're going to get. But you can colour them in on your own now. So you've got that little colouring way. Maybe you just do these and give it to the little ones to start colouring in. But then you've got these as your cards for when you want to start making cards. But imagine putting these into resin.
Absolutely.
Sinking them into resin and start making bookmarks with them.
Fabulous. Or on printable shrink plastic, and then you can make little bracelets and things like that with them. And then the cats, we did a Valentine's Day card with that earlier on.
I just think they're so, and the detail that you're getting in there look like watercolours. So it looks like you painted them yourself is what you're getting on top of this. But we've also got printable sticker sheets on the show as well, so you can turn all of these into stickers. Every single one, that was dogs, this is rabbits that we're showing you now. Every single one of these you can turn into a sticker, should you so wish. From rabbits, we then move on to under the sea. So you've got that beautiful under the sea tones, but it's not in your face under the sea. It's that subtle, knocked back tones that you are looking at on this one that you've got from there. Then you've got your shells. So maybe you want to turn these into fossils, because remember, you can ink these up and change the colour.
Absolutely, you can cut them out of your black cardstock and add your golden waxes onto them and make them look completely different.
Imagine this fossils now, like fossils in the middle of resin. Start building them up, cut them 2 or 3 times before you put this on, then cut this out of your paper, put that on top. You're going to get like chipboard.
Yeah.
It's going to be even thicker than you've got there. Still not finished. We've then got your fish. How realistic. You imagine these, putting them, I always remember the technique. You get a Ziploc bag and the cheapest hair gel you can find to make an aperture card.
Absolutely.
And it looks like bubbled water.
It does, yeah, it really
That is a ready-made card. We've also got dies on the show as well, which are different to any dies I've ever seen, because they come in 2mm, there's 2mm difference between each one of them in the little nesting dies. Worth having a look at those. Check the website and I'll show you the details in a minute. Dinosaurs busy. You're loving the dinosaurs because you do get the foliage that's in there. Once again, use these as a guide. Go on top with your watercolours. Print them out on watercolour cardstock if you want to. Then you've got your astronauts. And we all know you could quite easily cut that out with a craft knife and put your own little face in passport photos in there.
So my granddaughter always says to me, I love you to the moon and back. And then she goes, twice. So that would be perfect for Alice, because I could colour that in pinks and purples, which were her 2 favourite colours, and make it really girly, and then use the font to write I love you to the moon and back, and then twice inside.
Because you've got, you see, all the possibilities are there. I love this set. Absolutely adore.
It's so cute. I love the fact that the horse in front of the wigwam is the little rocking horse. I think it's super cute and really, really nice for a new baby card, actually, that.
It really, boy or girl, because you could change the colourways that you get there as well. It's quite slightly neutral that you've got. Then you've got your farm animals. So now I'm starting to see these on mobiles and you just shrink plastics and start going with your foilings and things like that. There are so many things. Emboss them. We've just done a whole show in embossing powders. You can now start embossing like things like just the smallest details, like the hooves, just to give them that black little shine. So it makes it look more realistic. We've still not finished. We then go to the farmyard. These are your farm buildings that will work well. They will also work well if you bought into the 2 Red Robins collection. You can now start knocking these in the back because it gives you a different scale. And you know me, I can't remember the names of the cards that are sort of concertinaed. And you
tunnel cards.
Is it tunnel cards where you make like a little scene? I love them because you've got the big ducks. You could have them at the front. You can have the baby ducks further back, so it looks like they're further in the distance. From there, we move on to the sloths, and we did a card last night just using the sloths alone. But how beautiful do they look? And it's the artwork that you're going to get that will be in your downloadable section again and again and again. From there, you've then also got the giraffes. Love the giraffes because that is a family card or a newborn card that you've got there as well. You've got this little, even if you're just using the little one on his own, that could be a tall giraffe, but just in the distance. It doesn't have to be a baby if you don't want it to be. And then we move in to your jungle animals, so it will work with the giraffes that you've got. Then you've also got all your foliage with all the animals that you've got around. I absolutely adore them. 21 dies in total, but you can choose any 4 of those dies that you've got there. You're not going to pay for one of the sets. So you pay for 3, I'll give you 1 for free. That's how it's going to work. And all those 21 dies will fit into a storage section that looks like this. All 21 will fit into CD cases. Now, I've got those on the show as well. You need to put 2 sets into your basket because you get 10 in each set. We're thinking there's 21 dies, 10 in each set. That makes 20, Adam. I know, but why have separate ones for your alphabet? An alphabet's an alphabet. So with the uppercase and lowercase, put in the same cat. And remember, you're buying into something that's only going to grow. It's a world launch of this now. It's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and there will be more things to add to your just-in-case collection. £114.61 if you're a Freedom member, £127.34 if you're not a Freedom member. But why pay all that? £38.20 today. And if you've not used your welcome, £109.61 if you're a Freedom member. It's worth having a go. It's worth having a little go at all of this. 904078 is your item number for that big collection. Busy on the big collection as well. And I asked Mel, as soon as I got in at 2 o'clock today, I was like, Mel, when are you back? She went, oh, not back for a while now, not with this collection.
No, I don't know when I'm back. I'm definitely not back next week because I'm working from home.
So there you go. So this is something that you're not going to get. This is not going to be a show that's repeated later on in the week as well. So if you want it, this is your final call of your one-day special. Right, Emma, what are we up to first?
Right, so first of all, if this is the first show that you've watched and you haven't watched any of the others, I want to talk to you about these reflections. This is what we call our artwork. So we have it digitally coloured for you so that you can then print it off on the medium that you want, whenever you want. The only rule is you have to print them at actual size because they're the size that they've been designed to fit with the die that then literally goes over the top. And when you can't see any of the artwork like that, you will get a little bit round here because this is where the manufacturer's tag is, but everywhere else where you can't see any artwork, you then put your tape in place, one pass through your die cutting machine, cuts all your pieces out for you. It's super simple. This will arrive in your account within 24 hours of you purchasing your just-in-case dies. So just wanted to run through that. So I want to do a fairy card because we've done lots throughout the shows, and we'll show you all the ones at the end that we've done because they're all different. And all I've used extra is some basic shape dies, so rectangles, circles, squares or ovals, and some basic card, and potentially the background papers that we've also got on the show, which give you a scene. It gives you a starting point. So if you are adding a few to your basket, it might be worth popping that in as well. So the first thing that I did when I wanted to do this was I wanted to just place on a card where my fairies were going to go. So I positioned them. So I thought these are quite tall, so they'll work perfectly with a rectangle. But this little lady here is sat down, so I did a circle in the middle. So think about the shapes that you're using, because if I put her in the middle of a rectangle or the bottom of a rectangle, you've got all this space to fill.
Yeah, true.
So look at your die cut and see whether it's taller than it is wider, then you'd use an oval or a rectangle. And if it's more or less the same height and width, use a square or a circle. So I decided that first of all, and then I thought, right, so I cut those out. And then my obsession, and it has been for many, many years, and if you've ever been on a class or a retreat with me, you'll know, you spend hours doing this, is faux stitching. So I go around with a fine liner and I just put a line and a dot, a line and a dot, a line and a dot, and it creates almost like a frame around your apertures, and it separates it out. So if that wasn't there, it would just kind of meld into each other, if you like. So I do that because it really separates it out. But I've also done it for another reason, and that reason is because I'm going to bring these hearts in at some point, and they've got a dark grey line around the outside edge. So it ties everything in. I've also chosen the similar pink, or more or less the same pink actually, out of my card stash that's in this. Because if you suddenly put a bright Barbie pink in, they're going to clash, because one's a blue pink and one's more of an orangey pink. So just think about the colours that you're using as well. So then I decided that I wanted to do a frame. Now, we talked about how close we get our nesting dies. Look how fine you can go with a frame. That is phenomenal. Look at that. That's the distance. That's how much Stephanie pushes the technology of die cutting. When the factory say no, she goes, please try harder. Now, another tip, when you're putting that through your die cutting machine, so you imagine you've got your rectangle on your die cutting plate. As those rollers hit that top edge, all that pressure then gets pushed right the way down that rectangle die. And what can happen if you put it on in straight is it can warp slightly, it can bow. It's like when you go over a speed bump. If you hit it with both tyres, you feel that jolt. If you go on at a slight angle, it's it's easier because one tire goes at first and then the next tire. It's the same thing with your die cutting. When you're cutting thin dies, just slant your card slightly and it eases that transition as those rollers go over it, and it separates the pressure out a little bit. So then you will get perfect, tiny frames. And if you've got a die cutting machine that has a metal shim, you can cut the dies with fabric, which is fabulous.
That's
and
good.
it will cut that fine out of a cotton twill. They're really good quality dies.
They really are. And
Yeah,
I've
they
never
really are.
seen dies so close. Like, literally, they are nose
as close
to
as you
nose.
can get them. Yeah, absolutely.
Normally you have a little bit of a gap in between them all. This is the rectangles that you're looking at the moment. But look at that. We will go back to demo in a minute.
They're
I
amazing,
just want to show you
aren't
how close these dies are. So you really are getting value for money. And you can choose any two of these. You've got your ovals that's in there. You've got your circles in there. And you've also got your squares as well. Look at that for a square. Oh, my word. Love it. Looking down a little hole. Right, £29.98 what you're looking at for those.
Right, so all I'm going to do now is I put a little bit of wet glue on the back of here. And you know, I've said all the time, I'm good at getting things straight, but not necessarily first time. Just done that. So there you go. So I'm just going to pop these around here. So it's now framing that aperture. So I've got the colour behind, the faux stitching, and then this is almost like my second matte layer, if you like. So just think, it doesn't always have to be lots of matte layers on top of each other. Think of different ways of using those dies to create frames. And don't be scared with these dies to go really close to each other. Just please do one thing. If you can, use a magnetic sheet because it will keep your dies in place, and always tape them down because you don't want one to go over the top.
True.
So just use a low tack tape to hold them in place. I know it's a pain, keep having to tape dies down, but it's worth it because then you don't have to rebuy them because they will last you a lifetime. Right, so I've now got my two rectangles on there, and now I need my circle, and it's the same with that. Look how fine that is. It's fabulous. And you still get that lovely debossed edge, which is really nice too, or embossed edge, should I say. So I'm just going to go around here now. Again, a little bit of glue. Don't overuse your glue, you don't need to. If you've got a really good quality PVA glue with a really low water content, the less you use, the better. Because if you've got a glue that's got a high water content, it just all goes into your card, and then what happens? It warps.
Ah, that's why they get warped.
And it takes longer to dry because of the water has to evaporate. So now I had the pieces left so I used the same rectangles and I cut it out of the yellow and the green. So I'm just going to put this onto here now. So a really simple card, just using scraps. I mean, literally scraps of card. You know, there's nothing complicated about this. There's nothing that an absolute beginner couldn't do with this. So if you're buying these as a first-time die cutter, I know when Stephanie came on the other week, there were so many emails saying, oh, we don't even die cut yet, but we're going to buy the collection. So when we get our die cutting machine,
You can.
absolutely.
I was thinking of the same thing. Like, I've only just got a die machine.
Yep.
I used to have a really tiny one.
Yep.
Now I've just got my first A4 one, and I'm loving it.
It's great, isn't it?
Everything I do, and every time I do Molly's homework, yes, you heard me correctly, I do it, but it has to be correct. It has to look nice. Everything's now die cut, which I adore.
Amazing.
Everything is now in a little book, because they're the only dies I've got so far, so everything is now journal bound.
That's hilarious. We were talking about something like that the other day because Carl, Stephanie's husband, has a daughter called, oh my word, Kirsty. Nearly forgot then. And Stephanie has taught one-stroke brush painting for many years, and I think she's going to bring it here for you. And she was teaching me, and he said, oh yes, Stephanie taught Kirsty when she was 12 years old, and she took it into school, and the teacher told her off because she didn't believe she'd done it, but she had.
Oh my word.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for those shows because it's amazing. So she's teaching me how to one-stroke now. She said I'm really good. I didn't think I was at the time, but actually...
One-stroke brush painting?
Yeah. Have you never seen it?
No.
Oh, Adam, it's fabulous. You load a brush up with different colours of paint and then you paint these amazing flowers. You know, a bit like barge art?
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. Oh, Stephanie's taught that for years and years. Tens of thousands of people.
Clever little sausage, really,
Oh, she's amazing. She's the most creative person I have ever met in my life. And she has pictures in her head, which I don't, and I'm really envious. Yeah. She has pictures I don't. So she once said to me, right, so what you need to do is sit there. So take your glasses off, so I went like that. She put your hands over your eyes and close your eyes and tell me when you see colour. So I went like that. And she's like, I can see pinks and oranges and greens and yellows. And I'm going, it's just black. It's literally just black. She said, you're telling me that you can't see colour and you can't see pictures? I said, no, I can't see anything. She went, imagine if you could, you'd be amazing. I was like, yeah, thanks, Steph.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks, love.
Amazing.
Thanks for that.
But yeah, no, but we just... So it was funny because when we were at Create and Craft, I always set up the pack shot. So the pack shot is a display where we put all the finished samples. And Stephanie always says, well, you do it because you're really good at it. She said to me the other night, how do you build a pack shot? I went, I have no idea. I just look at it. And because I can see it,
that's the thing.
It looks right. She said, that's where I'm going wrong. She said, because I've got pictures, she said, I expect it to look one way. And then I look at the cards and think, well, that doesn't fit with my picture. I'm like, well, there you go.
You just have to go with it.
Yeah, we have our own little strengths and weaknesses, but no, I don't see colour and I don't see shapes, which is very funny. Yeah, and she said, well, I can't believe that. I said, well, it's not me that's weird, it's you. But it's actually me. There's a name for it. It's called aphantasia. Oh. And it means that part of your brain doesn't, the signal to your brain doesn't, which says a lot, doesn't it?
Says a lot about that, Steph, to be honest.
Which is quite funny. But yeah, so it's a thing apparently. But together, we work really, really well.
Together, you're like the new Batman and Robin. You're good to go.
We are good to go.
One can see it, one can't see it.
I know.
One can make a pack shot, the other one can't.
Yeah, we're perfect combination, aren't we? Absolutely.
Got this covered.
Yeah, it's so much fun, and it's great working with her. She's just an absolute dream to work with. So on my first day at iHub, she said to me, so write your wish list. I was like, wow, okay.
We're going there already.
On the second day, she told me that we got the licence for Disney, and I was like, okay, what's on the third day?
That's what I was going to ask. Talking about Stephanie and yourself and your back catalogue, if we bought, say we're buying 4 of these dies now, is there anywhere where we can go for more ideas and inspiration? So say we get them and we don't know where to go, but we just like the dogs or we like the fairies. Can we go anywhere else to Facebook Lives and things like that?
So we do Facebook Lives on Highlight Crafts website every week. And we're going to do more classes online, and I'm going to take all the finished samples back and I'm going to put those on into a gallery for you. It won't be next week or the week after, it'll probably be the week after that. But by the time you've got your dies, absolutely, there'll be somewhere for you to go. Right, so now, because Stephanie and I are all about education, there's no point have been in this industry for so long and learnt so much and not sharing it with other people, and that's one of the reasons why we came to the craft store, because we get more time. So we get time to actually teach and do the education the way that we want to do it. We're not, we've got an hour, which is fabulous. And it's really important that, we pass this on to the next generation of youngsters that craft, because otherwise it will just get lost and everybody will just sit in the bedrooms playing on video games, and it'll be a really sad world when that happens.
And I've also got a mortgage to pay.
Absolutely. Very true.
Just saying.
Right, so I'm just popping a few little hearts here. Now this literally is with scraps of paper and card on one of your die sets. And then another little thing that I love to do is 3 little dots. So if you look at something and it looks a bit plain and there's a bit missing here and a bit missing there, but you don't want to overfill it, if you take a fine liner, and the Craftmaster fine liners are brilliant, they have a flexible nib. If you own a Scan and Cut, these go in your universal pen holder, just so that you know. And I'm just going to put 3 little dots here and there, it's almost like you're creating your own little patterned paper, and it's something that I've done for years. And it started when I first started scrapbooking, which would have been in 1997. Yeah, 1997. It was a lady called Paulette Jarvie who ran a company called Hot Off the Press. And if you've been around a long time, you'll remember Hot Off the Press. And she said there weren't really many patterned papers about, so she taught us that if we just do like little dots here and there, it's like you're creating your own pattern and you're breaking up that white space, but without adding or over embellishing your projects. And it's something that I go back to all the time. I just love it. It's a really cool little technique, and it because of the artwork, because it's quite innocent artwork and quite sketchy, I think it works really, really well. And then you've got your little card for your little princess. So simple.
And look
Anybody
at that.
could do that.
And there was nothing about, there was no jiggery pokery, there was no trickery, there's not, oh, here's one I did earlier. We genuinely saw, the only thing that was done was the stitching around the edge, because that would have took a while to do on live telly. Everything else has been done in real time. And everything else has been done while Mel's been chatting to me. So this is something you can do as a group.
Absolutely.
This is something you can do while you sit and watch the telly. If you want to do all the simple things you need to do is just batch make and put them through. There is so many things. Remember, with the sheets that you're getting, there will be 4 on each of the sheets, which now means that you can run these through 4 times and you are good to go. You have got pockets and pockets and pockets of inspiration and ideas. And then it just came to me, why don't you add these onto magnetic sheets? And then you've got magnets. And then do some of the backing papers, put those on magnetic sheets and give them to the kids so now they can start using magnets in the cars and stuff and things like this. It's worth having a little look and a little go. Let me recap some of the best sellers for you that you were looking here. So you are loving the dinosaurs. Absolutely adoring the dinosaurs is what we've got here. £29.97. Maybe this is going to be one of your 4 that you're going to be picking up on here. 961390 is your item number. Remember, business in a box. You can make to sell with these as well. You've got your jungle animals. This is what you're going to be getting in die form. Then this will be in your account up to 24 hours after purchasing. Go into your account, go to downloads, it will be there to use as many times as you want. From there, your mermaids are very busy. Once again, go under the sea. Little child's bedroom, little box frames that you've got in there, scene builders that you've got. The sloths, very busy as well, also busy. The little cowboys, love that, I adore them. The most popular by far is the little cowboys that you've got in there. It's just that little nursery scene. It is absolutely beautiful that we're looking at this. Go for the pick and mix. Choose any 4 of the pick and mix that you've got there. Any 4 dies. You will also get everything you need to go with these. You really can't go wrong. But then you've also got that massive collection. 21 dies in total that all come in plate form. So you're saying 21 dies, that don't sound that many. Remember, each one of those dies has got many different elements on that die. It doesn't matter which dies you're going for, there is loads of elements on there. But if you're going to go for all the elements that you've got here, you've got every single one of these dies. You can't go wrong. So maybe you're going to go for that business in a box. You've got sloths, you've got unicorns, you've got space, you've got the animals from the farm that you've got. You've also got your farm buildings that's on there. You've got your chickens so you can start building the scenes. You've got sloths that's in there should you want to go down. And you've also got your ordinals and numbers as well. Ordinals, numbers, uppercase and lowercase, you really can't go wrong. 904078 is your item number that you are looking at the moment. This is what you're going to be getting. I love this. I like that we've bought a backdrop as well now for photography. We've found some money. I'm loving it. £38.20 across 3 interest-free flexible payments is what you are looking at for these ones. So it's only go. As Mel said as well, we've also got backing papers on the show. Now these are amazing because you get them in vellum form and you're also getting them in paper form. Well, they're not paper, they're more like cardstock. It's 24 sheets in total is what you're going to get out of all these. So you can now go under the sea. You've got that mermaid lagoon if you want to go down the road. But everyone you're about to see now, I've also got it in vellum form. So take the vellum, pop your lights behind, your little twinkly lights, and you can make your own magical little world where you can go on and on and on. And maybe you only take one and you use it as an inspiration sheet. Maybe you're going to take one of the designs because you're getting 2 of each of the 200 gram and you're getting 1 of each of the 140 vellum that you've got in there. So take 2, just take 1 of them bits of paper and use that as your inspiration. Use it as your inspiration, then you've got the vellum sheets. So you hold these against the lights, you're going to be able to see behind them as well. They are absolutely stunning. And for $14.99, split the cost of that onto 3 interest-free flexible payments. 353237 is that item number. This is what you're looking at. Works about 62 pence a sheet is what you are looking at across the board on all of these designs. From under the sea to down in the rainforest. You can go Jumanji-esque. Then you can go from the jungles of the savannah all the way up to the space and the moon and the planetariums. But then you can come crashing down to Earth in your own little world where you can also go over the rainbow. £14.99, 353237. I went all poetic then. Look at me, I went all Pam-esque, didn't I? Yeah. Look at me, getting into this. Loving it. I genuinely, absolutely adore it. Right, I'm conscious of the time. Let's go back for another demonstration on all of this. Oh, we nearly did it, Taz. We did all that walking so smooth, we can't even walk in without showing me elbow. £14.99. Let's get back to Mel for more demonstrations. What are we up to?
I thought we'd do the jungle animals, and I wanted to do this as a gatefold card so that you start with, and when you open up, you've got this fabulous inside. Now, I had a little bit of a moment because I really wanted to use this jungle paper, and if I'd decided to matte and layer this, which I knew I wanted to do because I wanted to bring some of the more of the jungle colours in, like the greens and the greys and the browns, I would have lost either the top of that or the bottom of that, and I didn't want to lose any of it because it creates that height. So what I did for matting and layering, instead of normally cutting each one slightly smaller all the way around, is I've just cut it slightly smaller on the left and the right. So you just get an edge that comes down, and then the brown one is going to go on top of there, and then I've still got the full height of my picture, but I've brought in the colours. So don't always think that you have to matte and layer just in one way. And you know, when we come on air with the best trim in the world ever, in my opinion,
I can't wait. I was talking about this last night.
I'll teach you all about matting and layering, because it's a simple thing, but it's amazing how much difference it makes. And you might not know why it makes a difference, so that's what we're going to talk about, because I learned it on a scrapbook course in the US many years ago, and it just opened up a whole new world of creativity, because you understand why you're doing what you're doing and why something looks right and why something doesn't look right. And that's really important. So you can take one picture and matte it in 6 or 7 different ways and it looks completely different. And that, especially when you're scrapbooking, so you might have 2 big pictures and 1 really tiny one, but the tiny one might be the most important one on that page. And by matting and layering it differently and making more of a feature of it, you will instantly look at that small picture.
Rather than the big one.
It's really clever. Yeah, it's really clever. So then I'm going to put this inside, and I have left a white border because I want that break in between. And what I've also done here, if you're thinking, have I got that brown, it's just a marker pen. So I use the chisel end of an alcohol pen and just put the edge round, and it's like putting a frame around a picture. It makes such a big difference. And rather than matting and layering everything, or doing faux stitching all the time, that's a really good way. Or even inking, because you never get a straight line, do you really? When you're inking, it always blends in a little bit further than you want it. So that's a really good way of doing it. So I've now got my 3 layers on the inside like that, but my card still folds. If you're going to put any more dimension in, just score again on your card. So make your card slightly longer to start with and just put a spine in, because you don't want it any thicker than that, really. We've got 1 more piece of paper to go on there, and then we can start to build our scene on the front, which is super cool. So again, small amount of glue. You don't need a lot if you've got a really good quality glue, and just pop that in the center like that. So while that's drying, we'll do the same with this. So I've already glued the colored panels together on this, and then we're just going to put the pieces of paper. Now, I bought a box standard printer the other day. It was like £50 from one of the supermarkets. A decent make, but not over expensive. And eventually, because I printed out so much stuff, it started to lose. I even got an extra colour ink. But you know what? I'm going to use that because I'm going to cover it with giraffes, because giraffes are tall.
Yeah.
So rather than throwing it away, just think about how you use it. So I'm not worrying about that, but you're going to buy the printed papers, so you're not going to have that problem. No, absolutely not. Do you know what? A printer blows my mind.
Of how it works. Yeah, I know what you mean when you say that.
It's a bit like sat-nav, isn't it? You think, how on earth does that work? And even then when people tell you and it makes sense, you think, that's just genius.
I still don't trust a sat-nav, though.
Do you not?
I still don't trust the
no,
sat-nav.
you have to trust it.
I put the details in, then I delete it, then I put it in again just to make sure it was right.
Yeah, no, you have to trust a sat-nav. Otherwise there's no point having one.
No, that is very true.
But we have a massive fabric printer at work, which is where the Lemon Lane fabrics are coming from.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me, Adam, if you ever got to come up to Highlight Craft, you need to come and have a look at this printer.
Well, I'm hoping we can come live from there one day.
Mesmerised. Absolutely mesmerised. It's massive, and it just goes so quickly. And all this fabric just comes... and anything that's on your computer screen, it will print.
Oh.
So your children's artwork, you could scan it in.
It'll print.
It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Right, back to our jungle animals. So let's decide what we're having where. So we're definitely going to have a giraffe here because it's going to cover up that misprint there. So let's start with that one. And we're just going to pop these on. Nothing difficult, just thinking about your layout, your line, your design. So nice and tall up there. So there, we need something that's just going to come in like that cheeky little monkey there just swinging in.
I like this. Look.
I love this. It's this whole story that goes on in my head. See, I don't have pictures, but I have a lot of stories.
Yeah, I've got stories.
Oh, I have lots of stories. Look, that comes swinging in like that. And then we'll have, shall we have,
Looks like
let's have a
just kicked the giraffe in
panda.
the head, bless him.
Oh, no, the giraffe's bending down like that
Like,
to miss the
oh,
monkey.
he's
There you go,
close.
see?
What about headache?
That was close. Or he's a bit smug, so he's going, I'll get you next time,
Yeah,
you watch.
he just swung in.
Right, so we've got that, and then we can have some bits of foliage coming down here. So let's start to build this in. And again, we've done the leaves, and we've done them coming in different directions, so you can start to build up your picture, because there's nothing worse than getting a foliage die that's just one way, because you need it to have them in both ways. And these are the little things that we think about when we're actually designing them. That's why it's important. Because if we find it frustrating, you'll find it frustrating at home, and we don't want you to be frustrated. We want you to enjoy your crafting. So that's what we do. And then we can have this one just falling down randomly, because I've got two coming in from the side. I can get away with one that's just falling from the top like that. Okay, so I'm happy with that. Now I'm going to open it up and let's do the inside bit and see what we've got left here. This I would probably put more colour on, or this would be the perfect place to put your sentiment and your message in there. So let's do our giraffe, and let's have giraffe at the back like that, because he's tall anyway, and that makes him look even taller. And when I say at the back, I'm looking at the ground here where the hills are. So I'm going to use this as a positioner for my animals to go like that. Okay, so he's actually grounded. And then I've got the panda. The panda can sit up there. I love his little headband.
I love this, because we could even, we've not even discussed this about decoupage.
Oh,
you
absolutely.
could so go to town with these and make them 3D. I know we did one last night with the astronauts and the rockets. There's so much more.
They're cute, aren't they? And I might have him sat up there like that. No, I'm going to have him sat down there, so they're having a real conversation. And yeah, you absolutely can. And because it's not a pack of printed images, because you can print it off time and time and time again, you know, you're getting the best out of your print as well. Then we'll have another cheeky monkey just sliding in there, because we can. That's my thing. When people say to me, why are you doing that? I go, because I can.
Because you can. This is the thing. I don't know how much you can tell me.
Go on.
But I'm going to push my luck anyway. So obviously we're a brand new brand. It's a world launch of these dies. So is Just In Case going to be just about dies, or would Just In Case be eventually stencils and stamps, just in case stuff that I can grab quickly and I can start making up cards?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to try and build the whole brand. That's the great thing about it. But we also, because I know this sounds really, really strange, but we don't know you guys yet. We know the customers at Create and Craft because we've spoken to you every day for 16 years. But we don't know what you like and what you don't like. So please let us know. And then because we are designing the product, we're not just bringing the product in from from another company. We're actually designing it. We can bespoke things to you as well, which is really lovely. So if you want more steampunky things or more shabby chic things, you know, all sorts of different bits and pieces, then let us know, because there's no point in us designing stuff if you don't like it. It's
true.
That's the bottom line. And if we can make it even better, then why not? Now I'm going to have him just swinging in here. So I'm just twisting him around and putting that little branch the other way around like that. And then like that. Look, how fabulous is he? You can hear him going.
Love them. You can you just for a whole story. And even though it's the same, it's different in some way. It's the same monkey that's in the middle that's now on the side, but it just looks completely different.
It does.
And imagine taking your organzas and making little tutus and skirts.
Yeah, fabulous. That would be so cute.
Little party hats that you've got from other collections and things like that. Flowers
Really
in their
great.
hairs. There is so much possibility.
Let's put a little flower there.
Yeah,
It instantly
look.
becomes a
So
little
it's gone
female.
from a boy, he's now turned him into a girl.
Oh, there you go. Little flower. Let's pop another little flower up here like that, look. Like that. That suits.
I love them. And remember, get your ball tools out and you can make these three-dimensional. You can really go to town.
Oh, and we need 5 for a 5-year-old. Look. 5. Like that. In the middle. Somewhere to keep your sentiment. And then you've got another little card going on there.
Look
like
at
that.
this now. But you could quite easily sell that for $3.54, possibly $4.50. Make an envelope as well, and you can now do the envelope that matches. You could also do cake toppers that match that. For some reason, I've got a fascination with cake toppers at the moment. But you could also do those that match. From there, you could then do cards that look a little bit like these. So this is the one that we've just created as well, which I adore. How beautiful, using the fairies that you've got in there. So you've got those beautiful fairies. You've then got things like your sloths. You've then got like your mermaids. You've got those unicorns that will work. You've got those standy-uppy cards, your easel cards that's going to work as well. You've got those Valentine's Day cards because it works. You've got that framed card, an entire scene, using the background papers and really bringing them to life. Da, 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 da. Jurassic Park, for them ones that want to know. They are just some of the samples that I have here. Would you like more inspiration? Of course you would. So here's a little PowerPoint presentation that I put together last night just for you. Yes, it did. Gossiping again. You see, weren't listening to a count at all. Right then, let's go back. What's the time? We've got 15 minutes, if that. 10 minutes, actually, because we finish at 57. I know. Let's go for another demo.
Fabulous. So I took one of the A4 sheets and I wanted to do a card that folds up like this, so it creates this shape. So the way that I did it was I measured the width and then I divided it into 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a double, so 6.
Okay.
So if it was 240 millimetres across, each one of these would be 60. No, they wouldn't. It wouldn't be 60. Whatever it will be. I can't even think about that. And I'm actually really good at maths, but I can't even think about that right now.
I love how you looked at me. I was like, 6, 12.
I know. 51.
18, 21.
51. 51 times 6. No, that's not right either.
Yeah,
anyway.
You've got a ruler there right in front of you on your mat. No, see, look, on your mat, on your board.
Each one, I know, but they're not in millimetres, are they? Each one is 45 millimetres, so 90, 180. Yeah, that, whatever
40,
that is.
40, 80, 40, 40.
270. That's it. Right, so we've now got our scene, but we've lost some of this at the front. So I took, so this was printed on an inkjet printer, and this is the paper pack that you're getting. So there's a sheen and a shine on this one. Can you see that sheen there? Whereas this one is completely matte. So, you know, just pick and choose which ones you want to use. And I just cut right across the front like that. Now, obviously, that's too wide. And you could do it like that, but then you've got to start scoring all this, and then it just ends up being on top of that, which defeats the point. So what we're going to do is just put glue down here. I'm going to stick the cactus to the cactus. And then this would need a box rather than an envelope, just so that you know. But I'm all right with making boxes. I think it's okay. If it's for a special occasion and you want a really wow different card, don't let the size of an envelope or making a box stifle your creativity. It's really important that you love what you make, because that's why we do it in the first place. So now I'm just going to hold that up there like that. I'm going to put my glue on here. So I'm going to go right in here like this. Make it easy on myself. You could also do this with the vellum in front. Imagine this with the vellum in front with a couple of lights behind. Absolutely. It would be great, wouldn't it? It'd make a really great night light, wouldn't it? For
a tea light could be a little campfire.
Yeah. Yes, it could. Check you out. Adam, why don't you guest?
No. Well,
you've got loads of ideas, though.
Who knows yet?
Well, you never
I might
know.
be knocking on Stephanie's door.
Yeah, I will be going, come on
The
in.
designer.
Come on in.
I can then draw balloons, like, but, you know, it'd be a beautiful balloon die.
Oh, I can't draw.
No, I can't draw.
I can't draw for tough,
I
and
bet
my
Steph
dad.
can draw.
Well, okay, so
Here
yes,
we
she
go.
probably can. However, the squiggles that she that she gives the designers, yeah, she likes a squiggle, does our Steph. She's like, so you do this, and then you do that, and then you do this, and
That's
then you do
what
that, and it's like, okay. And I want it to look like amazing like this, and you want you to be able to snip in there and twist that there and rotate that and then make that jump out and out of it like a birthday cake. It's brilliant. It's honestly, it's an absolute joy. So let's start putting some of these little wigwams on here. So we'll put one in the distance like this, and this for a new baby's room would look absolutely fabulous, wouldn't it? Or a little boy's room or a little girl's room, because my Alice is. You say to her, what do you want to... You can go dressed up to school tomorrow. Which dress do you want to wear? What do you want to go as? I'm going to go Spider-Man.
Bless her.
She's a proper little tomboy, just like I was when I was little. Honestly, hilarious. She's very, very, very funny.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Other superheroes are available.
Oh, yeah,
to
they
go
are.
to school in.
Absolutely, but not to Alice, they're not. Spider-Man's the one. So she walks around going... She's excellent.
Bless.
Yeah, she is very, very funny. My lovely husband, his worst nightmare is Alice hurting herself when she's at our house. So he's constantly saying, Alice, be careful. Alice, be careful. Alice, don't run. Alice, be careful. Alice, walk. Don't run. Alice. So she picks up the remote control and she goes, Grandad, mute.
Yeah, she's got all this worked out.
Yeah, she has. She's definitely my granddaughter. Without a shadow of a doubt. She's definitely mine. She's very, very, very funny. Right, so let's have this one walking uphill here like this. Walking up the sand dunes to meet the other one over there. Just love this. I think it's so fabulous. Then we'll have a little signpost just down here. I mean, it's just super cute, isn't it? And it's just great fun. Get the children involved. I know I've said it in every single show, but it's really important that we get that younger generation crafting, because we know what we get from crafting. We know how enjoyable it is. We know what a mindful thing it is to do, and how we just escape from all the craziness that's going on in the world and just sit and make stuff. And it doesn't even need to be for an occasion. Just do it just because you can. Just because you can.
And that's the thing, and because of your printable elements as well. Now, we've had a question in from the call centre.
Oh, lovely.
I think it's just asking them, must miss them at the top of the hour. But we'll go through it again because it's really important to do. Your reflections. How do we get hold of our reflection sheets?
So apparently here, what they will do is they will put the reflection sheet into your account for you as a download within 24 hours of you purchasing the product. Okay? That's what they said last night.
So that's where it will be. So it won't be there if you purchase now. It won't be there yet.
No.
So it's 24 hours. Before we go any further, let's look at Mel's finished card. We
Just
sort of
super simple. You know, I mean,
Look
there's not much to that really, but it's using those patterned papers and just creating that perspective. But it's just super fun, isn't it? You put a name at the top or numbers for the birthday, and you've just got a fabulous different
flying.
card.
It reminds me of a theatre set. Absolutely adore it. Really do adore it. We've got 6 minutes left. 6 minutes. What can we do in 6 minutes?
Let's see.
Should we show you loads of samples? Have we seen? Let's show all the samples because we've not seen any. Or have you got another demo, Mel?
I might have. Let's have a
another
look.
demo. Let's have a look. I'll see what I can do there. So let's look at as many samples as I can to give you more inspiration that you've got on here already. How beautiful are these? You've got all these stunning little cards from gift tags to little dog houses. How cute. Hello. How cute are all of these that you've got? Maybe that's going to be a little lunch voucher that you've got there. From that, you're then going to go into... Sorry, there are more. I was just grabbing them. You're going into this. My hands weren't big enough. Look at how beautiful all these are. So I am going quite quick. I understand that, but this is the purpose of this. Is that means you can then watch this back. No, we'll get another demo in. We can get another demo. We'll get our money's worth out now. We've got 5 minutes to do it. All of these cards and more. Go on then, Mel. Do your bit.
Okay, let's do it. So card blank. We've got a card blank here, and a part of the the beach scene from the paper. So this was a bit that was left over from the one that I did with the mermaids. So let's see how much of this we can get done in a short space of time. So I know it's too short. I know it's too narrow. Don't don't worry. We're going to cover that up. So we're going to cover it up with a frame like that.
Oh.
But we're going to build all our fish on this frame first. So we're going to start with one of these down here. So I'm just going to stick this along the bottom edge so I've got something to work from. So I'm just creating this now like that. And then we'll have another one of these up here, but over this side. So look where your card, your image is going to hit the card, and just glue it there. We're going to attach all the other things in between. So let's start with one of the shells, and let's have that just there. So now we're going to put glue on the top, on the printed side. Now once it's printed, don't forget the card's got a coating on it because of the ink. So just give it a little bit longer to take before you start trying to manipulate it. Obviously we can't do that because we haven't got all that time to wait, but when you're at home and you're crafting in the comfort of your own home, you'll be able to just take your time. But it's just a case of building up these images. Some will go over the top of the others, some will go in between. And this one, I think, because you've got the fish going this way, if you have everything going in one direction, and then at the end you put the smallest one going in the other and put on the card, always swim in your own direction. That would be a really cool sentiment for a card, wouldn't it? That's where I was heading with this, because I thought, right, tropical fish, what do I do with tropical fish? And I thought that was a really good one. So somebody going off to university, you know, just be yourself, don't follow the crowd, do what you do. I think that would be a really cool card.
Don't be selfish.
Shellfish.
Shellfish.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're going to do a joke, get the punchline right, Adam. Don't be selfish.
Well, I haven't really got time to think about it. I was trying to... Shellfish.
Amazing.
Shell.
You are funny.
I
Right.
try.
You are very funny. There are times on the shows when I've watched where you just made me laugh out loud.
Oh, bless you.
Very, very funny.
Maybe you are my one viewer. You and
Maybe
Steph.
I
Maybe
am.
I've got 2 new viewers.
Oh, you have?
Or
Got
just
2 more
viewers in general.
victims.
Yes. Loving this.
Amazing. It is good fun.
It would be cool on acetate.
You could do acetate and you could do a shaker card behind. And like you said, you fill a cello bag with the cheapest blue hair gel you can find.
I love that technique.
Put it behind and then put your fish behind that. And when you squash it, all the fish, you see all the fish coming through. It's a really cool technique.
Good demo. Good
Right, so now I'm going to put that under there, that over the top. Will we get it done? Indeed. I don't know. Of course we will. Right, so let's get another one of these down here, and you would just continue building this up like so. So let's pop another one down there, and let's have another fish just there, because I need to bring that orange further up like that. And then let's have the little tiddler here swimming in his own direction. I love that. Look.
Aww.
Fabulous, like that. And we'll have another one because his little friend's swimming with him. And then that will go over the top of here, probably on some foam tape. And you've got a fabulous card. So if I lift that up, you'll see that it all casts a shadow. I would put something else in there. Maybe that little shell right there will do. And then you've got another card just from 2 sets of your dies. So it's just different. Or it could be on a scrapbook page, and inside that card could be the journaling about the day that you went on, when it was, where it was, who was with you, why you were there, what you were doing, all that kind of thing inside a beautiful card on your scrapbook page. Job done.
There you go. You see, from scrapbook pages all the way down to cards, all the way to photo albums. The opportunities are there. You just have to grab, but it won't be back at these prices because these are your one-day special prices. The price will go back up at 6 o'clock. All there is left to say is thank you, Mel. Absolute pleasure.
It's been fabulous. Thank you so much for inviting me into your family. I've had a really nice time, and hopefully I'll see you all again soon.
Of course you will. Of course you will. You'll be back again soon. But she's not back for another couple of weeks. We know that much. She's working from home next week. So she won't be here. Right then, don't go anywhere. Check out your baskets for your one-day special. It has been a little busy one-day special as well. There is more to come. I'll tell you what's coming up in the next 3 hours, shall I? Go on then. I'll treat you. Yes, indeed, we're going all embroidery up next. One show not to be missed. Then it's the brand new pick of the day, one-day special with Quilting Antics. I will get that right. It says it on the screen.
Hi, I'm Sarah from White Gecko Craft Lounge. We have a little shop in Dinas Powys, which is between Cardiff and Barry, so right by the seaside, and we were established 6 years ago. There's 3 of us that run the business. It's myself, Sarah Jane and Sian, and we have a host of volunteers and community members that help out too. Of White Gecko is to really inspire you to start sewing. We'd like to get people crafting and start that sewing process. A lot of patterns and kits are perfect for beginners to use. It's a real wonderful, mindful way to start that journey into sewing. So don't miss the White Gecko shows.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I designed the brand myself to make sure that every product that comes out to you is the best quality, has an individual design, and also is versatile. I like everything to match, so if you've got a product from the very beginning of the John Next Door brand, it will match with something that you buy right up to the minute. Everything working together, which makes things more versatile and easier for everyone. I really hope you can join me and continue your crafting journey with me, and we can see all the new ideas, tips and techniques that we can do together.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
And a very good afternoon to you again. It's Richard here on the Craft Store. It's 5 o'clock in the evening, afternoon. I'm never quite sure which side of the fence 5 o'clock is. Nevertheless, we are here for an hour of embroidery, and I am looking forward to it with Hannah, who I have to say I met about literally, what, 7 minutes ago?
Yeah,
it's great
like that,
because
yeah.
it's always good to do an hour live show with someone you literally met 5 minutes before. But let's do it. Let's go for it. And you're quite new to the Craft Store as well, aren't you?
Yeah, so it's only my 3rd time here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been really nice every time I've come.
Oh, lovely. And obviously, I mean, I'm going out on a limb here, but Hannah Burberry Designs, and your name is Hannah Burberry. I'm guessing that it's your company and you founded it, and is it just you, or was anyone else?
Yeah, so I started it nearly 3 years ago now, and it's basically all the designs are hand drawn by me, and I turn them all into screen prints, which I then print onto the felt and then make into kits, so then everyone at home can then try embroidery for themselves. And all my designs are inspired by nature and flowers.
And have you always been into embroidery from an early age, or is this a recent thing?
Well, I've always been creative and love all sorts of crafts like card making and scrapbooking. Yeah. And at school I was always interested in the creative subjects. And then I went on to study art and design at college, and then I did fashion and textiles at uni. And that's when I discovered screen printing.
Yeah, you're not old enough to have gone to uni yet. Because you seem so young. You must have literally started, as soon as you finished uni, you must have started this business up, right?
Yeah, sort of a few years after uni, I started the business, but that's at uni was where I started screen printing.
Okay.
And I just loved being able to draw my own designs and then print them onto fabric.
Yeah.
And then I would go into details of the design with hand embroidery, just to show off sort of elements of the design.
Right.
So now I sort of combine it all together with the embroidery kits.
And here we are, and you brought them in, and we've got two main kits to show you today, although there are lots of different options with each kit. So we'll get shortly to our hoops selection, but this here is our heart selection here now. You've got 6 options, we'll go through them in a minute. 6 options, but you know, primarily here, it's the whole thing is a heart shape, isn't it? It's like in the shape of a heart, and you can. What do you do with this when you've finished with it? You hang it up, or do you place it on the mantelpiece? What would you do with it?
Yeah, so you could hang it anywhere in your home as a nice decoration. You could also stuff it with some like lavender or some sort of fragrance to sort of make
like
a
an
nice
air freshener or a room fragrance.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and they also make nice gifts to give to people as well. So once you've made them, you know, they make nice gifts to
When you
give.
put in fragrance and lavender and things like that, it can have a soothing effect, can't it? People can use them almost like a comforting kind of thing to have around them. It's like you can put the right, you know, something that makes them feel happy.
Yeah, that's right. It's a nice added feature to, not only does it look nice, but then it also has a nice smell to it as well.
Okay, let's have a look at what you get in the kit then. So essentially you're getting everything you need to make one of these. So you get the felt with it, you get the thread with it, you get the ribbon, you get the needle, and you get the all-important instructions which will tell you how to put it together. And all you have to add is the stuffing. Am I right? Have I missed anything out there?
Yeah, no, that's also, you just need a pair of scissors and a little bit of stuffing. But if you haven't got stuffing, you could also use an old cushion, like the filling from an old cushion.
Okay, so you don't even have to go out and get that if you wanted to. You've got everything you need in your own home. If you've got something that can just fill this, and it's not a huge amount, is it, to fill it?
No, it's only a small amount, and you can stuff it as much, you know, as much as you like as well. So.
Okay, let's have a little look then through the different options that we've got. This is Camille that we can see along the top here. Now, what are the flowers that we have on the Camille? Anna?
So Camille is part of the Forget-Me-Not collection. So the design is based on forget-me-nots and daisies, and the whole collection was actually inspired by my granny, who passed away from dementia, and for her funeral I crocheted forget-me-not flowers.
Oh, nice.
And then when I started doing my business, I was trying to think of my first range of designs and what I'd like that to be, and I thought the forget-me-nots would be quite a nice start to the...
It makes it more special, doesn't it, if you know that the designer has a personal story attached to it and it's meaningful.
Yeah,
which is really nice.
And Camille was actually named after my granny. She was Camille Rosita Mary.
Oh, lovely.
And then there's also 2 other designs, Philomena and Beatrice.
Yeah.
So there's 5 designs all together, and they're all named after my granny, my great-granny, and my great-great-granny. So
Okay,
it's
look at you carrying the legacy forward. That's a really lovely. I'm sure they're looking on and going, oh, I'm really happy with. That's how I've lived on in a way there. So that is the Camille option there, and then we move on to Florence here. Now Florence, if I have a little look at Florence, a lot more colour on this one, a lot of burst of colour, as you can see here with the threads that you get with it. You've got all sorts of oranges and purples and yellows, and you've got this real mixture here of wildflowers, I would guess.
Yeah, so this design is inspired by a wildflower meadow. So I've incorporated all the bright, vibrant colours that you find within the flowers. And all the threads are also DMC embroidery threads.
Okay.
And they're a really nice quality thread to use. They've got a nice lustre to the finish of the threads, and you get some really nice, vibrant colours.
Yeah, it comes across really nice on this background. Now this is wool felt, is it?
Yeah, so the fabric is 100% wool felt, and it's really easy to use. Once you've cut the heart out, obviously it doesn't fray, so it's very easy to stitch onto and work with. And also with the heart kits, you don't get a hoop included, but because the felt is very easy to use, you don't actually need to use the hoop, because it's quite substantial to hold in your hand and to embroider.
This is 18 centimetres by 18 centimetres to give you an idea here as well. So it's and wool, it's top quality, I guess, isn't it? That's the idea behind having wool.
Yeah, it's a really nice quality felt to use, and it took me a while to sort of find the right sort of felt, because I didn't want to use just any old felt. I wanted something that was really nice to work with while you're embroidering, but then something that will last once you've made it, and it will last for years to come.
This looks really relaxing and pleasant to put together as well, in terms of actually having a project and something you're looking at whilst you're embroidering. I really love that one. Now, moving downwards here, we have Amelie, which is our next option, and this one is a much simpler design here. Oh, you've got Mom in the middle of this one. Does it have to be Mom, or could you change that to anything you like?
Well, it's that Mum is actually pre-printed onto the felt.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay, so this is purely for your mom. You can only give it for Mom for Mother's Day.
Yes, it make a nice gift for Mother's Day or anything else. But yeah, it's a nice simple design with the daisies, and it's nice to have the writing already there, because then you can just trace over the top. You don't have to worry about your handwriting or anything.
Right.
It's already there, and you can just embroider over the top.
You timed this perfectly, haven't you, Hannah? Because 28th of March is Mother's Day here in the UK, so that is just by the time you get that and you dedicate a few hours to it of an evening, you get it all made up and sent off.
Yeah, and you're
absolutely
ready and prepared.
Mother's Day sorted out for you. There you go, everyone. There it is. That is the Amelie option. Okay, then we've got Heidi next to that, and Heidi is hiding, ironically, in the middle there. Now Heidi is again similar flowers to Amelie here, but more in a bunch, a bouquet there.
Yeah, so Heidi's part of the Daisy collection, which is the same as Amelie, and it's a nice little bunch of flowers, a nice little sweet design. And it uses satin stitch for the petals, French knots for the centre of the flowers, and then you've got stem stitch for the stems. So it's quite a nice little simple design.
And then you've got this ribbon on the top of each one of them as well. So this is linen ribbon?
Yeah, so that's linen ribbon as well, and again it just complements nicely with the natural wool felt.
Goes really, really nicely. Okay, that is your Heidi option. Then next to that we've got, well, now we've got two that I could get easily mixed up here. We've got Betsy first. Now Betsy, now is that Blossom?
Yes. Yeah, so Betsy's part of the Blossom collection.
Okay.
And it's just inspired by all the lovely blossom trees that come out around springtime. You've got all the lovely different tones of pink.
Yeah, I love that.
For the flowers, and it's on a nice ivory wool felt as well, so it's different to the other designs that we've seen.
There's almost a slight Japanese feel to that, isn't it? The
yeah,
cherry
like
blossom.
oriental sort
yes,
of feel.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I really like that one. That's very pretty. And then next to that, we've got from Betsy to Betty, next to not to be confused with Betsy, and that's this one here. And that is like a cherry blossom tree, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's actually a blossom tree, and this kit is actually brand new today. It's not available on my website or anything at the moment.
Oh wow, so is it an exclusive here on the craft store?
At the moment it is, yeah.
I love an exclusive, there you go. You can't get this anywhere else on the planet?
Well, we had we had the Betty tree on my last show, but it was in a little 3-inch hoop.
Yeah.
And lots of customers were asking for it to be brought into a heart, into the heart kits. So I put it together on the ivory wool felt, and so I brought it with me as a new today.
Look at those colours. There you go. First time it's ever been available as a heart. That's the Betty option there, and you can see everything you get with it. You're getting the printed design here on your fabric, on your wall there. You've got the linen ribbon, you've got the backing to it as well, you've got all the DMC threads, and then importantly, I'm just going to whip this up now, got the instructions. Let's have a quick look at this. Beautiful design to the instructions, and then if we just have a quick flick through, we've got lots of lovely pictures here as well, step-by-step guides to all, nice and easy to follow, all the different stitching here. Wow, this is, I love this sort of instructions. It was taking you step by step.
Yes, and I've literally taken all the photos myself, so every step that you need to know is included within the instructions, and you've got the photos and the written instructions. So if you're more of a visual person, then you can look at the photos, and then you've got the writing underneath to help along.
What a beautiful embroidery kit. Thank you so much for taking us through that, Hannah. That is 156630 if you are interested in that. Look at the price. Just $19.99, so a really reasonable price there for getting a lovely, lovely kit to work. And how long do you think it would take you roughly to make one of these if you were a sort of, amateur embroiderer?
It sort of varies between designs, anything from 10 hours to 20 hours.
Okay, so a few evenings.
Yeah, obviously the more detailed designs may take a little bit longer, but it's a nice nice project to, like you said, do in the evenings. And
little something to get stuck into, and an enjoyable and relaxing one too. 156630 1999. As I say, if you're a Freedom member, you don't have to pay the postage and packing. And with Flextravaganza, you can now, thanks to Flextravaganza, because it used to be a £60 limit to be able to do this, it's currently anything over £1. So you can split this into 2 equal payments. So it would be £10 a payment. Is it £9.98, £9.99, something like that? It's £9.99 now. £10 a day, £10 tomorrow. Yeah, let's just round it up. £10 a day, £10 tomorrow. You can split it up. You don't have to pay anything extra on that as well. So that's a really affordable way of getting hold of your heart embroidery kit. Now, we've got hearts here, but now we're going to move to hoops, because over here we have another collection here of hoops. Now, before we get into the options here, it's the same principle again here. You've got everything you need. You've got the full kit. You've got the, crucially, you've got the hoop that comes with the kit as well. So it's not a heart design. Eventually, you're going to make it in the hoop, and then you're going to display it in the hoop as well. Although I guess you don't have to display it in the hoop. You could use it as a cushion cover, could you?
Yeah, that's true. If you prefer, you could use the embroidered fabric for a front of a cushion, or on a bag, or to make into anything you'd like.
Okay, so you've got a 5-inch hoop there, you've got the fabric, you've got the felt, you've got the thread, you've got all of the DMC thread as well, you've got the needle that you get with it, and the instructions, most importantly. You only need scissors for this, and that's it. Have I missed anything out there? We just need scissors.
Not yet, just scissors for this
We've all
kit,
got scissors.
yeah.
Everyone's got scissors. So you've got everything you need here to make it. Now let's go through the options on this, because again we've got lots of very pretty ladies' names here. We've got Florence at the top here. Now Florence, we've seen Florence in the heart design. Now we have Florence in the embroidery hoop. It's exactly the same design, yes?
Yeah, so it's the same design but just in a hoop version. So if maybe someone, if you prefer the heart, then obviously there's a heart option, but then there's a hoop if you're not so into the hearts, or if you like both as well. They look quite nice together. Okay,
is there any difference between the heart and the hoop apart from the eventual how it looks? And obviously it's just, the heart is just a few pounds less, but in terms of like making it, is there any real difference between putting the two together?
Not as such. The stitches are all the same, but obviously you can finish the back. If you show the back of the hoop, you can finish it off so you don't see the workings on the back of the embroidery hoop as well. So you can use the wall felt to back the hoop.
Okay, so it really comes down to sort of just a personal preference, really, doesn't it?
Yeah,
what you think looks
prefer.
nice. Okay, that's Florence. Next to that is Amelia here. We have Amelia, and that's again the one with Mom on it. Perfect for Mother's Day. So those beautiful pinks and greens there that we have, and then the final touch, which is Mom on there, so you can present that to your mom. That's lovely. Then going down onto the bottom row here, we've got Frances here. Frances. What are those flowers on Frances? Is that forget-me-nots?
Yeah, so they're tiny little forget-me-not flowers, and this one is the newest addition to the forget-me-not range.
Really nice.
So yeah, it's a lovely little forget-me-not wreath, and there's tiny little forget-me-nots which are made up of satin stitch and French knots.
Moving along, we've got Bobby next to Frances. That's in the middle there. Now, each one of these comes with a John James hand embroidery needle as well. Is that a particularly good quality?
Yeah, so John, if you're sort of into sewing, you may know that John James they produce very good quality needles, and this one's a hand embroidery needle. So the eye of the needle is a good size to be using with stranded embroidery thread.
Yeah. Love that. That is Bobby. And then finally, your other option, because there's 5 options in total, we've got Flo here, and it's another one perfect for Mother's Day, because once again, you've got Mom in the middle here, but it's a different set of flowers, like a border going around the name.
Yeah, so it's a nice wreath. They use similar flowers as same as the Florence design, but just slightly different sort of design, but it's in a wreath shape instead of the sort of wildflower filled design.
Thanks, Hannah. Lovely options there for you, and it's great, isn't it? You get a choice. You could go for the heart, you could go for the hoop, and then in each one of those selections there, you've got options. You've got 5 options here with the hoops. You've got it for £23.99 there. So again, a very reasonable price, and could be made even more reasonable because you can split that into 2 payments of £12. £12 now will get that sent out to you, and then £12 next month. So you don't have to wait. You have to wait 4 weeks, at least 4 weeks before you have to make that second second payment, and you won't have to have paid any interest on that. 156968 is the item number if you'd like to choose any of those, and obviously you go onto the website and then you pick out the actual design you want from the drop-down menu, or you just pick it off the screen there. Right, now Hannah, it's demo time. What are you going to show us?
Okay, so I thought I'd just take you through one of the kits to start off with. So when you get the kit home, this is how it will arrive. So you can see you've got everything you need in there. You've got the embroidery hoop, and then you've got all the threads here. And also I'd just like to point out you've got all the shades, the numbers of the colours here. So when you're going through the instructions, you can easily, you know, distinguish the shades of colours there.
Okay.
And then you've got the linen, the printed linen here, which is screen printed. And then you've got the piece of wool felt, which you can use to back your hoop. And then all the, obviously, the instructions as well, which includes a stitch guide. And then you've got all the details of the numbers, the shade numbers, and then the stitch, and then how many strands of thread you need to use for the stitch. And then it just talks you through step by step what you need to do. And obviously, if you're familiar with hand embroidery, then you know you can still use it just to refer back to. It's nice to have something there to look through. And then at the back, you've got all the stitch diagrams. So if you are new to embroidery, then you can refer to that to help you start.
If you're quite an experienced embroiderer, I suppose you could add bits to it as well if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you'd like to. And you could also like sort of vary the stitches. If you don't want to use, say, the stem stitch, for example, you could use a back stitch instead. It's up to you, really. But yeah, so this is the linen here. And I was just going to show you how to put the linen into the hoop.
Yeah.
So you get the DMC embroidery hoop, which is made from beech wood. So it's a really nice, smooth quality wood to use. So at the top of the hoop, you just got a screw here, which you just need to loosen, and then you can just push out the inner hoop.
Oh, it's made
like
up of two parts, right?
Yeah. And then to pop it into the hoop, to pop the fabric into the hoop, if you just put the inner hoop on the table, and then pop the linen over the top. And then if you roughly centre it, you can sort of feel where the hoop is underneath the fabric, so roughly in the centre. And then you just loosen the screw on the outer hoop a little bit more. And then if you just pull it apart like this, and then you can pop it over the top and then just engage the two hoops together.
How tight do you need that to be? Is it just like as tight as it goes, or do you need a little bit of give in it?
So as tight as you can get it, really, so it keeps the fabric nice and taut when you're working with it. So once the fabric's in the hoop and you're sort of happy with the position of the design, you can then start tightening the screw at the top. And then sort of keep tightening it, and you can sort of adjust the fabric as you do that, just to make sure it's nice and tight. And you can sort of, as you tap it, you can sort of feel the tautness of the fabric.
Makes me want to start playing the tambourine, actually. I don't know why. We've got cues on the phone apparently, which is good. If you are in the business of picking one of these up, then please do go to the website or the app. Go to the website or the app, because there's cues on the phones to get hold of this kit.
And then if you just take one strand of 1 metre length of the green embroidery thread, because all the threads are cutting to metre lengths. So then if you just take one length, and then each length is made up of 6 strands. So you just need to separate one strand, which you can, if you just grab hold of that one strand like that, and then you can just hold the thread between your thumb and finger, and then just gently pull one strand out, and you can see the thread just gathering here. And then you can just carry on pulling out the thread. And then once you have your thread, you can just thread your needle which you get in the kit as well. So to thread the needle, if you put the thread between your thumb and finger like this, and then bring the eye of the needle to the thread, instead of trying to take the thread to the needle. So there we go. So then you can just pull the thread through. And in the instructions I say to work with the thread doubled. So if you just pull the two ends together, so at the end of the thread you've got the two ends, and you've doubled your thread, and then you'll then be ready to work with the two strands, and you just need to make a knot at the end of the thread. So just make a small loop, and you can do that sort of a couple of times just to make sure that the knot won't come through the fabric. So then that's ready to go. So then you've now got the two strands of thread.
Ah.
And then if I'm just going to pop the hoop into an embroidery stand.
Oh, we've got those. We've got those. Details of that coming up on the screen now. We've got those on the show. Now, is that the one that you can sit on?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can, if you're sitting down, you can pop it underneath your legs.
Yeah.
And it just helps if you're doing a lot of embroidery, it just keeps your hands free.
Okay.
Um,
And you're also sort of, you know, not that you're weighing it down, don't cast that aspersion, but one is, your weight is like holding it in position, isn't it?
Yeah, so it just holds the hoop in place, so you're not having to...
Yeah.
And obviously if you're doing a lot, your hand may get a bit tired after a while, so obviously the hoop's sort of freestanding and you can just start embroidering.
Do you ever embroider like that, standing up, or do you always do it sat down?
Yeah, I'm normally sitting down doing it. I don't really stand up, but with the hoop stand, it's still easy either way. Okay, so I'm just going to start doing the stems here on the cow parsley flower. So just starting at the bottom at the end of the stem, and just bring your needle up through the fabric, and then just pull through until the knot sort of touches the back of the fabric. And for the stems in this design, I suggest using the stem stitch. So to do that, you just need to start by making a stitch, and also the first stitch you make will probably be slightly longer than the rest of your stitches, just to get you going. So if you just create a small sort of loop like this, and then bring the needle back up through the middle here.
Yeah.
And then just pull through, and then that just locks the stitch in, and then the next stitch can just be slightly smaller.
Okay. And what's the stitch called again, did you say, sorry?
The stem stitch.
The stem stitch.
So it's quite a nice stitch for obviously stems.
I was going to say, is it named that because you use it on flower stems, or is it just a coincidence?
I'm not really sure, but it does obviously work well with stems, and also if you were doing any outlines, because it's quite a nice, neat sort of fine stitch. It creates a nice fine line. So yeah, with the print already obviously on the fabric, it's easy just to follow. You don't have to think about where you're stitching next. You just continue following the pattern, so it makes it nice and easy.
Yeah. I think a thing that many people are concerned about these days is like how environmentally friendly all of their crafting is, but this is something you've carefully sourced, isn't it? And the kits are plastic free and everything is good to go, right?
Yes, I've sourced all the materials to be like sort of as natural as possible, and all the packaging is made from 100% recycled like materials as well.
Right. Perfect.
So you can just carry on, and you can just see the design building.
Yeah. And is there a particular part on that particular design that you would start with, or would you go from the edges inwards, or go for the most colourful bit first? How do you go about starting?
I normally stitch all the stems, like all the greenery, sort of first.
Yeah.
So start with the stems, and then if there's any leaves, I'll do those as well. And then I'll start with the flowers. It just sort of creates like a base for the design, which you can then add to.
Yeah.
And I think I find it easier to have the stems already there and then stitch the flowers sort of on top of the stems rather
And
than...
the flower's the glamorous bit, isn't it? That's the exciting bit. It's like delayed gratification. You're sort of getting the sort of nuts and bolts out the way first and leaving the really, really best bit till last.
Yes, yeah.
I think that's the way I would do it, to be honest.
It's nice at that point when you start to see the design come
when
to life.
the colour comes through and it takes shape when it becomes the flower itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And and it sort of inspires you to keep going as well, because you can sort of see it, and then that's when you just think, oh, just do a little bit more, just do a little bit more. You just want to see the design. You know.
So all the stems you would do with the same thread, with the same green.
Yeah. So in this kit, you just get one shade of green, and that's for the whole, all of the stems and the leaves.
Okay. And it's quite mindful, isn't it? It's quite relaxing to do this.
Yes. Yeah.
When you do it, do you? I've spoken to people before, and they might have the TV on in the background. I personally don't know whether I would. I think I would want to. Quiet time, I think, would be my number one choice, and then secondly, maybe a bit of kind of soft music in the background, or maybe listening to podcasts or the radio, people talking, but maybe not.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, I normally have the TV on in the background, or like you said, some music, or normally have something sort of playing in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice, like especially at the moment, everyone's, it's nice to have something to take your mind off anything, and it's just a nice, like you said, mindful thing to do.
I bet it's nice when, like when the weather's quite nice and you can sit out in the garden or out in the park or something, you can do it on a bench, because of course it's completely portable, so you could just, just listen to the sounds of nature and the birds singing.
Yeah, that's right, and it is so easy to just take with you if you are going somewhere. You don't need to take a lot of materials with you, just a thread that you're working with and some scissors, and you're ready to go. So I've just got to the end of the stem here. Yeah. And I can show you how to sort of finish the thread on the back of the hoop if you'd like. So if I just take the hoop out of the stand. And then, so on the back of the fabric, you can just see the stitches here, and I just recommend sort of going back through a few of your last stitches you just made. So just bring the needle through like this. Yeah. Just a few times, and then you can make a small little knot if you just bring a small loop round and then pop the needle through the loop and then just pull through, and then that will just secure the thread.
Wow. That has got to be the tidiest back of an embroidery hoop I've ever seen. That is really, really neat. I mean, some of the ones I've seen are a bit of a stamp. It doesn't matter, of course, because it's all hidden away.
Yeah, that's it. It's all on the back, so
yeah,
no one will see. But,
it's all hidden
but yeah, so that's just the start of the design, and then you can just obviously knot your thread again, and then you can just restart, and then just continue on the design. It's great because it's a
little bit, it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. Like you can pick it up at any time in any place and just pick up exactly where you left off, or just switch over to another part of it. It's not.
Yeah, that's it. It's so easy to just pick up and put down. Yeah. Even if you just only had like sort of 5-10 minutes, and you just felt like doing a little, keep your hands busy for a few minutes.
And in the middle of a section as well. So if you're in the middle of colouring in a flower like fully red, for example, if you get halfway through that, you can just leave that to one side, come back to it a few days later, and just pick it up from there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no problem with that. If you want to start a new design, or like you said, start another flower, there's no problem.
That is brilliant. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a chance to reset now, because we want to see that heart being made in a second, but I will tell everybody at home that we have options here with our embroidery hoop, and I'm about to reveal the favourite in a second. It's very exciting, so place your bets. I'm not condoning gambling, but pick the one that you think right now is the most popular and see if you're right. So we've got Florence along the top here, we've got Amelia down the bottom here. Now, which one's this? Yes, this is Florence. There you go. That's your Florence option. Then next to that, we've got Amelia. That's the one where you can put where you have Mom on it, so it's perfect for Mother's Day. Then if we go down here, we've got Francis. That's the Forget-Me-Nots. That's another one of the versions. 5 options in total here. Then in the middle here, we've got Bobby. 156968, the item number you need for this. And then finally on the end here, we go with the Flo. This is Flo. And again, you've got Mom in the middle of that one, so a perfect Mother's Day gift or of course, well, in my case, my mom's birthday is very near to Mother's Day. A bit painful because I mean, I've got to go and get flowers twice over, but that's my problem. But of course, your mom's birthday might be coming up soon, or you just want to, or maybe you just want to give a gift to your mom, or maybe you want to give it to some children to give to their mom. You know, the choices are endless. So you've got all of those options now. I asked you, which one do you think is the favourite? I can now reveal that the favourite right now, the one that is being picked up the most, the option that is the most popular is the Florence version there. A quarter of the stock of Florence has gone as we speak. That's the one with all the colours on it here. Is that the one that you were working on before?
Yes, it is.
There you go. So it's all in the demo. And that's what it is. Look at that. The one that Hannah was demoing there, that a quarter of the stock has now gone now. 156,968, but of course you've got some really nice other options too. £23.99. Very reasonable. You can split that into 2 payments of £12 thanks to Flextravaganza. Now, the other options that we had for you here today was our heart kit. That's what we started off the show with, and we've got 6 options on this. Now, once again, just like the embroidery hoop kit, you're getting everything you need here. So you've got the instructions, you've got the DMC thread, you've got the needle, you've got the wool, you've got the printing that's on the wall, and you've got the backing as well. You've got the linen ribbon. You've got all of these wonderful options here. A couple of the designs you'll see repeating themselves over from the embroidery hoops, but now you've got it all in this lovely hanging heart shape here. Where's the one you're looking at? There you go. So you can pick it up and you can hang that off your mantelpiece there, off your door, maybe even off your tree, off your Christmas tree. You could put a little. You could have something like that. It's a really, really lovely design. You've got the ribbon at the top there in order to put the hanging there, or you could just place it on top of the shelf there like that and have a look at it. Now, that is Camille. That's the Camille option here. Then we had Florence before. This is Florence over here, but in heart form. So we've got Florence, the heart version here. Now the only thing you need of this is the stuffing. Everything else is provided. You can use toy stuffing for this. You can use lavender, of course. Any spare stuffing you've got in your existing cushions. Anything you like, just pop it in there. That's all you need, and some scissors as well. And then if we move downwards, so that is Florence. We've got Amélie here. That's the name of a film, wasn't it? It was, yeah, French film. Amélie, which has got your mom on it, which is great. Then moving into the middle, we've got Heidi next to that, which is your daisies, but now in a lovely little sprig instead of being a border around the name Mom. Then we've got Betsy next to that, and that is your blossom on the trees there. I really like that one. And then we've got the whole tree next to that. That's the Betty option there. We've got the tree, and that all comes as with everything else, with the instructions, the thread, the needle, and everything you need. 156630 is the item number. Do we have the most popular one of these yet? It's not Florence again, is it? It's Florence again. Wow, Florence is the most popular in the heart and in the embroidery hoop. There it is, Florence leading the way at the moment. And now we're going to see this being put together. Hannah, over to you. Which one have you got this time?
So I've got the Heidi design here.
Heidi, okay.
So that's
lovely.
the daisy flowers. And I've started doing a little bit of the design just so you can see it coming together. So I've done some of the stems here using the stem stitch again and the satin stitch for the leaves. And then I've done one of the flowers here, and I'm just going to show you how to embroider the petals on the daisy. So I've got 2 strands of white embroidery thread to use, and then I'm just going to bring my needle up just near the centre of the daisy, and then just pull through, and then I'm just using the satin stitch to stitch the petals. So you just pop your needle back down just at the top of the petal,
yeah,
and I'm just working through the centre of the petal. So my first stitch is just in the centre there, and then you just need to stitch the one side and then the other side.
So you start with the centre line and then you do left to it and right to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it just helps to give you an anchor point, and then you can work towards that point. So then if you just bring your needle, put your needle back down just where you've made your last stitch, just to keep your...
Okay, that makes sense. So it makes sure that you get it within the design of the leaf itself. You get it within it, and then you've got a marker point to get it just slightly left and right of it.
Yeah, and then you can, obviously if you keep them quite close together, then it makes the satin stitch quite nice and gives it a nice sort of puffy sort of look to it.
Love the texture of that, because it looks almost like a pencil drawing, like it's been, you know, you've moved the brush strokes, if you like, the pencil strokes.
Yeah, you sort of get the texture of the thread coming through.
Yeah.
So you just pull through, and then if you just obviously, you're just filling in the shape of the petal, so it's quite nice and easy to do. And then you just, if you pop your needle just on the outside of the black line as well, and then it just prevents the black print line from showing through your embroidery. So you're always just working just on the outside of the black line, and just pop your needle back down. And then if you just gently pull the threads as you pull the needle back through, so the thread doesn't sort of sink into the fabric too much.
Yeah.
So if you just gently pull like that, because if you sort of over pull, then the thread sort of sinks into the fabric, and then it doesn't sort of look quite so nice.
Okay. Now this is dispatched immediately, and once you've got it, you've obviously got the instructions you provided are really comprehensive, and I think very, very easy to follow. But if you were still needing a little bit of extra guidance, you're a little bit stuck, is there other places you can go to find you going through these?
Yeah, so I'm on all social media platforms. I do lots of sort of little videos on Instagram, which is, my page is at Hannah Burberry Designs. But if you need any sort of extra help with the stitches, then my contact details are on the back of the workbook. So if you'd like any extra help, then you can send me an email or anything. I'm happy to help. But
excellent.
Lots of people.
I love that personal touch that you're there to help anyone with the product. It's like, I don't know, it'd be like Bill Gates kind of just like coming around to help you out with your computer if you had a computer problem. It's amazing you can contact the person that designed it and they'll just, you know, chat to you and tell you how to do it. It's brilliant. Love that.
Yeah, it's just nice if you... Sometimes it's just a simple thing like the threads or something, but it's nice just to get the reassurance.
Yeah.
But lots of people send me like lots of lovely feedback to say how helpful they find the instructions, even if they're brand new to embroidery. They find them really clear and easy to follow.
Yeah, I think they're really, really clear. But that said, sometimes you can get yourself into any situation where you think that it's not covered by the instructions, or I'm not sure, can I do this or can I do that, and you just need to ask an extra thing. And yeah, it's good to know that you're on hand to answer those questions, and there's more videos online.
But yeah, so that's sort of the petals coming together there. And then I was just going to show you the centre of the daisy as well. So for the centre of the daisies, you just need to use one French knot. And it'll make sort of a slightly larger French knot because we're using all 6 strands of yellow embroidery thread. So because of the threads come in a 1 metre length, I recommend just cutting the thread sort of in half, just so the thread's more easier to work with.
Okay.
And then you could just make a knot at one end and then thread your needle. And then if you just bring the needle up through the centre of the daisy, and then to do a French knot, all you need to do is if you just have the thread in between your thumb and finger here, and then just wrap the thread twice around your needle.
Yeah.
And then keeping the thread taut in your fingers in your left hand, and then just pop the needle back down just where you've come up, and then just pop the needle down. Then you can see, I don't know if you can see, but where you twisted your thread is now quite close to the fabric.
And that'll just stay like that. You put you put a knot in it. It's not going to go through the fabric. It's just going to sit on the top there.
No, so as long as you keep hold of this thread, and then as you keep hold of it, pull the needle through the fabric, like so, and then just keep hold of the little loop, and then just gently pull, and then you can just see the knot, the French knot there.
Brilliant.
And then that just forms the centre of the daisy.
Yeah.
And one knot sort of is enough, but if you'd like to do
you could add more to it and make it bigger.
Then you can.
Oh right, okay. So you just keep doing the same process in the same area, just make that a bigger stamen, isn't it?
Yeah. So then you would just come back up, you know, through the middle again and create another French knot if you'd like more than one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's sort of the daisy as a whole. So yeah.
I love it. That's brilliant. Thanks, Hannah. 156630 is the item number if you would like to get hold of any one of these heart kits here. You will have to make a choice, of course, and many of you are doing that as we speak. $19.99 is the price. Freedom members need not pay any postage and packing, remember, so it's well worth a look at becoming a Freedom member if you're not already. And why not take advantage of the Flextravaganza promotion we have on at the moment? I mean, if you want to pay it all in one go, great, that's good, you know, but if you want to split it up, because you don't pay any extra by doing so, if you want to pay £10 now and then £10 in a month's time, do that as well. Just makes everything a little bit lighter on the purse over the coming weeks, which is nice. Now, I've got something else to show you here that Hannah's brought along with her, and this is her tote bag pattern here. These are screen printed. Now, this is the actual tote. It's not the pattern, is it? You're actually getting this bag. So
Yes.
this is the whole thing. You don't have to make this as such. You get this, but then this is the basis in which you would then decorate it.
Yes, yes. So the design's already pre-printed on. So if you've got your own threads at home, then you could always embroider over the top if you'd like to, or just keep it as a printed tote bag to use.
Okay, and there we go.
And
So it's got the handle here. This is Betsy. That is Betsy there. And are you limited? But I suppose you're not limited with the colours here. So whatever, because you're providing the threads, aren't you? So whatever you want to do with this.
Yeah, so whatever sort of threads you've got at home already, then you can choose whatever colours. So you could, yeah, do any colours, any colour scheme you like.
Okay, lovely. That's Betsy. And then here's the other one for you. Just going to place that down here. We've got Heidi. So again, we've got the tote bag. We're going to get the others. We've got two other options to show you as well. These are new today. 070594, and it's only $8.99. Now this is a good project, isn't it? If you want something simple and functional as well, because the other two are purely decorative. This is something that's going to look nice, and it's something you can throw over your shoulder and use to do whatever really. Bit of shopping in it, you know. Put your personals in that, and know that you were the one to decorate it and embroider it yourself. That is one of the options. We've got 4 options in total from the printed tote bag. Here's some more options for you. We've got them here on the website. So you've got Florence as well. That's Florence. And which one's that one? Is that Camille?
Yeah.
That is Camille.
That's Camille,
Thank you, Hannah. There you go, Camille. It's good that you know about your own products. That's always handy. That's Camille. So 4 options for you there. 070594 for your tote bag from Hannah, and that's $8.99. Now, moving on with the demo. Now you've got the heart outlines.
Yeah, so I thought I'd show you how to sort of put the heart together. So once it's finished, I've just got 2 plain pieces of felt here, but obviously you'd have one that's embroidered and then one that's plain for the back. So all you need to do is just cut out the heart shapes and then place the 2 hearts on top of each other.
Okay.
If you find that one heart is slightly bigger than the other one, then you can just trim the felts just to make them both the same size. So then you can just pop them together, and then I'll just grab my thread. So we're using 2 strands of beige embroidery thread. So I've sort of pre-threaded my needle, and to finish the edging of the heart you just use the blanket stitch. Okay. So to start the blanket stitch, if you just come through the middle between the 2 layers of felt, and then just pop your needle through, and then just pull through so the knot is secure.
Right.
And then if you just pop your needle back through where you've just come out from.
Okay, from the back,
yeah. And then just bring your needle up.
Through both.
Yeah,
and so-called blanket stitch because it gets used predominantly on blankets, or?
Yeah, so it can be used sort of on the edge of fabrics just to give a nice sort of edging. And then you've got a little loop at the top here, so you can just pop your needle through the loop. Oops. And then that will just make your first stitch. So that's your like anchor point for the start of the blanket stitch.
Okay.
And then if I just next stitch, if you just come sort of slightly away from the first one, keeping it sort of the same length. So if you just pop your needle through, and then just pull the needle through both layers, and then the thread just secures, and then you can see the blanket stitch starting to form.
You don't have to do any measurements here, you just do this by eye.
Yeah, I just sort of do it by eye, because you can see the bottom of the blanket stitches here. You're just sort of following that line to get them all the same length. So just pop them through and pop the needle through, and then you can see the loop. I don't know if you can see, see the loop of thread there. You're just sort of making sure the thread is coming through that loop, so then it locks at the top, and then you get that edging.
Okay. Now, is there plenty of thread in all of the kits to be able to do all of this and just have a little bit left over as well?
Yes, yeah. So I obviously stitch up all the designs and then work out how much thread each design takes, and then I include a little bit extra, just in case, obviously, if you're a beginner or if you make any mistakes along the way, you know you've got plenty of thread to play with.
That's good. And
then,
to know.
So you can just continue. So with the blanket stitch, you just continue all the way around the heart, and I've just started the blanket stitch about 3 sort of centimetres away from the centre point of the heart. So, because you just need to leave an opening so you can put the stuffing in. So if you just carry on all the way round, which I've done on this one here.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see, because the beige thread, I've chosen the beige thread so it sort of blends in with the felt, so it doesn't distract from the design, but obviously it doesn't show up on the screen so easily. Yeah. But you go all the way round the heart to, again, about 3 centimetres away, so you just leave this bit here
just enough to put the stuffing in?
Yeah. So once you've gone all the way round with the blanket stitch, you then create a back stitch at the base of the blanket stitch. Okay. So if I show you maybe what we're working towards here, you can see you've got the blanket stitch, but then at the base you've got like a back stitch. Right. And it just creates a nice border around the heart.
Okay. So it's there purely for aesthetics. It's just, you know.
Yeah, it just creates. So when you put the stuffing in, the stuffing just goes up to that borderline, and then it sort of creates more of a puffy heart rather than if you didn't have the back stitch. Yeah. It doesn't sort of define the shape of the heart so well.
But you put the back stitch in first before you stuff.
Yeah. So if we go back, so you've done all the blanket stitch, and then you just need to go in and make a back stitch just at the base of the blanket stitch. So I've already got my needle threaded here, so you just pop your needle in to the base of the blanket stitch, and then just turning the felt over just to make sure you're coming out at the same point on the back.
Oh yeah.
I'm just using a printed piece of felt here, but yours would be embroidered. So you've made a small stitch here, and then on the other side you then just make another stitch, push it through, and then just so it comes back through to the other side. So you're just sort of turning it back and forth just to make sure the stitches are staying sort of the same on each side.
And I guess if you've made, you know, what you consider to be a mistake or a misstep, you think it's not quite right, it's quite straightforward just to pull it back out and go back a couple of steps.
Yeah, so you can just sort of unpick the stitches if you have made a mistake, or if you find it hard to sort of unpick, then you can just sort of cut the thread with the scissors and then just pull the thread through, and then just rethread your needle and start again. So you can just continue that, and then all you need to do is do the back stitch all the way round the heart, but not including the opening of the heart there.
Yeah.
So then once you've done that, you can then stuff the heart, which I've already done here. So you can see that's already stuffed.
How do you know how much to stuff that? Like, is there a...
It's personal preference how much stuffing you'd like. I stuff them so they're quite nice and puffy, so it sort of enhances the design more, which you can sort of see more there. So it's got quite a nice shape to it.
Yeah.
So it enhances the shape of the heart. But you know, it's up to you how much stuffing you'd like to put in. So once you've stuffed the heart, you then, around the opening edge, you just need to do a blanket stitch.
Okay.
So you blanket stitch the front of the heart and then the back of the heart here. So you're just blanket stitching the edging, and then once you've done that, you then take the ribbon that you get in the kit, and the ribbon's at the right length for you to just fold in half, and then you just insert that into the centre point of the heart here. And then...
Oh, you don't attach it, you just put it in like that, and it's only in zipping it up, if you like, that you're going to...
Yeah, so then the next thing you would do... Oh, sorry, my thread's just come up. The next thing you would do is just do a back stitch to close up the opening.
Oh, right, okay.
And then as you do that, the ribbon will be held in place by the back stitch.
Okay.
I'll just re-thread the needle. So yeah, all you need to do now is just close the opening of the heart. So you just do a back stitch, just like we were doing before, at the bottom of the blanket stitch. And so by leaving the heart open and then doing the blanket stitch sort of on separate layers, you're still achieving the same look as the rest of the hearts, but you're just doing it separately. And then
it's giving you the chance to put the stuffing and the ribbon in,
and then you're joining it all together. So then with the back stitch, so then you should achieve the same look all the way around. So then you're just pulling the fabric together.
And actually, that's quite quick, that last bit, isn't it? In terms of, like, it's only a few stitches that's pulling that all together. I thought that might take a little bit longer, but you've already done half of it.
Yeah, it's not. It's quite a nice process to do as well.
Yeah, it's finishing off. Is that literally the very last thing, and then it's done?
Yes. Yeah. So literally, once you've secured the ribbon with the back stitch, and then you've got to the end of the opening, you just need to secure the threads in between the two felt layers. And then it's complete. So what you need to do is just bring your needle through. So you're going through the linen ribbon at the same time.
Yeah.
So you just pull through, and then you're just securing the linen ribbon.
Something quite satisfying about pulling that all together, isn't it? I don't know. It's
yeah, like just sort of like sucks it all in.
Yeah, suck it all in. Exactly. Well, we've all been there.
Yeah. So yeah, you just continue that all the way around. Obviously, you probably do that spend a little bit more time at home to do that nicely. And then you can just see there, so you can see it's all the way around. It just creates the same
lovely
finish.
Look as well, and it's almost like it disappears, doesn't it? All the stitching, you just don't see it. It's just what you can concentrate on the design itself.
Yeah, that's it, because you've got the beige thread, so it doesn't distract at all from the embroidery.
A really enjoyable project to make and beautiful to look at, and it becomes a decoration around your home or to give to somebody as well. Really, really like that. Thank you so much, Hannah, for showing me that. This is what we are looking at, of course. This is our heart embroidery kit here, but it's not just the option you saw Hannah using there. That was Heidi, wasn't it, that we were looking at there? You've got other options that you can see here as well. Amelie, Florence, you've got Betsy, you've got Camille, you've got Betty, you've got all the ladies, basically, all the ladies lined up here. 156630 is the item number, and the price, I think, is very reasonable indeed to have that wonderful decoration for your home. $19.99. Remember, split that, and you can get that for just £10 now. £10 in a month's time, thanks to Flextravaganza. Just go to the website and pick out the design that speaks to you the most, and the one that you will enjoy putting together, and the one that you will enjoy looking at the most in your home. And just a little, just a tip, that the Florence on both of the hoops and the hearts is the one that's in the lead. Florence is the one here which has got all the wildflowers in it. So Florence is the one in the lead, but they've all been popular. That's the one that's particularly being popular. Now, Hannah, you are back again at 9 o'clock. I'll be with you then. What are we going to see then?
So we're going to have a look at some more of the kits. We're going to look at the Camille design. And yeah, lots more planned.
Excellent. I look forward to that. Camille coming up next. This is brilliant. So if you are getting one of these kits, you've got a chance to rewind on this as well, because this is available for 60 days. So if you get your kit sent out to you, you can look back at this and see how Hannah put it all together. And I shouldn't forget the welcome bonus as well. If you haven't used it yet, you've got £5. You can get anything over £20, okay? So, for example, the hoops there are over £20. You can get £5 off if you just put the word welcome into the promo code box at the end of your shop up. And that's available on the craft store. You can get a £5 bonus on the craft store. and you've got a £5 discount over on Create and Craft as well. So it's like a little welcome gift to everybody as the two channels merge together and the two companies merge together. That is a £5 discount for you. Hannah, thank you very much. I will see you at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Looking forward to it. Let's have a go. I'm not allowed to, am I? We've got a brand new one-day special for you coming up in just a few minutes. I can see Adam standing by with Anthea all ready for that. And remember, those prices will be only locked in from 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock the next day as well. So make sure you start shopping ahead for that. But that's not the only thing coming up on the craft store over the next few hours. Have a look at this. As I say, the Quilting Antics one-day special kicks it off at 6 o'clock, but then it's a wonderful wool happy hour with Adam, and then I'll be back with the one-day special as Quilting Antics takes us into the night.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it! You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we're going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
A very good evening to you. I hope you are well. The time has just struck 6 o'clock here in the United Kingdom, which can only mean one thing. It's time for a brand new one-day special. But this is a one-day special with a slight difference, and it's the first time I've done this during the event of Flextravaganza. If you are just joining me, maybe you're new to the channel, you've come over from Create and Craft, welcome. First of all, everything on this show over £1 is now split into two interest-free flexible payments. And this hour, we are talking the highest tweed that you can buy. It is the one and only Quilting Antics. Yes, indeed, we are talking quilting antics, and she does bring us the finest tweed that money can buy, and that's what we're talking about, the finest tweed this hour. We've got one-day specials. I've got complete quilts as well that we've got on the show. I've also got some happy hours. I've also got raggy gold as well to show you. But before all that, talking about gold... Seamless, I know. Talking about gold, it wouldn't be quilting antics with a lady herself. And look at her, surrounded by a world of tweed. It's our Anthea. Hello, my love.
Hello, how are you doing? I've seen you for yonks.
It's been a while since we worked together.
Yonks, yeah.
And it's been a while since you've had a one-day special. October we worked out.
That's right, October. So yeah, we've been busy little bees.
You have, and the new one-day special that you've bought me, it's sort of split down into sort of 3 different stages, I want to say, because you've got a smaller bundle, which is your one-day special, which means you can do so much with this one-day special. We've also got the booklet thrown in for the deal as well, which the booklet just gives you so much more scope that you've got. But then in theory, now I know it's a considered purchase, I'm with you all the way on this one, but we have got the complete quilt if we wanted to go down, which is in theory like another one-day special.
That's right. So we've got 3 different pockets, haven't we? So, so I'm really conscious that wool isn't cheap. And so if we can make it affordable to everybody, so if you're lucky enough to like get everything, then go for it. If you're not, or you don't like wool, there's different levels all the way along, so you can do our designs wherever you are and whatever whatever you're up to.
Absolutely. Right, let's break this down for you. So you've got your complete collection. The details are on the screen. You are going to get 10 10-inch tweed fabric squares. Okay, so these are the colours. Now, contents may vary with this one, but you're going to get something that looks like this. So you're going to get all of these tweeds that you're getting, which are beautiful to the highest quality tweed that you are looking at. On top of all of this, you're also going to get the booklet as well. Now, this is the brand new Highland Fling booklet that you're going to be getting. Now, I have the actual booklet down here, because with Anthea's booklets, normally on their own, you can go for them individually as well if you wanted to. Let me do the booklet on its own that you're getting, because all the savings go over to that big bundle. So you're getting a £28 saving on the booklet on its own. Now, in the booklet, you are going to get so many designs. So many designs. Not only do you get the actual quilt itself, you also get the patterns to make things like the bags, the bolster cushions, the cushions, the otter cushions, the stag cushions in there. And every single one has been done for you. So for things like the cushion, you get all the drawings. So if you only want some of the smaller ends, maybe you only want the fish, you can just take the fish from these. You can just take that little otter if you wanted to as well. So you're going to get that booklet, but then keep that saving that you've already got. Then take the saving as well over into your one-day special. Take the 28 from here, plus that 7 that you've got on here on your fat quarters already, on your little square 10-inch squares that you've got. You've got a massive saving on your hands. So you're going to get this beautiful tweed. So maybe you're thinking, well, this is not going to make a quilt. I'm with you. It won't. OK? Let's not beat around the bush when we talk about this. What you see here will not make the entire quilt that you have the booklet for, but it will give you elements of that quilt. Because maybe you don't want a full tweed Scottish Highland quilt. Maybe you just want to take things like, for example, the small otters and the cushions. Maybe you just want to do the background of the cushion with your 10-inch squares. Maybe you want to take that and you want to convert it into the stag. You want to do the castle. Maybe you want to go down the house. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. You just want to go down the house route as well. Who puts a rolly cushion on a slope that you've got there? So maybe you just want to do the houses. You can do these. You can now applique in the beautiful tweed. And everything is in the booklet for you, isn't it, Anthea? So everything is there. So with this, we're sort of covering all bases.
That's right. So as we go through the one-day special over the 5 hours, I'm going to look at different elements, and I'll give you different ideas and things that you can do. You know, just because you look at a quilt and you think, oh, I've got to make the quilt. No, you don't, because it's Quilting Antics. You do what you want to do. So we've made a whole quilt, but you can make 1,000 other projects. It's entirely up to you.
And you've got the booklet to help you along the way. Now, if you're thinking this is all still and well and good, Adam, but I just like those little 10-inch squares on their own, I can do that for you as well. Some of you have already found them on the website. Here's the details, £27.99 today. And I will split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments for you. So it won't be £27.99 today at all. Split the cost into 2 interest-free flexible payments, which would be at £13.99 today. Will get you 10-inch of the beautiful tweed fat quarters. I keep saying fat quarters and they're not. They're 10-inch squares is what they actually are that you've got here. 083442 is your item number for the 10-inch that you're looking at. Go for the 10-inch, they're on their own. Go for the book, it's on its own. Get them together, that's where your big savings is going to be, because that is your one-day special. Details on the screen, £44.98 today. Split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments, if you will, for £22.49. Will get you the one-day special home. 278160 is your item number. But if you are liking the quilt on the pattern, now, you've got to go for the pattern book individually. This is what Quilting Antics do. So you go for the book. You've got the book already. Well, you won't have the book already, so you need to put this in your basket. OK, the details for that are now at the bottom of the screen. You need to pop this in your basket, but now it'll be split onto 3 interest-free flexible payments. Come with me. That you're looking at this one. This is the complete quilt. Now, this is just the top, isn't it, Anthony? We still need to get a backing for this.
You do, your backing and wadding. Now, we aren't using a binding on this one, but if you want to use a binding, that would be as well, extra.
It is a stunning little quilt, because when you see it as a whole, and we are going to have a look at it in a minute, but when you see it as a whole, break it down, OK? Break it down that you've got into there. So each individual little bit that you are looking at really does work. So you've got the top, which is the mountain range. So you could just do that if you wanted to.
Each section in its own right is a piece of art. Each section in its own right, you can add things to, you can move things around, you can just, you know, section off little pieces. And each thing in there has been specifically chosen because of its relevance to Scotland. Well, it's Scottish, it's a Highland fling, isn't it?
It really is, and it's absolutely beautiful. It's really stunning to what you're doing. And as I said, this is the thing, you can do individual bits. You're going to get the entire quilt. Normally, we break it down month by month, and if you are waiting for the new month by month, so I've got those on the show as well, block 5 and block 6 for 2 of the quilts. But this is everything. So this means you can now go at your pace.
Absolutely. Now, it might be worth mentioning here as well that there's been a price increase, and this is all at the old price as well. Okay. So, you know, when we come in the future, you know, you're going to get a bigger saving today because it's at the old price. So,
so next time we see this, the price might go back up.
Well, I'm trying my best to keep the price down, but they've just told me it's gone up from £55 a metre to £63 a metre for the wool. Ooh. I know. So as long as we can, we're keeping it low. So this is at the old price. So if you like humming and hawing, seriously, and like the 10-inch squares, which I never thought to say to you, we did a 10-inch square because us quilters, we're used to a 10-inch square because it's a layer cake. So that was the rationale behind. Yes. And I stood looking at you ever so pretty before. Well, I tried. And
you always do. Fluttering your eyelids and everything you were at me.
And but that's, I meant to say that to you.
It's a layer cake. So it's a layer cake is what you get.
It's our version.
The full quilt, you can see it once again. It is absolutely beautiful. It really is. Now remember, you're just going to get the top, but for 3 interest-free flexible payments today, £76.33. After that first payment, this will all be sent to you. But remember, you do need to add this into your basket. The details for that I will put currently here now, OK? So you need the booklet. These are the details. You need that booklet because that will break it down. Now remember, this is for the quilt. But, if you're thinking, all well and good, but I don't want to make a quilt, but I quite like the price for the tweed. You ain't got to make the quilt at all. You have got enough tweed in here, I am guessing, to do majority of the patterns that are in that book.
Yeah. I'm like, I haven't done the measurements, so I'm like.
But I'm just thinking, for the amount of tweed that we've got,
so you would put things together.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the amount you've got an awful lot of tweed.
When you were talking, then this, I've got my own kit here. It's a beast of a chunk of fabric.
10% has already gone of this big fabric pack.
If you didn't want to make that quilt, but you like the colours, and you think, oh well, I like Scotland, but I can do it better than you. Fill your boots, just send me a photograph. But this is a great big chunk of fabric. If you like wool and you want wool in your stash and you like this set of colours, then it's just worth it just to have that chunk in your stash. And I know there's heaps of you at home who have your own ideas of what you make, and you do come to me and you get the stuff to make it with, so maybe you use it for that reason.
20% of the stock now has already gone here. 20% of the stock of the big bundle now has already gone. I absolutely adore it all. I really, really do. 20% has already gone. Remember, you are going to need the booklet as well. The details of that at the bottom of the screen. I've got happy hours. Come with. The happy hours this hour that we are looking at. I've got two, in fact, and these are for the booklets. Now, I've got New Beginnings. First of all, which has in it many projects. I can show you all the projects that you'll be getting in here. Now, this is just for the booklet, so maybe you've got your own tweed at home, maybe you've got your own your other things to make these, your calicos and things. You are going to get the booklet to make all of these projects that you see. And no doubt there's been more thrown in since this has been printed. £19.99, happy hour price. The price should be £51.99. A happy hour price today. You've got your 9 projects that's in there. And these are some of the projects that you can see here. So you've got the beautiful little robbing wall hanging that you've got. Now, these are all appliqued on using the tweed. So you can use tweed quite sparsely if you want to pack a punch.
Definitely. And it might be worth mentioning that this is the first time this set of stuff has returned since January last year.
Oh, OK.
Yeah, so we don't like bring the same things back all the time. But yeah, you know, if you just want to use tweed for your embellishment part of the project, all our designs, they're fit to use with any fabric. So if you like working with fleece, or you like working with cotton, or whatever, our projects will translate. I mean, our instructions are written for wool, but you know, just do your own thing, go your own way, and it would. The books work with everything. So if you like the designs, go for it. I love that.
Look at these. This thrown over the back of an armchair. And if you are going for the Highland pack as well, that big quilt, you would be able to create this,
in actual fact, if you got the fabric but you weren't making the quilt, or you got, in fact, the 10-inch squares.
Yeah.
It's the same colours. I never even thought about that, Adam. You know, it's the same stuff. You'd have a good stab at that.
So it's worth having a little go. If I was you, £19.99 is your happy hour price for this one, or you've got Life's a Beach that you've got up there. That's how you say it. Life's a Beach that you got. Let me show you the patterns that you've got on the inside of your Life a Beach. You've got 10 patterns is what you're getting in here. So you got from your cushions on the top, you've got 3 cushions in there. You've got your bag that's in there. Love this. This is the one I've currently got here at the moment. Then you've also got your 2 little penguins in there. You've got your mermaids as well. Let me show you some other things that you've got. Little applique patches that you can use. You've got those beautiful applique patches with the waves that are crashing down.
Storm at Sea, that one.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love this little
version
set.
Of Storm at Sea. So, like, if you're watching Natasha and she does like the patchwork, her Storm at Sea is all pieced. Ours is just a stormy sea.
It's just a big stormy sea. Then you've got your little otters in there as well. But remember, you're getting other patterns to do these. So maybe you think, I want an otter, but I don't want an otter on a bag. I'd rather have an otter, just as an otter on the wall, and I'm going to piece it together and make a beautiful background of tweed. You can do that because you've got the patterns in there to do it.
I would do tweed otters and then put it on cheaper background.
Well, yeah, like your calico or something like that, a little blue.
Your big stuff at the back, you know, do your big stuff cheap and then use your tweeds, so your 10-inch squares, to do all your lovely appliques and your embellishments. And what we find is when you mix the tweeds with other fabrics, it gives like a separation, like a 3D-ness to your projects.
Oh, I like
so
it.
your applique and your detail, it really just jumps off the page, and it takes it somewhere else and somewhere new and exciting.
Worth having a little look. If you want to go new and exciting, you've got it. The book's been done and people have had this book and they've thoroughly enjoyed the book as well. £19.99, 583381 is that item number that you were looking for. Jump to the website though, I have loads more on there. Loads more on the website. Things like your raggy gold dust, sold out time and time again. I've got it. This is the launch hour for your raggy gold dust. I've also got patchwork golds as well. Now, patchwork gold, we're going to concentrate more on tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, but be the early bird gets the worm, as it were. Get yours, you can sit back and relax, because once you can see what you can do with these, it's really, really going to pick up. But then you've got your ragged gold dust on there, we've got some more fat quarters on there. Oh, your ragged gold dust, by the way, is once it's gone, it's gone. And I haven't got many of them, and you do get loads. But I'll give you all that details later on as the hour goes on. Should we go for a demo? Let's go for our first demonstration. What are we up to first, Anthea?
Well, I thought what we'd do is have a look at the quilt.
Okay.
So, so at the end of last year, I kept banging on about doing the applique in a different way, using calico. And I said, next year we're going to explore it a little bit more. And here we are, it's next year, so we're going to explore it a little bit more. So we've been playing around with... So how do you make a complicated applique simply? So how do you do it in a manageable way? So we've got big projects and we're used to like ramming big things in the small space under our machines and fighting with the whole thing. And we thought, no, we don't want to do that. We want to keep it small. So on this project, all the applique we've actually made off the quilt.
Oh, okay.
And then we've put on afterwards. It's complete, which allows you to do all your little details, all your stitchery, all your fine little bits and bobs away from the quilt, and it makes it a lot more pleasurable. If you're just working on a tiny little piece, the whole
it's
thing...
manageable. You feel like you've accomplished something by the end of it.
Anybody can do it. And the other thing is, as you're doing the small things, you do start thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to put that on that bag that I made. Oh, that's going to look good on the pocket of some jeans, you know, and all these different ideas. So it actually helps take your mind and your imagination to a completely new and different place. So, so what I thought we'd do is we'll have a look at Balmoral. Now, I know we've done applique loads and loads of times, but I also know that we've got lots of new viewers. So what we're going to do is just do like a little whistle stop through applique. So what we do... The method that we use for our quilts is the fusible web method of applique. That means we use this papery stuff, we draw on our design, and then we use the iron to melt it onto fabric. Now our books, they will work with lots of other different methods of applique, but the instructions are written for fusible web. So if you're going to use a different method, just go for it. Just do what you know and what you prefer, and you'll be absolutely fine. Now the other thing, Adam, is we use a straight stitch.
Okay.
We usually do a raw edge and a straight stitch, and I've mentioned in the instructions the reason for that is we work at such a rate of knots. It's like we've got to get this done. If you prefer to do by hand or a blanket stitch or a zigzag stitch or whatever, you go with the method that you prefer. Ours, it's just practicalities, and we need to get it done. And to be frank, if you've spent all your time making a quilt like this, you're not going to let just anybody throw it about anyway, so you'll be fine.
No, that is very true. You're the only special people that get to sit under the quilt.
It'll be like the crown jewels, it'll be up under a piece of glass.
That's very true.
So very simply, it'd help if I got my book. I've got my book here. So you've got your drawings, and I'm not sure what page. Oh, do you know, I'm jumping about in my mind because this is the first time I've presented this quilt. It's obviously brand new today. Just to kind of say, the book, when you get the book, you might open it up and you might go, what's she doing here? She's jumped from here, she's jumped to there. What I've tried to do, if I just open it out so you can see, you've got a page of like your landscape, and then on the other side you've got writing, and then you've got more landscape, and then you've got writing, and it carries on like that. And the reason that I've done it like that is so that you can get all your drawings and you can lay them out. So where possible, all your landscape is, I think all the landscape I've managed to get on one side of the paper, so you can lay all your landscapes out and you can see how it all goes together and work it out in your own mind first. You could even get little tiny, snip tiny corners of the fabric off and stick them on so you know which one's going to be which. and all the appliqued animals, etc., the houses, are on the other side. So again, with those, you can lay all those out. So we don't put staples in, so that you can, you know, you can lay these books out, you can spread all your pages out. But I just wanted to explain that, because I thought, you know, I don't want you to think, oh my gosh, she's jumbled all the pages up, I don't know where I'm at. That's the reason why, so that you've
Makes
got,
sense.
you know, you've got...
You can look at all the
it's
pictures,
so frustrating. And particularly for these books, you are tracing yourself the designs. I know you're tracing onto fusible web, but you don't want half the drawing on one side of the page and then have to turn over. You want the whole lot where you can put it out on your table or your floor or your kitchen work surface, put it all out and see what you've got. So that's what I've tried to do. So just familiarise yourself with the book before you start. So right, let me find the page with the drawings on. So here we are. So Balmoral, that's what we're looking at this moment in time. So you can't get much more Scottish than Balmoral.
Not Balmoral, no, you can't.
No, you can't.
Queen's residence.
You can't. So I've been rocking Lizzie's headscarf look today, you know, Adam. With all this wind up north. Did my hair and I thought, oh no, so I've been wearing a headscarf.
Oh, very nice, very bright.
Liam was
Look at you.
absolutely shaming. He's like, Mum, you look like an old lady. And I'm thinking, well, actually, I'm getting there.
Never. I won't have it said.
Only on the outside.
Exactly.
Right, so what we've done here, or should I say what Sue's done, and this quilt is illustrated by Sue.
Oh, lovely.
She's done a fabulous job. So each element of the quilt, of the Balmoral, draw it onto your fusible web, get your iron, which we'll use in a sec, and bond the rough side of the fusible web onto your fabric. Now, if you're using tweed, there isn't a right and a wrong side, so whichever side is fine. If you're on cotton, you would be on the wrong side. So we've got all the different elements here, and once you've bonded them on, you've roughly cut them out and bonded them on, put some specs on then I can see what I'm doing, you need to cut them out. Now, the reason that we don't cut them out initially on the drawn line is because you never get such a good fix up to the edge, Adam.
Okay.
I'm just testing you now, make sure you're listening.
No, I'm with you. I'm watching on the telly. I'm watching. I've got a TV here.
Come on, in the room.
I'm watching what you're up to.
So we never cut out initially up to the line, because if it doesn't bond as well at the edges, if my line isn't at the edge, then I'm not having that problem, am I?
Makes sense. You cut it
so once
halfway
I've
through.
bonded it on the fabric, then start and cut all your pieces out. Just, you know, however you want to do it, cut them out. And I've got all my different pieces here to cut out. I'm not going to waste time cutting them all out. We're going to get round to using the sewing machine. It's your sewing machine, Adam.
Is this my one?
I've never used it before.
Oh, it's a lovely little machine.
Yeah, but live TV to cut your teeth on somebody else's sewing machine, I'm like thinking, ooh, I need a good word to use if it's not going so well, don't I?
Sugar?
Do you know, when I had children, someone said to me, you know, sorry, I'm sharing this story now, you're going to have to find a good alternate word. I thought, oh, sugar lumps. That's a good one, isn't it?
A good one.
Sugar
I like that
lumps.
one.
So for any exclamation, it became sugar lumps. And my eldest son, who's incidentally watching with the grandchildren, so Ella and Holly, couldn't say sugar lumps, shumps.
Shumps.
So for years in our family, shumps. It was the ultimate expletive. Shumps.
Let's keep it today. We'll keep it going up. We won't need it. I'm not going to. We won't need it. We won't need that. Very busy on your tweed squares now. Very, very busy on your 10-inch 10 tweed squares. Is what you're getting on this one. So if you want to do little bits of applique, you can do them as well. Busy on these. Busy for you one day special because you get the booklet as well, which is going to give you all them drawings in.
There we go. So cut them all out. I don't know if you want to do something else while I'm just cutting these out. I thought the thing was, did I cut them all out before I came and then I've the demo done? Or did I cut them out here? So I'm chopping for England.
That's fine. I can show you some of the tweed squares. Let me show you some of the colourways.
I've said all that and I'm not far off the end now because I do have here's one we made earlier. Well, I say we, Sue. Sue's on a jolls today, so she's not. She's gone with the walking group into Wales.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Someone's doing well.
So they're having a do.
Oh, are they? What, just him and her?
No, there's a few of them.
Oh,
there's
okay.
a few of them. We're looking forward to the stories next week.
What? While you cut that out, I'm leaving that right there. While you cut that out, let's go look at these tweeds in more detail, shall we? Let's start at the bottom, Tom. We'll start at the bottom and work our way across. As Anthea said, there is no right or wrong way with tweed. They are both as beautiful as each other. You are getting 10 inches in this square of beautiful tweed. Then, I love this tweed. This is just proper Highland tweed. How beautiful is that? I think I'd want a coat made of this. How nice would that be? That would be quite nice, quite posh.
Janice.
Yeah, I think Janice has got a coat of tweed. I'm sure she has. It's in the green room. Then, like this as well. It's like little mossy green that you've got on there. Then you've got your terracottas that burn through that still work. Then you've got your blues for your seas and your skies and your landscapes that you've got. You've got some of your greens that mix and match to do your verges, to do your mountains, to do your hills. All of this included all in the book. Now, obviously, the book is not going to make you a full quilt out of these, but you can cut them up and you can do elements. You could do Balmoral Castle. You could do the little otter that you've got there. You could make the little bolster. Obviously, you wouldn't have enough to do the bolster, but you could do the applique of the houses if you wanted to on there as well. Maybe you're going to make a little clutch bag. Oh, reminds me of me nana. Oh, that's how she used to hold a bag. Then if you did something wrong, wallop. Straight. Oh, yeah. When you were all out with Nan, you used to stand there, you daren't do anything wrong, or poof, you get right round your head. From there, you can also make cushions as well. I was brought up well. You've got cushions that you've got. Loving the cushions. But you can do smaller elements of these as well. It's worth having a little look at, included in the book. 278160 is your item number. This is what you're going to get for your one-day special. Oh, a lovely shot that you got in there. All of this detail, all of this experience and wealth, all wrapped up inside a book is what you're getting there. If you want the quilt, though, if you do want to make the front of that quilt and you want to make everything you're seeing on the quilt, you are going to need the book. You are going to need that booklet, but I can give you the quilt on 3 interest-free flexible payments of £76.33, and already, really? 40% of the stock of the large quilt has already gone. 40% of that large quilt now has already gone. It's not all £76 and 33 pence. 812688 is your item number. Right then, just before we go back to Anthea, Raggy Gold Dust. If you are new to the channel, this sells out time and time again, is what we're talking. We are talking now odds and ends. Okay, we're talking the bits that you would cut off the big section, but loads of people love these because you can now sew all these together. And you don't just get what's in this box. I am going to make a mess, and when we go back to Anthea, I will tidy it all up, I promise. You are going to get, okay, everything that's in this box. Okay, so you're going to get all of that, which is loads. Let me leave that there because I'll forget what it is. So you're going to get all this. And how about if I said I'll double it? So you're going to get another bag full as well. So you get everything that's here, all these odds and ends of the beautifulest tweed you could ever find. It's like Joseph's coat of tweed that you're looking at here. And then you're going to get double the amount for £24.99. And how about if I told you I'll give it to you on Flexi, which is the first time I think we've ever done it on Flexi.
I think it might be, yeah.
Possibly is, because obviously this Flextravaganza, this will be £12.50 today, because obviously Flextravaganza comes around once a year, okay? Once or twice a year? Feels like it comes around once a year. I could be wrong as well. But it all depends on what falls in that bracket of what shows are on. I've never bought you Raggy Gold Dust for just over 12 quid. I've never done it today. 12 quid today, £12 in a month's time would be more than £12. You know what I'm talking about. It's 12, isn't it? 12, 50, 12 something that you're looking at. 12, just all 12s. I'm loving the 12. I've never seen it for just over £12. All of this. And this is, once it's gone for just over the £12 mark. £24.99, one-off payment is what I normally say. Today, is it £12.50? £12.49. £12.49 today. Ish. Recurring. All of this is what you're getting. Go on, Tom, make it look sexy. Look at that. Look at all this. We even had little pans out. Oh, yes, now we're talking. Very busy. 230145 is your item number. It's raining. Raggy Gold Dust. If you like that, you're going to like something else. Now, oh, now I've made a mess though. You are going to like the patchwork gold that we've got.
Might be worth mentioning, Adam, as well, because you've got so many new viewers, that this is all from the... I hope you're going to
I'll pick that up in a minute. Don't tell them about that, but I have to show them about this as well.
This is all from the Abraham Moon Woolen Mill, so it's absolute top drawer stuff. So what happens is, when they're making sample books, I go along and I buy all the offcuts, and that's what I can bring to you. So the great thing about it is, at £55 a metre, or 63 as it's just gone up to, if you went to buy some tweed, you would have to buy a minimum metre piece of tweed. So you would pay the new price of £63 for 1 metre of one fabric. And the beauty of Raggy Gold Dust is that you get lots of different fabrics all at this great price. I mean, I'm not sure how much, what the area is that it would cover,
a lot,
but it's, you know, it's massive. So if you're an appliquer, or you just like fiddling about, if you like doing corsages, or it works with your mixed media stuff, it's absolutely fabulous, because you might only need a little bit like this. So it's perfect because you've got the small bits.
I like this because now you can do you could do pocket squares.
It suits you
for your suit. So imagine having a little, and you don't need a lot, a little tweed pocket square. Here's a shot, ladies, for you. You don't get to see this. Look at the muscle on that.
Hey.
I wish I could make it move.
Can you make them pecs bounce?
Oh, look at these now. If I could make that move, you'd watch that on rewind in slow-mo, wouldn't you, And Meg screenshotted that for a computer.
So tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we're going to really focus on this, and I'll show you just some of the things that you can do with it. You know, patchworky wise, you know, some of the things that it's good for. But buy now, because as Adam says, particularly the Raggy Gold Dust, which is probably the best value of the lot, there's only a small amount, because with it being, you know, a waste product, if you will, we're recycling here, I can only supply you with what they create, and if they don't create much of a certain thing, then I can't supply it. So we've got what we've got, and that's it. And that particular one, there wasn't much came this time, and it's just such great value, because you get so much.
Yeah, you can't go wrong, really, and you get big old pieces of it as well. £24.99, 260586 is that item number. I think I've tidied up. I've done a good job there while you were talking. Right, Ed, something else that we've got. I like these. I like these as well, because this gives you something different. So you're going to get 3 rolls in here, OK? You get... Now, when I say small, I don't mean small in the way you're going to think I mean small, and I'll show you for why. You get 2 of the long, and then Anthea always throws in sort of a short, stubby one,
while
like Derek.
Stocks last.
While stocks last. So you get me and Scott, and you get a little Derek thrown in.
So, again, for people who've not tuned into this show before, because I'm buying, I'm recycling, reusing, whatever, I can only get what books they're cutting. So it might be a pink book, it might be a green book, it might be a this or a that book. So it's potluck for us all. So what I try and do is, I try and give you the widest variety amongst. So if you've ordered 2, I'll try and make them as different as they can. Obviously, if I'm down at the bottom of the box, I've only got what I've got, but I will do my best to give you the best option, or the best choice that you've got. So the ones that look longer, they are, it's more of a, they're not squares, they're rectangles, but it's more of a squarer piece, where the shorter ones, it's a longer piece. So depending what you're doing, the stubbier ones are actually more useful, arguably. As I say, it depends what you're doing, and I don't know what you're doing, so we've got to trust each other on this, but I will do my absolute best for you in giving you the best thing. But what you've got here, Adam, today, it's from the actual box that I will be picking from. So it looks like they've been doing the what they call the spectrum colours. So it's these kind of proper plain colours, and it looks like they've been doing the herringbone collection. And again, the herringbone collection, as we're going through, if you get from the top end of the wodge, you'll get one set of colours, and if you get from the next piece down in the wodge, you'll get the next set of colours, and so on and so forth. So I've tried to bring you here enough different things so it's fairly representative of of what you can expect.
I love it all. Love it. And you're loving it too. £26.97 is what you're looking at with this one. Worth having. Nearly a quarter of the stock has already gone. 842723 is your item number that you're looking at for this little bundle. Nice little bundle. If you've never worked with tweed as well, it's a nice little foot in the door because you have a... Then I've got our waddler. A waddler, 22 strips.
It's a wobbler.
A wobbler?
A wobbler, yeah.
That's what I said, a wobbler.
I thought you said a waddler.
No, a wobbler.
Oh, you're a southerner, aren't you?
Ah, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Wobbler.
Oh.
Wobbler.
Wobbler.
What is a wobbler?
Wobbly. Well, so there's a certain brand of cotton fabric that do jelly roll. And I believe we're not allowed to use that word.
No, it's a brand name. Well, you've said it now, but go on.
So what it was, when we started buying these, and our Sylve rolls them all up for us, and it's easy peasy and we know what we're doing. And then what happens sometimes in the mill is you get a change of staff and they cut things in a different order, and then you get a different shaped stuff. And we got these, they were kind of as wide as these longer ones, but they were 75 centimetres-ish long, and we're like, oh, what do we do with these? Well, we'll have to cut them all down. And I thought, no, I won't. I know what I'll do with these. We'll do our own version of a jelly roll, but we won't call it a jelly roll because the reason is, now,
as we've called it 3 times.
Am I not allowed to say it?
No, it's a brand name.
Oh.
But we understand what you mean. The rolls.
Blank it out. Beep. So a beep is 2.5 inches wide.
That just sounds like you're swearing.
No, well, oh, set me up to fail.
Let's just call them a roll.
So those are the ones.
The wobble rolls.
Those who shall not be named.
That's the one.
I feel like I'm on Harry Potter now. Oh, that's another.
Other wizards are available as well. We have to cover our own back. Merlin, you've got Paul Daniels. He was an amazing magician.
We like her too. I'm so sorry.
Any other brands that you want to sponsor?
So the ones that we're not mentioning, they're generally 2.5 inches wide, and these aren't. And they seem to be really nice on one side where they're pinked, and the other side wasn't. And I thought, oh, they're wobbly. It's like a wobbly jelly.
Yeah.
That's where it came from, wobbly jelly, because I'm not allowed to say roll. So that was it. It was a wobbly jelly to begin with, and then it just became a wobbler. So ours aren't 2.5 inches wide. They're a minimum 2.5 inch wide, and some of them are even about that wide.
Well, I never.
Yep.
Well, I never.
And you get 22 strips, which if you laid them all end to end, so 2.5 inches, which would be what people are usually expecting.
Yeah.
Well, these are wider. So if we reckoned 3 inch and these are not, they're more. 22
That's a
inches.
Lot. A lot of inches.
22 pieces, 66. You're looking at more than 2 metres, aren't you? And depending how, I mean, that's a whopper. These are great. I mean, how wide's that? Have you got a ruler? I have somewhere.
Not on me.
And again, I've brought a selection here so that you can get an idea of what you can expect, because we're trusting each other here. But even if you think, oh, I hope I don't get that one, and then you get it and you open it up, you're like, oh, that's gorgeous.
Nearly, what was that, a quarter? Nearly a quarter of the stock has already gone here.
We don't actually get wobblers that often.
No, we don't get wobblers that often.
Don't.
We don't get a wobbler.
We have wobblers every now and again, but we don't get wobblers.
Well, this is true. I've worked here a while now, and there's a lot of people that has a wobbler. Now, £39.99, 2 flexible payments of £20. Now, I'm just going to touch on this, and we're going to get back to Balmoral. The little octopus that we've got here, full of the strips, full of goodness, is what you are looking at with these ones. These are like the little strips that we all know and love. Everyone is different, and everyone is a different thickness, which we also love. It's just worth getting. Once again, this is something that sells out time after time, and it's not only £17.99 today, it's on 2 flexible payments as well, is what you're looking at for this one. This is your little octopus. It is worth getting hold of. Your long, raggy tweed strips, £17.99, 723 428 is your item number. Right then, let's go back live to Anthea, who's currently in Balmoral.
Oh, yes, darling. What?
Is that how they talk up in Scotland, at Balmoral?
Yeah, but I don't think the ones that go to Balmoral are actually from Scotland, are they? I
the Queen doll. Well, yeah, no, she ain't from Scotland.
Yeah, there you go, you see. Right, so, before I get in trouble again.
Yeah, other queens are available.
Yeah.
Scott, for one.
Right, so, Scott. Oh, he's not a queen, is he? I thought he were an ugly sister.
Let's make Balmoral.
Let's make Balmoral. Right, so I've cut out all my pieces and now I've got the paper on the back. Simple as this. Take the paper off, the gummy side, put it down. You've got your picture. Refer to your picture. We've only drawn the bush once because you only need it drawing once and you just repeat. I think we put 3 on the quilt. So all I've done here is, on my piece of calico, just put them on. Now, if you've got an ironing mat or something that you want to use, whoops, my windows have just wented there. So put it on, just use the iron. Now, if you're using tweed, you will find that a steam iron works better than a dry iron. It's a bit thicker and it just needs that extra. Just use your iron, bond it down. I don't seem to have steam there, but it's okay because here's one I prepared earlier. Well, actually, it's one I was prepared earlier. So we've got it all there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We just go to the sewing machine and however you want, just sew it down. And I'm going to do a straight stitch. So decide where you're going to start first. In fact, I'm going to start here. And this is where we'll do some shamumping as we're going around using somebody else's sewing machine. There we go. There's my foot. So, whoops, just go around and you're just sewing it all down. Now, if you want to go around twice, which we often do, your second time round will actually be when you're sewing it onto the background, won't it?
It will be.
So you can just go around once if you want, or go around twice. It's up to you. And it actually is as simple as this. We just go around and round and round, all the pieces. Oops. I'll have to find the needle down button in a bit. So I've got back there. It's a bit like, you know, when you're trying to draw that house and you try and do it with the cross in the middle all in one go. It's a bit arguably a bit like that, but do you know what? Don't even worry about that. Just go around. For a lot of our designs, that kind of wonky style really suits. You know, it looks a lot better, which is quite a relief, really. Now, if you wanted to, you can stop when you get to the edge of a new bit, or as I'm going to do now, just carry on. So once you've gone round, you know, putting it on or gone round more than one time, you're not even going to see the lines, because what people will see is the overall effect of the whole thing. There we go. It's a feisty little beast, is this machine, isn't it?
Just to let you know as well, the raggy gold dust now, nearly 65% of the stock now has already gone. Remember, you're going to get double of what you see here as well. We've got the box is not included, it comes in a bag. The bag's down the other side of the counter. You're going to get double of what you see in this box for £24.99. That's just over £12.49 on 2 interest-free flexible payments. 230145 is your item number. Once it's gone, it is gone. Worth having a little look at your raggy gold dust.
Right, so I've symbolically symbolically stitched round that. I've only done bits, and then basically once you've stitched, just cut your calico back. I mean, I'm demoing this and I'm trying to get it done within the time, so you can see that, you know, obviously I'm cheating a little bit, but once it's stitched, just cut it back. When you're at home on your own, you're going to be spending a lot more time. It won't be quite as rough as me. Or as rough as my sewing is, should I say.
But this is what I'm saying, you could turn these into little pin cushions.
Absolutely, but just working on a small piece like this, you can see straight away, because I've taken it out of the context of the full quilt. So as I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking, well, OK, we've put it on there as Balmoral, but in actual fact it's like a little castle. Oh, I could do some little soldiers.
Well, yeah, it could be anyway. It doesn't have to be Balmoral.
And then for a grandson, of which I haven't got any yet. I've only got daughters, but that doesn't matter because we love them just as much. You know, for a grandson, for instance, you can make like a little soldier scene.
You could for a granddaughter as well, if your granddaughters like castles.
Absolutely, I was just thinking the same. Well, actually, we're into fairies, unicorns and dinosaurs.
Well, they all get fairies and unicorns live in castles.
They do indeed, they do indeed. There you go. I could put some fairies beside it. Yep, absolutely. It would be like a well-known kingdom on the TV, wouldn't it? You can make your own little things.
I'm going to say yes, but I don't really know what you're on about.
Well, I was trying to be covert.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to get, you know...
You were very covert, too covert.
I didn't want to get into, like, Rollgate again.
Oh, yeah, no, don't get into Jelly Rollgate again. We are busy once again now. Our 300 grams. Nearly 40% of the stock of the 300 grams now have already gone of your tweed bundle. Now, obviously, contents will vary because it depends on what you're going to get. £26.97, split the cost of that onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. Worth having a little look if I was you. Let's get back to Balmoral Castle.
Right, so almost finished cutting it out now, and you can see straight away. Oops, straight away, she says. In fact, I'm just going to leave those last couple of bits a bit rough. Because otherwise we'll be here for the full hour. So let's
We've only got 10 minutes left.
Oh, well, we're... yeah, I know, but I've loads. I've got a list of...
You have got a list. The first time you've come with a list.
Oh, heck. Right, so let's go on there. Right, dush, in the middle. There we go. Just put it on, just sew around the edges. Put some stitchery on, you can see on your drawing. You can have all kinds of little things going on there. You know, get your needle and thread, whatever. So that's our little way of doing a plique without working on the full project.
Okay.
Just in like bite-sized chunks. Now, I just wanted to mention, because we've got the new beginnings on there, we've done exactly the same thing with the robin.
Yes.
The robin, we didn't do it on calico, we did it on, where's my robin gone? We did it on the Bosal in our form.
Okay.
Whoops, where's my robin gone? It's just flown away. Oh,
heck. He's right in front. Matt,
yeah.
The robin's on the floor, bud. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not allowed to
Sorry about that.
While we quickly get that, let me recap the happy hour for you. So this is your happy hour that we're looking at here. This is your New Beginnings Robin book. This is the Robin that we're going to currently look at the moment and how to put him all on and how to make him look all beautiful. But you get so many more projects in there. You're going to get all this, like the phoenix in there, the little bags, a lot of little doorstop that you got in there, the draft excluder that you've got. I've got hiccups from somewhere now. £19.99, 679 649 is your item number. The other happy hour we've got as well is Life's a Beach that we've got. Loads of projects in here as well. 10 projects? 10 projects is what you're getting in this one, from the penguins to the mermaids to the rolling waves to cushions to bags, so much more. That's another happy hour. Price will go back up to £45.49 at the end of this hour. Go on, Anthea, what do you want to show me?
That one there, the Life's a Beach.
Yep.
I've brought that one back because we've had so many people, the last time we did happy hours, said they got stuff and they couldn't afford all of them, and that was the one.
But they missed out on.
Yeah,
Time to get it now then.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, so the robin we've done on Bosal in our form, which is on the website. And what it means is you've got it on a what do you call it?
A hanger.
Pennant.
Pennant?
Pennant, that's the shape, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So with the tassel on the bottom. But that, because it's on the in our form, it's quite rigid. You could get that on its own to go on the wall. You know?
Yeah, you could.
What I would do is just put a little D-ring on the back. Stitch a little D-ring on and it'll go on a picture hook. So you don't have to do the pennant as we've done. You can have that just as that. And robins, we all love robins, don't we? And people have got quite sentimental.
Well, they mean so much about so many things to people.
Exactly. You know, and yeah.
I like
lovely,
it.
Aren't they?
I like this one. Imagine doing tree decorations and things like that with your robins all out of tweed. That would be beautiful. Well, that is your Life's a Beach that you've got in there, your pattern booklet that you're looking at, 679 and 3 more numbers. That was for the New Beginnings that you've got there. But around the robins, you need the Life's a Beach. No, the robins is in the New Beginnings. Robins is in New Beginnings. Robins is in New Beginnings. Life's a Beach is all beach themed. So it says it in the title. 679 649 is your item number for your New Beginnings, is what you're looking at there. 19.99. We've got about 7 minutes left, Anthea.
Oh, right. Well, what we can do is Life's a Beach. we've got a couple of things just to go over. So we've got, again, the Bosal in our form for the seagulls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I absolutely love these. And these little seagulls, you can, you know, again, on the wall, little D-ring on the back, on the wall. And we actually did these originally because we did our own take on social distancing. That's where these came from. But again, the seagulls, or at least one of the seagulls, I don't know if they're all in or not, in Life's a Beach, so that's another one for there. But we've got the otter bag. Now, I've shown this before, so apologies, but I just thought it doesn't hurt if you've not seen it before. Bosal in our form, it can terrify people, but it is so easy to use.
Is the otter bag in the one-day special?
It's just under here. No, it's in the Life's a Beach.
It's in the Life's a Beach.
Life's a Beach, yeah. So get your Bosal in our form, and so normally when we make a bag, you make your outer and then you make a lining and you put one inside the other, sew around the top, pull through a hole, blah, blah. With the Bosal in our form, what you can do, and we use the double fusible, so it's sticky both sides. We iron the outer fabric, in this case we've used the green, and the lining on before we start. So in fact I could have just showed you on the base. So we've got the Bosal in our form in the middle, we've got the lining on one side, and we've got the outer on the other side. Now lots of you will be going, oh, I'm terrified of it because while I'm ironing on one side it's all going wonky on the other side. Well, start with the fabric for the outer. Get that nice and smooth. It's not like your fusible web. If you accidentally stuck it to something, it's there, and there's like a permanent gunky bit which you're always at risk of it spoiling something else. With this, it's a bit less tacky. So if I'm ironing this on and the lining doesn't go right, it's simple. Pull it back just like an plaster.
Nearly there again.
Just pull it back and reapply it, and it's gummy enough to let you reapply it. So if you